The midday sky was laden with heavy clouds, resembling a layer of lead gray plastic film, suffocating the entire Tokyo. Is anyone there? Is anyone here? I called out urgently on the deserted street, my footsteps echoing from afar, the fear in my heart making my voice tremble. Suddenly, a woman in a fur coat came running out of the thick fog, wobbling on her high heels, seemingly on the brink of twisting an ankle, yet she never stopped. An invisible chase seemed to follow her, like scissors poised for a deadly end if she halted. The woman glanced around, all the shop doors were open, cars lined up neatly on either side of the street, and the mall's LED screen was playing ads for the autumn collection. The glamorous actress on the screen smiled with elegant lip movements, yet no sound was heard. When everything seemed no different from a usual weekend street scene, it was only the deathly silence that evoked an indescribable despair. The entire city was so still that not even a whisper of wind could be heard. Its silence was terrifying. I couldn't help but shout, "Is anyone there? Please, give me some response," but my voice was like a stone sinking into the sea, met only by endless fear. I passed through a wide intersection, and suddenly the heel of my right shoe broke, sending me sprawling onto the asphalt road. The rough surface mercilessly scraped my hands and knees, and I struggled, but couldn't lift myself up. Just as I was desperately trying to stand, slow, heavy footsteps sounded from behind, as if something heavy was being dragged. I looked up suddenly, my eyes wide behind disheveled strands of hair, filled with bloodshot fear. I darted my eyes around quickly but couldn't see what was behind me. In a panic, my hands scrambled on the ground, barely dragging my powerless body forward. "Is anyone there? Please help me." I whispered for help, but the footsteps behind me remained slow and steady, as if mocking me. I felt like a dying bird, struggling to escape. Suddenly, I felt a wave of helplessness, unable to move further, and behind me, the noise stopped silently at that moment. A foot stepped on me, my body trembled uncontrollably, my hands gripping the ground tightly, trying hard to suppress my fear, my crystal nails flipping up, shivering as I murmured, someone save me. Someone save me." A low, sinister male voice came from above, clumsily mimicking, with a chilling sense of pleasure. I forced myself to turn around, my gaze falling behind me. A little girl, dressed in a plain cotton dress, held an axe high, like a fearless little angel. "Got you, you lost." Her crisp voice unexpectedly erupted into a mature male tone, tearing my deep-seated fear into smaller pieces. She swung the axe, sometimes targeting my head, sometimes my neck, like a birthday child excitedly seeking the right angle to cut the cake, her expression serene and content. "God, please help me." Sensing the motion behind her, I shook violently as fear consumed me, my trembling voice carrying a desperate prayer. The little girl paused slightly, then broke into a wide smile, her face almost ferocious. "God is not home, Homo sapiens will play with you." The axe fell instantly, dark red blood splattering in front of me, staining the sweet cotton dress. At the empty, wide intersection, I lay in a pool of blood, opening my ash-gray eyes, as if becoming a crow perched on black permafrost, a terrifying landmark. Blood spread to the four corners of the street, as if painting a portrait of fear. The little girl released the grip, watching the axe deeply embedded in the woman's throat, leaving it there in solitude, a shiver running through my heart. She clapped her small hands, then leaped off the woman's back, smiling up at the clouds enveloping the city. The game has begun. August 31, 2026, 12:13 p.m., Shanghai. As the echo of resonated, I suddenly opened my eyes. Before me was the living room's LCD TV, the screen flickering with pale snowflakes, accompanied by a slight static sound. "Awake?" A deep, magnetic male voice came through. I turned my head to see, as if returning to reality, realizing I was nestled beside the man. In the brightly lit living room, I wiped my face, feeling a wave of fatigue, sitting up and asking softly, "Bo Yi, how long did I sleep?" Before me was Bo Yi, my same-sex lover, who had been with me for 5 years. In those 5 years, our long-distance relationship had lasted 4, and this semester, he came to China as an exchange student. I had once looked forward to the end of this period of separation, yet. He leaned against the sofa back, tilting his face up, murmuring, "It seems like a long dream. Not even a quarter of an hour." Bo Yi put down his book, getting up to pour me some water. "What kind of dream? A spring dream?" I was at a loss for words, turning my head to watch him leave, the suffocating feeling in my heart gradually dissipating. I sat cross-legged on the sofa, my body slowly relaxing, turning my face to look out the floor-to-ceiling window. The sky was unnaturally bright, as if a hole had torn open, pouring in all the sunlight, leaving only a glaring halo. I lived on the 18th floor, the seawater had already reached the edge of the floor-to-ceiling window, waves occasionally rolling up debris. The deep blue sea level contrasted with the towering buildings opposite, where raging fires emitted black smoke, burning for 3 days and nights, leaving only a charred skeleton of steel and concrete. The half-water, half-fire scene stimulated my visual nerves, reminding me repeatedly of where I was. It's hell, I heard Tangji whisper softly. At that moment, Boyi came out of the kitchen with a cup of water. Following Tangji's gaze, his eyes turned to the window. He knew what Tangji was thinking, so he walked to the window, pulling the curtain shut with one motion. Think positively, the earth is going to explode, humanity is on vacation. His voice carried a hint of jest as he handed the cup to Tangji. Tomorrow's Monday, I don't have to work, you don't have to go to school, another day to laze around at home, how nice. I'd rather go to school. Tangji puffed one cheek, taking the warm milk, his eyes showing a hint of unease. Aren't you a bit worried? It's already the 7th day. My heart jolted, the events of 7 days ago still vivid in my mind. Boyi went out to work, but couldn't open the door no matter what. The door was locked, the windows sealed. No matter how we tried, there was no signal, completely cut off from the outside world. We seemed trapped in a dimension apart. Helpless, we could only silently accept reality, waiting quietly, with only the ticking of the electronic clock marking the passage of time. Through the living room glass window, I watched the world outside undergo drastic changes. On the first day, the world was dark and lightless. On the third, seawater surged into the city from the east. On the fifth, birds were no longer seen. It was as if a mysterious force was enacting an apocalypse. Today was the 7th day, the day of rest. I sat back on the sofa, casually drawing Tangji into my arms, whispering, "What's there to worry about? Since the 3rd day, I've suspected this isn't real. With the outside like that, how can we still have water and electricity?" Tangji sipped his milk, his voice low. "That's what you say, but something still feels off." I took his left hand, playing with it, slightly tilting my head, kissing near his ear. "I should do something to keep your mind off these things." He knew very well what I meant, his face slightly reddening. He stayed silent, focusing on his milk. Our hands intertwined, long and elegant, each wearing a simple platinum ring on the left ring finger. Looking at the ring on his finger, I frowned slightly, feeling regret. It's a pity we can't have a wedding. Originally, we planned to hold our wedding in Norway on September 7th, but now, it was impossible to realize. I suggested, "How about we hold the wedding tonight? What do you plan to do?" I set the cup down, turning to look at Boyi. "Keep it simple, just consummate the marriage tonight, that's enough." His tone was light, but it made me want to retort. "Boyi!" I raised my hand, slapping his face playfully. We were tussling on the sofa when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the study light flashing rapidly. "The light's broken?" I paused my actions, turning my face in confusion. Boyi withdrew his hand, standing up to head towards the study. "I'll go check." As I adjusted my loose t-shirt, my gaze fell on the TV screen, still filled with static snow. Yet moments later, a strange feeling crept over me. In my peripheral vision, the light continued to flicker, but after Boyi entered the study, there was no sound at all. "Boyi," I called from outside the study, only to be met with silence. A sense of unease rose within me. Hesitantly, I stood up, slowly walking towards the study, asking, "Boyi, are you all right?" As I reached the doorway, my footsteps halted abruptly. The curtains in the room were tightly drawn, the light flickering on and off. Boyi stood silently in the center of the room. In the intermittent light, I saw his pale face, and my heart tightened. "Boyi?" I wanted to step forward, but Boyi coldly said, "Candy, don't come in." With a flash of the light, he disappeared. Startled, I was about to push the door open when it was suddenly slammed shut with force, leaving me stumbling, pressed against the door. "Boyi!" My voice was urgent and helpless, tears welling in my eyes as I continuously pounded on the door. At that moment, the house lights flickered instantly, and the texture of the door beneath my hands subtly changed. I felt a wave of confusion and unease. As the light dimmed, the touch turned cold. When the light came back on, I found myself facing a solid wooden door. "Boyi! Are you in there?" I desperately tugged at the door handle, and just as my voice fell, the lights went out abruptly, as if all the world's brightness vanished with them. A second later, the light returned, but I found myself confined in a narrow rectangular space, almost unable to turn around. Panic surged within me as I surveyed my surroundings, this coffin-like white space tightly enclosing me. I patted the wall in front of me, the cold sensation sending a chill down my spine. Suddenly, a light-sensitive sound echoed in my ears, scaring me into pressing back. The surrounding whiteness gradually dissolved into transparent glass. As the final trace of white faded, I finally saw the scene around me, my mouth agape in silent shock. Before me were rows of neatly arranged glass rooms, filled with unknown spaces. In each glass room, a person was imprisoned, all dressed in identical white clothing. I could hear some angrily pounding on the thick glass, shouting something. Others were breaking down in tears, their sobs sliding freely. Yet more often, like Tang Ji and me, their expressions were filled with unease and bewilderment. At this moment, we were like lifeless toys sealed in transparent packaging. If one were to pull the perspective infinitely far away, each classroom would transform into a segment of scrolling code, looping endlessly in space. If I extracted a piece of that code, enlarging it again and again until the focus landed on the glass room I was in, staring into those eyes, I would see etched within them fear, dark and profound. The game had begun. Today is the first snow, and at this moment, I wield my pen to write it all down. Some say the emptiness after licking a small milk bun is akin to my current state of mind. Gu Mang. A gentle female voice drifted to my ears, a light breeze brushing past, as if I had just awoken from a dream, my half-closed eyes slowly opening. Instinctively, I turned to search for the source of the voice, yet all I saw was the mottled campus iron gate closing slowly behind me, seemingly isolating me outside. Surveying my surroundings, this unfamiliar campus instilled a trace of unease in me. After 2 seconds of settling, I understood that I had descended into the first game. I stood on tiptoe, peering ahead. A woman dressed in a black and white uniform was leading 2 lines of people, her attire reminiscent of a homeroom teacher. The group crossed the wet basketball court, eventually stopping in the corridor of the first floor of the teaching building, where rows of lockers lined the right side. The woman turned, facing us, holding a pointer and a lesson plan, her bangs framing a pair of sparkling eyes, young and vibrant, like a popular model on Taobao. Class 3A students, the long holiday is over. Welcome back to campus, Teacher Xiaoyu has been waiting for you for a long time. Her voice was like a gentle spring rain, her face full of warmth and amiability. However, what she said next was like a slap in the face for everyone. However, before school starts, there's some unfortunate news, only 16 students are on the roster, because Junko was murdered the day before school began. The words murdered were like a bone-chilling gust of wind, instantly changing everyone's expressions. My heart raced with fear. She continued, in the next 7 days, as Junko's classmates, you must work together to fulfill her last wish. Do you have confidence? Her question hung in the air, but no one responded. We all stared at the woman before us in a daze, as if this was nothing but a farce. Since we were confined in this intelligence house, we had already realized this was nothing but an absurd drama. Teacher, when will the school gate open? A deep male voice sounded in my ear. I turned, my gaze landing on the tall man leaning against the lockers. He wore the same white uniform, but his demeanor stood out, unassuming yet somehow distinct in the oppressive atmosphere. Student Bo Yi, the woman smiled adorably, her eyes seeming to sparkle with light. Once everyone fulfills Junko's last wish, the school gate will open again. I was taken aback. Bo Ye's name from her mouth left me stunned, but I quickly followed up. What is Junko's last wish? Yet she seemed not to hear, turning to address us all. The new uniforms have been prepared, they're in your lockers. Please change into them now. If you're caught wearing private clothes on campus, you'll lose personal points. I couldn't help but glance around, seeing that no one moved, merely gazing silently towards the corridor outside. The mottled campus gate remained tightly closed. I stood among the crowd, my gaze following the middle-aged man as he moved. He hesitated, swallowing, encouraging us. After all, this is just a simulated environment by Homo sapiens, all fake. The teacher too, try going out? We'll deal with it if we're really stopped. His voice carried a slight tremor, seemingly masking his inner unease. The new uniforms have been prepared, they're in your lockers. The nurse's voice was mechanical yet gentle, like a pitiful puppet, repeating the instructions every 30 seconds, her smile captivating yet exuding an eerie stiffness. I watched the people around me, their hesitation clear as no one responded to the middle-aged man's suggestion. I advise against taking risks, I whispered, silently recalling the beginner's guide. Refusing to participate in the game will lead to erasure. What erasure truly meant, no one dared to ponder deeply. The man, fueled by anger, marched toward the nearby gate, seemingly determined to prove his courage. His back appeared resolute, yet his quickening pace betrayed the panic within. The nurse's voice echoed like a ghost behind him. Chen Jindong, please return immediately, do not leave the campus without permission. Her smile grew more pronounced. I just hoped that all of this was merely a dream. I jogged to the school gate, feeling both anxious and excited, glancing around as my hand found the iron bars. Courting death, a soft male voice came from behind. I turned to see Bo Yi lazily leaning against the lockers, fiddling with the ring on his finger. I sighed, opened the lesson plan, and pulled out a thin sheet of paper, thinking to myself, truants truly are exasperating. Through the back of the paper, I glimpsed 3 characters, Chen Jindong. In the next instant, my heart clenched as she tore the paper. My scream seemed to tear from the depths of my throat, and not just me, the boys around also cried out in terror. I looked ahead in a panic, seeing Chen Jindong gripping the school gate, horrified to discover that everything below his waist had vanished, blood dripping like pearls, dark and viscous. Rip! The sound of paper tearing again rang in my ears, and at this moment, Chen Jindong's body disintegrated in the air like paper scraps, his wounds as irregular as if torn at random. A chill spread through my heart, the atmosphere thick with fear, making me realize that things were far more terrifying than I had imagined. Even from a distance, I could hear the unsettling sound of splitch. It was the sound of muscles separating. Ahead, the female teacher panted, her smile twisted and eyes wide, excitedly tearing at the paper in her hands until it was reduced to ashes, yet she never stopped. Watching all of this, my stomach churned with unease. After tearing the paper, the woman took a deep breath, her expression gradually softening into a standard smile. The new uniforms have been prepared, they're in your lockers. Before she could finish, the crowd surged towards the 3 rows of lockers like a tide. In the crowd, I found my name on the red row of lockers, opened the door, and indeed saw a neatly folded navy blue school uniform, with a flip phone resting quietly beside it. Just as I was about to take out the clothes, a figure stopped beside me. I glanced casually, seeing a young man nearly 6 feet tall, his gaze probing, staring directly at me, with a candor almost childlike. His gaze held mine, my movements slightly stalling, like a curious baby staring intently. "What are you looking at?" he asked. I widened my eyes slightly, startled, glancing at Gu Meng's face. I asked quietly, "What are you looking at?" My voice was like clean snowflakes, carrying a peculiar gentleness. Gu Meng furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss, and repeated, "Bro, why are you staring at me?" I blinked, furrowing my brow in return, unintentionally mimicking her tone. "Bro, why are you staring at me?" Her expression grew complicated, as if pondering whether I was provoking or simply clueless. Just then, the orderly line of students in uniforms, under the teacher's guidance, obediently headed towards the cafeteria. Before leaving the corridor, a scream shattered the calm. "Look at that person!" Everyone turned to look outside the school building. Under the dim sky, a blood-soaked boy stood alone. His features were blurred, only his large black and white eyes flickering, blinking timidly, as if assessing our presence. Without realizing it, I dashed out of the crowd, leaping down the steps in a few strides, unhesitatingly rushing towards the bloodied individual. Those of us left exchanged glances, hearts in turmoil, not understanding what was happening. At the foot of the steps, the two finally parted, speaking in low tones, the bloodied boy stamping his foot, eyes seemingly brimming with tears, as if crying. "A new student, it seems." The teacher's voice was calm, flipping through the lesson plan leisurely, revealing a smile. "This is troublesome. Why not inform the teacher in advance?" Her tone and expression wove an ominous foreboding, instilling fear. I wiped the tears from Tangji's face, offering a few words of comfort, then turned to the teacher, speaking in a deep voice. "The game didn't mention disallowing new players." The woman closed the lesson plan, sighing softly. "That's true, but the admissions list from the academic office doesn't have this student's name, so unfortunately." With her words, the players' hearts leapt into their throats, and erasure flashed in my mind, tightening my heart. "We don't have spare men's uniforms." She tilted her head, flashing a cute smile. "So, new player Tangji, you'll have to wear the girl's uniform." At this moment, I was at a loss for words, my heart a turmoil of emotions. As my mind swirled in chaos, Boyi decided to take Tangji to the infirmary, and Gu Meng stepped forward. "I've learned some basic bandaging, I'll join you." I was grateful for her initiative. As we walked through the campus, no other students were in sight, just the 3 of us. The streetlights on either side were dim, casting dark outlines over the bushes, exuding a sinister vibe. Holding a set of girls' uniforms in my arms, I walked to one side, occasionally conversing with Boyi and Tangji, learning that the new player Tangji, a Sino-Japanese mixed race, was a senior in college before the disaster, and was Boya's lover. Tangji didn't mention why he was covered in blood. My curiosity piqued, but I refrained from asking further. The administration building was pitch black like thick ink. Only the corner window on the first floor emitted a faint light, marking the infirmary. With a nervous heart, I pushed open the door, unexpectedly bumping into an elderly man in a white coat. He seemed to be the school doctor, his complexion a deathly gray. After scrutinizing us, he smiled and slowly stepped aside to invite us in, his voice old and hoarse. "You're Junko's classmates, aren't you? Do you need any help?" Carefully, I edged along the wall inside, pointing to Boyi behind me. "Someone might be injured, could we borrow the medical kit?" After letting us in, the school doctor closed the door slowly, asking, "Is Junko all right?" Based on the information I had, I replied, "Junko was killed yesterday." The school doctor showed no surprise, nearly sighing long and deeply, supporting himself on the table to sit down. "A pity, Junko was a good girl." I pulled open the white curtain in the center of the infirmary, turning to Gu Meng, saying, I'll check on Candy's injuries first, call you if needed. She nodded, her gaze carrying a hint of concern. Inside the infirmary, the dim incandescent light cast a weak glow. I walked over to the cabinet, opened the medical kit, and examined the supplies inside. Gauze, purple hydrogen peroxide, iodine, cephalosporin, everything was neatly arranged, with all the commonly used medications at hand. Junko was a good girl. She even brought me a gift this morning, the only one who remembered me before school started. The old school doctor sat at the desk by the window, his voice as slow and somber as his presence, a newspaper spread over his face. I frowned slightly. Junko had been killed just yesterday, so it was impossible for her to have visited the school doctor today. Even though I knew this was the fictitious world of the game, and I shouldn't be overly concerned about the dialogue of irrelevant characters, the school doctor's words still sent a chill through me. The gift hasn't been opened yet. The doctor's words pierced my ears again. As I sat on the single bed with a roll of gauze in hand, I looked up, only to meet a pair of murky eyes, sending a shiver through my heart. The old doctor peered at me from the edge of his newspaper, making me uneasy. My hand trembled, and the gauze fell to the floor. His gaze lingered on me for too long, prompting me to ask, "Doctor, what are you looking at?" "Student," he said, caught in the act, shaking the newspaper before slowly lowering it, speaking in a drawn-out tone, "Your school uniform tag is still attached at the back." I reached to feel the tag at the back of my collar, feeling a sense of helplessness. Through the curtain, I could hear Bo Yi and Tangji talking quietly, the silence of the room making their voices particularly distinct. "This isn't my blood, I haven't suffered any serious injuries." Bo Ye's voice carried a hint of panic. "How did you find this place?" Tangji asked. "After clearing the last game, I received a reward, a choice to select the game instance twice, so I found my way here." His voice trailed off. "The last game, how many cleared it?" Tangji's tone grew heavy. "Just me." Tangji said softly, "All the teammates died. In the game, you can really die." I scratched my brow with a fingertip, feeling my breathing become slightly rapid. The silence next door caused a dull ache in my heart. The white curtain cast the shadows of the people behind, and suddenly a shadow stood up and approached me. Beside me, the curtain moved slightly, and a hand emerged, gently tapping my shoulder. "Is it done?" I prepared to head next door with the medical kit. As I looked up, I froze, my spine tingling with a sudden chill. Swallowing hard, I slowly turned my gaze to the side to confirm again. Behind the white curtain, there were three dark shadows. Bo Yi and Tangji continued their quiet conversation, seemingly unaware of the extra shadow. However, I could see it clearly, a petite black shadow standing just beyond the curtain. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead. At that moment, the sound of the school doctor flipping the newspaper reached my ears, his murmured words, "Junko was a good girl," clenching my heart. Bo Ye's shadow suddenly moved toward me, his tall figure overlapping with the mysterious shadow as the white curtain was lifted. He spoke softly, "It's about done. Candy has some scrapes on her knee, could you bandage it?" I turned abruptly, but on the other side of the curtain, except for Bo Yi and Tangji, there was no one else. It was as if everything had been an illusion. After leaving the infirmary, the three of us headed to the cafeteria for a meal, then found the dormitory building on the 6th floor, where everyone was waiting in the bright hall. When Tangji walked in wearing the JK uniform, quite a few people's eyes lit up, involuntarily glancing at him, especially those long, slender, and pale legs, drawing particular attention. Teacher Xiaoyu finished counting the numbers and smiled, saying, "Your dormitories are on the 6th floor, in pairs. Once you find your roommate, you can enter the room. It's been a long day, so please rest early." Hearing that we could rest, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the female teacher was about to turn and leave with her lesson plan, she suddenly stopped and turned her head, saying, "I forgot to remind you, don't wander alone in the dormitory building. Junko likes solitary people." Her words made us all tense. In the building, there was only one elevator. While waiting, I heard a delicate girl in the group ask softly, "Didn't Junko get killed? What does it mean she likes solitary people?" My heart sank, recalling the shadow I had seen in the infirmary, and I replied, "The teacher might be warning us that Junko might come back, specifically targeting those who are alone." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately distanced themselves from me. I looked at Gu Meng helplessly. "Why are you avoiding me? I'm not the problem." "Stop saying such baseless things to scare people." In the crowd, a beautiful girl raised her chin, her voice firm, "When someone dies, they're dead, there's no coming back." The elevator arrived silently on the 1st floor, and the doors opened slowly. The girl led the way in, flicking her dark hair. The woman clearly said not to be alone, so let's just be cautious. Her words brought a sense of stability to the anxious crowd. Many unconsciously gravitated towards her, following her into the elevator. I stood outside, watching the full elevator, and couldn't help but remind lightly, if there really are ghosts in this game, do you still dare to take the elevator? Aren't you afraid something might happen halfway up? As soon as I said that, the expressions of the people in the elevator changed instantly. Indeed, if they encountered a ghost in the elevator, there would be nowhere to escape. Shortly after, 5 people stepped out of the elevator, leaving the space much emptier. I led Tangji into the elevator, feeling calm, and said, if you're not taking it, I'll go up first. With those words, the others seemed to realize they had been tricked, and the air was filled with a silent resignation. Inside the elevator, we introduced ourselves to each other, and I remembered the young girl, Shui Xing, 19 years old. She impressed me not only with her appearance but also with her haughty and cool demeanor, as if declaring, I haven't been the big boss's girl for many years. The elevator slowly ascended to the top floor, and as the doors opened, Tangji and I stepped out, greeted by a long corridor. The white marble floor, under the dim lighting, emitted a cold sheen. We felt a bit of tension in this unfamiliar environment. I headed straight to the men's restroom on the left, greeting Tangji briefly, while the others continued forward. Shui Xing walked with her arms crossed, her critical gaze sweeping over the doors as she passed. Eventually, she stopped in front of a door in the middle of the corridor, next to which was a fire exit. She turned to the frail girl behind her and said, Jingjing, shall we pick this room? Jingjing responded softly, appearing to have little opinion, simply murmuring mm. I pressed the door handle, trying to push the door open, but it wouldn't budge, no matter how many times I tried. Let me try. A burly boy walked up with a cheerful grin upon seeing my struggle. He introduced himself, I'm He Wei, and we'll all be classmates from now on. I raised an eyebrow, glanced at him, and stepped aside. Let me try. A burly boy walked up with a cheerful grin upon seeing my struggle. He introduced himself, I'm He Wei, and we'll all be classmates from now on. I raised an eyebrow, glanced at him, and stepped aside. He Wei struggled at the door for quite some time, yet it wouldn't budge. I flicked my hair over my shoulder, leaning lightly against the wall, unable to suppress a chuckle. Under the weight of my mocking gaze, He Wei's face turned redder by the second. Maybe it needs a key, he mumbled. Meanwhile, Tangji tried the door on the right, equally to no avail, frowning as he remarked, this one won't open either. Are we supposed to sleep in the hallway all night? Jingjing asked softly. Her words struck a chord with me, reminding me of the teacher's words, once you find your roommate, you can enter the room. I pondered for a moment, then hypothesized, what if the roommates have already been assigned, and the door only opens when you find the right one? A bespectacled boy chimed in, sounds plausible. So, we have to wait for everyone and try one by one? An uncertain tension seemed to hang in the silent corridor. Footsteps echoed from the fire escape, drawing my attention just as Gu Meng pushed open the door, panting. She was here, and soon, the remaining 10 people arrived as well. Climbing 6 flights of stairs had left me breathless. Gu Meng steadied herself with hands on her knees, catching her breath, and asked, why is everyone just standing here? The doors won't open, I explained helplessly, feeling a tinge of anxiety. We might need to find our exact roommates. How do we do that? Gu Meng asked, puzzled. Can't we pick our own roommates? Everyone seemed equally clueless, a few even stubbornly attempting to open the doors without success. At this point, a particularly agitated guy wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but suggest, why don't we just kick the doors open? But aren't you afraid of being torn to pieces for breaking the rules? A ghostly voice emerged from the crowd. The corridor lights flickered on and off, sending a chill down my spine. It's getting a bit cold. Jingjing's voice trembled slightly, and I couldn't help but glance at the mottled ceiling. For a fleeting moment, the temperature seemed to drop, forcing us at the fire escape to step back, eyes fixed on the far end of the corridor. Slow, deliberate footsteps echoed, my heart racing like a startled bird. The air was thick with tension. I shook water off my hands, exiting the restroom only to find everyone staring at me, faces etched with fear. What's wrong? I asked nonchalantly, looking over my shoulder, but saw nothing. Having confirmed everyone's identity, I relaxed slightly, letting out a breath. Just then, the corridor lights abruptly went out, leaving only the safety lights on the walls casting an eerie green glow, outlining our blurred silhouettes. The crowd began to stir, and my own tension rose with it. Why are the lights out? I muttered, feeling the weight of something oppressive in the atmosphere. Did the school forget to pay the electric bill? Should we check the first floor? Someone suggested, their voice tinged with anxiety. Sounds good. A grumpy guy turned, only to find the door at the passageway jammed, shouting, damn. It's stuck. Panic deepened among us. At that moment, a sound of electricity crackling through the fluorescent tubes, the lights flickered back on, dimmer than before. Ah! Xinjingjing let out a short scream, immediately clapping a hand over her mouth. The previously restless atmosphere froze into a deathly silence, as if an invisible hand had gripped it. Each of us could only feel our own chaotic, forceful heartbeat, yet our feet seemed rooted to the spot. I looked toward the end of the corridor, my heart tightening. There, two figures stood hand in hand. My right hand held that of a petite girl, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her shoes pointed forward, otherwise, I might have mistaken her for just another back view. Her uniform was stained with maroon blood, so filthy I could barely discern its original color. Tangji stood beside me, his gaze fixed on our clasped hands, his eyes bright yet profound, his expression indecipherable. I stood there, frozen, hesitant to turn away, anxiety creeping into my usually indifferent demeanor. In this first encounter with a ghost, panic was inevitable. I tried to subtly pull my hand back, but the cold grip only tightened around mine. "Are you alone?" Her voice was icy. "Let me play with you. You're really good looking." With a creaking of bones, her head slowly turned toward me, making it hard to tell front from back. My heart trembled as I stammered, "Miss, could you let go of my hand first?" A female voice murmured near my ear, gloomy and low, "Let me play with you. You're really good looking." In an instant, despair washed over me, her grip icy and strong, making my hand ache. "You're really good looking." Her black hair was straight, and her bright red tongue, frenzied, lazily and greedily reached for my face. At that moment, everyone was transfixed, eyes drawn irresistibly to the bizarre scene. She was shorter than my shoulder but stood quietly there, her tongue seemingly endless, trailing from my chin up my cheek to my forehead. Listening to the sticky wet sounds, a chill ran down my spine. Gu Meng stood nearby, her face a mask of horrified goosebumps. I'm not afraid of ugly ghosts, but what terrifies me more is an ugly ghost being overly enthusiastic. The thought flashed through my mind. I shut my eyes tightly, turning my head awkwardly to avoid the cold, slippery sensation. "Please don't, my boyfriend's watching." I barely finished when a loud bang shattered the silence, and the cold grip suddenly released. I glanced sideways, trembling. Tangji, at some point, he had stood beside me, holding a fire extinguisher high. His breaths were ragged, his gaze fierce, even more terrifying than the ghost herself. The ghost had been struck hard, her hands trembling as she groped the floor, struggling to rise. My heart pounded wildly, aware that our escape had only just begun. As I knelt, Tangji quickly swung the extinguisher, hitting me down. My heart tightened, unable to comprehend where Tangji found such courage. He tossed aside the metal canister, clutching the ghost by the collar, glaring at her fiercely, "You dare lick my man? And right in front of me, are you tired of living?" I was stunned, inwardly thinking, so my boyfriend is this hardcore. Everyone else in the corridor gaped, watching as a handsome man in a mini skirt and tied jacket beat the ghost mercilessly, a scene as unexpected as it was delightful. Gu Meng exclaimed, "No wonder he's from the land of Sadako, even daring to beat a ghost." I watched as the ghost ceased to struggle, facing Tangji directly. The tension rose, and I quickly dragged him away by the waist. "That's enough, you'll end up causing a death." Tangji rolled up his sleeves, still unsatisfied, wanting to step forward again, but I held him tightly, pulling him back. At that moment, the ghost twisted her body, slowly rising. Her horrifying skeleton seemed disjointed, long hair wildly flailing, and those pitch-black eyes fixed on Tangji. Her exposed skin was grayish-white, with patches of dead skin threatening to fall off at any moment. "Do I not deserve any respect?" Her voice was a mix of laughter and tears, her 10 fingers clawing at her face as she staggered toward us. With her terrifying visage becoming clearer, a chill ran through me, and I felt a coldness spread throughout my body. It was as if all jealousy and anger had dissipated, leaving only fear. I clutched Boye's hand tightly, a wave of embarrassment washing over me. "Was I too much just now?" Boye sighed, his tone mixed with helplessness. "How many times have I told you, leave some leeway in everything you do, so we can meet again someday?" Just then, the ghost shrieked, "Do I not deserve any respect?" Her scream was followed by the shattering of the light tubes, the piercing sound slicing through my eardrums like a blade. Before I could react, the ghost lunged at us. Screams echoed throughout the hallway as men and women fled in panic. Quickly, I pushed open a nearby dormitory door, yanking Boye inside with me. A dull thud followed as the ghost crashed into the door, sending chills down my spine. Outside, a crowd saw us and Tangji enter the room and tried to push the door themselves, but to no avail. A frustrated guy kicked the dorm door, roaring angrily, "Why can they open it?" Gu Meng seemed to have a flash of inspiration, exclaiming, "Could it be Boye's hand was blessed by the ghost?" I was stunned, about to protest when the ghost turned to look at us, prompting another round of panicked avoidance from the crowd. Inside the room, Tangji and I leaned against the door, still shaken. I reached for the light switch on the wall, and suddenly, the room was illuminated. Seeing the cozy two-person dorm room, I let out a sigh of relief. Outside, footsteps, screams, and thuds mixed into a chaotic symphony of terror. At that moment, Tangji seemed to come to his senses, looking at me in shock. "How did you get in here?" I replied, "Just pushed the door, it wasn't locked." Don't be alone, Junko likes solitary people. This sentence echoed in my mind. After a moment of thought, I noticed Tangji looking at our clasped hands and suddenly exclaimed, "I get it." Hurriedly, I opened the door, shouting into the hallway, "Hold someone's hand, and you can." Before I could finish, the ghost abruptly changed direction, charging toward us, and I quickly slammed the door shut. "Hold someone's hand and what?" the frustrated guy shouted, clutching his head in despair. Despite hearing only half the sentence, Gu Meng didn't hesitate, grabbing the hand of the person next to her and sprinting toward the end of the hallway. The elevator doors opened silently before us, the light inside warm and bright, dazzlingly so. I saw Gu Meng's eyes light up, pulling the person behind her as she quickened her pace. Inside the elevator, I pressed the button for the first floor. As I glanced up, I nearly lost my wits. The ghost, initially far from us, had suddenly appeared in the center of the corridor in the blink of an eye. Her hollow eyes were fixed on me with clear intent. In the next moment, she was even closer. Cheating! Cheating! How does she have a blink ability? Gu Meng and I frantically pressed the elevator's close button, anxious and jumping on the spot. The elevator doors slowly closed, but their speed was no match for the ghost's approach. I pressed myself against the elevator wall, nearly losing my sanity in fear, muttering incessantly, "It's over, it's over, it's over." In the ever-narrowing view through the closing doors, I vaguely saw the ghost outside the elevator. She rolled her eyes, her mouth curling into a grotesque smile, reaching out toward us. Ding! At last, the elevator doors closed completely. I breathed a sigh of relief, my legs nearly buckling beneath me as I leaned against a classmate, exhausted. "Let me lean on you for a bit." Suddenly, a ghastly pale hand shot through the elevator gap, causing the entire elevator to jolt. I shuddered violently, nearly jumping out of my skin. The elevator doors slowly pried open, and I couldn't help but look up. What greeted me was an ashen face, patches of dead skin peeling away, those black eyes like abyssal voids, sending shivers down my spine. She grinned wickedly, her voice eerie and soft. "Let me play with you. You're really good looking." I pressed myself against the wall, terror-stricken, protesting tearfully, "No, no, no, I'm just an ugly nobody. I'm not worthy to play with you." "You're really good looking." The ghost let out a ghastly laugh, the elevator doors behind her fully open. "Let me play with you." Seeing her lunge at me, I instinctively turned my face away, shutting my eyes, praying desperately for a way out of this nightmare. At the critical moment, a shadow enveloped me. In an instant, the ghost stopped, her gaze shifting to the tall figure standing in front of me. He tilted his head slightly, and after a moment, she retreated silently. The elevator doors slowly closed. For a few seconds, the silence made me think my fate was sealed, yet after a moment, nothing happened. Trembling, I opened one eye to see a nearly flawless face. It was the 1.9-meter-tall guy who had shielded me from danger. Feeling grateful, I whispered, "Thank you." His gaze was like a probe, meticulously examining me as if I were some curious creature. He pointed to the corner of my eye with a peculiar concern. "You're leaking." I quickly touched my eyes, finding them damp, only then realizing that I had cried in my panic. I lowered my head, hastily wiping away the tears, puzzled by his choice of words. "Who calls tears water?" "My name is Gu Meng, what's yours?" I asked him tentatively. He tilted his head, seemingly confused. "I didn't call." Meeting his sincere and unguarded gaze, I suppressed my impatience, trying to be patient as I asked, "My name is Gu Meng, what's your name?" "Name?" He furrowed his brow, evidently perplexed. Talking to him felt like conversing with someone from Mars, but I persisted. "What were you doing before you came here?" Shaking my head, I looked into his eyes, which seemed lost like a little lamb's, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Softly, I asked, "Do you remember anything?" He shook his head again, seemingly devoid of even basic knowledge. A sense of pity arose in me. This tall, handsome man had the mind of a 3-year-old. Before entering this game, I was a kindergarten teacher, and his childlike gaze awakened a sense of professional duty within me. After a moment's hesitation, I patted his shoulder, smiling as I said, "If you have any questions here, feel free to ask me." I silently resolved to take care of him. We slowly ascended the stairs, the haunting commotion behind us seemingly resolved. The corridor on the 6th floor was empty. The other players had likely found their roommates and gathered in one room, I mused. As I pushed open the door, I realized the game's peculiar setup. One person couldn't open the dorm door alone, only hand in hand could the door be pushed open. Remembering what teacher Xiaoyu had told me about not being alone, I understood this was a crucial hint for opening doors and survival. That night, he and I spoke little. The next morning, we received a message to head to the 4th floor of the teaching building. Gathering with friends in Class 3A, everyone found a seat, mostly sitting with last night's roommates. The classroom walls were covered with posters and photos, giving the impression of a lively class. Soon, a teacher in a black and white uniform entered, holding lesson plans and a pointer, her face adorned with a warm smile. Teacher Xiaoyu stepped onto the podium, displaying a perfect smile with 8 white teeth, her gaze sweeping across the classroom as she said, "The new semester has begun. I'm glad to see everyone here and hope you all work hard this term." The sound of pages flipping filled the air, and my gaze drifted to someone beside me. Gu Meng was intently flipping through a 5th-grade Chinese textbook at a speed that resembled a scanner, astonishing me. I considered reminding him to listen to teacher Xiaoyu, as NPCs might give out tasks at any moment. But recalling his intelligence, I realized that any instructions might be lost on him, so I held back. "Before we start the lesson, I'd like you all to help me with something." Teacher Xiaoyu's gaze swept over each of us, finally resting on me. A heavy atmosphere permeated the classroom, with only the sound of pages turning. He Wei, always eager to show off, raised his hand. "Teacher, Junko's last wish is to find that male teacher, right?" Teacher Xiaoyu smiled at him, nodding in confirmation. "That's right, catching the culprit is Junko's wish." He continued, "Do we have any clues? Where should we look for the culprit?" I secretly anticipated the answer. Teacher Xiaoyu squinted with a smile, but her words sent a chill through me. "Here." A cold wind seemed to sweep through the classroom again as she continued, "The male teacher has donned a student uniform and mixed into our Class 3A, sitting right here among us." On the way to the old auditorium, I noticed Boyi biting a lollipop and couldn't help but ask, "Where did you get that?" I pulled out the heart-shaped lollipop, waving it with a smirk. Candy happened to sit in Junko's seat, it was in her desk. We found lots of chocolates and letters too, seemed she was quite popular, at least the class belle. Gu Meng awkwardly laughed, genuinely impressed. "You dare touch Junko's things?" I shrugged nonchalantly, no one else claimed them. The old auditorium doors suddenly opened, a cloud of dust billowing out, suffocating us. Zhang Guoqiang, coughing violently, waved the dust away. "What a dump. This place is a nightmare." This old auditorium would host Junko's farewell ceremony a week later. Everyone discussed the ordeal of being dragged here to clean, faces unchanged. Mercury, standing far from the entrance, made a dull suggestion: "The sooner we clean, the sooner we finish. Let's divide the tasks." I noticed that when partners were mentioned, many instinctively stepped back, their eyes revealing hints of wariness. Upon realizing the male teacher was among us, everyone seemed to suspect everyone else, except themselves. According to the game's rules, if more than half the team agrees, we can ask teacher Xiaoyu for the roster and offer a name to Junko. If correct, the game ends early; if not, time continues to tick, the 7-day deadline looming like a sword. This voting-like system was frightening, with the majority ruling over the few. The one pushed forward could likely end up torn apart. Understanding the game's rules, I knew I needed to remain vigilant of those around me and protect myself. If my actions upset the majority, I could easily become the scapegoat. It's just started. Don't waste time suspecting others. Let's form groups. Who wants to team up with me? Su Xing, a man with black-rimmed glasses, called out to everyone. Looking around, few hands were raised, the atmosphere cold and unwelcoming. Gu Meng's roommate remained silent, unwilling even to share his name, heightening everyone's suspicion of him as a potential threat. Reluctantly, I decided to team up with him. Once paired, we each began cleaning this unfamiliar area. Boyi led Tang Ji down the narrow path to the backstage of the auditorium. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a glow over the dusty air. He asked with concern, "Do you think there might be ghosts here like in the dormitory?" Without hesitation, I replied, "Yes." After speaking, I lifted the white dust cover from an old piano, gesturing for him to sit on the piano bench with his back to the instrument. I knelt beside him, feeling a slight unease in the otherwise silent surroundings. My hand gently caressed Tang Ji's thigh beneath the pleated skirt, which seemed to glow with fairness. Unable to resist, I raised an eyebrow playfully and teased, "There's a perverted ghost here." Tang Ji. He slapped my hand away in embarrassment, his face flushing red. "Behave yourself here, stop thinking about those things." I lowered my head, pressing against his hand, my lips brushing his exposed knee, leaving a trail with my tongue. "You've been teasing me with that uniform for a while now," I said, my gaze intense. "You're so shameless." He trembled slightly, his voice flustered, but I could tell that deep down, he was inclined towards my perverted ghost persona. "But I like it." My voice trailed off as I ventured beneath his gray pleated skirt. Tangji braced himself against the piano with a dull thud, while his other hand slowly rested on my head beneath the skirt, biting his lip, a blush spreading across his face. Baby, my voice was moist and low, as if teasing out secrets from his heart. Tangji's pale hand tightened, clutching the hem of his skirt, softly responding, Does it feel good? I asked quietly. Just then, a faint noise came from the doorway, and Tangji instinctively turned his head. The door was slightly ajar, and through the crack, I caught sight of a man, expressionless, staring intently at us. Bo Yi! There's someone there! Tangji's voice rang in my ear, startling me. I quickly pulled back the skirt, revealing my head. I frowned slightly, my hair in disarray, and though slightly annoyed, I asked, Where? The door. He was staring straight at the entrance. I followed his gaze but saw nothing. It was empty, as if everything had been an illusion. Asterisk. After cleaning a window, I suddenly realized the man beside me was gone. My heart tightened, fearing this fool might get into trouble again. I jumped down from the chair and decided to find him. As I stepped onto the central stage and pushed open the side door, I bumped into him. Where did you go? I asked, frowning, my eyes full of confusion. He looked toward the storage room at the end of the hallway and said plainly, There. I followed his gaze and couldn't help but ask, Did you find anything? He hesitated for a second before nodding, Yes. What? I asked, puzzled. A perverted ghost, he replied, leaving me speechless. Despite not understanding, I decided to check it out myself. Just as I was about to move, he grabbed my arm and cautioned, Gumeng, behave yourself here, stop thinking about those things. I was utterly baffled, filled with questions. He pulled me closer, looking down at me, his voice deep, You've been teasing me with that uniform for a while now. I frowned slightly, What? Want to hit me? He looked me over slowly, saying, You're so shameless. I was at a loss for words, his comments swirling in my mind, leaving a complex mix of emotions. But I like it, he said, his words light yet seemingly teasing me. I was stunned for a long time, licking my lips, hesitantly asking, Are you flirting with me? He nodded leisurely, teasing further, Does it feel good? Anger flared within me, and I began rolling up my sleeves, perhaps a fight was inevitable. Yet, he seemed oblivious to my displeasure, nonchalantly continuing, Gumeng, I know what my name is. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed my anger, deciding to hear him out before resorting to violence. Fine, what's your name? Baby, he eagerly suggested, clearly proud of the name, You can call me Baby from now on. I was speechless. Just then, a scream tore through the air, echoing across the empty auditorium, growing more chilling by the second. I froze, my heart tightening, and without another thought for the man beside me, I hurried out of the backstage. Through the window's light, I saw a group of people gathered in the auditorium's south side, appearing panicked. Jumping off the stage, I immediately noticed the pile of flesh by the wall, a mountain of remains, with sticky blood spreading all around, and nearby was a human head. It's Hiwei. My heart sank abruptly. The boy who was always so lively was now reduced to this. Frowning deeply, I fought back nausea, stepping back a few paces as the stench of blood nearly suffocated me. More people gathered, women instinctively clustered together, all except for Mercury, who remained calm. The others were crying uncontrollably. Who was paired with Hiwei? Su Xing adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. Did anyone see what happened? How did he end up like this? His words trailed off as the scene before us filled me with dread. That night, I turned to see Yu Mengmeng slumped on the ground, the first to discover Hiwei's body. Her eyes were dazed, muttering, I was with Jingjing and Hiwei. I saw him standing by the wall, not moving. I called out, but he didn't respond. I went up and pushed him. As she recalled, despair washed over her face, except for the head, all the flesh collapsed, falling straight down. The sight plunged everyone into a visceral fear. People gathered, eyes filled with suspicion darting around. I noticed Mercury brushing her long hair back, a tinge of unease in her gaze. Let's not jump to conclusions. We need to figure out what happened, she said firmly. Considering the way he died, it's definitely not natural, probably. After a moment's thought, she added, probably had his name torn from the roster, like the one at the school gate yesterday. I could feel the unrest around me. Someone questioned, isn't the roster kept by that female teacher? Yes, without more than half agreeing, the teacher wouldn't give the roster. Unless the culprit isn't human, either the male teacher or the ghost, another voice chimed in. Damn it! No clues at all, it's so confusing. I looked up at the high window, silently thinking, look at the windowsill. My eyes were clear and steady. Everyone was drawn by my gaze, following it to the windowsill. The afternoon sun was gentle and bright, casting light on the heap of paper scraps piled like a small mountain. A breeze stirred, scattering the scraps, while the flesh by the wall slid outward, as if reminding us of deeper secrets lurking beneath this facade. Several people screamed and jumped back, brushing off the white paper bits from their clothes as if they'd seen a ghost. Fear gripped me as Zhang Guoqiang frantically brushed the scraps off his coat, exclaiming, "We're doomed! When did this happen? The ghost must have done it." Faces around us showed a spectrum of emotions, panic constantly shifting across them. "The ghost appears during the day too?" I murmured, chilled to the bone. The idea of being killed without warning added a new layer of terror to our predicament. Even huddled together, we couldn't escape the grim fate of being torn apart. "What a crappy game!" A young man, face flushed with anger, shouted furiously. He tore off his uniform jacket, throwing it to the ground, and stomped towards the old auditorium's door. "Whether we participate or not, it's death either way. I'm out." I watched him closely, feeling a bit uneasy. However, just as he reached halfway to the door, the old auditorium's entrance swung open, letting in a flood of warm sunlight. From the backlight, a graceful figure walked in, her smile sweet yet chilling. The young man froze, then hurriedly turned back, bending down to pick up the uniform jacket he'd thrown on the ground, muttering, "It's just a game, participation is what counts, participation is what counts." The rest of the players were taken aback, the atmosphere turning strange. Teacher Xiaoyu hummed a light tune as she entered the auditorium, not greeting us, but heading straight to the pile of flesh by the wall, her black high heels clicking in the thick, dark blood. She stopped before the bright red mound, looking down with an eerie smile. "Junko chose Hiwei." I couldn't help but shiver, a question flashing through my mind. "Teacher, why did Hiwei die?" Teacher Xiaoyu giggled softly, covering her mouth, pondering while pacing through the blood, the liquid splashing with her steps like a little girl playing in the rain. "He did something Junko didn't like." Her words suddenly made me realize, my gaze involuntarily sweeping over to the broken remains by the wall, thinking to myself, so there are hidden death conditions in this game. Whoever offends Junko gets chosen. Someone nearby anxiously asked, "What conditions? What doesn't Junko like?" I glanced around at everyone and said calmly, "If more people die, we'll find the pattern." No sooner had I spoken than a collective shiver ran through the crowd. Teacher Xiaoyu clapped her hands, trying to draw our attention. "The work isn't over yet. Please continue setting up the auditorium so Junko can have a proper farewell ceremony." Though we were reluctant, we had no choice but to lower our heads, roll up our sleeves, and resume the unsettling task. "Teacher, about Hiwei's." I couldn't bear to look at the wall. "What will happen to the body?" Teacher Xiaoyu smiled. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Just as we were about to disperse, I saw her approach the wall, picking up a handful of the flesh and shockingly stuffing it into her mouth, the gulping sound urgent and thick. We all swallowed simultaneously, a wave of nausea and disgust washing over us. Before leaving with Bo Yi, I glanced back, noticing Hiwei's head had rolled aside, drawing my attention. I squinted, spotting a detail. I tugged on Bo Yi's hand, whispering, "Look behind the ear of the deceased." Bo Yi turned to look. Behind the right ear of the head, on the pale skin, were several neat bloody marks forming a letter A. The wound was fresh, as if it had just been carved. By evening, we finished our work, and Teacher Xiaoyu licked the blood between her fingers, smiling, "Eat well at dinner." I sat in the cafeteria, surrounded by classmates coming and going, the chatter of dinner mingling with the campus atmosphere, bringing a sense of peace. For a moment, it felt like we were back in the past, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Holding my tray, I searched for an empty seat among the crowd, my eyes landing in a corner. Bo Yi and Tang Ji, roommates who always warmed my heart, were sitting together. I walked over without pretense, joining them. "Let's share a table," I said, setting my tray down and sitting. Tang Ji's eyes lingered on the silent boy diagonally opposite, whispering to Bo Yi, "That's the one who was peeking by the storage room door." I looked at him. He noticed my gaze and stared back, his eyes clear and innocent, without a hint of guilt. "What's your name?" Bo Yi paused, holding his drink like he was about to engage in an anticipated confrontation. "I'm called Baby," the man shamelessly replied. Bo Yi spat out his soda, directly hitting the opposite side. The man leaned back slightly to dodge, but couldn't completely avoid the surprise attack. I handed him a napkin, feeling a wave of embarrassment. "Sorry," Bo Yi pressed his lips, a helpless tone in his voice, "but that name is really hard to call out." Though he always had a distant demeanor, making him seem unapproachable, I sensed he wasn't as cold as he appeared. The man just shook his head, repeating, "I'm called Baby." I lost interest in pursuing the topic, setting down my drink with a complicated feeling. "All right, Baby, let's eat." Besides what had just happened, there seemed to be no other topics for the four of us to discuss. No one dared mention Hiwei's body at the table, so we silently ate our meal. I carefully picked the bones from a small yellow croaker, preparing to offer a piece, softly saying, "Baby, eat more." But before I could place the fish in Tangji's bowl, the plate was pushed towards me. The self-proclaimed baby man said eagerly, "Thank you." Tangji and I looked up almost simultaneously, finding him expectantly eyeing the fish hovering in midair. The situation was a bit awkward. I cleared my throat, reluctantly placing the deboned fish into Tangji's dish. He pouted, clearly unhappy, while Gu Meng beside him could only helplessly hold her forehead. "Baby?" I asked with concern, "feeling better?" Tangji smiled, about to answer, when a soft male voice interjected, "Yeah, I'm fine." Seeing the body didn't bother me. I tightened my grip on the chopsticks, suppressing my irritation as I said to the man, "I wasn't talking to you." He turned back, looking at me, utterly perplexed. "Then why did you call me?" "I was calling baby," I explained, exasperated. "Here," he responded righteously. I nearly flipped the table. What an annoying, obnoxious boy. After dinner, it was still bright outside. I walked back to the dorm with Boyi, Tangji, and Enjin. Gu Meng scratched her back, clearly eager to shower after spending the afternoon in the dusty old auditorium, quickening her pace with anticipation. Following behind with Tangji, we exchanged whispers. Boyi curiously watched the strange acting man beside us, then asked me, "Do you think he's really dumb, or just pretending?" I replied quietly, "Probably really dumb. His eyes don't lie." Boyi nodded, seemingly contemplating something. In the dorm, Gu Meng hurriedly grabbed her wash basin and toiletries, calling out before heading downstairs, "I'll wait for you in the first-floor bathroom." The man slowly gathered his clothes, not leaving the dorm until a while later. I couldn't help but wonder if something unusual might happen tonight. As I passed by the emergency exit, I was suddenly pulled inside. The wall hit my back with a dull thud, echoing loudly in the silence. I was briefly stunned, looking up to see Boyi blocking the doorway like a school bully, casually resting a long leg on the opposite stair railing, saying nonchalantly, "You're a bit too cheeky, let's talk." Though confused, I nodded reluctantly. "What's your real name?" Boyi asked again. "I don't have a name," I answered honestly, "just thought it sounded nice when you called that person baby." Whether it was the tone or the words, calling out baby seemed to elevate the relationship between us. I noticed Boyi's sincere gaze, his expression genuine, not pretending to be indifferent. I pondered briefly, thoughts swirling, so he really has no name? He nodded slightly, seeming to await my reaction. "How about I give you a new one?" I suddenly suggested, a mix of inexplicable anticipation and adventurous excitement bubbling up. I switched to persuading, "Listen to me, a man should have a name that matches his vibe. Baby is for close ones, using it as a real name might draw laughter." Hearing my advice, the man furrowed his brow slightly, seriously contemplating the issue of his name, even humbly seeking guidance. "Then what should I be called?" I thought for a moment, tentatively asking, "How about Wang Shower?" The man's face showed hesitation, pondering, "Though I don't quite understand, that might not be the right name for me." Clearing my throat, I realized I might have been a bit perfunctory, so I continued, "What about Wang Erxiao? Do you like it?" He quietly observed me, pursing his lips without responding. "How about Gooden?" I lowered my leg from the railing, adjusted my stance, and explained earnestly, "In China, there's a saying that if a name is a bit humble, you'll live longer. We're in a horror game now, and could be gone at any moment. Gooden carries my most sincere blessing." I patted his shoulder, "May you live a long life." He gave a faint smile, "Then I'll call you that too, hoping you live long, with my sincerest blessing." I refuse. I thought, perhaps this isn't as foolish as it seems. Just then, I noticed a corner of a card sticking out from his pants pocket and asked, "What's this?" I reached out and pulled a white rectangular card from his pocket, its clean surface displaying two neat black characters in the center, Enjin. As I examined the card, I looked at him and asked, "Is this your name?" He glanced at it and shook his head slightly. "It's been in my pocket, I never noticed it." "Then it must be," I said seriously, "it sounds nice. That's what I'll call you from now on." He hesitated, looking slightly uneasy. "Does it really sound nice?" I casually slipped the card into my own pocket, replying, "Really? Don't just say nothing when introducing yourself to others, it'll raise suspicion. Remember, you're called Enjin now, you have a name." As I opened the door to the emergency exit and prepared to step out, I couldn't help but add, "By the way, Enjin, when I call baby, you mustn't respond, okay?" With his new name, he finally seemed more at ease and nodded, "Thank you for helping me find my name." I slid my hand into my trouser pocket and walked out of the dorm coolly, no problem at all. In the hallway on the 6th floor, I glanced back, and Enjin hadn't followed. I pulled out the card from my pocket, flipping it over to see the word Enjin clearly written on one side, with several lines on the back. Can be machine washed, numbers indicate temperature. Suitable for hand wash. Do not bleach. Medium temperature ironing, 160 degrees Celsius. I tucked the card back into my pocket, a fleeting sense of guilt passing through. Though Engine was just the brand name of the school uniform, it seemed a bit perfunctory to use it directly, but at least the man now had a name. In the changing room, I took off my clothes and stepped into the shower, finding 2 people already inside. In the bathroom, 6 shower stalls lined up quietly, 3 on the left against the wall, 3 on the right, each with a white shower curtain. Choosing the innermost one against the wall, I slipped inside the curtain, turning the water flow to maximum. The gentle stream cascaded over me, the comforting sensation making me sigh, casually pushing my wet hair back. Bro, what should I do tonight? With He-Wei dead, I'll have a dorm to myself, won't I? The low conversation from next door caught my attention, and hearing He-Wei's name made my heart clench. Staying in the dorm all night sounds creepy, another male voice said. You were closest to He-Wei, didn't you notice anything strange? Dying on the first day is just too unlucky, the way he died. Ugh, I can't bear remembering. Wang Keilei's voice sounded helpless, almost on the verge of tears. How would I know? After the ghost incident last night, he went to bed early. Before sleeping, he just talked about how pretty that girl Mercury was, nothing much else. During the afternoon cleanup, we weren't in the same group, and by the time I got there, he was already a pile of meat. Enough, the other person sounded anxious. Bro, to be honest, if it weren't for the male teacher still being here, we'd all be suspects. I genuinely wanted to invite you to our dorm tonight, but you understand, not everyone can be careless. How about we have a meeting tonight and see who's willing to have you over? Wang Keilei lamented. Why did I end up with such an unfortunate roommate? Now that he's dead, everyone suspects me. I felt a surge of tension inside. Was tonight destined to be a harrowing escape? Was there really nothing unusual before He-Wei died? The man asked worriedly again. I grew impatient. Brother, I really don't know. We only shared a night together. My words came out ambiguously, causing Gu Meng next to me to silently face the wall, gently wiping the water from her face, clearly shocked. Just then, 2 guys entered the bathroom. Hey, someone's already enjoying this, the water pressure is strong, came the gruff voice of Zhang Guoqiang. The curtain behind Gu Meng was suddenly yanked open, startling me as I turned to meet my roommate's eager gaze. Go, Gu Meng waved me off, instinctively covering herself below. There's space on the other side, I can't fit you here. En Jin's lips curled slightly, his voice crisp like melting snow, excitedly announcing, Gu Meng, I have a name now. Not holding high expectations, I asked, what's it? If I heard another baby or sweetheart, I wouldn't be able to hold back from cursing. En Jin unceremoniously squeezed into the shower stall, grabbing my hand. Awkwardly, I shrank into the corner. Why are you getting handsy? Gu Meng, a voice suddenly called from another stall. Wang Keilei somehow climbed onto the partition, his height limiting him to standing on tiptoes, peering over with curious eyes, glancing between me and the tall man holding my hand, asking, are you mutually consenting, or is this forceful? I pushed his head down with force. Wash your own shower. Your mind is filthy, wash it too. At this moment, En Jin spread his palm, tracing with his fingertips, Gu Meng, I'm called En Jin. He seemed unsure how to describe his name, earnestly writing it out for me instead, stroke by stroke. En Jin? I stared at him, lost. In the misty haze, he lowered his head, short hair neatly trimmed, nose bridge high, dark lashes dampened by the showerhead, and eyes slightly upturned, revealing a hint of a smile when relaxed. If not for his mental quirks and odd behavior, he was actually quite charming. Is this how my name is written? Did you see it clearly? And Jean looked up, eyes filled with unease. Isn't it a nice name? Better than baby? I snapped back to reality, swallowing and glancing at the hand he held. Write it again, I didn't catch it before. Patiently, he wrote it again, noticeably slower this time. N, like gratitude. Jean, like beautiful jade. I thought to myself, the name sounded a bit feminine, but its meaning was nice. I pulled my hand back, softly saying, it's nice, congratulations on finally finding your name. And Jean smiled, turning to wet his hair under the showerhead. Don't worry, now that I have a name, it means I'm like a normal person, not a bad guy. You can feel safe with me. A warmth spread through me. Clearly, he cared about everyone's suspicion of him, and even hesitated to pair up with me. My heart ached a bit. I never doubted you, really, I said sincerely. After all, with your intelligence, you couldn't be the villain. Footsteps echoed outside again, tension gradually filling the air. Only 2 spots left, this. I heard Boye's voice drifting in. It's okay, I'll share with Candy. His response made me realize I had unknowingly been squeezed out of the shower spot by Engine. Now, the three of us were crammed into that tiny space, with no spare spots outside. I glanced at the man, feeling a bit impatient. Hurry up and shower, I need to use it after you. Brother, I'm done washing up, heading out now. Wang Keilei's carefree voice came from outside, light and unburdened. He carried his basin, pulling aside the curtain and dragging his slippers with a pat-pat sound as he left, casually greeting the man next to him. Just then, I heard a distinct squish sound, and my heart skipped a beat. Turning my head, the white shower curtain suddenly splattered with bright red, as if someone inside was throwing a basin of blood. I stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded by the sight. The frosted curtain was stained with a large patch of crimson, the blood trickling down like a small stream, slowly pooling towards my feet. It wasn't until the glaring red reached my toes that I snapped back to reality, screaming, "There's a dead body!" My scream drew all the men out of the shower stalls. Zhang Guoqiang, seeing that the deceased was his roommate, immediately panicked and cursed, "Damn it, why did this person leave too?" Su Xing disdainfully jumped away from the thin stream of blood at his feet, suggesting, "Everyone stop showering, let's call the others." My face was pale, nodding frantically, "Okay, I'll go get dressed right now." A surge of panic rose within me, wanting to leave quickly, but I slipped, falling into the pool of blood. Raising my blood-stained hand, my gaze trembled, and I let out a fragile wail. In the chaos, Gu Meng, still covered in foam, rushed back to the shower, quickly standing under the spray to rinse off. The water mixed with foam stung my eyes, making it hard to open them. In the darkness, I felt a twinge of fear, my voice trembling as I told Jean, "Wait for me, I'll be done soon, don't rush out." Next door, the body lay quietly, its cause of death unknown, sending shivers down my spine. The hot water flowed, but it did nothing to warm my heart. Facing the wall, I rubbed my hair haphazardly when I felt a gentle hand on the back of my head, the touch soothing and comforting. "Jean, is that you?" As I lifted my hair, feeling the slender hand, I couldn't help but feel grateful. "Thank you, Jean." Then, the water poured into my palm, and I heard a voice from outside, "Jean, aren't you leaving? Gu Meng is still inside, I'm waiting for him here." Jin's voice made me freeze, and as I opened my eyes, the temperature around me suddenly dropped. Though it was hot water, somehow, the steam in the stall had dissipated. I swallowed hard, my unease turning into a tremble, my voice shaky, Jean?" The curtain behind me was pulled open, and I responded quietly, "I'm here." Gu Meng turned sharply, seeing Jean, and slightly relaxed, but her eyes darted around the small shower stall. My heart tightened. "Did you see anything extra just now?" Jean shook his head. Once the men in the bathroom finished tidying up, I gathered everyone together. Pulling aside the curtain, the sight before me made my heart sink. The body still stared blankly, as if it hadn't yet registered what had happened. A diagonal blood mark slashed across the body, its edges rough, and gradually, the upper part slid off like a landslide, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, a sight too gruesome to behold. Zhang Guoqiang, considerate of the girls present, thoughtfully pulled down the shower curtain to cover the lower half of the body, giving us some space. "Another one was torn apart," I said quietly, my gaze falling on the soaked piece of paper beside the body, torn in half from the upper right corner. I pondered for a moment, piecing together the information we had. This afternoon in the auditorium, the female teacher hinted that only Junko could take us away. Until we reveal the real male teacher, everyone will be a suspect to her. This is the second victim today. I paused, continuing, "If this trend continues, someone could die every day. Unless we find the male teacher faster than Junko can kill, the longer it drags on, the worse it will be for everyone." "How do we find the male teacher?" a panicked voice questioned from the crowd, doubting the solution to this crisis. "Is it like playing werewolf? Sit and chat, then vote out the suspect?" Tang Ji calmly responded, as I listened beside him. He said, "Chatting won't solve the problem. In this game, for the male teacher to win, he must hide himself. His perfect story, from background to life experiences, will be crafted to be no different from a normal person. In such a case, you can't find flaws through conversation, but the male teacher must have some trait related to this school." He paused, then continued, "We need clues." Mercury tucked her hair behind her ear, nodding slightly. "I think Candy is right, let's start tonight. Even if we can't find clues, living together daily, if we pay attention to each other, the male teacher will eventually slip up." Xin Jingjing pulled out her flip phone, glanced at the time, and reminded, It's 8 o'clock, are we still heading out of the dorm? Will there be a curfew here?" In the discussion, I sensed everyone's hesitation. If we returned late, who knew if we'd be locked out and face some inhuman treatment? Zhang Guoqiang rubbed his palms together, suggesting, "How about starting tomorrow? It's less scary during the day." Other players nodded in agreement. I interjected, "From now on, I hope our team can maintain transparency. Any information we gather should be shared with the others. This isn't a competitive game, the only way out is through mutual cooperation. As my words fell, sparse voices of agreement echoed around, as if we all understood that only by uniting could we find a way out of the endless darkness. I noticed a woman in the corner, Yu Meng Meng, looking somewhat off. She rubbed her arms unconsciously, her eyes flickering, clearly troubled. Suddenly, she raised her hand and blurted out, "I agree." I glanced around, pondering silently. Su Xing's voice broke my thoughts. Death isn't random. The female teacher mentioned that only those who did something Junko disliked would be taken away. Did the two victims today exhibit any unusual behavior or common traits? Everyone exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Just then, I blurted out, "The letter A." My words immediately drew surprised looks. "What letter A?" someone asked in confusion. "Where is it?" another person followed up. "Here." I raised my hand, gently pointing behind the right ear, continuing, "I saw it when Iwei died too, as if it was carved with a knife." I initially thought it was a death code for the victim, but it made me realize there might be deeper meaning. Everyone leaned closer to the body, and sure enough, behind the pale earlobe, a scarlet letter A appeared. Could it represent the first day? Gu Meng's voice suggested, speculating on this hidden secret. Su Xing pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement. "It's possible. Could it be a blood type?" "Type A blood," I said lightly, Boya's voice steady in the silent air. Su Xing nodded. "That's a thought too." Tangji furrowed his brows, deep in thought. If this game is using the dead to convey clues to us, obtaining those clues might be tricky. I hope that's not the case. His words were like a cold blade, slicing a chill through the hearts of the players. Using the dead to relay clues implies that someone must die to obtain those clues. Asterisk. Before heading upstairs, I thought for a moment and decided to go to the duty room. And Jean followed closely behind me like a little tail, never leaving my side no matter where I went. Inside the duty room sat a plump dorm supervisor. I gently tapped on the glass window and asked, "Auntie, which room did Junko live in?" "Are you talking about Junko from Class 3A? The plump auntie responded with a smile, pulling out a thin booklet from the file rack beside her. Flipping through it, "I remember she stayed in the dorms last semester. Let me see where she lived. Junko was such a good girl." The auntie's fingers glided over the roster as she muttered softly while searching. "A good girl indeed," I murmured to myself, seemingly seeking some sort of psychological comfort. "Ah, found it, room 620 is right here." I watched as the auntie flipped the roster around, pointing it out to me, "On the 6th floor, room 620. "Thank you." I expressed my gratitude, then left with Jean. In the elevator, as the numbers changed above, I couldn't help but yawn, thinking to myself, hopefully tonight will be a peaceful night. Jean suddenly asked beside me, "Aren't you going to check out Junko's room?" I chuckled, hands in my pockets, teasing him, "You little brat, you're really brave, daring to visit the room of a ghost at night?" "I'm not brave enough. If you want to go ahead, I'll wait until there are more people before going." He nodded obediently. "Then I won't go either." On the 6th floor, I came to the room I stayed in last night, pushed the door open, and went inside. Turning on the light, I noticed Jean still standing at the doorway, reluctant to come in. "What's the matter?" I asked, taking off my jacket, puzzled. He glanced at the number plate on the doorframe and then chuckled, "You little brat, you're really brave, daring to visit the room of a ghost in her lifetime." I quickly put my jacket back on, filled with apprehension. Was something bad happening? "This is room 620, Junko's room," Jin's voice sounded in my ear. I panicked instantly. I pondered silently, thinking about Jin's orientation, which was clear when he first saw Boyi and Tangji, like a bird seeing the vast sky for the first time, fearless and accepting. I know who the murderer is. It's definitely the one without a name. Probably doesn't want the innocent himself to be sacrificed, just needs to forward it to others. Happy alliance. I sat on the bed, holding the small flip phone, hesitating between delete and forward. This afternoon, in the auditorium, I was the first to discover Hiwei's death. That scene still lingers, a whole body disintegrating before my eyes, leaving me uneasy, nervously biting my nails. Suddenly, the image of the half-body in the downstairs bathroom flashed in my mind, and my face turned pale, fingers trembling as I pressed forward. I thought to myself, if the male teacher isn't found soon, as more people die, someone in the group will surely initiate a vote. As long as the one voted out isn't me, I can escape. I don't want to be torn apart. I'm innocent. "You Meng Meng, what are you doing?" Behind me, my roommate Zhang Qingfan was about to go to bed, curiously peering at me. I was startled, instinctively closing the phone and tucking it under my pillow. I adjusted the hem of my shirt, walked to the desk, and said, "Nothing, just tidying up, getting ready for bed." She lay back in bed, relieved, and said lightly, "Another day over, wonder who's unlucky tomorrow, getting ripped." Hearing her light tone, I frowned slightly. "Aren't you afraid that unlucky person might be you?" "Hey, why are you cursing me?" She almost sat up, but after thinking, she laughed indifferently. "If you don't do anything wrong, you won't fear the ghost knocking. Doing things properly, it shouldn't be my turn. But there's something I'm not sure I should say." I always found it annoying when people said things like that, feeling that if it shouldn't be said, then don't. Suppressing the unease in my heart, I replied, "Say it." Zhang Qingfang turned on her side, propping her head up, speaking mysteriously. "In this game, the scariest thing might not be the ghost." I was taken aback, hurriedly turning my head. "What do you mean?" She acted mysterious, lowering her voice. "The scariest thing is the human heart. I'm not afraid of the ghost, I'm afraid of being voted out by my companions." My gaze wandered over the desk, yet my heart churned with unease. Who wouldn't be afraid? Everyone fears becoming the scapegoat. Zhang Qingfang lay back down beside me, sighing. "In the coming days, we should be cautious and avoid conflicts with other players." I remained silent, the irritation in my heart leaving me uninterested in responding to her. "Hey!" She suddenly turned gossipy. "Don't you think that nameless guy is quite odd?" My heart tightened, thinking of the message, fearing exposure, yet I couldn't resist probing her thoughts, so I feigned indifference and asked, "How is he odd? What do you think of him?" She gave me a sidelong glance, showing a peculiar smile, shaking her head. "Nothing, just thought he was oddly handsome." I was stunned, a hint of doubt flashing through my mind. The next morning, the broadcast burst to life. "The 10th set of National Middle School exercises starts now, the times are calling." First exercise, stretching. The spirited exercise music seeped through the window, rattling my skull. I fumbled for my phone, flipping it open, showing September 2nd. Another sunny, chirping day. I set down the phone, my face blank, lost in thought as I sat on the edge of the bed. Realizing I slept in the room once occupied by Junko, I spent the night tense and sleepless. Even the sound of the breeze outside sent shivers through me. Upon waking, I felt drained. Jean came in with a wash basin, wiping his face with water droplets. Noticing my dazed state, his hair slightly curled at the ends, his school uniform shirt loose, he thought to himself, "I seem a bit cute." He placed the basin on the rack, crouched down to look at me, and said slowly, "I just passed by next door." The door wasn't fully closed. I knew Bo Yi and Tang Ji, the gay couple, lived next door. I absent-mindedly replied, "Oh," indicating I was listening. Jean continued, "I saw Bo Yi putting a skirt on Tang Ji." Gu Meng. The image was truly unimaginable. Jean laughed. "Need me to help you put on pants?" I couldn't help but look down. Only then did I realize I was sitting with my pale legs apart, the CK logo on my underwear clearly visible. My face reddened instantly, legs instinctively closing, quickly pulling the blanket over my front, stammering, Thank you, no need, I can do it myself." Asterisk. In the cafeteria, Jean and I carried our trays, searching for seats. "Gu Meng, over here." Bo Yi waved at us. There were 2 empty seats across. "Didn't sleep well last night?" Tang Ji observed me, his gaze falling on my somewhat tired face, distractedly taking a bite of the egg Bo Yi offered, but halfway through, shook his head, indicating he didn't want it. I naturally popped the other half of the egg into my mouth. "Not great, living in the dorm where the ghost stayed when she was alive. I'm especially worried she'll get nostalgic and come back to lie with me at night," Gu Meng said weakly while stirring her porridge. Hearing this, my heart tightened. I knew her concerns weren't unfounded, but unfortunately, all the other rooms were already occupied by students after the semester started. As soon as she finished speaking, Jean offered a smooth, warm egg to Gu Meng's lips. She looked down helplessly, seemingly protesting in silence. But I knew this kid was starting to mimic the couple. I had no time to educate him, just wanting to lighten the mood a bit. Gu Meng opened her mouth, swallowing the egg whole, her mouth full. I opened a pack of wet wipes, wiped Tang Ji's mouth first, then cleaned my own hands, casually suggesting, "Would you consider moving in with us?" Gu Meng, however, choked on the egg, took a sip of soy milk, and mumbled, "Wouldn't it be too crowded with Jean and me sharing a bed?" She frowned, knowing that each room only had 2 beds, so 4 people would definitely have to squeeze in. "It won't be." I shook my head, the firmness in my voice reassuring. "You can sleep on the floor, there's plenty of space for both of you." "I'd rather share the bed with Junko," Gu Meng said softly. Meanwhile, Jean, imitating Bo Yi, carefully opened a wet wipe, preparing to wipe Gu Meng's mouth. I couldn't help but pause my chewing, holding the soy milk cup, staring at him speechlessly. Jean gave me a faint smile, wiped Gu Meng's mouth, then quietly cleaned his own hands. "Are you sure you two aren't a couple?" Bo Ye's gaze flickered between us, teasingly saying, Jean feeds you, wipes your mouth, takes care of you intimately. Such a good bond, very close. I put the cup down with a headache, addressing them seriously. Jean is just copying Bo Yi. You know, his mind is kind of, well, especially likes imitating new things, like a child. So, especially you, Bo Yi, can you be more serious in front of Jean? Don't do anything too intimate, I'm afraid he'll pick up bad habits. Gu Meng. Bo Yi lifted his eyelids, asking me lightly, I'm not serious? What do you mean by not picking up good habits? Learning from me is not picking up good habits? Tangji bit off a grain of rice from his fingertip, interjecting softly, yes, you old rogue. I couldn't help but grin. I turned to Tangji, expressionless, yet unable to hide the curiosity inside. Tangji returned my gaze, lightly biting his index finger, his clear eyes showing a hint of innocence, as if nothing had happened before me. I watched him silently, feeling a slight stir in my heart, then turned to Gu Meng and said, all right, rest assured, I'll guard Jin's purity and little joys. She finally nodded in satisfaction, picking up a rice dumpling from the tray, starting to unwrap it. Sweetheart, are you done eating? I asked Tangji softly, if you're done, let's head to the classroom. He nodded, ready to stand up, but was caught off guard when I suddenly turned his face towards me. TSK, how careless, I pretended to sigh, you've got rice on your lips. Where? Tangji hadn't finished speaking when my face leaned in close to his. Ignoring the astonished glances around us, I gently licked the non-existent grain of rice from his lips, unable to resist sucking on his moist, red lips. All right, let's go. The act was a bit excessive, leaving Gu Meng staring blankly across, unable to look away. I led the blushing Tangji away, patting Jean on the shoulder as we passed, winking at him in a mockingly playful way. Learned it, kiddo? Remember to apply what you've learned, adapt and evolve. Damn! Gu Meng finally reacted, her anger flaring as she shouted at my retreating back, you win. You beast. I waved at her, inwardly smug. And Jean turned his head, his gaze flickering between Gu Meng and me, licking his lips, his soft voice carrying a hint of coldness. How careless you've got. If you don't behave, I'm not dealing with you anymore, eat. Gu Meng didn't let him continue, handing him a custard bun, her tone helpless yet gentle. And Jean immediately quieted down, dispelling any inappropriate thoughts, obediently picking up his bowl, a strange warmth lingering in the air. This was a cruel yet absurd game, but we were still smiling, trying to adapt to the rules. Just before this moment, the friendship we pieced together might be the true counterattack. In the morning, all the players gathered in the classroom, the atmosphere still heavy. Teacher Xiaoyu, in her stilettos, walked in gracefully, my gaze involuntarily focused on her. The classroom fell silent instantly. Good morning, students. Did you sleep well last night? Her voice was like a gentle morning breeze, yet it didn't elicit any response. After a brief pause, she continued, unfortunately, the male teacher hasn't appeared yet, so please keep up the efforts. Now, please head to the auditorium to continue the unfinished work from yesterday. I hope in 6 days, we can give Junko a perfect farewell ceremony. Listening to her voice, I couldn't help but ponder. Mercury leaned back in her chair, chewing gum, unabashedly asking, Teacher, can we skip cleaning the auditorium? Teacher Xiaoyu maintained her smile. Now, please head to the auditorium to continue the unfinished work from yesterday. I hope in 6 days, we can give Junko a perfect farewell ceremony. Really boring. Mercury played with her hair, turning to the others and saying, you guys go ahead, I'm going to wander around the campus. Behind us, Teacher Xiaoyu repeated the task, the phrase, I hope in 6 days we can give Junko a perfect farewell ceremony like a spell. No matter how I tried to avoid it, she held us firmly in her plan. That might not be good. Xin Jingjing clutched a tissue, her voice as weak as a mosquito, as gentle as always. Won't it be bad to disobey the teacher? Mercury frowned, indifferent. Going to clean the auditorium is just a waste of time. I'm not going. I pulled Meng, whispering, then let's go first. The people around us quickly stood up, fearing to draw attention, and followed us out one by one. However, at that moment, Teacher Xiaoyu's gaze, sharp as a blade, fell on me, her smile unchanged but chilling. Mercury, why are you still here? I froze, my heart tightened, fearing being called out. Slowly turning, my voice became small, I don't want to go. Her smile grew more cunning, revealing a thin piece of paper in her hand, through which the words Mercury were clearly written in calligraphy. Everyone was stunned, no one noticing when she had taken out the paper. Though I had always been brave, my face turned as pale as paper at that moment, fear written all over it. She said softly, disobedient children must be punished. With that, she gripped the delicate paper, slowly tearing from the top. I stared in horror, feeling a sudden pain beside my neck. Just then, Xin Jingjing let out a scream, tumbling from her chair to the floor. I saw up close as Mercury's pale neck tore open a bloody gash, like a piece of silk being ripped. Everyone in the classroom, whether nervously staying inside or already outside, watched the scene intently. "Teacher, hold on." In my panic, a calm voice instinctively rose from within me. I stepped forward, supporting Mercury, whose legs were so weak she almost collapsed. Teacher Xiaoyu's actions came to a sudden halt as she turned to look at me, her face still wearing that chilling smile. "She knows she's wrong and will head to the auditorium now," I said while helping Mercury, feeling a surge of anger. "Love and education is better than violence. If you tear her, I will report you to the Ministry of Education." For a moment, Teacher Xiaoyu was stunned, and the other students were left agape, seemingly unable to believe such defiant courage. Asterisk. Walking towards the auditorium, Mercury held her neck, blood seeping through her fingers, weakly leaning against me. I felt her trembling, and inwardly vowed to protect her no matter what. I glanced at Boyu beside me, his rare blush showing. "Thank you," my voice trembled slightly. He kept his eyes fixed ahead, a slight smile on his lips. "There's a bug in this game." The people around us paused, their eyes collectively turning to Bo Yi. Tang Ji, meanwhile, picked up a few clean handkerchiefs, carefully bandaging my wound and wiping away the bloodstains. Picking up where Bo Yi left off, he calmly said, "If I were truly the hidden male teacher, and Teacher Xiaoyu tore me apart, the game would end, but power can't be in the hands of an NPC." He then entrusted me to Qin Jingjing, who was following beside us. Bo Yi casually placed his hand on Tang Ji's shoulder, continuing forward, "So, if Teacher Xiaoyu dares to tear my identity, it only proves one thing. Mercury isn't the male teacher," Tang Ji added. In a few fleeting moments, everyone was suddenly enlightened. If we can use this method to eliminate suspects, we can continuously narrow down the range. I realized their intent. Zhang Guoqiang anxiously caught up with me. "What do you mean? What method are you referring to?" I slowly explained, "By continuously breaking the rules and challenging Teacher Xiaoyu's limits. If she really dares to tear, it means that person absolutely can't be the male teacher." A thought flashed through my mind, and Zhang Guoqiang clapped his hands excitedly. "Yeah. This way we can deduce the final culprit." I shook my head slightly, though, with a faint feeling that things weren't that simple. "If it weren't for Bo Yi this time, I'd definitely be done for," Mercury said weakly, her face pale. "No one can guarantee that Teacher Xiaoyu will show mercy next time. That NPC is unpredictable, who dares to challenge her limits." Zhang Guoqiang seemed to grasp something. "This opportunistic method might work once or twice, but it's not practical." I lazily chimed in, "Right, or you could voluntarily ask Teacher Xiaoyu to tear you, to prove your innocence." "But what would proving innocence bring?" Wang Kele muttered. "Who would be that foolish?" Asterisk. In the afternoon, everyone was busy and organized in the old auditorium. Suddenly needing to use the restroom, I jumped off my chair and headed backstage, remembering there was a bathroom there. And Jean noticed my movement and paused his work, following behind me. Walking down the long, bright corridor, I inadvertently glanced at the storage room, through the slightly ajar door. My steps halted instinctively. Suddenly, I took a few steps back, my heart tightening, and pushed open the door, surprised to ask, "What are you doing?" Tang Ji was half squatting on the windowsill, with Bo Yi supporting him from behind. Hearing my voice, they turned around, exchanging an awkward smile. Tang Ji gestured for me to hush, just taking a stroll. With that, he jumped down from the windowsill, landing on the grass outside, clapping his hands as if enjoying the adventure. "Wait." I stepped into the storage room, whispering, "The female teacher told us to stay in the auditorium. Are you trying to break the rules?" Bo Yi, with a handsome grin, stepped onto the windowsill, responding, "Are you dumb? Haven't you ever skipped class?" I stood there helplessly, feeling a tug at my heart. On the way to the teaching building, I looked at the time on my phone, silently noting, at most an hour, need to be back by 5 to avoid being noticed by others and those dolls. Dolls? I paused, instantly picturing something in my mind as a man. Gumeng quickly made the connection. "You mean Teacher Xiaoyu?" Bo Yi shot him a knowing look. Gumeng's eyes lit up, nodding in silent agreement. That kind of figure certainly felt a bit inflated. At this time, the students were all in class. As I ascended the stairs towards Class 3A, the sounds of lectures from different classrooms echoed around. Reaching the 4th floor, I pushed open the door, hearing Tangji say, "Did you notice just now? The content of the lectures in different classes is the same." I thought back carefully, letting out a confused hiss. I really didn't notice. What were they talking about? Walking along a creek, forgetting the distance traveled, suddenly encountering a peach blossom forest, Tangji continued, "No matter what floor you reach, this phrase keeps repeating, sometimes recited by the teacher, sometimes by the students." I looked at him blankly, realizing my academic shortcomings this semester. What does this phrase even mean? Boyi snorted unceremoniously. Gu teacher, if you don't understand this, how can you educate students? I knew Gu Mang was a kindergarten teacher, hence the affectionate nickname Gu teacher used by other players. That day, his cheeks flushed from the teasing remark. Which kindergarten teacher needs to teach classical Chinese? Gu Mang retorted defiantly, then you tell me what it means. I lazily leaned against a desk, thinking for a moment, a confident smile forming as my long legs crossed. I remember now. I was a terrible student back then, can't recall what this phrase means. You're quite proud of that, Gu Mang responded mercilessly. It's from Tao Yuanming's Peach Blossom Spring, Tang Ji interjected, unable to hold back. It describes a fisherman's journey into the peach blossom spring. Learn something new, Gu Mang thought for a moment, cautiously asking, could it be related to the clues? Tang Ji shrugged, seemingly without an answer. You guys take a look at these photos. I pointed to a wall covered in photos with a hint of anticipation. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Curious, Gu Mang and Tang Ji approached. I squinted slightly, confirming it wasn't just me. It seems like our eyes automatically block it out, like a mosaic effect, I commented. The wall was adorned with photos of Class 3A students, each capturing moments of their radiant youth. Some were class group photos, others were moments of joy between friends. They were vibrant, their smiles blooming like flowers. But what struck me as odd was that in many of these photos, there was always one face that was blurred, shrouded in a mist. No matter how I adjusted my view, that white mist lingered stubbornly, creating an unsettling feeling. Look at that one, I pointed to a particular duo photo. The man on the left seemed to be a teacher, young as if freshly graduated, with a gentle smile beneath his black-rimmed glasses. The girl on the right, however, had her face completely obscured by mosaic. It's Junko. All the blurred faces are Junko, I said. Boyi nodded, his gaze piercing through a group photo where 16 students stood in 2 rows. Everyone's face was clear except the girl half squatting in the center, whose features were obscured. To prevent players from seeing Junko's appearance, he mused, then snapped his fingers. The mosaic isn't on the photos. If the human eye is blocked, could a camera see it? Gu Mang immediately caught on, her eyes sparkling with understanding. Let me check. She pulled out her phone. Though the game-issued phones were old, with small screens and poor resolution, they were still good enough for simple functions like Snake. I opened the camera and aimed it at the duo photo. The screen went black briefly before returning to normal. As soon as the screen lit up, my hand trembled, and I accidentally pressed the capture button, causing the flip phone to fall to the ground. Startled, I muttered a curse under my breath. Tang Ji looked over. What happened? I shielded my eyes with a hand, filled with unease. See for yourself. Boyi picked up the phone, his gaze fixing on the photo for 2 seconds before raising an eyebrow and saying, the little thing is quite unique. Tang Ji leaned in, resting on his shoulder to look at the screen. It was undoubtedly Junko. In the photo, she was grinning, her uneven teeth appearing as if corroded by acid, a yellowish black. Her long black hair was parted to reveal a pale, cracked face and eyes that were just dark voids. My heart sank, understanding the supernatural implications of this scene. Captured on a phone, it still couldn't reveal Junko's true visage. I pressed a few buttons and handed the phone back to Gu Mang, saying, forget it, let's look at something else. Gu Mang stifled her discomfort, quickly deleting the photo. But when she returned to the home screen, she cried out. Boyi had set that eerie photo as the wallpaper. The other two had already gone elsewhere in the classroom, while Tang Ji remained in front of the photo wall, lost in thought. He then removed a thumbtack from the blue plastic board and took down the duo photo. After looking down and realizing he had no pockets on the skirt, he was relieved to find Boyi's uniform jacket tied around his waist. He slipped the photo into the jacket pocket. I walked to Junko's desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down, rummaging inside the desk to find a pile of love letters and chocolates. Was she really that popular? I couldn't help but marvel, finding it hard to imagine the ghostly Junko's appearance in life. Boyi casually flipped through the textbooks on the desk, commenting, neat handwriting, clear notes, definitely a good student. There's a grade report from last semester's finals tucked in the pencil case, ranking in the top 5 of the class. I looked up, pondering, so Junko's character was a campus goddess and top student, likely adored by teachers and students alike. Why do you think that male teacher pushed her off the rooftop? At this moment, Tang Ji moved to sit in front of Junko but was interrupted by Boya's light cough. I looked at Tang Ji, frowning slightly. What's up? Half his face obscured by a textbook, he glanced at me, his gaze drifting to my pleated skirt, seemingly indicating a reminder to mind my posture. I raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain in my smile. As a man, what was there to fear? Boyi ground his teeth, slapped the textbook onto the desk heavily, then approached and sat sideways, pulling me down to sit with my back against his legs. He fussed over the jacket tied around my waist, trying to secure it more snugly. I settled in obediently, lowering my head slightly, a smile playing on my lips as I pulled out an A4 sheet and started writing on it with a ballpoint pen. Gumeng tilted her head, her eyes following the rhythm of my writing, softly reading aloud, male teacher, female student, rooftop, I looked up at Tang Ji, filled with questions. What are you thinking? Gumeng exchanged a glance with the little beauty beside her, her heart skipping a beat as she unconsciously sat up straighter, leaning back against her chair. To be honest, don't blame me for thinking this way, but it seems like the male teacher and Junko had a relationship. What normal teacher meets a female student on the rooftop? Her voice carried a hint of unease. Tang Ji rested his chin on one hand, his gaze on the photo wall, while his other hand twirled the pen, seemingly deep in thought. Do you have a theory? Boyi glanced at him, asking. Tang Ji shook his head, not responding. Just then, footsteps echoed from the doorway, startling us all. We turned to look. It was Jin, standing at the classroom door, with his usual smile. You've been gone a long time. Seeing a familiar face, Gumeng breathed a sigh of relief, quickly gesturing for him to come in. Did anyone notice you left? No, Jin shook his head, walking towards us. He glanced at the A4 paper on the desk, casually remarking, someone died in the auditorium. Boya's brows furrowed, urgently asking, when? Just now. Jin replied. 2 people, he added. 2 died? I immediately stood up. Let's go, we need to get back. Asterisk. I know who the killer is, it must be the one without a name. If you don't want to be sacrificed, pass it on to someone else. Happy Alliance. This anonymous message popped up on my screen. In the auditorium corner, I slowly lowered the duster in my hand, panic rising as I glanced around surreptitiously. Everyone was absorbed in their tasks, none noticing the phone in my hand. I frowned, inner turmoil churning. The more people died, the greater the chance of survival, but doing so would be so unfair to the innocent man. Taking a deep breath, I resolved to ignore it, pressing a few random buttons before tucking the phone back into my chest pocket. What are you doing? A sudden voice, like thunder, startled me into turning around hastily. It was my roommate. Her gaze locked onto my pocket. I saw you fiddling with your phone just now, what were you doing? She frowned slightly. I wiped the sweat from my face, nervous. Nothing. She pouted, hiding things from me? I hesitated briefly, feeling uneasy about what had just happened, then motioned for her to come closer. Have you ever received a text message? I asked. Text message? Her eyes lit up noticeably, quickly glancing around before pulling me down to crouch behind the seats. I got one. Judging by the message, if we can't decide, everyone should raise their hand to push out the nameless one, she whispered. I swallowed nervously and asked urgently, what did you choose? Did you forward it? My roommate thought for a moment, then patted my hand. You go first. I chose. Before I could finish, a sudden tightness gripped my heart, and my eyes widened in shock. She gasped, falling to the ground, and only from a distance did she notice the dark, bloody gash torn across my neck. My mouth hung open, struggling to suppress a scream, but no sound came out as a bloody slit opened from the corner of my mouth, wrapping around the back of my head to the opposite corner. I felt as if my mouth had been ripped apart, half my skull ready to tumble. In that instant, both of us collapsed, and the atmosphere in the back row of the auditorium froze. Having witnessed the bloody scenes from the past few days, our shock at the dismemberment had gradually diminished. Everyone was adapting to this twisted world at varying paces. At Tangji's reminder, I was the first to notice the bodies, crouching to examine the backs of the 2 heads on the ground. This one's A. I circled to the other side and hesitated for half a second upon seeing the scarlet letter carved there. This one's a 2. So many with type A blood? Wang Kele exclaimed, noticing the anomaly. 4 people dead, all A. The mood instantly turned heavy, the shadow of death looming over us like a suffocating shroud. In this game, the cause of death remains elusive, and the next to be chosen by death might very well be me. Xin Jingjing sniffled, trying hard to hold back her tears, and softly asked, Mercury, you were sitting at the front just now, did you see anything happen? We all turned our gaze to Mercury. Due to her injury, a white handkerchief was tied around her neck, stained an ominous red by the seeping blood. I saw her pale face shake slightly as she softly replied, I was resting at the front, didn't look back. Then I got too bored and fell asleep. Everyone nodded in understanding. Suddenly, the auditorium doors burst open, and Teacher Xiaoyu walked in from the warm sunlight, a smile on her face. Hey, the cleanup crew is here, Wang Kele whispered, shrinking back into the crowd. Teacher Xiaoyu stood before us, surveying the room with a smile, and asked, where are the other 4? For a moment, we exchanged glances, as if her reminder jolted us into realizing 4 people were missing. Bo Yi and Tang Ji are gone, Xin Jingjing softly reminded. Teacher Gu is also not here, and the nameless one. Teacher Xiaoyu's smile remained, but it carried a hint of stiffness. Where are the other 4? The air grew heavy, no one daring to respond. Report! Suddenly, chaotic footsteps from backstage shattered the stifling atmosphere. I turned my head to see Gu Meng bouncing down from the stage, out of breath, hand raised. Teacher, went to the restroom. I raised my hand, awkwardly explaining. Teacher, there were a lot of people waiting in line at the restroom, so I was late. Teacher Xiaoyu's smile grew even brighter. She turned, happily announcing to everyone, you've all worked hard today. I can see you've been putting a lot of effort into preparing the auditorium. Keep up the good work tomorrow. But when her gaze fell on the bloody remains on the floor, I saw her lick her lips, a glint of greed flashing in her eyes. As night descended, back in the dormitory, I sat at my desk, a damp cloth in hand, slowly wiping the bloodstains from my neck. My eyes inadvertently drifted to the mirror, halting my actions. After a moment, I snapped out of it, quickly averting my gaze and refocusing on the wound. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. I quickly glanced toward it, hastily flipping the mirror face down on the desk, my heart tightening. Coming. I tossed the wet cloth onto the desk and stood up to answer the door. Gu Meng stood there with a bag in hand, Njin following behind her. His expression was as indifferent as ever, as if nothing had happened. I looked at Gu Meng and asked, what's up? She lifted the bag, softly explaining. Tangji went to the infirmary, asked the old school doctor to check the blood type of yesterday's deceased, and brought you some medicine. I smiled, motioning her to come in. That's very kind of you. At the kindergarten, handling small cuts and bruises on children had made me adept. Gu Meng skillfully cleaned my wound, applied medication, and wrapped it in gauze. As we sat facing each other, she glanced up at my tall frame and softly asked, is he your little follower? Why does he follow you everywhere? While busy with the bandage, I casually explained, of course not, he's my roommate. What's his name again? Njin, I replied. She seemed contemplative, subtly remarking, don't you find him strange? His background is a mystery, aren't you afraid? I was at a loss for words, knowing it was hard to explain Njin's mental issues. I could only give a nonchalant smile. Don't overthink it, there should be basic trust between people. She pursed her lips, possibly pondering, how are you sure he's even human? While tending to Mercury's wound, I accidentally glimpsed a patch of skin on her neck. Her skin was smooth and tender, yet there were several black round marks on her pale shoulder, like scars of time. Usually, her collar was buttoned up tightly, but from this angle, the scars were glaringly obvious. What happened? I couldn't help but ask, pointing to her shoulder. Mercury paused briefly, then quickly buttoned her shirt, softly scoffing. Everyone runs into a few scumbags in their life. Facing her, only 19, I felt an odd urge to offer her a cigarette, like some kind of big sister figure. Returning to my own room, I leaned against Junko's desk, casually flipping through it, hoping to find a diary or something. The tidy desk drew my admiration. On the wall hung a 6-inch frame, containing a sheet of paper adorned with colorful scribbles. The handwriting varied. Finding it intriguing, I hopped off the desk, hands in pockets, leaning closer to the frame. It read, to the most beautiful Junko in the world, happy birthday, let's be best friends forever. This simple yet sincere wish moved me slightly. Class 2A, top of the school. I heard classmates' voices filled with well wishes, their feelings overflowing. Goddess, happy birthday, please consider me after graduation. Wishing our class leader beauty and success. These wishes warmed the heart. I guess this was a collective gift from her classmates on Junko's birthday last year. Clearly, Junko was well liked, and if it weren't for being pushed off the rooftop by that male teacher, her school life would have been dazzling. Rustle, rustle. I cocked an ear to the sound of pages turning, glancing over to see Njin sitting at another desk, quickly flipping through a thick modern Chinese dictionary. Njin, is the dictionary interesting? I teased. He didn't look up, responding blandly, yes, I'm learning a lot of words. Watching him flip at a rate of a page per second, I was skeptical, but to avoid crushing his confidence, I chose silence. Before going to bed, I imagined a kind father gently patting me as I studied under the desk lamp, softly reminding me, don't stay up too late, get some rest. In the dream, the sound of tearing paper jolted me awake, a faint, insistent noise, like an invisible hand slowly ripping a sheet, its edges frayed and raw in my mind's eye. Groggily, I opened my eyes. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a pale glow over me. I caught sight of Njin, peacefully asleep, his face serene. Everything's fine, I thought, reaching out to ruffle his hair before drifting back into slumber. The next morning, before anyone else had fully awoken, a sharp female scream pierced the dormitory's tranquility like a bolt from the blue. Doors flew open one after another. Zhang Guoqiang yawned angrily, grumbling, "Who's screaming? It's not even 8 yet." I saw Su Xing from the next room adjusting his black-rimmed glasses, asking, "Which dorm? Did something happen?" Tang Ji and I emerged as well, exchanging puzzled looks, unsure of the commotion. The scream shattered the dawn, and as I stood in the corridor, my heart felt gripped by an unseen hand. Before me, a dormitory door swung open violently, and a disheveled woman stumbled out, her face as pale as paper. "Dead, she's dead." Yu Mingming's voice trembled as if echoing from an abyss, and my heart tightened. Memories of the paper-tearing dream resurfaced, heavy and foreboding. On this third morning, the first body was discovered, Zhang Qingfeng. Her body lay quietly in bed, the sheets and blankets soaked with blood, the crimson shadow spreading even to the neighboring bed. I gently touched my forehead, feeling the cold, slick floor beneath my feet, and only then realized the nightmare I was in. Lifting the blanket, my eyes locked onto the bloodstains at the foot of the bed, leaving me frozen. Across from me, the thin bedding revealed the blood beneath, and the woman's head lay lifelessly on the ground, a sight that pierced my soul deeply. I don't know. I really don't know anything. I didn't wake up at all last night. Sitting at the desk, clutching a warm cup, I felt as if engulfed by winter, shivering uncontrollably. I desperately tried to recall, but I heard the sound of paper tearing, thought it was a dream, never imagined she actually came. We gathered in the dorm where the incident occurred, morning sunlight streaming through the window, mercilessly highlighting our heavy hearts. Outside, classmates passed by, oblivious to the room's horror, their laughter and chatter starkly contrasting the grim reality within. "That's the 5th victim already, and so quickly." I looked at Su Xing's pale face, a tightening fear in my chest. "Only 11 of us left." His voice was filled with anxiety. "At this rate, we'll all die." I crouched, studying the head on the ground, my heart cold. Mercury sighed, her gaze distant. "Aside from those coded markings, we have no clues." Beside me, Mingming's voice was a whisper, tinged with helplessness. "Let it end, make this game end. Zhang Qingfeng and I are innocent, ordinary players, the male teacher must be. Her voice trailed off, eyes suddenly locking onto a silent man at the edge of the room, her voice rising to a near shriek. "It must be him. The one without a name." We all turned to look in the direction she pointed. Under such scrutiny, Njin remained calm, unsettlingly so, his indifference as if detached from our predicament. Gumeng frowned, clearly dismissive. "Don't make baseless accusations, he has a name, Njin. Now let's go over the deceased." Her words were cut off as Meng Meng released her grip on her cup, which hit the floor with a clatter, shards scattering. She stood, eyes gleaming with fervor. "It's him. Every time someone dies, he has no reaction, he's too cold-blooded. I don't care, we vote him out today." She turned to us, pleading, desperation etched on her face. "Listen to me, it has to be him. Let's vote him out now, and we can leave this cursed place, okay? Please?" Gu Meng's face darkened, pulling in Jean behind her protectively. "That's no reason, without solid evidence, don't jump to conclusions. Who gave you the right to decide others' fate? Words can harm, and spreading rumors has consequences. If you dare touch him, I'll make sure you're next." Yu Mingming's face shifted between pale and furious, her gaze darting uncertainly over Njin. She opened her mouth to argue, but someone raised a hand in the crowd. "I agree, let's vote." My heart sank as I looked up to see Chen Liangji, usually quiet and unassuming, was the one who spoke. "Count me in too." Wang Kele shrank back, nervously raising his hand. Disbelief washed over me. "Do you realize what you're doing? According to the rules, if more than half supported it, we could request the roster from the NPC, offer it to Junko, and tear it up, ending the game and securing victory for the players. But if the game continued, it'd mean wrongly condemning an innocent player." I watched all this unfold, Boya's expression remaining impassive until a small, pale hand was raised as well, waking me from my daze. Mercury spoke crisply. "I agree." Among the 11 of us, only 4 had raised their hands. Instinctively, I squeezed in Jin's hand, feeling his warmth. Boyi leaned lazily against the doorframe, speaking softly. "What if it's not him?" Wang Kele's face flickered with guilt, but he tried to maintain his stance. "Most likely it is him, he's been acting the strangest. If not, for the greater good, someone has to be sacrificed. Haven't the first 5 already been sacrifices?" Tangji quietly regarded Wang Kele, eyes steady and calm. "If sacrifice is necessary, why don't you volunteer yourself?" Wang Kele averted his gaze, defensively. "I'm not the male teacher. Such a sacrifice would be pointless." "Njin has no reason to make a meaningless sacrifice either," I interjected coldly. "Stop wasting time." Chen Liangji pushed back his chair impatiently. If most suspect him, then let's try. It might increase the team's survival chances, and if we offer up the nameless one, maybe the game will end this morning. I couldn't help but click my tongue, struggling to suppress my anger. His name is Njin, he has a name. Zhang Guoqiang couldn't stand it anymore, spitting out, Chen Liangji, you talk about the team, but you're just looking out for yourself. In an instant, the tension escalated, the air seemed to vibrate with it. Amidst the chaotic argument, a faint voice reached my ears. I got the text too, but targeting Njin like this isn't right. I looked up at Qin Jingjing, seeing the terror in her eyes, and my heart tightened. The expressions varied, creating a vivid tableau. What text? I couldn't help but ask, standing tall, my gaze sweeping over their faces, noticing their evasive eyes, no one answering. You're ruining everything. Yu Mengmeng pushed Qin Jingjing in agitation, her words venomous. Say another word and you're next. Anger surged within me, wanting to defend her, yet unsure how to voice it. Qin Jingjing collapsed onto Zhang Qingfang's bed, and in that instant, I saw the bloodstain on the back of her skirt, chilling to the bone. The young girl was stunned for 2 seconds before tears burst from her eyes. Her cries pierced through me. Yu Mengmeng, what are you doing? Xu Weixing stepped forward, pulling Qin Jingjing up, and said coldly, don't use your mental issues as an excuse to act crazy. Yu Mengmeng was furious, and just as she was about to pounce on Xu Weixing, the sound of high heels clicking came from outside. Moments later, Xiaoyu appeared at the door of the dormitory, smiling brightly, as if nothing had happened despite the tense atmosphere in the room. Everyone seems to be up extra early today, looking quite spirited. The atmosphere in the dormitory turned icy, as if covered in frost. Everyone instinctively parted to make way, watching the woman with guarded eyes. I watched as Xiaoyu walked into the room step by step, her gaze fixed on the corpse under the bedding, a satisfied smile on her lips. Now is not the time for a tea party. Please head to the cafeteria for breakfast. The chef made delicious meat pies this morning. I exchanged glances with the others at the bloodstained sheets, suddenly feeling a pit in my stomach. However, Xiaoyu seemed unfazed, walking straight to the bed and pulling back the blanket covering the body. Zhang Guoqiang cursed in anger, quickly turning to flee the dormitory, followed by the others. Xiaoyu's voice echoed in my ears, low and eerie, Chun-Zi is with you all. In the chilling sound of sticky chewing, I heard her words. Finally, unable to resist, I looked back, drawn to the scene. Xiaoyu stood by the bed, holding a bloody piece of flesh, her cheeks smeared with horrific bloodstains. Perhaps sensing my gaze, she suddenly turned to meet my eyes. At that moment, she slowly smiled, revealing sharp, beast-like teeth, dripping with blood and meat scraps. A chill surged through me, and as I came back to my senses, I couldn't help but want to escape. She said, she will always be watching you. A cold dread crept up inside me. Just then, a warm, large hand covered my eyes, blocking my view instantly. A soft, cool male voice came from behind me, Gu Meng, don't be afraid. The morning seemed to freeze in time. Everyone was preoccupied with their own thoughts, maintaining peace only on the surface. In the auditorium, I absent-mindedly glanced at Njin, feeling a surge of disgust. I rolled my eyes, thinking this woman was utterly unreasonable. Scornfully, I nudged the bucket at my feet and told Njin, go get a new bucket of water. Without hesitation, he rolled up his sleeves, carrying the bucket to the backstage effortlessly. The bucket was somewhat heavy, but it seemed light in his hand. His slender forearm muscles were taut and defined, veins slightly bulging, exuding a sense of strength with every movement. My eyes followed his forearm to his back, where his tailored western suit outlined his physique, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, perfectly proportioned, making me admire him. It wasn't until his figure disappeared backstage that I withdrew my gaze, a hint of envy rising in my heart. After a while, a sudden uproar of argument erupted from the side of the stage. Watch where you're going, damn it. Chen Liangji's shout pierced my eardrums, and instinct told me something was wrong. I hurriedly put down what I was doing and rushed backstage. When I got there, I saw the nearly 6'3" man leaning against the corner wall, the bucket of water at his feet overturned, spilling water all over the floor. People started gathering on stage, their eyes focused on this sudden conflict. I noticed Chen Liangji standing in front of Njin. Although he was shorter, he craned his neck up at him, aggressively waving his wet sleeve. The road is so wide, and yet you still bump into me, huh? But Njin remained expressionless, unmoving, except when his eyes met mine. A fleeting look of helplessness appeared, like a small cub in need of help. You trying to kill me, you jerk? Chen Liangji's curse continued to echo. Rage flared up inside me. I strode forward, grabbing Chen Liangji by the back of his collar and flinging him aside. Just as I was about to speak, I hesitated, swallowing back the words. I turned to Njin, commanding, bend down a bit. He obediently lowered his head without question. I covered his ears with my hand and glared at the now stable Chen Liangji. My usually gentle face showed a hint of fierceness. Watch your mouth, or do you think I don't know who you're targeting, overtly and covertly? Think Jin is easy to bully? With a personality like yours, whining about a little bump, you're acting like a wimp or suffering from delusions. Try cursing again next time. Damn it! You think you can out-curse me? Immediately, the atmosphere froze, everyone around stunned. The normally mild-mannered person, once angered, indeed made others fearful. As a kindergarten teacher, is it really okay for Teacher Gu to act like this? Xin Jingjing sighed softly, then added, but it's so cool. Didn't you see he covered the kid's ears? Bo Yi chuckled, gentle to the flowers of the motherland, no need to be polite to scum. Chen Liangji's face grew redder with anger, shouting recklessly, why are you defending him so much? There must be something wrong with you too. I ignored his provocation, instead lowering my head to check in Jin's pants, which were splashed with some water. Talking to myself, I paid no more attention to Chen Liangji's anger. There's no police, no law here. The only restraint is personal conscience. If we casually decide someone's life or death just because we don't like them, how are we different from beasts? I advise those who raised their hands this morning to use their brains, follow rules, be rational. With that, I pulled in Jin, ready to leave. Zhang Guoqian picked up the bucket from the ground, his voice rough and deep. This time, I'm on Teacher Gu's side. I noticed Chen Liangji originally wanted to take the opportunity to trouble in Jin, inciting others to vote again, but instead, he got a lesson from me. Humiliated, he jumped off the stage, cursing, damn you, Gu Meng. I'll remember this. When everyone's dead, let's see who you preach to. This world was never normal, yet he wants to be a justice warrior. Bo Yi and I exchanged a glance, and Tangji asked, should we check on Jin? Bo Yi holding my hand, led us down the side stage stairs. No need to worry, Teacher Gu is there. I hopped down the stairs, silently echoing Bo Yi's certainty. Yeah? I responded softly to him. If we ever have kids, let's put them in Teacher Gu's class. Tangji's words caught me off guard. I stopped, turning to look at him, chuckling, have you been won over by Teacher Gu? Tangji bit his lip, smiling radiantly, quickly jumping onto my back, wrapping his arms tightly around my neck. He pretended to be coy, speaking in a soft voice, the main point is wanting to have kids with you. I was momentarily stunned, my expression wavering, finally unable to resist supporting his legs and whispering, if you wanna flirt, do it at night. Asterisk. I took Jin to the grassy area outside the auditorium, where it was noon, the sun warm but not scorching. I had Jin sit with his legs apart on the grass to dry his damp pants, while I lay comfortably beside him. The breeze blew gently, the scent of sun and grass filling the air. My eyes narrowed slightly, savoring the moment, unable to help but sigh at how long it had been since I enjoyed the sun like this. The pace of city life rushes by like a gale, with the sun abundant, yet no one caring about the tranquility of grass, sunshine, and breeze. I leaned against the tree trunk, hands propped behind me, looking at Gu Meng beside me. She squinted slightly in the sunlight, seemingly pondering the person who shouted at Jin. I couldn't help but ask, why did that person shout at me? The dandelions beside us swayed in the breeze as Gu Meng plucked one, twirling it in front of her eyes with a faint smile. Some people just have a lot of hostility, don't take it to heart. Gu Meng, what does you idiot mean? I asked again. She sat up, a hint of embarrassment on her face. It's not something nice. Just forget about it after you hear it, and don't say it to others. I nodded, my gaze falling again on the fluffy white dandelion in her hand. Curious, I asked, what is this? This? She raised it high, bringing it closer to me. This is a dandelion. Isn't it cute, all fluffy? I looked at the dandelion, then back at her, unable to resist saying, you're fluffy, too. Her smile grew even more radiant, seemingly unfazed by my teasing, and she eagerly said, let me show you how to play with it. First, take a deep breath. Jin earnestly took a deep breath, as if preparing for a challenge. Then, open your mouth. I watched him, feeling a bit nervous. Soon, he opened his mouth wide. And then, before I could finish, Jin suddenly awoo and took the dandelion into his mouth. The scene was somewhat awkward. Jin maintained that cute expression, his eyes slightly tilted with anticipation, waiting for my next instruction. I quickly reacted, lightly slapping the back of his head, laughing as I scolded, why so eager? Spit it out. Unexpectedly, with a little force, I pulled out the green stem, leaving the top bare and empty. Jin suddenly sneezed, then sneezed again. I couldn't help but laugh. These peculiar moments always bring a smile. The tiny, fluffy dandelion seeds drifted from my mouth, carried away by the wind, basking in the warm sunlight. I couldn't help but burst into laughter, and Gu Meng giggled, seemingly amused by me. Compared to the previous days, the old auditorium looked much cleaner. Bright light streamed through the tall windows on the north and south sides. The sunlight poured through the clean glass. The cobwebs in the corners had been swept away, and the air had lost its usual stuffiness. Even the seats in the audience had been tidied. The next task was to set up the altar, but with the day already gone, it could wait until tomorrow. I patted the dust off my pants and called Tang Ji to go to the cafeteria together. He pulled out the white shirt tucked into his skirt, letting it drape loosely over the pleated skirt, scratching his back with his hands. It's all dusty, uncomfortable. Looking at his slightly sweaty shirt, I couldn't help but feel a bit sorry and helped him scratch, a comforting smile curling my lips. Go change into a new one. In the dormitory wardrobe, new uniforms tailored for us were prepared daily. My phone in Tangji's flip phone chimed with a message notification almost simultaneously. We checked our phones as we walked toward the door. It was an anonymous message. Reading the message, Tang Ji and I gradually slowed our pace until we stopped in unison at the entrance of the old auditorium. Our eyes met, immediately understanding that we had received the same information. I closed my phone, casually slipping it into my pocket, draping an arm over Tang Ji's shoulder as we continued walking out, a hint of sarcasm in my smile. Where there are people, there's intrigue even in a game world. Asterisk. After dinner, I met Su Xing downstairs in the dormitory. He gathered us in a study room on one side of the hall. 11 people took their respective seats around the long table. Chen Liangji's face was full of displeasure, and he made no effort to hide his hostility upon seeing Gu Meng and Enjin across from him. The atmosphere in the study room immediately became tense. Had this conflict occurred a few days ago, perhaps someone would have played the mediator. But now, with 5 out of 16 people dead, the group's division was severe. Everyone was struggling to protect themselves, who had the energy to care about others' affairs. I stood at the table, feeling a bit nervous. After counting everyone present, I spoke up. Today, I slipped out for a bit, hoping to learn more about the male teacher from students in other classes. When did you sneak out, bro? I didn't notice, Wang Kele interjected, a hint of curiosity in his voice. I gestured for him not to interrupt and continued, surprisingly, the male teacher has a good reputation. He's the English teacher for Chun Zi's class. Just graduated from college, and often mingles well with the students. Oh? Shueishing flicked her long black hair, a teasing glint in her eyes. So, he's a wolf in sheep's clothing? I pondered, analyzing silently. It's not impossible. There are rumors that the male teacher and Chun Zi were quite close, in a way that exceeded a teacher-student relationship. At this point, Tang Ji pulled a photograph from my jacket pocket, placing it in the center of the table. Got this from the classroom yesterday. It's probably a photo of Chun Zi and the male teacher. Players sitting further away leaned forward, trying to get a clearer look at the picture. Am I having a heat stroke? My eyes are going hazy. Wang Kele rubbed his eyes, seemingly incredulous. Zhang Guoqian squinted, puzzled. Why can't we see the girl's face on the left? I softly explained, it's the photo. It's automatically obscured to prevent us from seeing Chun Zi's face. I quietly observed the male teacher, frowning slightly, and murmured, he looks quite kind to me, not like a bad person. Just then, Chen Liangji suddenly slapped the table, stood up excitedly, and pointed at the photo. Look at this guy. Doesn't he look like Enjin? Everyone else remained silent, thinking this guy was being too obvious. I casually leaned back in my chair, gently pressing my wrist down toward him. Sit down, your tonsils, it's not your time to flare up. Watching him sit back down awkwardly, I couldn't help but sigh. Shueishing began to speculate, maybe they were found out having an affair, leading to a dispute, and she was pushed off the rooftop. It's just a typical case of a love-related murder. Su Xing adjusted his glasses, analyzing, everything is too normal, too harmonious. There's no noteworthy conflict. From the information we have, apart from guessing the male teacher's relationship with Chun Zi, everything else is unknown. My fingers tapped lightly on the table, pondering a question I wanted to ask. There's something I want to know. I took out my flip phone, tossed it onto the table, and scanned the room with my gaze. Who has received this message? And who sent it to me? Mentioning the message, nearly everyone avoided eye contact. Some even refused to check the content on their phones. I felt a growing suspicion until Gu Meng, curious, reached over to glance at the phone. After taking a look, she furiously exclaimed, those of you who suggested voting Enjin out this morning, did you already form an alliance? Zhang Guoqian, enraged, began rummaging through his phone, cursing crudely, who is it? So uncultured. Forming cliques, such dirty tactics. Whoever started this message, stand up. Yet none of those present responded, leaving an awkward silence hanging in the air. I studied each person's expression, trying to discern any clues, and couldn't help but speak up. Let's be honest. Where's the information sharing we agreed on? The more transparent the information among civilians, the less room there is for the werewolves to hide. My words drew more attention. How about this? First, let's figure out who received the message. Xin Jingjing was the first to raise her hand, speaking softly. I received it yesterday morning. Her voice seemed somewhat faint at the moment. Although Yu Mengmeng appeared dazed, she didn't forget to give her a wary look. I received it yesterday, too, Wang Keilei followed. At this point, Xu Weixing, for once, showed a hint of embarrassment, hesitantly raising her hand. I got it on the first day, and I even forwarded it to you and Tangji that evening. Shocked, I couldn't help but think, so there are 3 people? Seeing no further reactions from others, I decided to temporarily set this matter aside and instead asked, who is the initiator? Silently speculating, I wondered what was hidden behind all this. The study room was enveloped in a thick silence. I chuckled softly, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Since someone isn't being honest, let's take out all the phones and check them one by one. Wang Keilei, looking straight forward, didn't hesitate to take out his phone and place it on the table. I still have the record in my inbox. I really received it yesterday and didn't bother with it after seeing it. Xin Jingjing followed suit, taking out her phone as well. I ignored it too, just left it in the inbox because it was anonymous, and I have no idea who sent it. Zhang Guoqiang and Su Xing also cooperatively took out their phones, the entire scene resembling a well-rehearsed play. At this point, only Chen Liangji and Yu Mengmeng remained. Yu Mengmeng casually tidied her disheveled hair, a look of disdain on her face. Is it interesting to pursue this? Why not just hurry up and vote? Chen Liangji, on the other hand, appeared unusually uneasy, one hand in his jacket pocket, as if concealing a secret. I tilted my chin toward him, asking calmly, Chen Liangji, is there a problem? Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, his face a picture of internal struggle. Finally, with a moment of decisive resolve, he stood up, slamming his phone onto the table with force. I was the one who initiated it first. He then pointed a trembling finger at N-Jin across from him. From the first day, I felt something was off about him, lurking among the crowd, always observing something. I caught him watching me several times, with those creepy eyes, as if he was staring right into my soul. I scoffed, just looking at you a few times means there's a problem? Are you some kind of precious cucumber maiden, covering yourself to avoid being seen? Chen Liangji's face turned shades of green and white, growing increasingly agitated. There's definitely something wrong with him, no normal person behaves like that. In the midst of this storm, N-Jin remained quiet, seemingly detached from the surrounding arguments, focused on drawing on a piece of paper. I rolled up my sleeves, ready to confront Chen Liangji, but the man beside me grabbed my wrist. I turned my head to see N-Jin pushing an A4 paper toward me, his face showing a hint of shyness. Do you like it? His voice was as soft as always. I looked down to see a beautifully drawn ink blue dandelion, so lifelike it seemed ready to float off the page. I paused my argument, instead praising him. It's amazing, you have real talent. N-Jin's lips curled slightly, as if he was quietly pleased. He pushed the paper toward me. It's for you. Out of habit, I tapped the bottom right corner of the paper, asking, sign your name. I watched as N-Jin obediently signed his name in the corner. Left in an awkward position, Chen Liangji sneered, is he a fool or something? I couldn't help but glare at him, you're the fool, and sent a blessing to his entire family. Enough, settle personal grudges later. Boye's voice cut through, turning to Chen Liangji. You initiated the messages, disrupting order. Could we suspect you of being the male teacher? His words sent a chill down my spine. Chen Liangji was taken aback, stammering, why? Why would you think that? I thought, this line of reasoning wasn't entirely baseless. Like Tangji calmly analyzed, he propped his chin with one hand, speaking clearly, using the fear of being voted out, forming alliances through messages to control the game's direction. By setting a target early and finding a random reason to incite everyone to vote out an innocent person, combined with Chun Zi's killing speed, it indeed increases the chance of winning. Wang Keilei jumped up, his tone agitated, damn. Are you really the male teacher? Yu Mengmeng, sensing a hint of suspicion, shifted uneasily away from Chen Liangji, muttering nervously, is it you, is it you? I couldn't help but wonder if I should have noticed something amiss earlier. Su Xing adjusted his glasses, speaking softly, too much bloodlust, clearly determined to get rid of N-Jin. It seemed the game was becoming increasingly perilous. I leaned forward slightly, locking eyes with Chen Liangji, pondering silently, but it's all speculation, you can defend yourself. Chen Liangji's face turned ashen, as if drained of blood. He glanced around at those who had once fought alongside him, now looking at him with fear and suspicion. A wave of panic washed over him, and he began to explain incoherently, when I sent the messages. It wasn't entirely. Before he could finish, a thin red line split across his forehead, blood streaming down his temple to his neck. The red line, though thin, was strikingly clear to me. I saw Qin Jingjing raise her hand to cover her mouth, alarmed. I reached out to hold Tang Ji, preparing to stand, silently praying, Chen Liangji. But he remained with his head down, muttering, "It wasn't all my idea at first, we were all in the auditorium, I was with Sure." Suddenly, Chen Liangji's eyes widened in terror. I vaguely heard a soft tearing sound, as if an invisible hand was peeling the skin from his face. In an instant, a blood-red visage revealing bone and trembling muscle was laid bare. He was still alive, but silent from the agony. His mouth hung open, teeth white like numb ivory, eyes bulging in horror. Several women screamed, recoiling, chairs clattering, while others stood frozen, faces turning pale. Nearby, a drop of blood splattered onto Jin's drawing paper, staining the once pure white sheet. He frowned, raising a hand to wipe away the offending drop. Another ripping sound echoed, more vicious than before. Before us, Chen Liangji's skin, like a shedding membrane, fell away. The blood-soaked, flesh-separated body paused midair for 3 seconds, then collapsed heavily onto the conference table. I clutched the drawing paper, leaning back, my gaze involuntarily drifting to the fallen bloody figure, secretly relieved it hadn't been stained. In the quiet corner of the study room, 2 pieces of paper fluttered down, slicing through the silence, gliding as if alive. Both bore the name Chen Liangji, one thin as a cicada's wing, the other coarse, a result of the same sheet being torn, a silent echo of his skin's rupture and death. In this world, life was as fragile as that thin paper, survival subject to Chunzi's whims. I steadied myself against the wall, rising slowly, facing Jin, whose expression remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Pointing at him, my voice trembled, "Why didn't you react? Chen Liangji died right in front of you, you cold-blooded monster, it must be you who killed him." The words burst out, my emotions spiraling out of control, choking in my throat. All eyes turned to Jin, his overly indifferent demeanor unsettling, as if everything was within his expectations. He showed no reaction to Chen Liangji's death, like a merciless statue, stirring an inexplicable fear within me. I took a deep breath, he blinked, standing up slowly, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally resting on me. "I'm heading upstairs. Are you coming?" My heart was conflicted, and after a moment's hesitation, I nodded, deciding to talk to him alone. As we left the study room, Yu Mingming's desperate shout echoed behind us, "Hurry up and vote. It's so obvious, why won't you push him out?" She raised a hand, her panic almost evoking my sympathy. "I'm voting for Jin, who else is with me? There are only 10 of us left, we just need 4 more to agree." Zhang Guoqiang hesitated, his eyes conflicted, before clenching his fist and heading towards the door. "Let me think about it some more." Meanwhile, Tang Ji and I paid no mind to her cries, silently leaving, a tumult of emotions churning within me. Before exiting, I glanced back at the corpse slumped over the table, bloodied, trying to discern the letters behind the ear. It should be an A, I thought, squinting for a closer look. Then, I gently tugged Boya's sleeve beside me, whispering, "B has appeared." The room fell into sudden silence, Qin Jingjing nervously smoothing her skirt and swallowing hard, leaning against the wall. "Then, I'll head out too." At that moment, Su Xing closed the door, his voice devoid of emotion. "Jingjing, stay a while." I held my breath, scanning the remaining faces in the room, silently counting, exactly 5. I sat back down, lowering my head, fiddling with my nails, a certain indescribable beauty in my profile. Asterisk. In the dormitory, I pulled out a chair, sitting across from the bed, gesturing for Jin to sit on the bed's edge, a mix of anxiety and anticipation for the future swirling within me. Once Jin sat, he handed me the drawing. I signed it. I took the drawing, scrutinizing it, unable to resist asking, "Mind if I fold it?" He shook his head, his handsome face almost obediently still. I folded it, then folded it again, tucking it into my uniform jacket pocket, before looking at him seriously. "Do you dislike Chen Liangji?" He shook his head without hesitation, his eyes still reflecting innocence. I hesitated slightly, a question brewing in my mind. "When he died, did you feel nothing at all?" Jin pondered for a moment, then calmly replied, "The blood stained the drawing, that's a bit annoying." "Does that count as a feeling?" A heaviness settled in my chest, suddenly realizing his reaction seemed abnormal, possibly antisocial. I gripped the fabric of my pants tightly, wavering, finally asking, "Jin, before entering this game, do you really remember nothing at all?" His voice was as calm as a night lake, answering me, "You're suspecting me, just like them." By them, he meant the other players. I, Gu Mang, feeling a pang of guilt, licked my dry lips, unable to meet Jin's gaze. I was just asking. I tried to explain, but words failed me. Gu Mang. Jin leaned forward, his deep eyes fixed on me, our noses almost touching. He whispered, if the victim were you, I would react. I was momentarily stunned, staring into his black eyes, momentarily forgetting to look away. What reaction? I don't know, he admitted. Watching others die, I feel nothing. But imagining it was you, my eyes feel like they might tear up. On the fourth day, the remaining 10 players headed to the auditorium as usual. My thoughts were chaotic, I hadn't slept all night. My spirit was fragile, like dry tinder, my temper ready to ignite at any moment. The others, seeing my state, shook their heads, leaving me to sit in the corner, ignoring me. Following teacher Xiaoyu's instructions, a few boys brought out a long mahogany table from the storage room, placing it center stage. As I wiped away the thick layer of dust on the table, ready to toss the dust-laden cloth into the nearby plastic basin, I caught sight of a vague, blood-stained figure in the water. Her face was obscured by long black hair, her uniform stained with grime and blood, slowly moving from right to left. Startled, I let go, the cloth falling into the basin and disrupting the eerie reflection with ripples. I raised my head in shock, my heart pounding with fear. Hearing movement behind me, I turned to see Qin Jingjing and Xu Weixing by the curtain, both looking at me. Teacher Gu, what's wrong? Their voices carried concern. I glanced at the water's surface, now devoid of any anomaly, then asked, did you just feel something pass by? Qin Jingjing looked around, seeming slightly sensitive, moving closer to Xu Weixing, asking me, what do you mean by something? I've been here the whole time, didn't feel anything weird. Xu Weixing patted Qin Jingjing's hand, then looked at me. Teacher Gu, don't be so jumpy, you'll scare the girls. I just came from backstage, didn't see anything strange. I offered a wry smile, I've been a bit tense lately, probably just my imagination. But the unease in my heart lingered. After a full day of work, the auditorium was finally set up. Teacher Xiaoyu inspected everything, a satisfied expression on her face. As night fell and the clock struck 8, most people were restless in their dorms. Based on the past few days, 2 deaths a day had become the norm, but today seemed unexpectedly calm, like the quiet before a storm, pressing heavily on everyone's spirits. On the 6th floor corridor, I ran into Tang Ji. After exchanging greetings, a thought struck me. I hurriedly stopped and asked, Candy, what do you think about Chen Liangji being marked as B? Tang Ji was about to enter the dormitory but paused at my words, countering with, Su Xing, did you receive that message about Njin? I adjusted my glasses, maintaining a neutral expression. No. What I'm about to say is just a guess, no evidence, so take it as a reference. Tang Ji leaned against the wall, speaking slowly. His light eyes carried a hint of detachment. Bo Yi and I discussed that everyone started in the auditorium on the first day, following a unified pace, not breaking any rules, yet some encountered misfortune while we've survived. Perhaps it's not yet time, or we're temporarily safe. Chen Liangji spent the most time with us among the 6 deceased. Do you see how he differs from us? I frowned, a vague confusion settling in. Are you referring to the messages? Tang Ji nodded, his gaze growing more determined. He secretly tried to rally other players, which counts as cheating, breaking the rules. That's how we're different from him. A blankness washed over me, stammering, then. What about the other deceased? They likely relate to the messages too. Tang Ji shrugged, his tone composed. You said it's just speculation, right? I confirmed, still filled with doubt. Just speculation, he answered candidly, it's at most out-of-game information. Since B has appeared, the marks behind each deceased seer should be key clues. We have only 3 days left, hopefully solving this by Sunday. I nodded numbly, hopefully. At 10 that night, before resting, Zhang Guoqiang knocked on our doors one by one, ensuring we were still alive. Before parting, I whispered to Gu Meng, take care, get some rest, closing the door as the sound of knocking from another room in the corridor reached my ears. Shortly after, Yu Mingming's neurotic curses drifted faintly to me. What do you mean by that? Checking if I'm dead before bed, are you hoping I'll die? Will you rest easy once I'm gone? Yu Mingming's voice pierced through the hallway, filled with indignation. I couldn't help but feel a moment of sympathy for Zhang Guoqiang, shaking my head. Yu Mingming was truly losing it, I thought, deciding to ignore the commotion outside. Ever since the first night when we encountered Chun Zi, I've been sharing a bed with Njin, too scared to sleep alone. I lay down first, leaning on one side of the bed, watching him at the desk. I'm going to sleep now. If anything strange happens tonight, wake me up, I said. So far, we had been safe, though I hoped nothing would occur. It felt like we were defying Chun Zi's pattern by not completing the mission each day. At that moment, Jean closed his thick modern Chinese dictionary, placing it gently on the corner of the desk. I teased him, "Finished reading, scholar?" "Yes," he nodded, standing up to come to bed. "All 65,000 entries are memorized." I was speechless, but couldn't help finding it amusing. Jean had a unique quality, his playful seriousness made me almost believe him. Jean turned off the light and climbed into bed in the dark, whispering, "But I can't use them all fluently yet." Lying there, I smiled, "As long as you're happy. If boasting could bring him joy, then it was worth it." Asterisk. In the middle of the night, I was suddenly shaken awake. "Gumeng, something's happened." Jin's voice was as light as a breeze, yet it jolted me awake, my body tensing. "What happened?" I frowned, rubbing my eyes, trying to see his expression in the moonlight from the window. He was staring at the wall, his voice calm and steady. "There's something in the wall." A cold sweat trickled down my back. I forced myself to steady my nerves, listening intently in the stillness of the night. Sure enough, there was a faint creak, as if something was lightly scratching at the wall, occasionally with rhythmic thuds, like bones intertwining. A shiver ran through me. I quickly gathered my legs, sitting cross-legged on the bed, motioning for Jean to come closer to the wall. We sat facing each other, our eyes meeting, slowly leaning in to listen to the eerie noise. Creak creak, creak creak. The sound grew clearer, echoing as if right beside my ear. Jean reminded me, "Next door is Boya's dorm." My palms began to sweat, anxiety and worry intertwining within me. The noise wasn't coming from our room, but from Boyi and Tangji's dorm. A sense of foreboding rose within me. Though we'd only been together for a few days, in this terrifying environment, emotions seemed particularly heightened. If Boyi and Tangji were in danger, I felt I couldn't bear it. After all, we were comrades facing adversity together. "Jean," I whispered, "should we go check?" Jean nodded, about to get out of bed when Tangji's voice suddenly came from the other side of the wall. "Honey, it's too deep." I fell silent, my gaze wandering over the wall. Jean, however, seemed filled with curiosity, pressing his ear against the wall, frowning, bewildered. "Is that Candy calling?" I silently cursed, feeling my cheeks heat up. His voice echoed in my ears, and I waved my hand, straightening the covers, saying helplessly, "Go to sleep." Yet Jean seemed unwilling to let this go, eagerly continuing to listen, asking beside me, "Why did Boyi tell him to lower his voice?" I turned over, facing away from the wall, unwilling to say more. He persisted, "Candy said it's too fast." "What's too fast?" Embarrassment washed over me, the world seeming to pause at that moment. I just wanted to immerse myself in the quiet of the night. I took a deep breath, pulling the covers over my head like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. They changed positions. Would kneeling really be more comfortable? I wondered. Suddenly, I sat up, lightly knocking on Jin's head, softly scolding, "How would I know if it's comfortable or not? Why so many questions at night? You'll understand when you have a wife. Now, sleep." Seeing his disgruntled expression, I couldn't help but smile. Jean rubbed the spot where I tapped him, obediently turning to lie back on the other side. The room swiftly returned to silence, only the faint noises from next door slightly disturbing the peace. After a while, Jean called softly, "Gumeng." I grumbled, a note of impatience in my tone. "Why does Boyi call Candy a little slut?" Jean asked. That term in the dictionary was derogatory, specifically for disreputable women. "Just forget whatever you hear," I mumbled, wanting to preserve the momentary tranquility. Jean looked dissatisfied. "I really don't understand." I sighed deeply, pulling the covers up a bit more. I couldn't bring myself to explain the nuances of dirty talk to him, so I attempted to mislead him, because, Boyi finds Candy cute. He seemed to realize something, surprise flickering in his eyes, "so it can be used like that." Adjusting his posture, preparing to sleep, he chuckled, "Gumeng, you're quite the little slut." I opened my eyes, swallowing my pride to respond. Thanks for the compliment. The 10th National Student Radio Calisthenics begins now, the era calls. First exercise, stretching. With the sound echoing, I started the familiar morning routine, though my heart remained unsettled. Stepping to the rhythm of the broadcast outside, I entered the dormitory's washroom, still groggy but unexpectedly encountering the refreshed couple next door. Instantly, I felt a surge of energy. Boyi held a towel, carefully wiping Tangji's water-beaded chin. He glanced sideways, greeting casually, "Morning, Teacher Gu." Hearing the title, embarrassment rushed to my face. I hurriedly sidestepped them, forcing a smile onto my lips. "Morning, everyone." Boyi finished washing Tangji's face, his gaze settling on Tangji's dewy cheeks, the slight flush from the towel's friction adding a youthful innocence. I couldn't help myself, gently pinching his cheek. Boyi deftly picked up some baby cream, using his fingertips to apply it, casually asking me, last night. My heart skipped a beat, quickly cutting him off. I heard nothing last night. I didn't want the conversation to become awkward, especially not with questions like, did we disturb you last night? I accidentally choked on a mouthful of toothpaste foam, hastily adding, I sleep deeply, not even thunder can wake me. Last night was great, super restful, super peaceful. Boyi raised an eyebrow, seemingly finding my excitement odd, asking with a slightly puzzled tone, Teacher Gu, why so excited? I was just going to ask if anyone was harmed last night. Oh. I realized I might have overthought it. I took a sip of tap water, quelling my inner panic. I just got up, not sure yet, I'll knock on doors to check soon. As Boyi and Tangji left the washroom, Tangji glanced back suspiciously, and for a moment, I wondered what secrets this morning held. I stole a glance at their backs, only to be caught and quickly turned my head to face the mirror, my cheeks warming with embarrassment, making the atmosphere incredibly awkward. Behind me, Tangji bit his lip, quickly catching up and silently holding my hand. His dignified little face mirrored my tension. Unexpectedly, the fourth night had been quiet, with no players meeting an unfortunate end. This peaceful night suppressed the voices of doubt within me, and I dared not speak them aloud, fearing that my words might unnecessarily sow suspicion among others. Today, we didn't need to clean the auditorium, and the remaining 10 players formed teams for free activities. Watching Yu Meng, I felt a growing concern, noticing how close she seemed to a breakdown. When Qin Jingjing visited her in the dorm, she sat silently on the bed, her hair in disarray, seemingly lost in endless emptiness, wrapped in a blanket as if chilled to the bone. Yu Meng, Xu Weixing, and I are going to check out the school building. Do you want to join us? Qin Jingjing asked softly from the doorway. Yu Meng stared blankly at the white wall, unmoving. Qin Jingjing sighed slightly, as if understanding something, and said gently, everyone's gone out. If anything urgent comes up, contact me by phone. I'm leaving now. No one can leave. Suddenly, Yu Meng's voice rang in my ear, and my gaze instinctively turned to Qin Jingjing by the door. Her expression seemed consumed by fear and madness, a twisted smile creeping onto her lips. You're all going to die. Qin Jingjing shuddered, a flash of panic in her eyes before she turned and fled. Asterisk. And Jean and I circled the school building, sneaking into the English department's office during class intervals, hoping to find clues about the male teacher. The desks had been rummaged through, tests and lesson plans scattered across the floor, seemingly left in disarray since Su Xing came by the day before. Sitting in a chair, I surveyed the room and said to Njin, go through the papers and see if there's anything related to Chunzi. Njin nodded, moving the pile of papers aside to start searching. I began checking the male teacher's drawers. The first drawer contained English dictation books that caught my attention. I pulled out the stack, casually flipping through some students' exercises, noting the impressive grades of Class 3 as students, with the teacher frequently writing excellent at the end. My fingers paused on Chunzi's dictation book, pulling it out, and I read through it page by page. The handwriting was neat, with no corrections, and the spelling was almost perfect. It was the English exercise book of a diligent student, simple yet flawless, hard to ignore. I closed the book, gently placing it back on top of the stack, and prepared to straighten the pile before putting it back in the drawer. Just then, a corner of a piece of paper slipped out from beneath Chunzi's exercise book. Frowning, I pulled out the note. It was an ordinary piece of paper, with sky blue lines and ink slightly blurred on the cheap paper. The note contained a single sentence. Njin, come and take a look, I called him, my eyes fixed on the note. Njin turned, putting down the papers, and approached me, his gaze falling on the small note. Written with a blue ink pen, it read, Teacher, I can't hold on much longer. After searching the male teacher's office, we headed towards Class 3A's classroom. Before we got close, a man's voice drifted out, at this stage. I think it's necessary to try. I stopped, gesturing for Njin behind me to halt as well, indicating the classroom with my lips, don't make a sound. I stealthily approached the classroom, pressing against the wall beside the door, quickly glancing inside. In the center, 5 people stood or leaned in a circle around Chunzi's seat, with Su Xing facing the blackboard, focused. A man adjusted his glasses, picking up the conversation, frowning. Last night, Candy told me that the deceased players might be related to that text message. Of those who forwarded it, only Yu Meng and Xu Weixing are left among the survivors, and today is already the 5th day. If Candy's guess is correct, then... He glanced at Xu Weixing, sighing. Chunzi's target might be Yu Meng and Xu Weixing. At this moment, I stood by the door, pondering. Candy's guess seemed to offer us a new perspective. Contacting other players secretly through mobile phones, such unconventional means, would surely anger the NPCs in the game. Shueishing flipped her long hair over her shoulder, looking somewhat irritable. Honestly, did anyone else forward that message? I didn't even receive a text, Zhang Guoqian replied. Wang Keilei and Qin Jingjing chimed in, I received it but ignored it. Su Xing remained silent. Shueishing raised an eyebrow at him, what about you? Su Xing adjusted his glasses, replying coolly, didn't receive it. Shueishing lowered her head, her brows furrowed, appearing impatient, but I noticed her hand trembling slightly. I shook my head, turning to the others and suggesting, Shueishing isn't the male teacher, Yu Mengmeng and I agreed on this long ago. Unless she's pretending to be insane, which doesn't seem likely. So if we still can't identify the male teacher today, our team might sacrifice 2 civilians, increasing the chances of the male teacher winning. Are you willing to try before Chun-Zi acts? The classroom fell silent. Everyone knew what trying entailed. I glanced at N-Jin, noticing he was folding Chun-Zi's practice book's paper into an origami crane. As I watched him, he smiled slightly, taking my hand and gently placing the crane in my palm, mouthing, for you. My heart heavy, I nodded, acknowledging the gesture, my mind elsewhere as I examined the delicate paper crane. Wang Keilei's voice was low, his shoulders hunched. It was on the 3rd day, the day Yu Mengming's roommate died, that I agreed to vote for that person. If everyone had agreed sooner, maybe the game would have ended, and Shen Liangji wouldn't have died in vain. Qin Jingjing still hesitated, torn, but there's no evidence proving N-Jin is the male teacher. What if the male teacher is hiding elsewhere? She glanced around meaningfully. Zhang Guoqian erupted, slamming the table, I'm definitely innocent, it's impossible. I noticed Qin Jingjing instinctively shrinking to Shueishing's side, whispering, I just feel everyone has an equal chance, no need to target N-Jin. The tense atmosphere hinted at an impending silent struggle. Leaning against the table, I sighed seriously, thinking, Jingjing, this is a deadlock. If we don't act, we'll just watch our teammates die one by one. Qin Jingjing cried softly, her voice trembling, don't force me, I can't do this. If N-Jin is innocent, sacrificing him to Chun-Zi, tearing him apart, is too cruel. Nagging, nagging. Women, always nagging. Zhang Guoqian awkwardly interrupted, waving his hand, trying to appear casual, count me in, N-Jin's behavior is indeed unusual. Outside, I placed the origami crane in my pocket, exhaling deeply, feeling a profound disdain for this world. N-Jin stood quietly beside me, his expression indifferent, as if none of this concerned him. Qin Jingjing continued to sob quietly, and Wang Keilei cast her an annoyed glance, Jingjing, you're the least cooperative in this team, always dragging us down. He looked around and then said, now we have 4 people in agreement. I'll go back to find you Meng, and then we can all go see Xiaoyu together. Shueishing nodded, her face expressionless, then hurry up. I breathed a sigh of relief as Wang Keilei jogged towards the classroom door, only to stop suddenly at the threshold. Gu. Teacher Gu. Seeing the 2 people standing at the door startled me, and I turned to see N-Jin there too, averting my gaze in guilt, softly saying, I'm heading back to the dorm. Wang Keilei, I called out to him, my eyes filled with helplessness. He hadn't yet reached the staircase before turning around, looking displeased. I told him, think it through, if you're planning to conspire to murder a player, this could spiral out of control. The next one to be ousted could very well be you. My calm and steady tone seemed to make him waver, and he stubbornly replied, maybe no one will appear next. Wang Keilei ignored us and turned away, heading downstairs. The commotion at the door had already caught the attention of those inside the classroom, but no one wanted to step out. I turned my face towards the classroom, and my gaze unexpectedly met Su Xing's. He adjusted his glasses and looked away coolly. Shueishing kept her head down, hands behind her back, legs crossed, pouting slightly. I took a deep breath, looking up at the blue sky outside the school building, and said to N-Jin beside me, let's go, check somewhere else. However, N-Jin held my hand, shaking his head, it's no use, it's too late. My eyes brimmed with frustration, heart full of anxiety, even if they get the roster, we still have time before it's handed to Chun-Zi. We must find the male teacher before then. I gripped N-Jin's hand tightly, pulling it forcefully, anger and sadness intertwining, caring little for appearances, value your own life, damn it, don't just give up. Beneath lowered lashes, his gentle face broke into a slight smile, warming my heart. This man was truly handsome, always exuding a scent of being sun-kissed, warm and fresh. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the stairs. Boye's tall figure bounded up the steps to the 4th floor. He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over us, teasing, N-Jin, did you make Teacher Gu cry? I was about to explain when Boye bypassed us, propping himself against the doorframe, announcing loudly to the classmates inside, Wang Keilei is dead, downstairs. Instantly, everyone's expressions froze, a few seconds of silence making the air feel as though it had solidified. After circling the campus with Tang Ji, we finally headed towards the school building. As we reached the second floor, I looked up to see Wang Kele bounding down the stairs with an excited expression, a strange premonition rising in my heart. Kele, where are you going? I asked casually. Wang Kele's eyes darted, seemingly deciding not to reveal anything. As he passed us, he gave a perfunctory reply, looking for someone. Seeing he didn't want to talk, I didn't press further and continued upstairs with Tang Ji. We hadn't gone far when a sudden scream pierced the silence, followed by the sound of something heavy tumbling. I turned my head and saw those feet standing on the stairs. Tang Ji clung tightly to my shoulder, burying his face in my back in shock, only his clear eyes peeking out to watch below. There were severed feet, cleanly cut at the ankles, the bloody flesh and stark white bone at the cross-section glaringly conspicuous on the steps, now left in such a state. I leaned over to look down, seeing Wang Kele lying in the corridor, blood trickling from his mouth and nose, his body twitching slightly. Seeing he hadn't yet passed, I was ready to go help when Wang Kele suddenly widened his eyes, stopped twitching, and moments later, his head limply tilted to the right. Dead. I patted Tang Ji's head behind me, sighing. I gazed once more at the corpse, noticing a fresh red mark behind his left ear, a letter faintly glimmering. A new mark, oh, Boyi said softly, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Above the campus, the sun slowly moved to its zenith, shining down on the students in class. Within the school building, the sound of reading rose and fell, as if life continued as usual. Yuan Qixing, forgetting the distance traveled, suddenly encountering a peach blossom forest, the verse slipped from Shuixing and Su Xing's lips, scattering across the campus like air. My gaze fell on a footless corpse, yet their faces remained unperturbed, as if this were an inconsequential past. Facing this seventh victim, I had grown accustomed. In the cafeteria, the players' factions were becoming increasingly evident, an undercurrent flowing beneath the leisurely dining atmosphere. The conversations in the classroom unveiled everyone's true intentions, the calm facade barely sustained. At this moment, two voices pervaded among the players, one insisted on ousting N-Jean, while the other insisted on relying on clues to find the male teacher. The two factions inevitably harbored resentment, as if different paths could not lead to the same goals. I watched as Zhang Guoqiang, Shuixing, and Su Xing sat at one table, and Qin Jingjing, holding her tray, instinctively tried to sit by Shuixing, only to be deterred by the cold looks from the other two men. After a moment's hesitation, she turned and headed towards Gu Meng's group. Shuixing, with a resigned flick of her chopsticks at the shredded potatoes, pursed her lips, then said to Zhang Guoqiang and me, "Old man, can't you be a bit friendlier?" Jingjing got scared off. Zhang Guoqiang shoveled a few mouthfuls of rice, silent, while I had no appetite, my hands clasped on the table, muttering to myself, "Too strange, died too strangely, out for less than a minute and too coincidental, feels like someone is watching us." "It's not someone, it's Chunzi," Shuixing interjected, pausing her chopsticks, then turning to Zhang Guoqiang, "Do you think Wang Kele's death is similar to Chen Liangji's?" "How is it similar?" One was skinned, the other had both feet ripped off and fell to his death. Zhang Guoqiang gave Shuixing a sideways glance, interjecting with a sour mood, "If you want to say similar, they both died ugly." Shuixing shook her head, flicking her hair back, reminding, "The timing is similar." I looked at her, the glare from my glasses briefly flashing, a sense of confusion rising within. "Explain further." Shuixing leisurely wiped her mouth with a napkin, leaning back to analyze. "Remember when Chen Liangji was dead set on rallying everyone to vote for N-Jean? At the time, I was confessing about the text message, unaware that as I spoke, Wang Kele beside me would die. However, more concerning was Chen Liangji's proposal, as if from the start, he intended to oust N-Jean first. Then on our way to find Yu Meng, Wang Kele met a similar fate. Now, only Yu Meng remains on our side. I paused deliberately, continuing, "For against 5, we can't demand the roster from Xiaoyu. I have a feeling, Chunzi might be protecting N-Jean." Zhang Guoqiang and Su Xing exchanged looks, recalling carefully, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, without Wang Kele, the four of us could no longer push to oust N-Jean. Why would Chunzi want to protect N-Jean? Zhang Guoqiang finally voiced his confusion. Su Xing's brows furrowed, his expression serious. "That's not protection. Since the game allows for trial and error, it means Chunzi wouldn't protect a civilian for no reason. Think about it, if N-Jean is the male teacher, as long as he's alive, the game can end, allowing Chunzi to continue killing. This game has become like this." I felt a wave of frustration and couldn't help but say, "That ghost definitely doesn't want the game to end quickly, she just wants to toy with us." Shuixing nodded in agreement and asked, "Since Wang Kele didn't forward the message and still ended up dead, does that mean the conditions for death aren't related to the messages?" Su Xing's face showed a slight relief. "For now, we can assume that. If contacting other players through phones to form alliances is considered a violation, then only Chen Liangji should be punished, as he was the instigator and rule-breaker. The others did nothing wrong. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Guoqiang finished his last bite of food and leaned in, speaking in a low voice. What's next? Now that we've identified Njin as the male teacher, the next issue is a race between us and Chun Zi to vote Njin out and end the game as soon as possible. If only everyone could be more united, Su Xing lamented, turning his head towards the group not far away, his glasses reflecting a cold glint. The next step is to convince the others. If we can sway just one from their group of 5, we can win. I heard Xu Weixing ask, so what do the letters A, B, O mean? Zhang Guoqiang quickly waved his hand, seemingly dismissing it as unimportant. Not far away, Xin Jingjing looked around at the handsome guys, softly asking, what do the letters A, B, O mean? I took a sip of soup and honestly shook my head. I'm not good at English, haven't even memorized all 24 letters, so I'm not qualified to speak. Bo Yi chuckled lightly, a bit of soup at the corner of his mouth. After wiping it with a napkin, he elegantly picked up his drink, saying casually, there are 26 letters in the English alphabet. Xin Jingjing couldn't help but burst out laughing. My actions froze instantly, Bo Yi's comment making me blush immediately, and I quickly grabbed a napkin from the table, tossing it at him. So what if you can count? Think you're so impressive, huh? Bo Yi laughed softly, dodging, while I noticed Tang Ji leaning on a chopstick, his brows slightly furrowed, moving it around the tray. Sweetheart, what's wrong? Not to your taste? I put down my drink, concerned. I slowly shook my head, the end of the chopstick tracing the letters A, B, and O on the table, unable to shake the feeling. I can't figure it out, I said helplessly. Don't think if you can't figure it out. Bo Yi took my tray, pulled out a clean spoon, scooped some food, and brought it to my mouth, doting, be good, eat first. I opened my mouth, chewing mechanically, the chopstick in my hand still wandering on the table. My brows remained furrowed as Bo Yi patiently fed me, spoonful by spoonful. Across from us, Xin Jingjing watched quietly, her cheeks blushing, and she nudged Gu Meng beside her, whispering, they're really close. Thinking of the creaking sounds from last night, I felt a bit awkward, lowering my head to eat, wanting no part in discussions about couples. Suddenly, Njin, who had been silent, interjected, Bo Yi not only feeds candy but also washes his face and dresses him. Xin Jingjing's expression turned dreamy, sighing, wow, so spoiled. Bo Yi chuckled softly, about to say of course you have to spoil your own spouse, when Njin beat him to it, continuing his gossip, and at night, Bo Yi was worried about Candy being tired, so he made him kneel, saying it was easier that way. My hand trembled, and the chopsticks fell under the table. Taking the opportunity to continue teasing, Njin said, Candy thought it was too deep, couldn't take it, and Bo Yi kept praising him, calling him a little flirt, constantly encouraging him. In the restaurant, there was a sudden clang as a spoon dropped onto a plate. I looked over to see Bo Yi still trying to feed another bite, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, his expression shifting from tense to a resigned disappointment. Tangji's hand holding the chopstick trembled slightly, his cheeks flushed, his clear eyes fixed intently on Njin, a mix of shyness, anger, and awkwardness in his gaze, as if the world had narrowed down to just the two of them. Xin Jingjing, with a gentle demeanor, secretly laughed, as if she had already seen through everything. As for me, being a thin-skinned girl, I couldn't help but lower my head, poking at the food on my plate, a bashful smile playing at the edges of my heart. Unaware, Njin continued eating at his own pace, casually saying, for Candy's sake, Bo Yi went out late at night to fetch water, wanting to get everything that was shot inside out. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, shocking me. It was unbelievable that even Njin knew what happened last night. What did you shoot where? Njin looked up in confusion, seemingly pondering the question all night without understanding. I couldn't hold it anymore, quickly grabbing a piece of small yellow croaker, stuffing it into Njin's mouth, muttering in my heart, this child, asking 2 questions at once. No talking during meals or sleep, eat more and grow strong. With a crack, I snapped a chopstick with one hand. Bo Yi cleared his throat, licking his lips, awkwardly saying, sweetheart. Bo Yi. I turned, flushed with anger, slapping him across the face, my cheeks instantly red, feeling both angry and embarrassed, my voice breaking with emotion. I told you I don't want it anymore. I hit him again, not satisfied, then stood up to leave. Bo Yi wanted to follow, but after a few steps, he retreated, slamming the table with his hand, pointing at Njin, issuing a stern warning, remember this. Njin slowly spat out a fishbone, looking up at him, his gaze innocent and untroubled. Go ahead. I watched Bo Yi, noticing that for a moment, he couldn't find the words, moved by that trusting and pure gaze, feeling a pang of guilt, as if bullying a child. Tisk. I involuntarily clicked my tongue, pointing at Njin, telling Gu Meng, take him back and keep an eye on him. If he keeps running around like this, he'll get beaten up someday. Yes, yes, go check on Candy, Gumeng quickly agreed, sighing with relief, as if a crisis had been averted. I couldn't help but stifle a laugh, and once the others left, I looked brightly at Njin. You're quite interesting, I said. Njin seemed not to understand my words, shaking his head, lowering it to continue eating. Gumeng, frowning beside me, gestured at me, Jingjing, don't stir things up. I turned to Gumeng, saying earnestly, if we can leave this game and meet again, I definitely want to be friends with you all. I found that Gumeng seemed to appreciate my words. Though outwardly I appeared gentle and soft, inside, I held an unyielding determination, always adhering to my principles and sense of justice. As night fell, I leaned against the wall, sitting in the middle of my bed with 3 sheets of scrap paper spread out before me. On each sheet was a letter, A, B, and O, followed by lists of names. On the sheet with B, only Chen Liangji's name appeared, while O had Wang Keilei's. I attempted to piece together different words using these letters but couldn't find a meaning that linked all the deceased. As I wrote, I muttered softly, if the message is a clue, Wang Keilei didn't forward it and was marked as O. Does O mean over? As in skipped? I furrowed my brows, continuing to think, Chen Liangji was the initiator, B. Begin, meaning start, so what about a? I scratched out the words I'd just written, feeling they still weren't right. I continued talking to myself, saying, if Njin is the key and Chen Liangji had a bad relationship with him, marking him as B. Not far away, Bo Yi stood by the door, his posture straight, slightly tilting his head to look at me. I could feel the intensity of his gaze, almost drawn in by his seriousness, the furrowed brow and the slightly pouted lips due to his concentration. Candy. He suddenly spoke. Don't talk, I said, keeping my head down, still scribbling on the paper, my impatience making my brow crease deeply. Don't come near me, just reflect on your actions. Bo Yi bit his lower lip, seemingly hesitant for a moment, but ultimately chose to continue kneeling on the ground, looking resigned. Since that outing where I accidentally smeared lipstick on his collar, I hadn't been punished to kneel for quite some time. Asterisk. In the adjacent room, 620, the trivialities seemed not to disturb the overall quietude of the building. I leaned against the desk, with Njin sitting obediently in a chair like a child who'd done something wrong. We faced each other, having spoken for an entire hour. During this hour, I used discreet language to explain to him what Bo Yi and Tang Ji were doing last night. Finally, I asked him, do you understand now? Such things shouldn't be discussed openly. Njin looked up at me, nodding. I see, I misunderstood them. I was taken aback. I thought Bo Yi was helping Tang Ji exercise. He pondered for a moment, then said earnestly, I didn't realize they were engaged in that illicit act. I was speechless. Illicit act? Who taught you that? Asterisk. After the events of the day, we each held our suspicions but managed to pass the night peacefully. The next day was Saturday, and without the blaring speakers, everyone slept in. We ran into each other in the hallway, our alliances seemingly no longer needing acknowledgement. Close to 10, Shueishing suddenly knocked on my dorm room door. Seeing her pale face and panicked eyes, I felt a surge of unease and frowned. What's wrong? Xin Jingjing is missing. Everyone immediately split up to search the campus. Shueishing was like an ant on a hot pan, utterly at a loss. She's so timid, where could she go? She usually needs me to accompany her just to leave the dorm. We had just exited the administration building, the Saturday campus eerily silent, the emptiness sending chills down one's spine. I stood by the door, hands on my hips, anxiously scanning the surroundings, thinking I should try calling again. In this abnormal world, I knew all too well that when a living person disappears, the outcome is rarely good, and a sense of foreboding grew stronger. I quickly pulled out my flip phone, but before I could dial, a message from Bo Yi appeared on the screen. Found her. Qin Jingjing was hiding in the stairwell of the dormitory building, her figure unsettlingly vague between the 5th and 6th floors. Su Xing was the first to find her. I remember when I saw her, a chilling phrase slipped from my lips. The young girl lay there with her eyes closed, her skin paler than the wall, and behind her head was a pool of congealed dark red blood. I lowered my eyelids, pausing for a moment of silence, an overwhelming sadness welling up inside. I carefully removed my school jacket, wanting to cover her, as if it were the last thing I could do for her. When I saw the bodies of previous players, I was filled with fear and nausea, but seeing Qin Jingjing filled me with an indescribable heavy sorrow. She was always soft-spoken, never wishing ill upon others or the world, yet fate cruelly swept her into the whirlpool of death. Shueishing leaned against the railing, slowly sitting on the steps, now appearing remarkably serene amidst the panic. She stared blankly at Qin Jingjing, hesitating to ask, who? Wanting to continue but lowering her head, her final words vanishing into silence. I stood at the top of the stairs, watching it all, adjusting my glasses with a sigh of regret. I understood that the culprit was none other than Chun-Zi. Yet, Yu Mengmeng looked at the body below and suddenly laughed, her laughter piercing through the narrow stairwell, growing more unrestrained and echoing in my ears. Crazy woman, stop laughing. I heard Zhang Guoqiang's angry growl, his brow furrowed, his gaze sweeping over the scene. All must die, all must die. Yu Mengmeng shouted with maniacal laughter, opening the emergency door without hesitation and walking out. I was slightly perplexed, tilting my head and muttering to myself, something's different, there are no torn wounds on her body, and no mark behind her ear. Bo Yi, beside me, gently squeezed my hand, his fingertips slowly tracing a letter in my palm. I immediately widened my clear eyes, a spark of understanding passing between us. He shook his head at me, a faint hint of irony in his eyes. I knew it was a mockery of the situation, but inside, I felt a twinge of unease. Gu Meng looked up at the others, frowning slightly. We can't just leave her here. Zhang Guoqiang clearly understood her, rolling up his sleeves with a stern face as he moved towards the stairs. Let's find a place to bury her. At that moment, the emergency door swung open. We all looked up to see Teacher Xiaoyu, holding a teaching stick in one hand and a lesson plan in the other, walking out. Hello, students, she said with a smile, her gaze lingering among us, finally resting on Qin Jingjing below, a glint of greed flashing in her eyes. Qin Jingjing seems extra quiet today. I exchanged a look with Gu Meng, a strange emotion flickering in my heart, suddenly reminded of the corpse collection team still present in the game. Not wanting to witness the next scene, Su Xing looked around and decided to push the door open. I'm leaving first. His voice was particularly loud in the tense air. Xiaoyu, in her high heels, elegantly stepped down the stairs, while Zhang Guoqiang leaned against the corner, seemingly making room for her. Just as she was about to reach the bottom, she suddenly paused. She blinked mechanically, her gaze dropping as if something had caught her attention. That slender, pale hand silently grasped her arm. Shuixing glanced at the body on the ground, her voice low. We'll handle it ourselves, you can leave, she doesn't belong to you. My heart tightened instantly, worried about Shuixing's bold move. Xiaoyu's expression remained unchanged, appearing lifeless and eerie. In this tense and oppressive atmosphere, everyone held their breath, observing the subtle shifts between them. Yet, at that moment, Xiaoyu unexpectedly laughed, forcefully withdrawing her hand without saying a word, turning to head upstairs. I breathed a sigh of relief, bending down to lift Qin Jingjing, silently thanking Shuixing. Thank you. Keeping Qin Jingjing's body intact was the last thing I could do for her. I crouched in a corner, burying my face in my hands, my voice muffled. Thank you for taking care of this. The men found a patch of open ground behind the dormitory building, intending to bury Qin Jingjing. I saw Su Xing, panting as he lifted a shovel, his expression reluctant. Honestly, is there really a need for a burial? This isn't the real world, doing this seems pointless. You can leave if you don't want to do it, I interrupted Su Xing coolly, my tone calm. Even if this isn't the real world, it's still a human society. Human society requires civility, and rituals are precisely a form of that civilization. Su Xing muttered something under his breath, clearly disgruntled, but continued to work. I pursed my lips, focusing on shoveling the dirt, ignoring Su Xing's complaints. Finally, as Gu Meng and Njin were about to lower Qin Jingjing's body, her hand, covered by the jacket, slipped out and hung limply, swaying slightly. A chill ran through me, tightening my chest. Wait a minute. I heard Tang Ji suddenly call out, startling me. With puzzled looks from everyone, he quickly moved to Qin Jingjing, squatted down, and turned her wrist over. On that pale wrist, a faint, bruised symbol appeared, like a faded tattoo, subtle and easy to miss if not closely examined. As I leaned in to take a closer look at the mark, I was surprised to see Tang Ji's expression. On the way back to the dorm, Zhang Guoqiang walked ahead, brushing dust off his clothes while chatting with Su Xing. Qin Jingjing didn't do anything and still ended up dead. I'm pretty sure now that the killings in the game are random, with no pattern. Since discovering the mark, Su Xing had been sullen. Hearing Zhang Guoqiang's words, he merely responded with a non-committal as if lost in thought. He glanced back at the few of us trailing behind, then lowered his voice, hinting, exactly, only 4 people left now. Zhang Guoqiang paused, his expression turning peculiar, then. Let's not waste time. It was evening, and the fiery clouds unfurled above the campus buildings like a painting, with hues of orange and pink, exuding a touch of innocent romance. Instead of returning to dorm 618 immediately, Tang Ji and I went to Gu Meng's room next door. Closing the door, I turned sideways. You can speak freely. Standing by Chun-Zi's former desk, hands in my pockets, my gaze wandered as I asked offhandedly, doesn't every high school student have a set of 5-3? Bo Ye's voice interrupted my thoughts. Gu Meng pulled out a chair and sat, ignoring him, then turned to me, with Jingjing dead, does that mean there are no death conditions in the game? Leaning against the wardrobe door, I replied calmly, Jingjing's death can't be considered. Gu Mang looked puzzled, pressing further, why not? Because her death wasn't caused by the game's NPC, I said slowly, it was murder, by another player. She was instantly shocked, staring at me as if words had failed her. Meanwhile, Bo Yi, standing to the side, took down a framed picture from the wall. It held messages from Chun Zi's classmates for her birthday last year, colorful words filling every corner, seemingly chaotic yet vibrant. He nudged Njin, who was seated, and teased, holding the frame, Njin, I hear you read the Xinhua dictionary every night. Do you recognize all these words? Njin glanced at it briefly and nodded seriously, lust. I was momentarily stunned, not understanding his meaning. Just as I was about to speak, I heard Gu Mang ask in a daze, did Qin Jingjing offend anyone? Why would someone kill her? I looked down and gestured to Njin, there are still 8 players left. To get the roster, we need more than half to agree. In the silence, I could clearly sense that they were always pushing Njin forward. Gu Mang suddenly realized, blurting out a curse, that's too despicable. His face changed dramatically, and he stood up abruptly, they're about to succeed, aren't they? What about Njin? Bo Yi leaned against the edge of the desk, his tone indifferent, for against 4, they don't have the advantage unless they kill one more of us. He pointed to the words in the frame, continuing, if they vote for Njin, we'll nominate Su Xing. The idea flashed through my mind, and suddenly it seemed like a good plan. 4 of them, 4 of us, if we plan ahead and vote for Su Xing, it would result in a tie between Njin and Su Xing during the collective decision, leaving the final decision to Xiaoyu. As long as we maintain a 4-to-4 balance, the enemy can't arbitrarily decide who gets eliminated. But as I sat down to think, doubt crept in, why specifically target Su Xing? Bo Yi, expressionless, replied, because he killed Qin Jingjing. My mouth dropped open, my mind reeling from the shock. You. How do you know? Bo Yi casually tossed the frame to Njin, his eyes full of mischief. Didn't you find it odd how normal Qin Jingjing's state was when she died? Besides the blood from hitting her head, there were no tear marks on her body. At that moment, I suddenly recalled Qin Jingjing's body, indeed, it was too intact. But at the time, my mind was heavy, and I hadn't thought much about it. I gradually followed his line of reasoning, whispering, so Qin Jingjing either accidentally fell down the stairs or was deliberately murdered. Bo Yi snapped his fingers, smiling, that's the normal first reaction. Tang Ji chimed in, when Xuexing asked who, she hesitated, but Su Xing immediately answered, saying it was Chun Zi. Bo Yi chuckled lightly, shrugging, how did he know if she was asking who did it, who found the body, or who brought you to my side? I couldn't help but roll my eyes internally. Njin, flipping through the frame, suddenly interjected, there's a dictionary entry, there is no silver here. Bo Yi turned, surprised, raising an eyebrow, you're not dumb after all. Njin frowned slightly, displeased, who said I was dumb? At that moment, apart from him, the rest of us glanced skyward in unison. I understood they were implying that with Su Xing's calculating nature, he wouldn't easily dismiss the possibility of Jingjing's accidental fall and immediately conclude it was murder. It was clear he had planned to pin everything on Chun Zi, allowing him to claim it was her doing when Xuexing asked. These people are truly crazy. I shook my head, momentarily at a loss for words. Bo Yi chuckled softly, Teacher Gu, this isn't a kindergarten full of truth, goodness, and beauty. He turned to Njin, asking, what were you saying about silver? Yeah, Njin handed a frame to Bo Yi, speaking earnestly, there's a word written on it, lust. Seeing our confusion, he added, lustful, that kind of lust. Intrigued, I moved closer for a better look, while Bo Yi squinted slightly. Tang Ji and I curiously gathered around. We searched for a long time among the colorful blessings but couldn't find the lust Njin mentioned. Why can't I see it? I asked, puzzled. Tang Ji murmured softly, does he really know how to read? Just then, Njin sighed. We all turned our attention to him, seeing his expression of resigned helplessness, as if saying, if you can't see this, there might be no hope. In that moment, I felt an inexplicable sense of frustration, as if surrounded by invisible ridicule. Njin turned the frame in my hand, his fingertips tracing a path on the paper. Page 598 of the Xinhua dictionary, first word in the right column, lust. His voice was quiet but resonated like a wake-up call. For a moment, the 3 of us held our breath, our eyes fixed on the paper. Among the various colored pen-written blessings, there was indeed an unusual character. The yellow pen, even in the light, stood out strikingly, forming the daunting word lust, filling our hearts with unease. A chill swept over me, and I asked incredulously, could it be just a coincidence? Before I could finish speaking, the silence from Tang Ji and Bo Yi deepened my confusion. At that moment, I realized the apparent friendliness in Class 3A was a shrouded mist, and I felt increasingly uneasy. Then, almost simultaneously, Tangji and Boyi lifted their heads, their gaze burning like torches, speaking in unison. "I understand now." Njin quietly responded in Japanese. I looked at them, my heart filled with questions. Understand what? This question echoed in my mind, but I had no one to ask. I walked to the desk, nudging Boyi aside to make room for myself. Finding paper and pen, I bent over the desk to write. Boyi, unperturbed by my push, swung the corner of the frame in the air, catching it smoothly, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he teased. All of Class 3A was Chun-Zi's target for revenge. I pointed to Njin and then to myself, puzzled. "You mean us?" Boyi held the frame, addressing us both. "We've been cast in the roles of those 16 classmates, the ones who gave Chun-Zi this gift. The world's clues are always misleading, steering us towards Chun-Zi's conflict with the male teacher, when in fact, the real conflict lay between her and her classmates." Holding the frame at a distance, the lust character formed by symbols was clearly visible. The classmates of Class 3A appeared to give a heartfelt gift, yet it concealed deep malice. "Chun-Zi is a good girl. Don't be alone in the dormitory building. Chun-Zi likes those who are solitary. You, like them, deserve to die. Chun-Zi is with you. Teacher, I can barely hold on." Various voices tangled in my mind like a storm, almost overwhelming me. I lowered my head, rubbing my temples, pondering repeatedly. From last year's birthday gift, all 16 had the potential to harm Chun-Zi, so her final wish was revenge on Class 3A. I couldn't help but ask, does this mean we are all her targets for revenge? Boyi responded, "The key to the problem lies with Njin." Njin immediately quipped, "Those who aren't friendly to me are all dead." I was slightly taken aback, silently thinking about this death god-like aura. Boyi looked at Njin with interest, asking, "You realized this early on?" Njin reclined in his chair, tilting his head back, and after a moment of thought, admitted, "I couldn't be sure, just a gut feeling. It's scientifically impossible for Meng Meng to survive this long." I thought to myself, that woman really wasn't friendly to him. Boyi chuckled, seemingly gaining a bit more respect for Njin. Still feeling in the dark, I said somewhat impatiently, "What's so funny?" Boyi cleared his throat, regaining his composure, then pulled out his phone, showing me a message. "Chen Liangji died on the third day, when the clues were still unclear. If I'm not mistaken, the first 3 days' deaths are related to this message." I quickly skimmed through the message content, my heart jolting. I know who the killer is, it's definitely the unnamed one. If you don't want to be sacrificed innocently, forward it to others. Happy Alliance. I began to think, this was the message initiated by Chen Liangji, targeting Njin. What does that imply? Flipping open my phone, I said, I guess they forwarded the message and then died. Gu Meng's eyes sparkled as if capturing a rationale, his voice unintentionally rising. Forwarding it indicates standing against Njin, so they all died. Wang Keilei too, even though he didn't forward the message, he tried to vote Njin out and ended up dead. He gently patted Njin's head, whispering, "Those who oppose you end up dead, I won't mess with you." Yet he still had doubts, asking, why does Njin have this ability? What do the marks on each deceased represent? I shrugged, speaking lightly. I don't know what ABO stands for, but I vaguely understand that Njin's role in this game is actually Chun-Zi's from her lifetime. Those who tried to target him triggered the death condition. Just then, a clear voice rang out like a spring, capturing everyone's attention, because this game is called bullying. Tangji straightened, gazing at the content he had just written. Chun-Zi is trying to draw us into her situation from when she was alive. I glanced at the paper in front of him, picked it up to look closely, and asked, what do these represent? Tangji turned, leaning against the edge of the desk, responding, do you remember the marks on past deceased? Gumeng thought for a moment, then replied, the first 5 deceased were all marked with A. Starting from the 6th, the marks changed. Chen Liangji was B, Wang Keilei was O, and today's Jingjing was D. Tangji nodded. The participants in the bullying system are finally complete. I raised an eyebrow slightly, waiting quietly for Tangji's explanation. He spoke slowly. As the game progresses, each player receives a mark. These marks only appear when a player dies. B, bully, represents the bully. Tangji's voice carried a weight. Chen Liangji set his target on the first day of the game. If no clues emerged and the male teacher didn't appear, players would propose voting. His first target was Njin. Back then, Njin didn't even have a name, looking somewhat. He lowered his head, awkwardly shuffling his feet, his words vague, a bit like, you know. Njin lifted his delicate eyes, refusing to let him off the hook. Like what? I couldn't help but smile, reassuringly. A bit cute, innocence mingled with ignorance, ignorance with a hint of purity, purity with a subtle allure, like a soft persimmon. For a moment, Njin was at a loss for words. Gumeng chimed in, Don't bully him like that. Tangji sighed softly and continued, Chen Liangji believed that among the 16 players, Njin was the easiest to sacrifice. Thus, he played the role of the bully in this game. Their characteristic is to target the weakest. Assistant means helper, he said with a hint of helplessness. Those who forwarded the message unknowingly became Chen Liangji's accomplices. The more people received the message, the more dangerous Njin's situation became. To protect themselves, they collectively agreed to push Njin into danger, as if as long as the scapegoat wasn't them, they could rest easy. So, anyone with an on their body was someone who had forwarded the message. Hearing this, I gradually understood. So, the message isn't forbidden by the game's rules but is an important clue to determine player attributes. I agree with Tangji's view, but there's still a point of doubt, which I'll address later. He continued to analyze. Oh, is outsider, a bystander? They seem unrelated to the bullying incident, merely witnessing without participating. However, their presence undoubtedly fuels the bullying atmosphere. Wang Kele didn't forward the message, but in the later vote, he actively voted against Njin. Perhaps he didn't genuinely believe Njin was the male teacher but just wanted to end the game quickly, not caring about Njin's fate. I couldn't help but interject, then what does D stand for? Defender, Tangji answered. Xin Jingjing was Njin's protector. Like Wang Kele, she didn't forward the message, but the difference is that Wang Kele just went with the flow, while Xin Jingjing actively sought clues and tried not to wrong any team member, defending Njin. Unfortunately, if she hadn't been murdered. He paused, lamenting, defenders are safe in this game. Mentioning Xin Jingjing tightened my chest. That just and graceful girl should have survived. Njin mused, according to you, this game sets 2 layers of tests for players. The one who initiates the message is the bully, the one who forwards it is the assistant, and those who don't forward it are temporarily defined as outsiders. Next is the voting phase. If they agree to push me out, they become outsiders. If they oppose, they become defenders. Tangji looked slightly startled, blurting out, I've never seen such a clear-minded fool. I silently covered my mouth, unsure how to react. Njin stared directly at him, face calm. Do you want to see how quickly a fool can turn hostile? At this, Boyi burst into laughter, pulling Tangji into a hug. My husband is straightforward, please forgive him. I shifted my gaze thoughtfully, asking, if that's the case, the 3 of us are D. Shuixing forwarded the message and is A, and the other 3 Zhang Guqiang, Su Xing, and Yu Mengmeng. Whatever they are, it's definitely not safe. So, what am I? I looked at Tangji, my mind full of questions. Gu Meng was momentarily stunned too, right? What about Njin? He seems to have been passive the whole time. Tangji leaned lazily against me, pondering for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, Ah, you're AB. Before the words fully landed, I felt the chair behind him shake violently as Njin stood up, eyes burning with anger. Gu Meng, Tangji called me AB. Gu Meng and I were both taken aback, Gu Meng reacting a beat slow. Yeah, why are you so agitated? He is indeed AB, Tangji blinked innocently, then unconsciously shrank into my arms. B, bullied, the bullied. Unable to hold back, I laughed, you two, such dirty minds, interpreting my wisdom with the worst intentions candy. Gu Meng covered her face, finally saying weakly, sorry, forgive the illiteracy of the ignorant. She firmly pressed Njin back into his seat, patiently advising, learn English well with teacher Candy, don't be rash, understand? Njin turned his face away in frustration, silent for a while before I suddenly said, but there's one thing that doesn't make sense. If Chen Liangji hadn't sent that message at the start of the game, wouldn't the game have been unable to continue? A doubt arose in my heart. If Tangji had been the first to forward the message to me, I would have made it public, and the game couldn't have continued. What I find strange is, Tangji lowered his head, seemingly contemplating something. Someone is guiding the direction of the game, Njin suddenly interjected, his tone carrying an undeniable seriousness, causing the 4 of us to tense up. After all this, who is the male teacher? Gu Meng's voice was light but carried a hint of tension. We exchanged glances, a mutual suspicion gradually rising. Could the male teacher truly be lurking within our group? At that moment, our phones chimed in unison, and we all instinctively pulled them out, the air tinged with urgency. I was the first to open the message, the screen flashing a line of text, Teacher Xiaoyu, the male teacher has appeared, please gather at the old auditorium. We hurried to the old auditorium, pushing open the heavy doors to find Teacher Xiaoyu and the remaining 4 players surrounding the altar in the center of the stage, the atmosphere tense. My heart tightened, feeling the weight of the impending decision. The roster in Xiaoyu's hand grew thinner, as fragile as our hopes. She smiled at us, her tone gentle yet solemn, you've arrived. Njin has been voted as the male teacher by a majority of classmates. I need to confirm once more, have you decided to choose Engine? I saw Yu Mengmeng's expression verge on madness, her excitement barely contained as she announced, we've decided. The male teacher is Engine. Her voice resonated in my ears, shaking me. Su Xing remained expressionless, adjusting his glasses and nodding calmly, agreed. Zhang Guoqiang and Xu Weixing stood silently, clearly choosing to remain neutral. Teacher Xiao Yu pulled out a sheet from the roster, initially blank, then magically revealing the name Engine. She smiled slightly, since it's the class's decision, I'll begin. Wait! I instinctively shouted, immediately stepping in front of Engine, desperate to shield him from view, nervously addressing the other four, calm down, Candy has deduced the death logic, listen to the explanation first, then decide. Teacher Xiaoyu paused, setting down the paper, smiling at the four on stage, it seems there's still no consensus among classmates. Do you need a bit more time? I could feel time slipping away, like a blade cutting across skin, drawing us closer to our final choice. Yu Mengmeng clutched her disheveled hair, almost screaming, we're sure. Stop wasting time. Xu Weixing quietly fiddled with her black hair, hesitating, aren't you just trying to stall for time? There's no logic to this game. In the tense atmosphere, I noticed Bo Yi sitting leisurely in a nearby audience seat, as if all this had nothing to do with him. He coldly stated, we've found conclusive evidence. If you don't listen, it's like digging your own grave. Su Xing thought for a moment, realizing that everyone was gathered, and ending the game wouldn't take much longer. He said firmly, I'll give you 3 minutes to explain. I hope you can convince me. I'll keep it brief. Tang Ji surveyed everyone on stage, speaking calmly. We found evidence in Chunzi's dormitory that she was isolated. Chunzi's true hatred was directed at those who wronged her in life. This game divides players into 4 roles, bully, assistant, outsider, and defender, corresponding to the B, A, O, and D marks. The classification is based on each player's attitude towards the bullied. The message was the first trap, intended to guide everyone to forward it. Once you forward it, Chunzi has a reason to kill. The moment Engine was isolated by Qin Liangji, he became the bullied, Chunzi's role in life. He is the most vulnerable in this game but also the least suspicious. The game wouldn't place the male teacher in the bullied's position. If Engine dies, the game won't end, players will realign and a new bullied will emerge, leading to a self-destructive cycle. Chunzi is a revenger, attacking those 3 types of people. Those who protect Engine throughout are the ones who can truly leave this game. Listening to Tang Ji, the expressions of the 3 on stage, besides myself, shifted from blank to fearful. I couldn't help but clutch my head, my voice trembling. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I looked at Zhang Guoqiang, hearing him incredulously ask, you mean whoever tries to harm Engine will die? I replied calmly, more precisely, anyone who harms others for personal gain cannot escape this game. Those assistants hope to use others as scapegoats. As long as the scapegoat isn't themselves, they're at ease forwarding messages. And those who stand by coldly, knowing that a single vote might sacrifice a normal player, still vote with a let's see attitude, thinking it won't be them. Chunzi wants to retaliate against these indifferent opportunists. Suddenly, Zhang Guoqiang was stunned, wavering, and turned to Engine, asking, is it too late to change sides now? This scene sent a shock through me. Su Xing's face turned sour, fists clenched, stubbornly saying, you've said a lot, but it's just an interpretation. I still haven't heard who the male teacher is. Give us some useful information. I glanced at his trembling hand, and without hesitation, exposed, what are you afraid of? Have you already believed you've triggered the death condition? That's why you're so eager to end the game before Chunzi kills again, even to the point of murdering Qin Jingjing? Yu Mengmeng, squatting in the corner of the stage, also looked at Su Xing in surprise, her bloodshot eyes turning hazy, then dazed. Su Xing's face turned ashen, finally tearing away his facade, removing his glasses, and angrily smashing them to the ground. In that moment, the lenses shattered, scattering everywhere. I don't care about roles, I just want to end the game now. You can take your time finding clues, of course you can. Because you know your roles are safe. But I forwarded the message on the first day, how was I to know it was a trap? I first forwarded it to He Wei. He died, then I forwarded it to those 2 women in 610. Who would have thought they'd die on the same day? I just want to end this game quickly. Let them all die. One by one, maybe we can drag out that male teacher. The man's furious shouts echoed in the empty old auditorium, piercingly loud. I was speechless, thinking, has this man gone mad, intending to drag us all down with him? Su, don't be so rash, I said lazily, propping my chin with one hand, trying to calm the atmosphere. Now we have a lead. Let's calmly discuss who encouraged Chen Liangji to send that message. Xu Weixing looked at me, frowning slightly, what do you mean? Literally, I replied. Someone gave Chen Liangji the idea. From picking on the weakest to editing the message, to the first message being sent, it was all planned. If that person isn't the male teacher, they are a crucial NPC in the game. The flash of understanding in Shueisheng's eyes made my heart skip, and he mused, "You think everything went too smoothly?" Almost every player fell for it, so someone must be guiding this game. Teacher Xiaoyu continued smiling, looking around, asking, "Classmates, have you found the male teacher or not? Don't forget Chunzi's final wish." My heart tangled, shaking my head slightly. "We're still thinking." Just then, Su Xing's face turned grim, his gaze sweeping over Njin standing behind me, resolutely saying, "We found him, let's offer Njin to Chunzi." "Hurry! Hurry! Hurry!" Yu Mingming's urging was like an urgent drumbeat in my ears. Zhang Guoqiang hesitated, but wasn't it said? Njin is the key? Su Xing turned back, his gaze as sharp as a knife, losing his usual composure. "There's no time. No one has died today, so the ghost's target will certainly be one of us four. Can you take that risk?" Zhang Guoqiang gritted his teeth slightly, as if making a decision. "Then let's try, maybe we'll hit the mark this time." I couldn't help but squint, shouting, "Teacher, I also have a candidate for the male teacher." "Oh? Is that so?" Xiaoyu's smile grew brighter, her eyes showing a hint of anticipation. "Who do you suspect, Gu Meng? Remember, your request requires agreement from at least half of the classmates." I held in Jin's hand, raising it firmly. "The two of us think it's Su Xing." Seeing this, Boyi followed suit. "I vote for Su Xing." Tang Ji also said without hesitation, "Su Xing." In the corner of the stage, Su Xing glared at us, seemingly gritting his teeth. "Just you wait." The tension in the air made my heart pound. We were in the midst of an unknown paranormal escape, lives hanging by a thread. I furrowed my brow, feeling a twinge of unease. The current situation. I muttered to myself. Xiaoyu seemed troubled as well, pulling out Su Xing's paper from the roster. I stood beside her, eyes fixed intently on the paper, my heart in my throat. "Xiaoyu, what should we do?" I heard her helpless voice. In one hand, she held in Jin's name, and in the other, Su Xing's, her face showing indecision. "The votes are tied, who should Chunzi belong to?" I clenched in Jin's hand, sweat from nervousness dampening my palm, my voice involuntarily rising. "If you abandon this vote, we won't insist. There are only 8 of us left. If we go through the clues again carefully, we can definitely find a solution." Zhang Guoqiang pounded his fist into his palm, eventually backing down. "Su, maybe we should let it go this time." I noticed Su Xing's expression darken, lips pressed tight, saying nothing. At this moment, Yu Mengmeng seemed to have completely lost it, laughing limply in the corner of the stage, repeating, rip it, louder. Suddenly, Xiaoyu looked up, her eyes shining, smiling brightly. "Then let's offer them both to Chunzi, she'll be so happy." Everyone present was stunned. I instinctively widened my eyes, turning to look at Tang Ji and Bo Yi. Bo Yi seemed to realize the gravity of the situation, sitting upright, his gaze fixed on the excited Xiaoyu. She stacked the 2 pieces of paper together, waving them happily. I could feel her excitement but was more worried about what would follow. I pressed my lips together, whispering to Tang Ji, "Think of something." Behind Xiaoyu, Su Xing's face was pale, so Tensi seemed ready to lunge for the papers in her hands. Xiaoyu, holding the 2 pieces of paper, just began to tear a small opening when a frantic voice from the audience interrupted. "Don't rip it. You can't do that." She tilted her head in confusion, her gaze landing on Gu Meng. As the paper tore, a cut suddenly appeared on Su Xing's left arm, and he clutched the wound in pain, blood seeping through his fingers. And Jin's left arm was also injured. He glanced at the bleeding spot, seemingly unconcerned, just frowning slightly. I immediately stood up, pulling out a white handkerchief to press against his wound. "Xiaoyu, any opinions?" Xiaoyu asked, her tone questioning. Gu Meng breathed heavily, internally burning with urgency, mind blank, unable to think of a way to stop it all, wanting only to buy time, stammering, "They're not the male teacher, you can't do this." Tang Ji turned to Xiaoyu, firmly saying, "We want to take back our decision." At this, Su Xing, clutching his injured arm, looked bewildered, facing this near-death situation, unable to maintain his tough stance any longer. Yes, we take it back, let's discuss again." Xiaoyu looked around, her smile suddenly turning sinister, irreversible. The next moment, I felt a force from those delicate hands. Gu Meng suddenly caught sight of the water basin in the corner of the altar, something I had casually placed there after cleaning a few days ago. A whirlwind of moments flashed through my mind, fragments gradually piecing together a vague suspicion. Stop! They only have 3 votes, they can't push Njin out. I suddenly closed my eyes, my voice echoing through the auditorium. As the words fell, everything seemed to freeze. Moments later, Xiaoyu finally lowered her hands, smiling gently at me, as if saying, I really can't do anything with you, can I? The sudden change left everyone around in a daze, turning towards me. What did you just say? Su Xing's face was pale, his tone surprisingly carrying a sense of post-crisis relief and confusion. How did you make this crazy woman stop? Before he could finish speaking, blood gushed from his waist, instantly staining the stage's dark crimson curtain. His body crumbled before me, silently, like torn paper. Zhang Guoqiang and Xu Weixing immediately retreated, ear-piercing screams breaking through the eerie quiet. With two dull thuds, my body hit the wooden stage floor heavily, my face turned to the side, eyes wide open, unable to comprehend why I had died until the very end. Xiaoyu's hands let the torn paper slip through her fingers. She looked down at the blood on her white shirt, sighing, It's stained, it'll be hard to clean. Zhang Guoqiang stood by, dazed, muttering curses. Why did Su Xing die? But Enjin is fine. Xiaoyu cast him a mocking glance, smiling as if savoring his fear. From Gu Meng's expression, I detected a hint of tension. Though her plea was a desperate shot in the dark, it seemed she was quite likely right. Wiping the cold sweat from my forehead, I steadied myself, saying, 4 votes for Su Xing, 3 for Enjin. 4-3, Su Xing is out. Zhang Guoqiang's eyes widened, shaking his head in fear. Impossible. Impossible. With Su Xing, we had 4 people. Bo Yi seemed to grasp the situation's key, quickly tying a knot on Enjin's wound with his handkerchief, asking, What did you find? My gaze swept over Yu Mengmeng, Zhang Guoqiang, and Xu Weixing, my heart sinking as I slowly said, Among you, there's a non-human presence. Zhang Guoqiang's mental defenses crumbled like fragile paper under these words. He began retreating uneasily, the surrounding silence making me even more uneasy. The male teacher is on our side? I tilted my head, unable to suppress a laugh. The mirth is fresh as morning dew. The male teacher shares the same power as you all, counting in the votes. Gu Meng shook his head, looking tense. We've been fooled by the NPC. This game doesn't have a male teacher. Hidden among us, it has always been. Chun Zi. Chun Zi is with you all. She'll always be watching. Hearing this, both Bo Yi and Tang Ji were momentarily stunned, a chilling sensation creeping up their spines like icy fingers. In this eerie atmosphere, Zhang Guoqiang habitually lashed out, kicking the altar. What nonsense! In those few seconds, my thoughts gradually cleared. I turned to the small figure on the stage's left, speaking calmly, Xu Weixing, am I right? Xu Weixing's gaze focused, his face darkening, ruthlessly retorting, Gu Meng, what do you mean? Tension gripped my heart. Stepping forward slowly, I climbed onto the stage, lowering my gaze to the rippling water surface in the basin, gradually reflecting my face. Don't rush to deny it. I remembered a few things. As my words fell, memories surged like a tide. Xiaoyu watched us quietly, seemingly realizing the time had come. She picked up the roster, unhurriedly walking off the stage, the sound of her high heels on the wooden floor echoing in the empty old auditorium, each step like a strike on everyone's taut nerves. Gu Meng suddenly asked me, do you remember Chen Liangji's last unfinished sentence before he died? His words involuntarily brought back that moment for me. Chen Liangji had said, it wasn't all my idea. Everyone was in the auditorium, I ensure. As if the scene replayed in my mind. He said the message idea wasn't entirely his, just about to name another involved but was interrupted. Thinking back, the name he wanted to say should be Xu Weixing. A flash of understanding crossed my mind. At that moment, Xu Weixing flipped her hair, arms crossed, a hint of coldness on her beautiful face, full of disdain as she said, You think you can accuse me of being the ghost with just that? Are you sure Chen Liangji was about to say a name? Teacher Gu, can you be a bit more scientific? Her voice was filled with contempt. In this world, there's no science to speak of, and I hope it isn't you. I glanced at her, continuing my analysis. When we saw Qin Jingjing's body today, your first words were who? Wanting to ask who killed her, but you realized such a question would raise suspicion. To everyone, the killer is naturally Chun Zi, but you know Qin Jingjing wasn't killed by you. You know this in your heart, which is why you immediately suspected other players. Xu Weixing played with her nails, looking indifferent. That's it? That's enough. In this tense space, Bo Yi said coolly, the second day you deliberately broke the game rules, wanting Xiaoyu to act against you, making it easier to commit murder in secret, TSK. But it didn't work. I saved you, so you didn't die. Bo Yi Gij, what are you talking about? Xu Weixing blinked innocently at him, playing the role of an ignorant girl. Speaking of that day, I have to thank you for your rescue. Tang Ji's eyes widened slightly, displeased. Who's your brother? Let it go, let it go. I quietly restrained him, worried he might impulsively give Chun Zi a beating. We won't dwell on that. Xu Weixing snorted, then turned her gaze to me, her face full of disdain. Teacher Gu, have you gone mad? Is this what you call evidence? Her voice was sharp. I sighed helplessly, picking up a basin of water from the table, slowly walking toward her. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, I set the water down on the floor in front of her. That day, while cleaning the altar, it seemed I saw a fleeting ghostly figure in the water. I think that might have been because you happened to walk by. Zhang Guoqiang, standing close, stared intently at the shimmering water surface, the light gradually settling to reflect a small, blood-red figure. That figure, black hair covering her face, a white shirt and gray pleated skirt stained with mottled blood, skin exposed with a deathly gray-blue hue. In terror, Zhang Guoqiang stammered, eyes darting between Shuixing and the reflection in the water, eventually seeming to accept the sight before him. He took a step back, tripping and awkwardly falling to the ground. You're really a ghost. His trembling voice shattered the surrounding silence. But Shuixing only quietly watched the reflection in the water, her expression distant. Then, Tangji suddenly remembered something, pulling out a photograph from his jacket tied around his waist, flipping it before me. Seeing it, my eyes widened with astonishment. It was a photo of two people, Shuixing smiling brightly, wearing a uniform, radiant in the sunlight. Beside her was a male teacher with black-rimmed glasses, his face wearing a gentle smile. I understood in my heart, the cloaking effect has disappeared. Reflective objects can reveal things invisible in the real world. Gu Meng's voice was as crisp as a spring breeze, but to my ears, it was like a rolling thunder. I guess you don't use mirrors in the dorm, and those burn marks on your shoulders. My thoughts wandered, seemingly recognizing my predicament in her words. Not wanting to offend, I could only ask, were those left by classmates who hurt you? A sudden smile bloomed on Shuixing's face, beautiful yet tinged with an unshakable deathly aura. Gradually, her skin spread outwards with a suffocating gray-blue. Yes, they were all bastards. Her words were like a ghostly whisper, sending a chill through me. At that moment, the auditorium gently shook, a piece of ceiling plaster falling, Gu Meng catching herself on the altar, nearly losing her balance. My heartbeat began to race. I turned, seeing Yu Mengming's eyes bloodshot, like a trapped mollusk desperately trying to flee. Beside her, Zhang Guoqiang was so frightened he lost his voice, frantically attempting to roll off the stage. Shuixing, however, stared directly at us, suddenly raising her left hand, fingers tightly clenched, as if grasping something invisible. I could feel the intense pressure, the fear in my heart quietly spreading. Aiha, the scream of mixed male and female voices erupted in the auditorium, so terrifyingly tragic. I was shocked, turning to see Yu Mengming's body twisting grotesquely like crumpled paper, her legs bent over her head, hands contorted beyond description, accompanied by the sound of bones dislocating and snapping, filling me with unspeakable fear. At the same time, Zhang Guoqiang suffered the same torment. Blood sprayed from their mouths, the light of survival gradually fading from their eyes. Death descended, yet their bodies continued to twist eerily, as if manipulated by some invisible force, sending chills down my spine. Enough! I frowned, unable to endure the sight any longer. Just then, a warm touch on the back of my head made me turn, seeing Njin had somehow made his way onto the stage. He pulled me, forcibly retreating from the suffocating presence of Shuixing. Let's go, the game is over. Before the words finished, the auditorium shook violently again, the tremors seemingly more intense than before. My gaze went through the window into the night, quickly turning serious. I swiftly grabbed Tangji, shouting toward the stage, "This world is collapsing, hurry and get out." Shuixing's skin had turned a bizarre gray-blue, her features still bright, yet showing signs of torment. She lowered her hand, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "Teacher Gu, time is running out." The auditorium doors finally opened, and Tangji and I waited quietly by the door. Gu Meng, being dragged by Njin, turned back to ask, "Is the school gate open?" Shuixing's sarcastic smile made me uneasy. She just watched us silently, not responding. On our way to the school gate, the ground trembled continuously, until the four of us reached the school gate. The building behind us collapsed with a roar, as if a real 7.0 earthquake had occurred. I grabbed the chain wrapped around the gate, fiddling with the lock above, then suddenly stopped, frowning. No key. Damn it! Gu Meng cursed, rushing forward to check. Indeed, the lock was tightly secured. At that moment, the asphalt road behind began to vibrate, cracking a long fissure open. In the night, lightning flashed across the sky, seemingly reminding us time was running out. Tangji held his ground, casually gripping the school's gate railing, calmly analyzing. Everyone think, where might the key be? I leaned my head against the iron gate, closing my eyes. In this shaking world, I struggled to sort through every clue in my mind. Suddenly, I opened my eyes, staring ahead. A glimmer of hope flashed in Gu Meng's clear eyes, her voice trembling as she asked, "Do you know where the key is?" I shook my head fiercely. No clue at all. Those angry eyes seemed ready to strangle me. How about climbing over? Jean suddenly suggested, looking up at the gate's height. Tangji always worried, if we can't escape in a legitimate way, we might not clear the game, or worse, fall into the game's blank space. His words echoed in my mind. Gumeng bit her lower lip at that moment, looking around, suddenly having a flash of inspiration. She sprinted back the way we came without thinking. You all wait here. I felt a bit worried, wanting to catch up, but Jean held me back from behind. He can do it. I felt the need to encourage Gumeng's actions. Gumeng leaped over obstacles, rushing toward the administrative building, and knocked sharply on the infirmary door after rounding a corner. The door opened instantly, revealing the dim interior and the old-school doctor leisurely packing his briefcase, his peculiar demeanor starkly contrasting with the surrounding tremors, completely unfazed. I panted, just about to speak when he offered a confused smile. Student, feeling unwell so late? I propped my hands on the solid wood desk, gasping, Doctor, please help. Where is the gift Chun-Zi gave you? Seeing the time running out, my heart nearly burst with anxiety. The old-school doctor raised his head slightly, seemingly trying to recall. Oh, I remember now, he said slowly, gently setting down the briefcase, bending down to retrieve a small, colorful paper box from under the desk. Here it is. I hurriedly reached for the box, but the old doctor held my hand firmly. Holding the box with both hands, I tugged desperately in a low voice. Doctor, if you don't give it to me, it'll be too late. The world is about to collapse. The old doctor looked at me quietly, a kind smile on his face. Tell the child I'm sorry I couldn't do more for her. Before the words were fully spoken, the old man's body began to fragment, tiny particles scattering as if fleeing in one direction until he completely vanished before me. I was shaken, understanding he meant Chun-Zi. Outside, a sudden collapse sounded, and I snapped back to reality, lifting the lid of the box to indeed find a key and a red agate-like die. An involuntary sense of urgency surged in my heart, and I quickly grabbed them, racing out. The campus had nearly turned to ruins. As I ran near the teaching building, I suddenly felt the ground give way beneath me, reflexively jumping up with force, turning back to see an abyss had formed behind, as if the earth were chasing my steps. Fear washed over me like a tide, and I sped up, desperately running toward the school gate. From afar, Jean and the others saw me running like a mad dog, collectively sighing with relief. Reaching the gate, I had no time to explain, immediately focusing on finding the lock with the key, my whole body drenched in trembling. I aimed the key at the keyhole, but my shaking hands made no progress. The more I struggled, the weaker my fingers became, unable to find the position. Behind me, the rumbling collapse drew closer, as if reminding me of the urgency. This place is about to collapse. Tangji's voice rang in my ear, urgent, his back pressed against the gate, also looking quite uneasy. Instinctively, I turned my head, seeing a meter ahead already crumbling, chilling to the bone. My gaze shifted to Gumeng, her hands trembling, face full of anxiety. Boyi slightly frowned, concerned. Are you okay, Teacher Gu? If I can't, you do it. Somehow, Gumeng suddenly burst out, her voice filled with frustration and resignation. Boyi sighed, taking the key from her hand, his tone calm. Step aside. At that moment, the ground sank again with a loud rumble, shaking us nearly off our feet. I glanced back, heart sinking. Half of my heel was hanging over the edge, and in 10 seconds, even the school gate would fall. In panic, I clung tightly to the gate bars, shouting in fear, Boyi! Hurry up! I'm about to crash. I heard Tangji's urgent shout, my heart tightening. Boyi remained silent, focused on the lock. I turned my head, not daring to look at the abyss below, only able to fixate on his slender fingers, his hand steady as he held the lock, the other hand deftly inserting the key. With a smooth twist, the lock clicked open. I was incredulous, to unlock it in less than 2 seconds under these circumstances. I blinked in surprise, continuing to question, what did you do before? You're so steady? Boyi chuckled softly, casually tossing aside the lock and key, calmly looping around the chain and pushing the gate open. The scene before me was entirely unexpected. Outside the gate was still a bottomless abyss. I couldn't help but look down, the abyss's depths glimmering with a mysterious white light. Get ready to land, folks. Boyi's words carried a hint of playfulness. My heart panicked, legs instantly turning to jelly. Is this really okay? Before I could finish, I was suddenly kicked down by him. Boyi, damn you, damn. My voice gradually weakened, echoing in the abyss like a lonely cry. I turned to Jean, who released the gate, bravely saying, I'll go myself. Then, he stepped out, unhesitatingly plunging down. Behind us, the edge of the world continued to crumble. Tangji grasped my left hand, his clear gaze like burning lake water. Together, we won't get separated this time. I gripped his hand tightly, responding, together. Just as we stepped forward side by side, my right hand was suddenly caught by an icy grip, the strength so great it made me frown. Turning back, I saw Shueisha standing behind me. Tang Ji looked displeased, his gaze full of hostility. "What do you want? The game is over." Shueisha glanced at him, then turned her gaze to me, her expression serious. "Thank you for standing up for me back then." I was momentarily stunned, unable to think. Shueisha approached, gently cupping my face, then stood on tiptoe to kiss my beautifully colored lips. My eyes widened in surprise, Tang Ji equally stunned. The kiss didn't last long. Shueisha seemed reluctant to linger before my formidable boyfriend, quickly stepping back and giving me a push. Watching them gradually disappear into the abyss, Shueisha silently wished, "Safe travels." On the first day, I carried a tub of Häagen-Dazs past the first bedroom door. Through the crack, I saw Bo Yi kneeling on the floor, smiling. Instantly, I couldn't help but curse inwardly. Couple antics, really. On the second day, Jin carried a stack of language books half his height, also passing by. He happened to glance over, seeing Bo Yi kneeling on a keyboard, gritting his teeth to endure. Jin helplessly used his chin to balance the books, freeing a hand to gently close the door. By the third day, I saw him kneeling beside a remote control, and on the fourth day, instant noodles. I couldn't help but marvel at this guy's string of incomprehensible actions. By the fifth day, I was used to it all. "Did Bo Yi get punished to kneel today?" I asked, leaning on the sofa with Jin, each holding half a popsicle. Jin bit on the plastic wrapper, glancing sideways at the first bedroom with a tone of disinterest. Just then, Tang Ji walked past us, carrying a giant durian with a composed expression, striding lightly toward the bedroom. Jin and I exchanged a knowing look, struggling to swallow the popsicle, puzzled in our hearts. In the previous game, when I jumped into the abyss, all that remained in my mind was the spinning world. When I closed my eyes and opened them again, I found myself back in that confined, narrow wisdom room. Without giving me a chance to think, I leaned against the wall, overwhelmed by a strong urge to vomit. Falling from several thousand meters high was far more stimulating than any roller coaster ride. At that moment, one wall of the wisdom room slowly dissolved, and Jin followed closely behind. I managed to hold back the nearly expelled vomit, avoiding a disaster for him. Apparently, after the game ended, Jin's wisdom room merged with mine, becoming a single room. Moments later, Tang Ji and Bo Yi walked in simultaneously, the surrounding virtual white space continuously expanding until it stopped, revealing a spacious 100-square-meter area. The light-colored hardwood floor gradually unfolded beneath my feet, sofas, cabinets, tables, and chairs emerged from the ground, a crystal chandelier quietly descended, and the fridge and TV were magically pushed against the wall, everything in orderly fashion. I gazed at this newly formed luxurious, light extravagance residence, finding it hard to believe, as if I had stepped into an upgraded deluxe version of the wisdom room dream. At this moment, I noticed Jin's left arm, the wound healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if purified. My companions and I were already accustomed to unnatural phenomena, so the scene before us didn't surprise us, we merely raised our eyebrows. Monday/23:59, I glimpsed the digital clock on the coffee table displaying this moment, and the next second, the white panel flipped, changing the time to Tuesday/00:00. Perhaps this was the unique way time was measured in this space. On the fifth day at noon, in the dining room, I saw Bo Yi walk in, supporting himself against the wall, a sense of sympathy and admiration rising within me. This was a man who had knelt on a durian. Understanding that he was kissed by a ghost, causing Tang Ji's displeasure, I handed him a pair of chopsticks, speaking earnestly, "For a good-looking guy like you, you must protect yourself when you go out, wear more clothes, be low-key when you walk. There are too many girls with ulterior motives these days." Bo Yi took the chopsticks, looking at me expressionlessly, asking softly, "Are you serious?" Jin, immersed in books these days, even during meals, would have a book placed beside him, delving into topics from astronomy and geography to humanities and social sciences, all sorts of random subjects. At this moment, he was flipping through Shun Jiey's love letter. He furrowed his brows, puzzled. "Why did she kiss you? Was it love?" I couldn't help but glance at Gu Mang, struggling internally. Bo Yi leaned on his chopsticks, seemingly resigned, lowering his voice to tell us, "I didn't dare mention this to Candy, she'd definitely explode. When Shueisha kissed me, there was a peculiar feeling." "What feeling?" Gu Mang looked bewildered. Jin flipped through the pages, as if grasping a key point, earnestly asked, "A first love kind of feeling?" Faced with his offbeat pace, I was speechless enough to want to laugh. Lightly teasing, "Daddy tolerates your little antics." I struggled to organize my thoughts, continuing, to put it in a fantastical way, it felt like a breath of celestial energy was transferred. Gu Mang's eyes widened, dropping her chopsticks in surprise. "Dude, that was a ghost, are you sure she had celestial energy?" "Of course. I responded firmly, in my eyes, Shueishing is like a little fairy. At that moment, a clear voice interrupted our discussion from behind. I sat at the dining table. Tangji walked in slowly, carrying a touch of noble aloofness, casually pulling out a chair to sit across from me. His eyes slightly upturned, that blood-red tear mole appearing especially alluring and dangerous under the light. He asked nonchalantly, "Is that so?" Heart tightening, I hurriedly changed the subject, the tip of my chopsticks lightly pointing at the dish. "Oh? We have shrimp today, thanks for the effort, Teacher Gu." Gu Meng immediately chimed in, "Everyone's here, let's eat, let's eat. I made dragon body phoenix tail shrimp for lunch today, everyone try it." The fridge in the Wisdom House was abundantly stocked, refreshed daily, extremely convenient. Among the four of us, only Gu Meng could cook, quietly embracing her homemaker instincts, preparing meals for us. Tangji picked up his bowl, letting out a contemptuous chuckle, celestial energy. My heart trembled, legs involuntarily shaking. I tossed a phoenix tail shrimp into his bowl. "Be angry all you want, but let's eat first." After the meal, Gu Meng and I started to clean up the dishes, placing them in the kitchen dishwasher. Meanwhile, Jin continued sitting, reading his book. Tangji cast a skeptical glance, seeing him turn the pages at a speed of 1 per second, seemingly unable to even grasp the first line, and asked, "Jin, is there really no problem with reading at that speed?" Jin looked up, full of confusion. "What's the problem?" Seeing him about to turn another page, I couldn't help it, reached out to hold down the book, pulling it over to ask, "Do you know what you're reading?" He nodded, letting me take the book. I puffed out one cheek, quickly scanning the page content, yet couldn't believe he could read so fast. I curiously asked, "If you don't mind, could you briefly summarize what you just read?" Jin relaxed, leaning back in his chair, hands resting on the table, and started. 2 years after Fuji Tree passed away, on the 2nd anniversary of March 3rd, Dolls Festival, there was an unusual snowfall in Kobe. My gaze locked onto him in astonishment. This wasn't a summary but a flawless recitation of the entire passage. Internally, surprise and questions intertwined, yet I didn't interrupt him, instead listening intently. Jin's voice was low and gentle, like soft snow, warmly accumulating on the green pines, seeping into the heart like the best reciter. Just then, Bo Yi and Gu Meng had just finished tidying up the kitchen and walked out. Jin happened to reach the end of the passage, paused for a moment, and said, "On the day of the funeral, Atri's relatives refused to let Aki and the team members attend the mourning. At that time, everyone was very..." His tone shifted. "That's all for this page." Bo Yi listened for a while, curiously asking, "What are you guys doing?" My gaze was intense as I looked at them, already convinced in my heart, he might be a genius. On the 7th night in the Wisdom House, the four of us gathered in the living room once more, playing cards to pass the monotonous time. I threw down a pair of queens, unable to shake off the anxiety in my heart. It's already the 7th day. How much longer do we have to stay in this level? Tangji slightly lowered his head, his cards made it clear he wasn't interested in participating. Bo Yi, with a teasing smile, played a pair of twos, as if his mood was completely detached from the outside world. I always thought Teacher Gu was the calm and peaceful type, never imagined he'd be so carefree. Retiring here doesn't sound too bad, does it? Jin simply shook his head decisively, refusing to continue. Suddenly, I felt that life had become too comfortable, leaving me with an unsettling feeling. I glanced at the digital clock behind me. Look, it's Monday night at 8 p.m. We arrived on Tuesday at midnight, exactly 7 days. I think it's close. This close instantly resonated with everyone. However, just as my words fell, an unknown ding-dong sound echoed in the room. I bristled, looking around in fear. There's no door here. Where's the doorbell sound coming from? Before I could finish, as if responding to me, a melodious yet slightly cold male voice sounded above the living room. "Dear players, hello, I am your intelligent butler, Adam. Apologies for any disturbance. I'm here to inform you that the second game has been fully loaded and will commence at midnight on Tuesday. Please maintain your best condition for the game. Do the players have any questions?" The four of us exchanged bewildered glances, slightly tilting our heads, our gazes inadvertently sweeping toward the ceiling. "Who are you? Why are you forcing us to play games?" Gu Meng was the first to break the silence, her voice filled with unease and inquiry. At that moment, the intelligent butler Adam chuckled softly, like a spring breeze brushing past. "Any other questions? Feel free to ask them all at once. Can you give us a hint about the next game?" I asked, a faint hope for an answer lingering in my heart. Tangji followed up, "How many games do we need to play before it's all over?" When it was Jin's turn, he spoke without hesitation. "Can I have the complete set of Twilight? There's only the first book in the study." The air felt somewhat awkward. Adam's laughter rose again, delightfully as if mocking our confusion. All questions will need to be discovered by the players themselves in the upcoming games. I do not have the authority to answer. Mr. Engine, the complete set of Twilight is prepared and placed behind you. Lastly, I wish you all an enjoyable game. Before his words were even finished, a faint static sound arose, seemingly a sign-off signal. Damn! The three of us spoke in unison, the frustration and astonishment in our hearts intertwining into an invisible force. Gu Meng, fuming, said, a butler with no authority to answer questions, asking us to ask them, what an idiot. Bo Yi, casually tossed the cards aside, looking at the digital clock, calmly stating, whether we like it or not, we're going to be transported into the game. We have 4 hours left, I suggest everyone get some rest. We discussed the type of game this might be in the living room, knowing full well, from past experience, that the game wouldn't let us off easily. After reaching a consensus, everyone except Jean, who seemed a bit detached, wearily said their goodbyes and returned to their rooms. Just as I was about to enter the bedroom, Gu Meng suddenly called out to me, "You still haven't told me, what did you do before?" A slight tremor in my heart, recalling the chaotic moments of the last game, my hand speed and psychological resilience certainly weren't something ordinary people could match. Take a guess. I smiled deliberately, leaving a bit of suspense for her. Your hand was so steady when unlocking. She mused, were you a locksmith? I couldn't help but feel speechless. At this moment, Tang Ji laughed, holding my right hand, a smirk on his lips. His hands were insured for 50 million at the company. Gu Meng was stunned, staring blankly as we entered the room, her heart instantly awash with waves of emotion. At 9 o'clock, my friend Gu Meng remained spirited, seemingly untroubled by the thought of insomnia. However, as soon as he lay down, fatigue washed over him like a tide, and I watched him drift into dreamland almost instantly, leaving me to wonder what had happened. As my consciousness gradually blurred, I felt myself sinking into endless darkness, until the moment I completely lost consciousness, a faint sound of water echoed in my ears. In this strange dream, I couldn't help but ponder what kind of story might unfold between a boy and a beautiful female ghost. Perhaps at most, they would become close friends, but I hoped this kind of plot wouldn't cause trouble for my buddy, Bo Yi. I once thought about changing the book title, but under the title XXX in the horror game/world, I realized I wasn't special at all, fearing that taking this path might drag down the entire series. I also considered giving myself a heads up. When I discover a strange work added to my favorites, dear friends, don't easily delete it. Missing out could truly be a lifelong regret. At this moment, a soft female voice reached my ears. It was Jean. He suddenly opened his eyes, and perhaps this was the beginning of our story. The cold white air enveloped me, and before my eyes was a near-proximity iron wall, its surface covered with fine blood-red marks, intersecting symbols, overlapping bloody handprints, and even hastily scribbled, panicked words, help. Looking around, I found myself lying in this cramped iron box, the space so tight I couldn't move, covered only by a thin layer of cloth. Deep inside, the FAQ was clear. This was undoubtedly a mortuary drawer. With the cold air stimulating me, my body temperature rapidly declined. I raised my hand to press against the icy iron wall, applying force to push backward. The drawer slowly moved, revealing a slight gap. Indeed, it wasn't locked outside. I finally pushed myself out, just sitting up when a lazy male voice came from behind, another one playing dead. I turned around to find Bo Yi and Tang Ji, who had emerged before me, fully dressed. Bo Yi adjusted his tie, casually draped a white lab coat from the hook over his shoulders, and chuckled lightly. This scene is set in a hospital. It's my first time lying in a mortuary drawer, quite a novel experience. Meanwhile, Tang Ji tucked in the tails of his shirt and reminded me, aren't you cold sitting there? At this moment, the cold air continuously flowing from the drawer enveloped me, making the chill even more biting. Jean shifted slightly, finally realizing he was wrapped only in a white sheet, completely bare underneath. As I got to my feet, I clutched the sheet tightly around me, looking around. Where's Gu Meng? Bo Yi replied calmly, probably hasn't woken up yet. Those who live in the same wisdom house are likely to be transported into the same game. We arrived here, so he must be here too. We should check the drawers one by one. A chill ran through me. The so-called drawers were nothing but the mortuary cabinets occupying an entire wall. Thump, thump. The sound of knocking caught my attention, and I quickly followed the noise. I easily slid open one of the iron cabinet doors, revealing Gu Meng, pale-faced, lying inside. Whether from cold or fright, I couldn't tell. As soon as she emerged, she clung tightly to my waist, leaning in for warmth, her teeth chattering violently. So cold. Gu Meng's hands were as cold as ice, prompting me to look down. She was curled up against my chest for warmth, her breath visible in the chilly air, and her exposed shoulders and back glowed with a cold white, reminiscent of fine white jade, shimmering with a faint luster. Outwardly, I remained composed, but inside, a ripple of emotion stirred. The scene prompted Bo Yi and Tang Ji to exchange a glance and then smile. Tang Ji whispered, "Teacher Gu might be in the closet." Once I regained my composure, Gu Meng, rubbing her hands, walked over to the wall to grab some clothes. Hanging there was a set of male nurse attire, a loose-fitting long white tunic and pants, which seemed like a cruel joke from fate when worn. After donning the outfit, I picked up a mask, glanced at it, and decided not to wear it for the moment, stuffing it into my shirt pocket instead. Dressed cleanly, I turned to see three tall figures in front of me. White shirts, black trousers, ties impeccably knotted, and white lab coats draped over them, making them stand out, reminiscent of social elites. I suddenly felt a bit out of place, looking down at my nurse's uniform and then at them, a slight frustration rising in my chest. As fellow free players, why did their skins look better than mine? 4 sets of work clothes hung on the wall, indicating that only 4 of us were born in the morgue. I looked around and couldn't help but ask, are we the only ones in the game? Not sure yet, there might be other players, but they could have different starting points, Tangji said, casually pulling open another mortuary drawer. The cold air rushed out, revealing a lifeless body lying inside. Seeing the condition of the deceased, his expression shifted slightly, and he softly said, "Rest in peace," before closing the drawer. "Nothing to see here, let's go outside and see if we can meet any important NPCs." Just as we were about to leave, the morgue door was pushed open from the outside. A woman looking like a matronly figure, her white nurse's uniform bulging, beamed at us with her eyes squinted in a smile, her voice loud and cheerful as she called out, "Dr. Bo, Dr. Tang, Dr. And everyone is here. Finally found you all." I glanced at Gu Meng, and my smile faded slightly. I nodded at her, "Xiao Meng's here too?" Gu Meng remained silent, feeling a bit resentful. This obvious disparity in treatment, why was that? The unfamiliar woman, since she knew our names, must be an NPC. She stepped aside to let us out of the morgue, enthusiastically saying, "Everyone's waiting upstairs, it's almost lunchtime, let's quickly get through a few simple matters, so we don't hold everyone up from eating." As I passed the nurse who was a head shorter than me, I caught a glimpse of her name tag. It clearly read Yu Chun Jiao. We proceeded down the cold, dim corridor, overhead fluorescent lights turning on one by one, their yellowish glow spreading through the empty space. After a distance, the lights began to turn off one by one with a click, leaving behind pitch darkness, with only the faint gleam of the elevator doors visible ahead. Beds were haphazardly parked along the sides, and as we walked, I couldn't help but glance over. The sheets were stained and covered in blood, seemingly telling a story, while the white tiles on the walls were splattered with red, like paint casually flicked by an artist, leaving behind untold tales. From the looks of it, this hospital was anything but ordinary. Standing in front of the elevator, I watched as the plump head nurse pressed her fingerprint on a device on the right wall. The elevator light dinged and began to operate slowly. I turned back to look at the empty, dark hallway behind us, heavy with shadows, and couldn't help but ask, is the elevator the only way from the morgue to the upper floors? The head nurse, her face glowing with enthusiasm, nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes." The elevator finally arrived, and my companions and I stepped inside. As I pressed the buttons, I noticed the morgue was on the second basement level. "What's on the first basement level?" I asked casually. The head nurse turned to me, her face full of warmth, replying with the same enthusiasm, "Yes, yes." The 4 of us exchanged glances, instantly understanding that this NPC was clearly hiding something. I made a mental note to keep this in mind. The elevator took us directly to the second floor of the hospital, and as the doors opened, we were greeted by a waiting hall where about a dozen people were already gathered. Their uniforms made it hard to distinguish who were NPCs and who were players. The lighting in this world was dim, possibly due to the overcast sky outside, with leaden clouds hanging low, casting a gray shadow over the entire interior, making it feel oppressive and heavy. Suddenly, a slender nurse's voice called out from the crowd, waving, "Sister Chun Jiao, is everyone here?" Boyi, Tangji, Enjin, Gu Meng, and I approached the crowd, feeling slightly tense. Like fish just pulled from the morgue, we were scrutinized by others, our gazes crossing as if silently questioning each other's stories. "Dear colleagues," Yu Chun Jiao said, adjusting her nurse's cap with excitement as she announced, "the hospital has been renovated and is finally ready to reopen." Her tone was so enthusiastic as if celebrating something significant. "Work officially starts tomorrow, so everyone must be in high spirits. Although Director Jean passed away, we hope his spirit can still inspire us all." I was slightly taken aback, thinking that what was lost was not just a person but the hope behind this hospital. Yu Chun Jiao's face was full of cheer, as if celebrating the upcoming work, and she continued, "For everyone's safety, the hospital's security system has been upgraded again. Hearing this, I couldn't help but wonder what such changes might mean. The access control is set for 7 p.m., she said with a smile, which means after 7 p.m., doctors can't open any locked doors, so everyone needs to complete their work quickly to avoid getting trapped. Listening to the reactions around me, I understood that the roles of nurses and doctors directly affected our activity time. The thought took me back to those lonely nights of watching over patients. Just then, a man with yellow-dyed hair raised his hand and asked, "Hey, nurse supervisor, who is Director Jean?" Yu Chunjiao widened her eyes in surprise. "Oh my, you don't know who Director Jean is? He was a great researcher and the founder of our hospital." Her voice echoed in my ears, increasing my anticipation for the hidden stories and secrets of this hospital. I noticed the yellow-haired man's vague response, and he sheepishly put his hand down. Gu Meng, glancing over, noticed he too was wearing a nurse's uniform, sparking a hint of curiosity in her. "Nurse supervisor, can we leave the hospital at will? Are there any restrictions?" a woman asked directly. Yu Chunjiao replied cheerfully, "You can leave the hospital anytime, there's no restriction on your freedom. Just go out if you wish." "So easy?" The woman sounded doubtful. "Nothing will happen if we go out?" Yu Chunjiao widened her eyes, her tone firm. "Of course not. It's very safe here." At this point, a young nurse quietly reminded, "Nurse supervisor, it's lunchtime." Yu Chunjiao nodded and clearly informed us, "That's all for now. Anyway, welcome back, everyone. It's about time, so let's head to the cafeteria." Hearing this, I felt a bit more relaxed, and followed her and the young nurse as the crowd split into two groups, taking the elevator down to the first-floor cafeteria. As I followed the main group on the first floor, my eyes wandered, and for some reason, a sense of unease grew within me, causing my brow to furrow involuntarily. "Don't you feel this hospital is missing something?" Gu Mang looked around as we walked past a lobby and into a corridor. Everything seemed typical of a hospital, except for the dim lighting and dilapidated facilities, with dark red stains in the corners. "What do you think is missing?" Her voice was soft, yet in this eerie atmosphere, it was particularly clear. I looked back and forth, pondering for a moment before slowly speaking. "The overhead signs, they don't indicate exits or emergency routes." Upon hearing this, Gu Mang immediately looked up and saw a sign clearly marking the first consultation room, restroom, and elevator, but it was devoid of any exit symbols. The walls also lacked those familiar green emergency exit signs. "That's against regulations," I muttered. "A hospital should always prioritize safety and mark the exits clearly." Tang Ji lifted his eyelids, glanced at the sign, and his eyes were clear. "I think I know why players can leave the hospital anytime." And Jean, with his hands in the pockets of his white coat, expressionlessly continued, "Because there are no exits here at all." Our group entered the cafeteria, and after sitting down, we realized there were a total of 12 players in this game, 4 nurses and 8 doctors. In a corner far from us sat an older man in a blue uniform, presumably a janitor or temporary worker, eating his meal facing the wall with an utterly blank expression. The lunch was simple, 2 vegetables and 1 meat dish. The hospital food was hardly appetizing. After eating, I rested my chin on my hand, holding a drink, and casually glanced at the neighboring tables, noticing someone was discreetly observing us. Our eyes met, seemingly engaging in a silent mutual assessment. "It seems like there are new players here," I whispered to the other 3 while swirling the orange soda in my cup, my gaze returning to the pair at the second table on the right. "They keep questioning their teammates, and it looks like the girl is about to cry." I initially thought this game was about leveling up and only players of the same level could team up. But apparently, the game doesn't restrict player levels, Tangji said, picking up his chopsticks and stirring the egg custard, clearly dissatisfied with the bland meal, frowning in frustration. "Teacher Gu, I miss your cooking. During our 7 days in the Wisdom House, I did all the cooking, with different dishes every day. The taste was quite good, inevitably fostering a picky habit." Flattered, I grinned and replied, "Young master, just make do for now, or I can go to the cafeteria later and see if I can cook something special for you." After finishing his meal, Oyi put down his chopsticks, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and shamelessly said, "If possible, make a portion for me too." "Anything will do, I'm not picky. The food here is quite a revelation for my taste buds." I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Then, remembering something that puzzled me, I asked Tang Ji, before entering the campus scene, "You had already experienced a game, right? How did you suddenly join our instance?" Tang Ji looked at me for a moment, unreservedly unbuttoning the top 2 buttons of his shirt, slightly pulling at the collar. Above his collarbone was a blood-red tattoo resembling a small bow tie, the symbol of infinity. After I cleared a level, I gained a privilege to choose any instance during a game, with only 2 chances, Tang Ji explained, and I couldn't help but notice his platinum ring, the object on his ring finger, unique to him and Bo Yi, glimmering with their shared light. The first game I entered was a post-apocalyptic zombie scene. The only way to survive was to avoid infection, and I was the sole survivor. After clearing it, I gained the privilege to select instances. Initially, there were 2 tattoos, but now there's only this one left. And Jean glanced at his ring and then at his own empty left hand, frowning in dissatisfaction. I reached out to straighten Tangji's shirt collar, deftly fastening the buttons, explaining is fine, but why expose yourself? Opposite, Gumeng gently bit her straw, her expression focused, seemingly deep in thought. If what Jean says is true, and this hospital has no exits, how do we get out? I was busy urging Tangji to eat, and upon hearing her question, I couldn't help but smile calmly. If it's a secret room, there must be a hidden passage or some condition that, once met, will prompt the NPC to open it. Gumeng sighed. Not seeing a door makes me uneasy, a bit panicked. I looked at her, my lips curling into a smile. With us here, what's there to panic about? Tangji's expression showed a struggle, as if finding it hard to swallow, yet mindful of my gaze, he ate in small bites. I playfully scratched his chin, gently reminding him, no fussing, eat up. Turning my head, I noticed Jean tightly pressing his lips, staring at his left hand, his mind full of doubts. My heart calmed down instantly. Indeed, with such sincere and warm friends by my side, why should I be worried? After lunch, we left the cafeteria and headed towards the first-floor lobby, eager to verify our emerging suspicions. I circled the perimeter of the first floor, surrounded by walls with no doors, confirming a certain feeling the entire hospital was a secret room. Looking out the window into the dreary weather, the road was devoid of cars, and the parking lot was eerily empty, as if abandoned in a desolate wilderness. As I passed the door of the first consultation room, suddenly, a small boy, not even waist-high, jumped out, startling me. He was about 7 or 8 years old, wearing a red hoodie. His skin was fair, and his large, bright eyes were strikingly round, with distinct double eyelids that stirred a sense of affection within me. However, his gaze was oddly vacant, evoking a slight unease. I cleared my throat to mask my initial surprise and glanced around, noticing the area was deserted. Squatting down, I gently held his small shoulders, my voice softening involuntarily. Hey there, little one. What's your name? Why are you here alone? The boy's eyes roamed over my face before settling on my eyes. He pulled a pencil and a small sketchbook from his hoodie pocket, lowered his head, and began writing. I leaned in, hearing the soft scratch of pencil on paper. Soon, he showed me the sketchbook, and the childish handwriting caught my attention. Your eyes are really pretty. The word eyes was mistakenly written as instead of, which made me smile. Thank you, but you still haven't answered my question. What's your name? I asked. The boy remained silent, still staring at me with those large eyes, a quietness emanating from them. Was it my imagination? His gaze seemed to be examining not a living being but an object. A chill crept up my spine, and I stood abruptly, stepping back to better assess the boy's potential threat. Oh dear, Fong. You're wandering off again? The sound of steady, hurried high heels approached, and Yu Chun Jiao appeared before me, holding a file and pulling the boy to her side. He looked up at her, lips pressed together, instantly regaining his childlike innocence. You can't do this anymore. Doctors and nurses have work to do, and running around the hospital can disturb them. Yu Chun Jiao patiently instructed the boy before turning to me, a smile of apology on her face. Xiaomeng, I'm sorry. This is Director Jin's grandson, Jin Feng. He used to stay here with Director Jin, who recently passed away. The little guy is waiting for his family to pick him up. Director Jin, a name mentioned thrice, clearly a pivotal figure. I intended to inquire further, but Yu Chun Jiao spoke first. I'll take Fong upstairs now. You carry on, we won't disturb you. Her words swept over me like a gentle breeze, leaving a trace of doubt, yet no opportunity to question further. I bid them farewell. Watching the man disappear around the corner, I followed Chun Jiao, who led Jin Feng towards the consultation room. Our footsteps were slow and heavy along the way. The nurse supervisor's voice suddenly sounded from behind, eerily somber. Don't rush, they're all yours. Just then, 2 female players approached. One wore a white coat, and the other a nurse's uniform. The one in the white coat paused upon seeing us before asking, Nurse Supervisor, who's this little boy? I immediately smiled broadly and answered loudly, Director Jin's grandson, waiting to be picked up by his family. So cute, they exclaimed, look how well behaved he is. Jin Feng's gaze wandered between them before stepping forward, flipping open his sketchbook to the woman in the white coat, writing the same warm phrase. Your eyes are really pretty. She widened her eyes slightly, her cheeks blushing with a hint of a shy smile. I proceeded to the first-floor reception, wherein Jean, Bo Yi, and Tangji were already waiting. How about it? Did you find a door? Boye's voice resonated in the hall. I shook my head, feeling a slight disappointment. No door found, but I ran into Director Jin's grandson, Jin Fong. The kid seems a bit introverted. I recounted the incident to them. Tangji furrowed his brow slightly, asking, when will his family come to get him? I don't know. I shrugged helplessly, a tinge of frustration in my voice. Boye scanned the hall, his gaze wandering aimlessly. Let's head up, check each floor. I noticed a glass tray on the reception counter filled with assorted fruit candies. Before leaving, Tangji casually grabbed a handful and stuffed them into his white coat pocket. The hospital had 5 floors, not counting the 2 basement levels. The second and third floors mirrored the first, with fully equipped departments, including 2 operating rooms on the 3rd floor. The 4th floor housed the inpatient ward, with over 20 patient rooms, which I knew would also be our quarters. The 5th floor was for administrative offices, but I discovered it inaccessible. The rooms we could enter were unremarkable, and time passed unnoticed, soon reaching 6:40 p.m. Most players opted to return to their rooms on the 4th floor. At 7, doctors uniformly closed their doors, unwilling to linger outside for fear of encountering something they shouldn't, as escape would be difficult then. For nurses could stay until 10, but 2 were newcomers, naturally reluctant to wander the desolate night. And Jean and I shared a room with 2 beds. Although it had a private bathroom, the walls were moldy and dark, the floor stained with blood, making this eerie environment our only refuge. After showering, I stood bare-chested by the bed, preparing to change the sheets. Tangji exited the bathroom, his face pale yet flushed from the steam. He glanced at the bed by the window, its sheets moldy, and without hesitation, climbed into my bed. Let's sleep together. I didn't object. The lights quickly went out, and we lay facing each other. Outside, rain began to fall, the fine pitter-patter accompanied by an uncomfortable dampness, seeping into the skin, making one feel as if they were molding. In the darkness, I closed my eyes, brow furrowed, filled with unease. My bare neck exposed to the air was intermittently brushed by chilling drafts, increasing my discomfort. I moved closer to Boye, whispering, "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" He opened his eyes, his gaze directed toward the bathroom. The bathroom door stood ajar, the mirror above the sink facing outward, still misty. The white fog obscured the surface, stirring unease within me. I softly murmured, "Dear, could you close the bathroom door?" Boye laughed, playfully tapping my nose, teasing, "Aren't you usually brave?" His teasing irked me slightly, and I playfully bit his finger, enough to break the skin a little. Reluctantly, Boye got up and walked to the bathroom door. Grasping the handle, he seemed to glance around the dark bathroom, his gaze finally resting on the mirror. Perhaps due to the light, the mirror only reflected a silhouette, and I couldn't discern my face in the foggy glass. As the door slowly closed, I heard a crisp click of the lock. In an instant, a black shadow flashed in the mirror. Outside, the waning moon's reflection gradually became clearer in the mirror. A shadow flickered in my heart, secretly thinking that as long as I moved quickly enough, my companions wouldn't catch up to me. In the middle of the night, the sound of rain seemed to shatter my hazy dreams. I frowned slightly, turning over to bury my head into the soft pillow, trying to avoid waking up. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the ward door, so faint it felt like an illusion. I blinked, trying to dispel my drowsiness, and glanced toward the window. The night was deep, and only a crescent moon hung quietly at the corner of the window, the light blue curtains swaying softly in the breeze. Knock! Knock! The slow sound fully awakened me, and my furrowed brow told me someone was indeed knocking on the door. I got out of bed, slipped on my slippers, and walked toward the door. Passing by the adjacent bed, I saw Jean deeply asleep, and though tempted, I decided against waking him. Each ward door had a small window with glass in the middle. I peered through it into the corridor, where the lighting was dim and shadows lay silent, with no sign of anyone. While I was puzzled, the door was lightly knocked on twice again. Feeling a bit uneasy, I opened the door and looked down, surprised to see a little boy barely reaching my waist. He wore a red hoodie, holding a sketchbook and a pencil. We stared at each other, our eyes filled with mutual surprise. I craned my neck to look down the corridor, seeing no one else, and asked, "Little one, what brings you here so late?" His golden eyes flickered, and he lowered his head, bringing up his sketchbook to write, the scratch-scratch echoing in the empty hallway. After writing, he tilted his head up, turning the sketchbook towards me. I squinted, trying to decipher the words in the dim light, seeing 3 lines of childish writing. "It's raining. I'm alone and scared," which stirred a sense of unease in my heart. "Can you stay with me?" The boy's voice pierced through the rain, unguarded. My heart instinctively resisted, wanting to say we weren't familiar, but faced with his innocent gaze, I softened, bending down to ask, "Where's Nurse you?" The boy looked at me with his big, round eyes, silently shaking his head, as if in a wordless rebuttal. With no other choice, I straightened up. All right, come in then. My gaze passed over him, into the room where the curtains danced lightly in the wind, shadows swaying. The boy's gaze wandered around me, seemingly exploring the unknown space. I picked up the sketchbook again, bending over to write. My room is across the hall. Could you come over? A sense of oddity flashed in my heart, and I furrowed my brow slightly, determined to uncover this strange truth. Jin Fong handed the sketchbook to me slowly, his eyes showing a hint of anticipation, and he asked, "Will you come?" Faced with him, I hesitated for a moment before finally compromising, stepping out toward the doorway. But just as Jin Fong prepared to lead me back, I suddenly retracted my step, unease welling up inside. No. Jin Fong blinked slightly, seemingly puzzled, and lowered his head to continue writing. Why? I took his hand, trying to stay calm. Because I'm scared. He remained silent. Regardless of Jin Fong's reaction, I brought him into the room, gently closing the door, careful not to disturb the still sleeping Jin, whispering, "You can sleep here, but don't cause trouble at night. If you need to go to the bathroom, call me. No drawing maps on the bed, okay?" He stayed silent as I lifted the child onto the bed, placing his paper and pencil on the small cabinet between the beds, then climbed into bed, covering us both with the blanket. Jin Fong lay on his back, his large eyes shining in the darkness, fixed on the ceiling. I gently rested my hand on his shoulder, feeling his momentary stiffness but continued to pat lightly. "Close your eyes and sleep." I was well practiced in getting children to nap from my time in kindergarten. Closing my eyes, I softly patted Jin Fong's back. Suddenly, I felt a shadow enveloping us, as if a gaze was firmly fixed on me. I opened my eyes, my heart tightening, finding Jin standing by the bed, watching me. Startled by the scene, I mumbled, "What's wrong?" He followed my gaze to Jin Fong, who lay there with wide eyes, expressionless, staring back at me. Then, without a word, Jin picked Jin Fong up by his armpits like lifting a puppet, and placed him on the other bed. In the darkness, Jin Fong and I exchanged glances. For some reason, he suddenly lowered his head, obediently lifting the blanket and lying down. Naturally, I returned to my bed, unable to help but mutter, "Jin, there's no room." I turned to face the edge of the bed, speaking softly, "I'll only take up a little space." Gumang clicked her tongue, clearly unable to stand my feigned misery, and reluctantly pulled me over, allowing my body to squeeze into her space. In the deep quiet of night, everyone was lost in dreams, yet the door was lightly knocked again. I opened my eyes, fully awake, glancing at Gumang and Jin beside me, slowly getting out of bed. When I opened the door, a small crack revealed a petite female nurse, the light casting a shadow that resembled a blurry male figure on the ground. The next morning, it continued to drizzle outside, the air thick with the dampness typical of southern cities, leaving one listless. In the cafeteria, Jin and I met the couple from the neighboring room, the four of us sitting together for breakfast. I couldn't resist bringing up Jin Fong's visit last night. Tang Ji, listening, genuinely said, "Teacher Gu, you have a way with children." But I shook my head, honestly admitting, being stared at by that kid gave me the creeps. I gently stirred the porridge in my bowl, inquiring of Tang Ji, "Did you manage to get any information?" Being Director Jin's grandson, he should know quite a bit. When I woke up this morning, he was gone, not sure when he left. "I'll ask next time I see him," Tang Ji replied casually. As we were chatting aimlessly, two female players walked in, one a doctor, the other a nurse. I was seated facing the entrance, noticing the female doctor. She had her head down, her long, curly hair stylishly tucked behind her left ear, with the right side draping down, obscuring much of her face. The exposed left side was pale, her expression dazed, clearly sleep-deprived. As they passed our table, the nurse's cheerful voice reached us, "Sister Min, it's almost 9 o'clock, and there isn't a single patient in the hospital yet. Wasn't it supposed to reopen today?" The woman referred to as Sister Min hurried forward, seemingly not hearing the question, murmuring to herself, "Not mine, not mine, not mine." I watched their retreating figures and recalled her appearance. Who is that female doctor? She seems familiar. Jin put down his bowl without looking up, and replied blandly, "The female doctor is Huang Min, 28 years old, had a ponytail yesterday, and has a mole next to her right eye. You mentioned her profile resembles Joey Wong. Who is Joey Wong?" "She lives in room 401, returned to the 4th floor at 6:52 p.m. yesterday via the elevator. The nurse next to her is Kai Xiaoqi, age undisclosed, her roommate. I heard her say 17 sentences yesterday, 15 of which were questions about why, and one about her nurse's cap not fitting right, so today she has 2 black hairpins on the side of her cap." I stared at Jin in shock, the spoon slipping from my hand into the porridge, a tremor running through me. My mouth gaped slightly in surprise as I asked, How do you remember all that so clearly? And Jean turned his head to glance at me, curiously asking, you don't remember? I lowered my head, silently shoving an egg into my mouth, feeling a bit helpless. Tangji quietly explained to Boyi, I've always told you, and Jean is a genius. Like a camera, ordinary people only remember what they choose to, but he records everything he sees and hears without filtering, ready to recall anytime. Boyi nodded in understanding, picking up his spoon, marveling, I didn't expect him to be a king. Asterisk. At 10 o'clock in the morning, we were sifting through useful information in the archives on the 5th floor when a loud broadcast echoed through the corridors. Attention, attention, please have Doctors Boyi, Cheng Jiao, Njin, Huang Min, Tangji, Wang Hongwan, Sujai, Zhou Herong come to the 2nd floor surgical consultation room. The patient has entered the waiting area. The announcement repeated, seemingly emphasizing the impending change. The broadcast echoed in the empty hallway, and the four of us exchanged glances as I put away the file folder and headed to the 2nd floor. The patient was a young girl in her 20s, her complexion rosy, seemingly healthy. However, players on the 2nd floor claimed she appeared out of nowhere at the end of the corridor, with no one knowing where she came from. Gathered together, Yu Chunjiao held a clipboard, standing at the consultation room door, her brow slightly furrowed. Due to time constraints, the doctor's duty roster was forgotten. Today, who can examine the patient? In the consultation room, her back was to us. The 8 doctors exchanged glances, none stepping forward first. The unknown fear loomed over us, leaving everyone unsure of what might occur inside. Yu Chunjiao, with a bright smile, scanned the surroundings, asking, who can do it? At this moment, I noticed Huang Min sitting in the waiting area, fiddling with her long hair to cover the right half of her face, muttering to herself. She seemed worse off than she was in the morning. To my left, Kai Xiaoqi, prompted by En Jin's reminder, glanced at the hairpins on her cap, her gaze brushing over her slightly damp temples. I couldn't help but ask, are you hot? It was a rainy day outside with a chill in the air, and the indoor temperature was cool without the air conditioning on, so sweating was unusual. Kai Xiaoqi was startled, turning to me before smiling amiably, wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve, speaking softly, a bit nervous, considering the situation inside. She sneaked a glance at the waiting room, whispering, who dares to enter? I'm worried for the doctors. I understood Gu Meng's feelings. Inside the waiting room, the patients grew increasingly impatient with the delayed doctor, and suddenly, someone turned away, shouting, does your hospital care about patients or not? Chun Jiao stuck out her tongue, humorously commenting, then we'll just have to grab a doctor at random. She glanced at the clock on the wall, softly muttering, it's now 10:16. Let's pick number 6. Dr. Wang Hongwan, please enter the waiting room. The named man turned pale instantly, standing among the crowd but unwilling to move. Chun Jiao gestured for him to hurry, urging, Dr. Wang, quickly, the patients can't wait. Watching the head nurse's strong arm, Wang Hongwan was reluctantly dragged out, his facial muscles twitching slightly as if struggling, ultimately forced into the waiting room. I couldn't help but look at the other waiting players, all anxious, the wait feeling interminably long. Just 3 minutes later, the waiting room door reopened. Wang Hongwan was dead. When the temp workers dragged him out, his mouth was agape, eyes wide, his face blue and white, seemingly a sudden death. Facing death for the first time, several beginners, including myself, felt inevitably apprehensive. Gazing through the consultation room door at the heavy atmosphere, I realized this consultation was likely a side quest in the game, but who knew what truly transpired inside? Those who experienced it were no longer around. A sharp shout erupted from inside, is this hospital capable or not? Is anyone going to treat patients? It was a patient's roar, triggered by a pen holder being knocked over. It's now 10:25, please number 5. Yu Chunjiao wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, her gaze locked on the clock on the wall. I'll go. Calmly, I stepped forward before she finished her sentence, resolutely heading into the waiting room and closing the door behind me. Why is he? Gu Mang looked worried, frowning deeply. And Jean seemed thoughtful, number 5 is Candy. Beside him, Tangji fixated on the door, eyes gleaming red, clenching his molars. Inside, I sat behind the desk, facing the young girl. She cupped her face, playfully smiling, Doctor, you're handsome. At that moment, I realized my fate might have changed. I couldn't even muster a smile, speaking directly, get to the point. She pouted, stretching her arm across the desk, her fair wrist turning before me, smilingly requesting, Doctor, I'm sick, please check my pulse. I glanced at her delicate wrist, feeling helpless, yet raised my hand to take it, then involuntarily looked up, my gaze falling on the open glass door. The rain fell heavily, and through the doorway, I saw a black car parked outside, the window rolling down to reveal a blurred man's silhouette. "Oh ye! Get in the car!" He urgently waved, his voice anxious. For a moment, I froze, countless thoughts flashing through my mind. The rain outside soaked his face, and through the low horn sound, I faintly heard his terrifying yell, "Bo Rihua! Why are you daydreaming? Over 10,000 people are waiting for you." I finally understood today was my last game, with my retirement announcement following. All preparations had been meticulously planned a month prior. I breathed a sigh of relief, my mind blank just moments ago, fearing I'd lost my memory. I zipped up my jacket, walking out of the esports training base. The team manager extended a black umbrella from the car but, finding it cumbersome, ducked into the rain, circling the car to open the passenger door. "Would it kill you to use an umbrella?" Shin Shotian pulled a clean towel from the back seat pocket, tossing it at me with a grumble. "If fans saw you like this, they'd think the club's so stingy it won't even provide an umbrella." I lounged lazily in the seat, casually toweling my hair dry, and replied dismissively, all right, let's go." The car quickly ascended the overpass. The rain poured down heavily, reducing visibility to a pitiful low, engulfing vehicles and road signs in the downpour. The windshield wipers worked at their maximum speed, struggling against the sheet of rain. Shin Shotian was someone who suffered from road rage, and his temper flared in bad weather. He cursed at every car that overtook us, at e-bikes running yellow lights, and at the miserable weather. I fiddled with my ears, long accustomed to his tirades, and adjusted to a comfortable position, contemplating, maybe I should nap and have him wake me when we arrive. "Hey, wait." Shin Shotian caught sight of my left hand and asked, "What's with the ring on your hand?" I frowned, not understanding his question. Looking down, I indeed found a platinum ring on my ring finger, surprisingly heavy. I was puzzled myself. When did I put this on? Shin Shotian shot me a curious glance, his tone probing. "Who gave it to you?" I raised my left hand, scrutinizing the ring, a bit of confusion in my eyes, my voice uncertain. "I forgot, probably a fan." Take it off. "How can you just wear something like that?" Shin Shotian said impatiently, "If the cameras catch this during the competition, your fangirls will explode, thinking you're getting married." I also felt uneasy about it, attempting to twist the ring off, only to find it stuck tight. It seemed to have been on for a long time, refusing to budge. I was bewildered. Why was a fan's ring so firmly on my finger? It felt like it had been there for quite some time. My ring finger was starting to hurt, and I looked at the ring before finally letting my hand drop. "Never mind, I'm retiring anyway, it doesn't matter if fans see it." Shin Shotian suddenly asked, "Why did you decide to retire early?" I gazed out the car window, chuckling softly. "Wasn't it agreed upon?" "Because." The words suddenly halted, my thoughts scattering, my expression going blank for 3 seconds, a tinge of fear rising within. "Bo-yi?" Shin Shotian called to me. I felt a headache coming on, lowering my head to rub my temples, trying to sort my thoughts, and muttered, "Why retire early? We discussed it a month ago. What did I say then?" I said I didn't want to be in the public eye anymore. "Why not be in the public eye?" Shin Shotian was baffled, lowering the wiper speed, his voice puzzled. "What esports player isn't in the public eye? You've been fine these 8 years, why the sudden change?" I hunched forward slightly, my complexion growing paler, trying to find answers in my memory, speaking instinctively. Being scrutinized and talked about for everything makes it impossible to create a stable environment for a partner. Besides, I'm gay, there's already significant criticism. Even if I can be public, my partner might not be able to, and then there's both families. Shin Shotian burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh my god! Bo-yi! Have you been single so long you're hallucinating? You don't even have a boyfriend, and you're thinking about all this? You're killing me." I was stunned, blinking, even feeling surprised myself. Indeed, I didn't have a boyfriend, so why was I preemptively worrying about these issues? Seeing I couldn't answer, Shin Shotian slapped the steering wheel, laughing and scolding. "You're planning to retire over things that aren't even happening. I'm amazed. Your career's been soaring these last few years, you can't quit now. Stay on, let's cancel today's retirement ceremony, alright?" My complexion grew increasingly pale, a pressure in the car seemed to weigh on my chest, making it hard to breathe. Something felt amiss. I hesitated, but... "Bo-yi." Shin Shotian's smile vanished, his hands gripping the steering wheel, turning to gaze deeply at me, as if trying to pierce my soul. "You can't retire, the club needs you, the fans need you, I need you. You've come this far, you can't just drop the burden. Didn't you say esports is your whole life? Are you really going to give that up?" I looked at him, confusion filling my eyes, and after a while, I woodenly responded, "No. Stay, okay?" Shin Shotian's voice softened, his gaze shifting to the rainwater the wipers couldn't clear. I hesitated but eventually nodded. He smiled, "Good brother." Strangely, the heaviness in my chest dissipated instantly, a sense of unprecedented ease washing over me. I leaned back into the seat, propping one hand on the windowsill, my hand resting against my lips, silently watching the scenery outside. "Oh, by the way," Shin Xiutian reminded me, "take off the ring." I glanced down at my left hand, raising an eyebrow, almost forgot. With a firm tug, the ring came off, leaving a white indentation, and I noticed faint characters imprinted on my ring finger, "Can I?" I squinted, a voice subtly echoing in my mind, "Can I? Can I?" I stared into the fog, my temples throbbing as if a storm raged through, a splitting headache. Candy. At that moment, like a beacon in the night, all fog cleared. Memories from 4 years ago surfaced. I had chosen to retire early for Tangji. Shin Xiutian drove me to the venue, telling me life is about coming together and parting well. It was a farewell match marking the end of my professional career, fading from the public eye, while I stayed with Tangji, and 4 years had passed. Once I remembered Tangji's name, all memories flowed seamlessly. I vividly remembered that day, clarity returning to my eyes, rationality restored. I understood that none of this was real, that my memories had been altered, and this illusion exploited my struggles between love and dreams, trying to trap me here forever. I have a boyfriend, his name is Tangji, and this is my wedding ring. I clutched the ring, speaking calmly, "You shouldn't have erased these. Because once I remember, I can find the flaws." Then, I yanked open the car door, decisively kicked it out. Just then, a sedan passed by, its impact sending the door flying, causing a loud crash. The torrential rain poured in, the wind driving the water into the car, soaking me completely. My heart pounded, yet I yearned to jump and escape. Suddenly, a vice-like grip closed around my left wrist, pulling me back. Shin Xiutian looked at me with a smile, his tone gentle yet firm, "Bo Yi, stay. We need you." His voice carried an inexplicable urgency. Outside the open passenger door, cars roared past like a tide, horns blaring like crashing waves. His grip on me was iron-tight, as if his hand were a chain, leaving me powerless to break free, rain relentlessly streaming over my hair and face. At that moment, a low, piercing horn sounded in my ear, and I turned to see in the rearview mirror a massive tanker truck accelerating toward us. "Stay, stay." Shin Xiutian's voice was like a whisper in my ear, growing more resolute. "You don't really want to leave, we need you, Bo Yi. Here you can have everything you want." His grip tightened. The tanker truck's horn grew louder, closing in. The moment seemed to have arrived. I wiped the rain from my face, silently apologizing in my heart, "I'm sorry, Xiutian, Candy is waiting for me." Then, my body instinctively leaned outward, as if awaiting that tanker with its glaring headlights to strike me. In the second-floor waiting room, people sat or stood, each harboring different thoughts. At this moment, my gaze swept over the clock on the wall for the 6th time, the time reading 10:40. Another quarter hour had passed, yet the door remained motionless. Tangji leaned lazily against a corner pillar, his indifference surpassing even mine. He seemed even more nonchalant than I did. I sighed softly and found a seat beside Jean, noticing his right hand holding a blue ballpoint pen, meticulously drawing something on his left ring finger. I couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" And Jean finished the last stroke, lifted his left hand, and proudly displayed it. "This is my ring." I was momentarily taken aback, thinking to myself that it wasn't surprising he wanted one after seeing the rings on the couple next door yesterday. I looked at the blue ink he had smeared on his finger, quietly leaving a mark on his ring finger, and thought, "It's really pretty, it suits you. Then I'll give you one." And Jean, full of bravado, grabbed my left hand, attempting to ink it. I quickly dodged, hastily refusing, "No, no, it's too precious, such a valuable gift I can't accept." All eyes around us turned, filled with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Just as we were tussling, the door to the waiting room suddenly opened. Under the tense gaze of everyone, Boyi walked out, his face pale, holding a light white envelope. As he passed in Jean, he slapped the envelope onto him, saying flatly, "A clue." Then, he released his hold and headed straight towards the corner where Tangji was. Boye's demeanor appeared very low, and I felt a twinge of concern, just about to get up to check on him when I saw him and Tangji leave the waiting area one after the other. After a moment's thought, I sat back down, not following them. The envelope was unopened, its texture thick and smooth, with edges adorned in gold, crafted with astonishing finesse. The other players gathered around, buzzing with discussion. Is this a reward? What's inside? What did that guy just experience? I couldn't help but feel curious myself, my gaze inevitably drawn to the mysterious envelope. Why did he just leave without a word? I asked, my concern for him bubbling up inside. His complexion wasn't good, the task must have been quite challenging, a friend responded, unease flickering in their eyes. Man, if it had been me going in, who knows if I'd have walked out or been dragged out. Jean quipped, a hint of nervousness betraying his jest. I watched him quietly, as his long fingers toyed with the envelope. Jean seemed to find nothing unusual, and he simply tore it open. Inside the envelope was a piece of light white cardstock, also rimmed with gold. I pulled out the cardstock, and the elegant script on it caught my eye. Ah, distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December. Silence enveloped those around us, all eyes fixed on the phrase. After a long pause, a man broke the silence. What does it mean? Literal meaning, another voice replied calmly. Again, silence descended upon us. A sense of puzzlement rose within me. I understood each word, yet couldn't grasp the underlying meaning. Jean tucked the card away, casually passing it to another player, and began to explain. It's a line from The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe, a poem mourning the deceased, and also a classic showcasing Poe's aesthetic in poetry. I couldn't help but feel admiration, and others joined in applause, as if he had become a symbol of culture. I looked at Jean, this guy who had spent the past 7 days in the House of Wisdom reading tirelessly, a strange sense of loss washing over me. When I first found him, he was a fool who could barely speak, yet now he had grown so quickly, it was hard to adapt. Just then, a blond man named Chen Jiahua noticed the name on Jin's badge and asked him, Dr. N, what use do we have for this clue? Jean pondered for a moment, then responded straightforwardly, I don't know. Instantly, the atmosphere turned a bit awkward, and Chen Jiahua seemed at a loss for words. Suddenly, a young girl emerged from the waiting room, humming a tune, her expression cheerful. However, as she reached the end of the second-floor corridor, she vanished into thin air, a scene that left me with a sense of unease. I followed Tang Ji, traversing the long corridor, shadows spreading around us, the walls stained with blood, as if the heavy atmosphere would swallow us whole. Outside, the light was devoured by dark clouds, raindrops pattering against the window, agitating my mind. I stared at Tang Ji's slender back, the collar of his white coat revealing a glimpse of a white shirt, wrapped around his pale neck, elegant and captivating. This scene plunged me into a helpless silence, and eventually, I conceded, calling out, Candy, slow down. He stopped in his tracks, waiting for me to catch up. With a sigh of relief, I stepped forward, taking his hand, trying to comfort him. Why are you upset? Nothing happened. Unexpectedly, just as I was about to relax, he suddenly turned, delivering a sharp slap. My face turned to the side, a buzzing in my ear, the place where I was hit quickly filled with blood, shadows lurking along the contours of my profile, casting a gloomy outline. Tang Ji's eyes were slightly red, his anger and worry intertwined, his voice hoarse as he asked, What would I do if something happened to you? Who let you go in? I retorted. Was it your turn? He countered angrily. Bo Yi, you always act on your own. His emotions were agitated, tears welling up in his eyes, falling with a blink. In his anger, he lightly slapped me again, but this time the force was significantly reduced, his voice choked with tears. I don't want you always in front of me, you bastard. Outside, the rain sounded intermittently, the broken walls seeping with moisture, the dampness unsettling my mind. I gently composed myself, my fingertips tracing along my high-nose bridge, asking calmly, You've hit and scolded me, do you feel better? Tang Ji's eyes were red, his cheeks tinged with a blush, as he lowered his head to cover his eyes, his shoulders trembling lightly. 15 minutes of waiting, my heart felt suspended, dreading each passing second, fearing he might never come out again. Hearing his suppressed sobs, a soft ache rose within me, and I couldn't help but reach out, attempting to pull him into an embrace. Come here, let me hold you. He no longer wanted to put on a brave front, slowly leaning forward, burying his face in my shoulder and neck, gripping my jacket tightly, sobbing in defiance. I should have just not come looking for you, pretend you're dead. My heart clenched, thinking it might be better to remain hidden in this void, pretending we were both fine. I wasn't angry, instead, I chuckled softly, Widow Tang. One hand pinched his nape, wishing to mold him into my embrace. Yet, thinking of that terrible illusion, a tightness returned to my chest. The most terrifying thing I had ever experienced was the days without Tang Ji. After coaxing him for a while, kissing and holding him, finally, I saw no more tears in his eyes, though they remained red, insisting on laying down some ground rules with me. First, no taking risks, not even for your lover, I said, my tone serious. Second, no acting on your own, everything between us should be discussed and agreed upon. Bo Ye's voice was gentle, yet carried an unmistakable firmness. So, the third. I deliberately paused, quirking my mouth at him affectionately, loving his pouty expression, and asked, What's the third? He pursed his lips, a blush spreading across his cheeks, hesitated for a long moment, then fiercely declared, No more getting molested by female ghosts. Or I'll bite you to death. I couldn't help but stifle a laugh, gazing at him with eyes full of warmth. What are you staring at? He frowned, seeming a bit uncomfortable. "If you were to bite me to death, you'd never bear it." I held his hand, my heart light, smiling with narrowed eyes. Biting me is a more feasible option. As we stepped into the elevator, he stood there dumbfounded, taking a moment to catch the meaning behind my words, his cheeks turning crimson. You're dreaming." Amid our banter, the elevator reached the 4th floor, and as the doors opened, we nearly collided with a janitor pushing a cleaning cart. I saw an elderly man in a blue uniform, his hat brim pulled low, shuffling closer to us. As he approached, he timidly lowered his head, stepping aside to let us pass. Tangji exited the elevator, thanked the man, and his eyes swept over the stacked rough linen sheets on the cart, evidence of rooms recently cleaned. The janitor pushed the cart into the elevator, pressed a floor button, and the doors closed slowly. At that moment, I tugged on Tangji's hand and whispered, "Look at this." As we passed room 401, I followed his gaze to see a faint smear of blood on the doorknob. The blood was vivid, seemingly fresh. Tangji recalled the janitor, muttering, if he had blood on his hand, and closed the door. We exchanged a glance, a hint of tension rising within us, and I raised my hand to knock on the door 3 times, yet no response came. Just as we were about to leave, the elevator doors opened again, and Gu Meng and Njin stepped out, followed by the chattering Kai Xiaoqi. Gu Meng saw us standing at the 401 door and casually asked, "What are you doing here?" "Just passing by." I smiled at the young nurse. "Nurse Kai lives in 401, right? Perhaps you should check if anything is missing or out of place." Kai Xiaoqi seemed puzzled but obediently walked forward and opened the door. Sister Min said she wasn't feeling well and went back to her room early. "If you think there's a problem, just knock." Before she could finish, her palm touched something slippery, and when she looked, she saw it was wet blood. The girl's face turned pale, hurriedly wiping her hand on her clothes. Where did this blood come from? Uneasy, I was the first to enter the room. The layout was similar to ours, with a private bathroom and lavender curtains casting a gloomy air under the overcast sky. I glanced around, finding no one. I pushed open the bathroom door, unexpectedly meeting Huang Min's wide-open eyes. In room 401, the lights were bright. Kai Xiaoqi sat stunned on the bed, while I and the other 3 boys stood at the bathroom door, our eyes drawn to the eerie scene inside. Huang Min was wedged between the sink pedestal and the tub, her body half-slumped over the tub's edge, a single terrifying eye peering through her disheveled hair, staring unblinkingly at us. The blood on her chest was like a macabre painting, her right hand gripping a bloody scalpel. The water in the tub, dimly lit by the lavender curtains, created a shadowy space. I gazed at the water, tinged pink from the blood, an unsettling omen. More disturbing was the dislodged eyeball at the bottom of the tub, trailing a long strand of tissue, silent and forlorn. In this bizarre world, we were accustomed to such gruesome sights, yet the scene before us was met with an unusual calm. This brutal death was something we had witnessed countless times, leaving shadows in our hearts but accepted with detachment, for at least there was a whole body left behind. Still, the entire scene exuded an inexplicable dark beauty. I crouched near the bathroom door, the hem of my white coat brushing the floor. From a certain distance, I observed Huang Min's eye and the blood flower blooming on her chest. "What do you think? Was the knife placed in her hand, or was it there all along?" Gu Meng asked beside me, leaning on her knees, her golden hair swaying slightly. Feeling her breath behind my ear, I turned slightly. The blade is pointing inwards, in a reverse grip. It was likely in her hand all along. I leaned against the doorframe, my long legs casually crossed, pondering. The question is, where exactly did she stab herself? "The eye," Njin answered without hesitation. I couldn't help but shiver, casting a shocked glance at him. "You're saying she gouged out her own eye with the scalpel?" And then, my gaze inadvertently fell on the pink water in the tub, my voice trembling slightly as I said, "Threw it into the tub?" Her heart was also taken, and Jin's voice was firm and calm. Our hearts sank at once, the fear prompting us to speak in unison. "How do you know?" I looked at the fabric stained with blood on her chest, the wound's shape blurred, let alone the missing heart. And Jin turned his head, his face innocent, as if asking me, how do I explain such a simple question? I was at a loss for words. Although I understood Huang Min had removed her own eye before dying, why she did such a crazy thing, where her heart went, and what truly caused her death remained a mystery. In this eerie game world, many things defy natural laws and cannot be explained scientifically. We could only patiently await the gradual revelation of clues. The 4 of us in room 401 danced around our powerlessness, waiting until noon to go downstairs and inform the other players of Huang Min's death. Hearing the news, everyone wore solemn expressions and immediately headed for the 4th floor. The cafeteria was empty, only the 4 of us there. The simple meal was unchanged, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, just like yesterday. The woman behind the serving window was expressionless, overturning a ladle of mushy potato beef stew onto my tray without care. "Auntie," I hesitated, finally sighing, carefully saying, "when you make this dish tomorrow, fry the beef and potatoes for 2 minutes first, until golden brown, then use high heat. Let the sauce dry a bit more before taking it off the stove. Adding a cornstarch slurry would be even better." The auntie's eyes were dead, her response simple and blunt, "Get lost." I turned with my tray, thinking, you'll lose your job sooner or later with this attitude. Boya's illusions were like nightmares in my heart, both real and illusory. That day, the decision to retire was vivid, but the mistaken game environment erased Tangji's existence. If he hadn't appeared, I might not have retired early. I longed to continue racing in the esports world, yet love ultimately won this battle. The game exploited this weakness, constructing an extreme environment. If my lover hadn't appeared, I would have chosen my ideals, chosen to stay. But once such a decision was made, escape would be hopeless. As I pondered, Gumeng curiously asked, "You didn't look well when you came out of the consultation room. What did you see in there?" I hesitated for a moment before finally replying, "An illusion." In that instant, memories surged like a tide. They use deep-seated memories to create illusions, painful or beautiful, varying from person to person. "And how was your illusion? Was it frightening?" Her eyes were full of concern. Not wanting to dwell on those blurred yet piercing images, I forced myself to set aside my discomfort and briefly described the experience. My subconscious memories were altered, forcing me to face unbearable pain. But to make Gumeng aware of the potential danger, I truthfully recounted the situation. After hearing my account, she shook her head solemnly. "If I encountered such a situation, I might not be able to spot the flaws. It's too dangerous. If one truly follows the person in the illusion, they might never return." I nodded silently, the unease in my heart growing heavier. Tangji's chopsticks paused midair, seemingly startled by something I said. I bit my tongue, secretly regretting having said something wrong. Boyi seemed unconcerned, smiling lightly as if he had long moved on. As time passed, we continued to explore this hospital. We first went down to the basement but found the first basement level inaccessible. The morgue on the second basement level, however, was open, though all other rooms were locked. After wandering for a while, we returned to the ground floor. I followed Boyi into the infusion room on the first floor, watching as he opened a cabinet, his eyes lighting up instantly. Inside was a stack of unopened white uniform dresses. "Boyi, there's a stack of medical records here. Want to take a look?" I asked, rifling through drawers behind him. He wasn't interested in those, picking out the largest uniform and quietly slipping it into a paper bag, casually asking, "Are you sure you can read the doctor's handwriting?" I thought for a moment, then replaced the records back in the drawer, realizing I couldn't make sense of them. Meanwhile, Gumeng and Njin were busy on the 5th floor, searching for information about this hospital. The archive room was piled with newspapers from recent years, and Njin skimmed through them swiftly, seemingly piecing together some information quickly. 30 years ago, Director Jean was a humble researcher. Why he suddenly left the institute to open a clinic in this remote place, I never knew. The events that followed were even more mysterious. The hospital he applied to establish with government approval once supported the local community. However, with the sudden rise in the hospital's mortality rate 5 years ago and the frequent rumors of disappearances in the vicinity, shadows gradually enveloped this once bright place. Strange ghost stories began circulating, pushing the hospital to the brink of abandonment. Who would dare set foot in this terrifying place, aside from those in dire economic straits? Gumeng, sitting cross-legged quietly beside me, listened to Njin recount this history and mused, there must be some truth to these ghost stories. The events from 30 years ago are even more suspicious, but unfortunately, the information we have is limited. Njin tidied up the scattered newspapers, his gaze sweeping the room, and suggested, "There's nothing more worth seeing here, let's go." I followed him down the corridor, trying the handles of the director's office doors as we passed, but they remained firmly shut. In the drizzling rain, time seemed to stretch. I felt the approach of 7 p.m. as most players chose to avoid curfew and returned to their rooms on the 4th floor to rest. I passed through the 1st floor lobby, about to take the elevator, when, under the dim lights, I was surprised to see Jin Fong. The little boy in a red hoodie was engrossed in drawing something on his sketchpad, with the kindly-looking male Dr. Zhao Herong standing beside him. The boy flipped his artwork proudly to show Zhao Herong, who smiled, one hand in his white coat pocket, gently patting the boy's head, seemingly saying something warm. In that moment, I felt a touch of warmth, precious amidst the surrounding eerie atmosphere. I maintained a calm demeanor throughout, showing no extra expression, my round black eyes like deep lakes, tranquil and unruffled. Gumeng stood not far away, thought flickering in her eyes. I watched Zhao Herong bid farewell to Jin Fong, pondering whether I could seize the opportunity to gather information about director Jin. However, just then, a male voice called out to me from behind, "Gu Meng." I turned to see Chen Jiaohua. Both of us being nurses, we had been noticing each other since yesterday, our awareness of each other's presence growing more pronounced. Still, my mind lingered on Jin Fong, and I couldn't resist checking the spot again. But in an instant, that red figure seemed to vanish into thin air. This hospital was truly elusive, its denizens' movements unpredictable. With no choice, I turned and asked, "What's up?" Chen Jiaohua, with his eye-catching blonde hair, approached mysteriously, saying, "Do you know?" I paused slightly. "I don't know." Thinking to myself, why not just say what you mean instead of making me guess? Chen Jiaohua became even more cryptic, smiling faintly, a hint of teasing in his tone. Cheng Jiaojiao said the eyeball in the 401 bathtub might not be Huang Min's. My heart gave a slight jolt, and I blurted out, "If it's not Huang Min's, then where did her eyeball go? And where did the one in the bathtub come from?" As soon as I spoke, Chen Jiahua offered no further response, instead pulling out a set of keys, jingling them. I swiped these from the duty room when the head nurse was off. They open all the doors on the second basement level. I recall there's a room for storing organ specimens down there. Are you interested? Staring at the keys, my mind flickered with hesitation. Not interested. Chen Jiahua seemed a bit disappointed at my response. At 8 p.m., the rain outside had stopped, moonlight spilling through the window onto my bed. Half lying down, I crossed my legs, staring at the set of keys, lost in thought. The keys were thrust upon me by Chen Jiahua, who admitted he didn't dare venture out after 7 p.m., and seemingly no one else did either. I was no exception, but Huang Min's wide, terrified eye lingered in my mind like a curse. Unable to figure out the origin of the bathtub eyeball, I feared I wouldn't sleep well tonight. Moreover, the keys needed to be returned before Chen Jiao's morning shift, making time tight and the opportunity rare. Gritting my teeth, I swung my legs off the bed and said to Njin, "I'm heading to the second basement level. If you want to sleep, just turn off the light. No need to wait for me." Njin was engrossed in a thick medical book, presumably borrowed from a doctor's office. I glanced at him and said, "Together." His gaze was steady, meeting mine, "Together." A vague unease stirred within me, prompting me to refuse. "If we encounter something unpleasant, I'm only responsible for my own escape." He coaxed, "I'll be back soon." I sighed, resigned, "Be good." "Together," he insisted. Left without words, I could only remain silent. The hospital at night was extraordinarily eerie, sending chills down my spine. With a flashlight in hand, we navigated the dim corridor to the elevator. I pressed my fingerprint on the nearby device. Our goal was clear. As the elevator opened, I chose the second basement level without hesitation. When the elevator doors slowly opened, a pitch-black hallway greeted us, as if unknown terrors quietly awaited. I walked through the shadowy corridor, surrounded by cabinets, chairs, and hospital beds stacked along the walls, casting dark silhouettes. Most unsettling were the plastic mannequins standing in the darkness, which seemed to come alive in the interplay of light and shadow. Holding the flashlight, I stepped off the elevator. Just as I took a step, a metal-caged light suddenly flickered on with a snap, startling me nearly enough to drop the flashlight. And Jean descended behind me, chuckling, "This hallway has motion sensor lights." Following him, I couldn't help but mutter, "Scared the hell out of me." One behind the other, we walked through the corridor, the lights above us flickering on one by one, while those behind us extinguished, the echo of the sound-activated switches lingering in the empty hallway. As I passed a plastic mannequin, my steps hesitated, and I couldn't help but turn to look at it. It was a typical male model seen in stores, crudely crafted, with blonde hair and blue eyes, a smile on its lips, those light blue painted eyes seemingly gazing at me. Just a plastic mannequin, I thought, nothing to fear. Shaking my head, I continued forward. Not far ahead, the overhead light suddenly went out. In the darkness, I vaguely sensed the mannequin's blue eyes turning to follow my departure, its smooth, rigid face still wearing that cold smile, its chest rising and falling rhythmically. It was as if it were breathing, the air tinged with tension. The specimen room lay at the end of the corridor, and I knew we would have to pass the morgue along the way. Clutching the flashlight tightly, I shone it at the glass window on the morgue door, unexpectedly discovering an additional wheeled bed in the center of the room, a shape beneath the white sheet suggesting a hidden corpse. "Njin," I whispered, pointing to the corner inside the morgue. He glanced back, nodded slightly, his expression calm, and together we quietly slipped into the morgue. The hospital was deathly silent at night, as if everyone had cleared out, yet I couldn't be sure if the lurking entities had vanished too, so we dared not turn on the morgue lights, fearing a single sound might draw unnecessary attention. Approaching the corpse, I stole a glance at Engine, his gaze emboldening me. Taking a deep breath, I raised the flashlight with one hand and slowly lifted the edge of the shroud with the other. Under the beam of light, Engine and I finally recognized the familiar face, Huang Min. Her eyes were shut tight, her expression serene, though her complexion was pale, and there were livor mortis on her face. She seemed merely asleep, not terrifying at all. I exhaled softly, gently lowering the white cloth, gazing at her face. I glanced down at Huang Min's right eye socket, showing a ghastly bruise, as if lacking the support of an eyeball, her eyelid sagging limply. "Someone said the eyeball in the bathtub isn't hers," I murmured, bending slightly, reaching to lift her right eyelid, the hollow blackness stirring doubts within me. "Where did her right eye go?" "So you suspect it's in the specimen room?" Engine asked beside me. Releasing my hold, I straightened up. "It's just a possibility." Before I could finish, Engine suddenly uttered a curious, "Huh," her right eye. Huang Min's right eyelid seemed to lack support, yet it maintained that terrifying appearance, as if angrily gazing with a black void. Just as I was about to help close her eyes, I was shocked by the scene before me. The corpse suddenly opened its left eye, glaring fiercely, blood vessels visible. Meeting her gaze, my heart jolted, and I cried out involuntarily, retreating hastily. Engine too was startled, though not by Huang Min's open eye, but by my frightened shout. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I dared not shine the flashlight wildly on the bed, my voice trembling as I said, "Let's go, this place is too creepy, before it turns into a zombie." It seemed the corpse merely opened an eye, without further action. Just as I was about to pull Engine away, the empty hallway outside suddenly echoed with the gradual approach of the sensor lights activating, causing me to halt, listening intently to the movements outside the morgue. Snap, 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 the sound reverberated in the empty morgue, accompanied by slow dragging footsteps and the grating noise of wheels on the marble floor. All sounds pressed toward us, my heart pounding like a drumbeat. Taking a deep breath, I whispered, "Someone's coming." Then I raised the flashlight, the beam sweeping over the sparse furnishings, revealing nowhere to hide. Outside, the footsteps grew clearer, the heavy dragging sound passing through the small window on the door, entering my line of sight. A sudden flash of light appeared, casting a large, blurred shadow on the opposite wall. I quickly turned to look at Engine, his face as pale as paper, and I bit my lip helplessly, a wave of unease washing over me. Standing at the morgue's entrance, clad in a blue work uniform as a temporary worker, my eyes swept the room with a chilling gaze. To the west, 3 orderly rows of body cabinets stood, the east housed a silent desk, the pale lavender curtains on the opposite wall unmoving, and in the center lay the corpse covered by white cloth, nothing more, yet the silence was spine-chilling. I parked the cleaning cart, walking heavily toward the wheeled bed, roughly lifting the white cloth before turning to the body cabinets, my heart growing heavier. As I opened a cabinet door, a blast of cold air surged forth, as if to engulf me. I gazed at the girl's body inside, her features twisted, eyes wide, lips parted, skin decayed beyond recognition, bones starkly visible. In my unconscious stare, wisps of white mist silently emerged, thread by thread escaping from unnoticed cabinet door gaps. At this moment, I didn't know Gumeng lay in that body cabinet, breathing cautiously, observing my every move through the gaps. I lifted the corpse, walking slowly toward the room's central wheeled bed, the increasing distance seemingly calming Gumeng's wildly beating heart, her body relaxing. Yet just then, a soft male voice whispered, "Cold?" Only then did I realize a warm body pressed against me from behind, the morgue's cold air continually assailing, as if reminding me the terrifying aura hadn't dissipated, and everything around me seemed no longer a dream. I couldn't help but shiver, drawing my shoulders in as I softly replied, "Cold." My body and mouth were equally honest. Engin's gaze lingered on my pale ears and the nape of my neck, cool as jade, before he wrapped an arm around my waist, pulling me back. I felt my body tense, an inexplicable tension welling up inside me. Gumeng's gaze was wandering, her breath held for a long time. Although I knew Engin's gesture was meant to warn me, it seemed to have little effect. Instead, our close proximity filled the cramped mortuary cabinet with a faint awkwardness. Perhaps it was just me feeling awkward. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the room. I focused my attention, peering outside. The temporary worker carefully laid the girl flat on the wheeled bed, reaching into a black plastic bag and pulling something out. Due to my angle, I couldn't see clearly, so I squinted, leaning closer to the gap. Just as I finally saw what the temporary worker held, my heart sank. It was a bloody heart. I cradled it like a treasure, the heart suspended in my hands, blood dripping down, staining my fingertips with the vividness of life. I looked at the girl's corpse with confusion and fascination, my voice hoarse as if sand filled my throat. "Sia. Daddy found you a new heart. It's healthy, still beating when harvested. This time it will work. My Sia." Fear gripped me, and I moved away from the gap, no longer daring to look outside. My thoughts drifted far away. Tangji mentioned seeing that temporary worker on the 4th floor in the morning, a crucial moment before Huang Min's death. I speculated that the heart might belong to Huang Min. My imagination ran wild, thinking the heart might have been stolen while she was still alive, or perhaps he acted in room 401. The thought sent a chill down my spine, and I shivered involuntarily. Still cold? Jin's voice pulled me back to reality. I nodded absent-mindedly, feeling a deep chill. That strange temporary worker might indeed be a suspect in murder. As I was lost in thought, warm, soft lips and tongue unexpectedly approached, lightly licking the side of my neck. A wave of heat spread from the invaded skin, threatening to engulf my entire body. The strange sensation overwhelmed me, and unguardedly, I let out a soft moan, quickly covering my mouth, my eyes misting slightly, long lashes trembling in alarm. At that moment, all I could think of was to give Jin a piece of my mind. Meanwhile, the temporary worker outside continued his neurotic muttering, oblivious to the unusual sounds from our corner. "Sia, how does it feel? Does the heart fit?" I heard a fatherly voice calling from the abyss, softly murmuring my name. The temporary worker gently placed the heart into the hollow of my chest, kneeling beside the wheeled bed, his rough hands tenderly stroking my forehead and hair, but failing to soothe my inner turmoil. My hair was already sparse, and as he brushed down a few strands, I could only begrudgingly pull his hand back. In the mortuary cabinet, cold air swirled, white mist dreamlike. Yet, driven by inexplicable emotions, my entire body felt feverish, my cheeks quietly flushing. "Jin, that's enough." I spoke in a low voice, gritting my teeth, trying to keep it as quiet as possible. Jin wasn't in a hurry, seemingly having explored every inch of my nape, his demeanor calm, his voice as clean as melting snow. "If you were just a little bit smaller, I could hold you in my mouth, but you're too big, so I have to hold you bit by bit, that way you won't be cold." I blinked, the shame quickly dissipating, the heat seeming to recede a little. My heart jolted, thinking perhaps I misunderstood something. Awkwardly, I said, Thank you." I had expected Jin to be teasing, but it turned out he was being kind, and my heart was subtly touched. What a filial son indeed. "You're welcome." Despite not fully understanding his place in my mind, Jin continued to show his good nature. Suddenly, a loud yell echoed through the empty room, freezing me in place. I edged closer to the window crack, peering out. The temporary worker had truly gone mad, shouting angrily, "Why? Why doesn't it work? Where did it go wrong?" His wooden face flushed with blood, waving his arms frantically, screaming at the corpse. "I clearly saw him do it. It can be done." His voice carried despair, as if tearing at my heart. Gu Meng was also mentally shaken. Who could he refer to? This insane man had taken his daughter's heart, hoping to bring her back to life, yet I knew, the dead cannot return to the living world. I frowned, feeling helpless against the temporary worker's madness. As he vented his emotions, he finally collapsed beside the bed, crying, murmuring Sia's name over and over, stroking her decayed cheeks until they began to peel away. Sighing, I couldn't bear to watch any longer and turned to leave. At that moment, he seemed to regain a bit of sanity, standing up in a daze, gently placing the girl's corpse back into the mortuary cabinet. The room's lights suddenly went out, the dragging footsteps and wool noises gradually fading away. Silence enveloped the morgue, and after a brief pause, the mortuary cabinet door in the corner suddenly opened, and my heart seemed to stop for a moment. Gu Meng exhaled white breath, sitting up from the cold cabinet, her toes trembling, unable to resist pacing in place. "It's too cold, let's go back and have a hot bath," Jin suggested, and I nodded. "Still want to go to the specimen room?" he asked. I thought for a moment, a new idea crossing my mind. Cheng Jiao was the first to notice Huang Min's eye replacement. She used to sell colored contacts, very sensitive to iris color. She said the bathtub eyeball's pupil color was slightly lighter, differing from Huang Min's left eye, and the iris pattern was different too. She suspected the bathtub eyeball might be from the specimen room. Initially, I thought it necessary to verify, but now, I feel the focus shouldn't be on where the eye came from, but what message the act of replacing the deceased's eye conveys. Jin looked down at the body in the center, asking me, "What do you think?" "Organ replacement," I replied, images of the temporary worker flashing in my mind. Like that temporary worker, trying to place a heart that wasn't Sia's into her. I suspect Huang Min's death is directly tied to her eye. After discussing, we decided to abandon the plan to visit the specimen room at night and head straight back to our room. Before leaving the morgue, I paused, hesitating to ask Jin, "Are you scared?" His gaze was calm, unflinching. "No," he replied without hesitation. "Then you go ahead," I said, stepping back, no hint of modesty in my tone. He glanced at me, silently taking my hand, and we walked out together. In the dead of night, rain began to fall again outside, pattering softly. Weak light filtered through the curtains as I moved quietly along the fourth-floor corridor, occasionally stopping, the patient rooms before me instilling a sense of unease. I felt as if something was calling me. I knocked softly on the door twice, my heart speeding up as I finally mustered the courage to open my sketchbook, staring with wide, round eyes, doing my best to appear composed. "It's raining," I said quietly, "I'm scared to be alone. Could you stay with me tonight?" Inside the room, the gentle rain drifted through the window, dampening the pale purple curtains, as if responding to my anticipation. The next morning at 10, the hospital's announcement system came to life, a female voice clear and bright. "Attention, attention, would doctors Cheng Jiaojiao, Njin, Tang Ji, Sujai, and Zhao Herong please come to the second-floor surgical consultation room? The patient is now in the waiting area." I was on the first floor, listening intently, understanding that I wasn't on duty today. 20 minutes later, all 10 players gathered in the waiting area, their faces heavy with dread. I looked at the patient sitting in the consultation room, his back to the door, head full of white hair, holding a cane, his figure particularly lonely. Sujai, one of today's doctors, said in a panic, "Why is this happening again? Every day it's the same, it's unbearable. What must happen cannot be avoided." Chen Jiaojia took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, trying to remain calm. Dr. Bo reminded us yesterday. Panicking now won't help, we need to mentally prepare ourselves. I glanced around. Zhao Herong sat quietly in the corner, his mask covering most of his face, head down, motionless, seemingly absent. I noticed Gu Meng's unusual demeanor, somehow reminded of Huang Min from the day before. I quietly sat near Zhao Herong, overhearing his muffled muttering through the mask, though the words were indistinct. Moving one seat closer, I finally caught his words. Not. This isn't mine, it can't be." Listening to him, I furrowed my brow, a strange sense of familiarity rising in me. At that moment, Chen Jiao announced cheerfully at the door, her voice crisp, "It's 10:32 a.m. Dr. N, number 2, please enter the consultation room." My heart tightened, racing as if something was imminent. Ahead, Jin's expression was indifferent, walking toward the door as if nothing were amiss. I hurriedly called out, "Jin." My voice involuntarily rose, and I quickly stepped forward to grab him. "You must stay calm, don't be afraid. Stall for time once inside, start only when you're ready. Remember your name is Jin, repeat it several times, don't forget who you are. The illusions are fake, everything you see is fake. Can you do this?" I looked up at him earnestly. Jin quietly looked at me, giving a slight smile, and softly said, "Gu Meng, don't worry." With that, he gently patted my cheek and turned to enter the consultation room. As the door closed, my heart tightened. Through the gap, I saw Jin sitting opposite an old man with a white beard, the air filled with tension. The old man weakly began, "Doctor, my body is getting weaker by the day." I watched as Jin interrupted the old man's opening without hesitation, as if effortlessly sliding through a presentation. The old man shot him a displeased glance, quickly raising a withered wrist and placing it on the table. My heart skipped a beat, realizing Jin had already caught on, his hand resting on the old man's frail wrist. Looking up, I caught the old man's triumphant smile, like a hunter savoring his victory. In that moment, the room was suffocatingly silent, Jin sitting like a stone, unmoving. The old man gleefully waved his wrist before him, his smile growing more smug as Jin didn't blink. "And then?" Jin suddenly asked, his voice breaking the oppressive atmosphere. The old man's smile froze, his gaze shifting to his own wrist, then back to Jin, exclaiming in shock, "Doctor, you're a man without a past?" Jin blinked expressionlessly, seemingly bored by the startling revelation. Outside the consultation room, I paced anxiously, unable to calm my unease. Teacher Gu, Tang Ji's voice sounded beside me, "Worrying won't help. Come, sit and wait." I could only sigh, sensing that the truth might be more complex than we anticipated. I stared at the consultation room door, a thought crossing my mind before I turned to Tang Ji, asking, "What do you think a person with amnesia has in their mind?" Tang Ji looked at me in surprise. "What do you mean?" I tilted my head slightly, curiously pressing, "If someone's mind is a blank slate, how does the game create illusions?" Tang Ji paused, seemingly pondering the question. Just then, the consultation room door opened, the white-bearded old man leaving the waiting hall with his cane, his gait still brisk, his back carrying a hint of anger. Shortly after, Jin emerged from the room, holding a letter. We were all taken aback. Kai Xiaoqi was the first to react. That was quick? Was it even a minute? Chen Jiahao quickly glanced at the clock, only 34 seconds. He was in there for only 34 seconds. Gu Mang looked at Njin, still processing the speed, wondering if her earlier worries were unnecessary. I, however, had anticipated this, leaning back in my chair, unable to suppress a laugh, shaking my head. This person is the biggest bug in the game. I handed the letter to Gu Mang, filled with anticipation and tension. She coughed lightly, trying to mask a momentary awkwardness, her expression tinged with embarrassment for her earlier concern about me. As she took the letter and unfolded it without hesitation, my heart tightened with hers. Tangji patiently waited for them to finish reading before asking, "What does it say?" Gu Meng's face was puzzled, as if grappling with a mysterious riddle, eventually passing the letter to Tangji for interpretation. From my eager glance, I saw the card, its 4 lines written in a neat, poetic script, each word steeped in an eerie sense of poetry. And the silken sad uncertain rustling of each purple curtain filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before. As each word flowed, an unspoken fear quietly filled my heart. The soft, dark, rustling of each purple curtain filled my heart with unprecedented terror. I shivered terribly. After lunch, I returned to the 4th floor, leaning against the headboard, flipping through the card repeatedly. Outside, the rain continued to fall, droplets gently tapping against the window ledge. The pale blue curtains swayed with the breeze, sometimes clinging to the wall, sometimes floating gently. A breeze blew in through the slightly ajar window, bringing a chill that made me shrink my legs. I turned to Njin and said, "Njin, close the window." Even though his bed was closer to the window, I was too lazy to get up and do it myself. Njin said nothing, simply walking over to close the window. I scratched my chin with the edge of the card, casually asking, "Have you seen any purple curtains in the hospital?" He turned, leaning his lower back against the windowsill, softly answering, "In many places." Like where? I had never paid attention to such details. Who would notice curtain colors for no reason? I only remembered the hospital curtains being pale, with a hint of pink, seeming all light blue. Njin patiently listed, the mortuary, the 1st floor emergency surgery, the 2nd floor infusion room, the 3rd floor operating room, and the 4th floor wards. I blinked, immediately correcting, "Wait, the 4th floor wards? The curtains are all light blue." I pointed to the curtain beside me, but Njin looked elsewhere, asking, "Other rooms, like 401. Before he finished, a sudden scream erupted from the hallway. "Someone help! Dr. Zhao has gone mad." In an instant, a name flashed through my mind, Zhao Herong. My heart sank as I hurriedly got out of bed to open the door. Nurse Xiao Liang burst out from room 408 across the hall, his face filled with terror. He skidded to a stop, looking at the growing crowd with wide eyes, and shouted, he sawed off half his face. "Right there in the bathroom." At that moment, Dr. Boyi leaned out from the neighboring room, donning a white coat with a frown. "Another case of self-mutilation?" His voice reminded me of yesterday's gruesome scene, where Huang Min had removed her own eyeball. We all rushed into room 408, and the sight before us nearly suffocated me. Zhao Herong lay lifeless by the bathtub filled with water, his eyes open, the lower half of his face missing. The blood and jagged cuts were a chilling sight, sending shivers down my spine. Xiao Liang was babbling incoherently about how he found Dr. Zhao. As a young man, it was the first time I'd witnessed such a bloody scene, and I felt close to breaking down. A few women blocked the doorway, covering their mouths, their faces filled with discomfort, yet unwilling to move aside. I stood behind them, my gaze avoiding the lifeless body on the floor. Instead, the curtain in the bathroom corner caught my attention. A faint purple, with hints of pink, seemed to flow with a strange vitality amid the eerie atmosphere. Through the crowd, I saw Zhao Hairong's right hand gripping a short saw, the bathtub water rippling, deep and serene, with his lower jaw submerged, blood floating like threads. From the periphery, using my height to peer into the water, I calmly said, "That half of a face isn't his." Cheng Jiaojiao, still blocking the door, turned back in surprise and asked, "How do you know?" I lightly tapped the side of my chin with my finger and replied softly, "Zhao Herong has 2 light-colored moles on the lower half of his face, but the one in the bathtub doesn't." Kai Xiaoqi took a step back, her face filled with fear and confusion, saying, "Yesterday you also said Sister Min's eyeball wasn't hers, yet it was in her eye. And now Dr. Zhao's half-face isn't his. Whose could it be? It's so bizarre. I feel unwell, let me through." In this horrifying atmosphere, I couldn't find peace, unable to break free from the grip of unease. I turned and rushed out of the room, catching Gu Meng's subtle gaze as I passed. For a moment, it seemed she noticed the thin layer of sweat on my forehead, my bangs and temples damp, making me look quite disheveled. Perhaps too tense, my body's weakness made me prone to sweating. I didn't dwell on it, but Zhao Hairong's words from the morning echoed in my mind. When I saw Huang Min yesterday afternoon, she kept repeating, "Not mine. It's the same today." I think they're expressing that some part of their body was replaced, no longer belonging to them. Replaced by whom? Chen Jiajiao's voice was agitated, clearly unable to accept this situation. People aren't plastic or machines, organs and body parts can't just be swapped around. Don't think with a normal mindset, Boya's gentle reminder interrupted our discussion. Since it has happened, we must accept this setting. After all, this isn't an ordinary world. At this moment, Xiao Liang sat on the hospital bed, looking lost, drenched as if pulled from water. I approached the bed opposite him, trying to pull him back to the present. Nurse Xiao, did you notice anything unusual about Dr. Zhao last night? Last night? He looked at me in confusion, seemingly still not fully awake from the bloody scene, shaking his head. I went to bed early, didn't hear anything during the night. When I woke up this morning, Zhao Herong was already acting strange, wearing a mask and muttering to himself. I asked him things, but he didn't respond. Just then, a knock came from the door, and we all looked outside. Yu Chunjiao stood there with a playful grin, peeking in at us. Why are all the doctors gathered here? What's the good news? Her ill-timed remark made Cheng Jiaojiao roll her eyes in annoyance, then she pulled Su Jiai out of room 408. Chun Jiao stepped into the bathroom, looking at the blood-splattered scene, and cheerfully said, "Oh dear, the bathroom's dirty. Doctors, don't mind, I'll call Old Chen to clean it up." Old Chen, the hospital's only temporary worker, always seemed to roam like a ghost with his cleaning cart. Soon, Old Chen arrived, holding tongs, casually picking up the shattered jaw from the bathtub and placing it into a black trash bag. He tied the bag and tucked it into his waistband, then bent down, dragging Zhao Hairon's legs, leaving a trail of blood on the floor. I watched the expressionless old man, my mind flashing back to the scene in the mortuary last night, a shiver running through me. Considering the bizarre deaths of Huang Min and Zhao Hairon, I felt a tightening in my chest. Perhaps Old Chen was unrelated, just a pitiful man who had stolen Huang Min's heart. After Zhao Hairon's body was dragged away, the others prepared to leave, but Chun Jiao stopped three nurses, pulling a mop from the corner, unceremoniously thrusting it into Chen Jiao's hand, forcefully saying, "Xiao Hao, Xiao Liang, Xiao Meng, you stay to clean up the room. Bloodstains are unsightly, and if a patient moves in, there will be complaints." I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Who would dare come to your hospital? Despite my reluctance, I chose to stay, following the NPC's request, continuing down this scripted path. The others left behind were two male nurses. Since witnessing Zhao Herong sawing his face in the bathroom, I'd been in poor condition. Sitting on the bed, I was listless, cold sweat dripping from my forehead, soaking my back, even leaving a damp spot on the bed. Gu Meng seemed to notice my mood, sympathetically handing me 2 tissues, offering comfort. "Brother, just look at this as a game, a dream." I glanced at her but couldn't muster a response. My hollow mood left me unable to react. She eventually placed the tissues down silently and continued mopping. At that moment, Chen Jiahao, seeing Gu Meng busy, used the excuse of being squeamish to slip back to his room. I watched her finish mopping the bathroom's bloodstains, half closing the door, placing the mop behind it. Then, she turned back to the bathtub, rolling up her sleeves, getting ready to pull the plug. I turned my head to the ajar bathroom door, my eyes dull, expression blank, quietly listening to the faint sounds of water from inside. Suddenly, the water noise intensified, as if someone was struggling desperately in the water, splashing violently, even reaching outside the door. Yet I remained motionless, simply staring at the gap. A few seconds later, the threshing ceased, replaced by a gentle trickling sound. I pushed the door open, and Gu Meng emerged wet, meeting my gaze. She gave a slightly embarrassed smile, turning her face to close the bathroom door, saying, "The floor's wet, too slippery." I nodded expressionlessly, standing up to face her, my gaze wandering over her face, gently wiping the sticky blood from her hair tips. "Go change your clothes in your room." "All right," she replied softly, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear with a graceful smile that was quite captivating. Asterisk. By nearly 2 in the afternoon, Tang Ji and I had checked every room in the hospital with purple curtains, yet found nothing. We returned to the 4th floor, intending to discuss our findings with Gu Meng and Enjin. It was now the 3rd day, and the hospital exit remained elusive. I knocked on the neighboring door, which opened to reveal Enjin. Stepping inside, I saw Gu Meng sitting on the bed, peeling an apple. The long peel coiled gracefully, almost touching the floor, as if her smile alone could dispel all the confusion surrounding us. "Teacher Gu, could you peel one for me too?" I joked half seriously. Gu Meng chuckled, skillfully peeling the apple in her hand with the knife in her left hand, before handing it over to me. "Here you go." I raised an eyebrow, hesitating slightly, casting a doubtful glance at her before taking the apple. "Thanks." Knowing Gu Meng, I'd have expected her to toss me the knife and let me do it myself. Taking a juicy bite of the red Fuji apple, I settled into the chair at the foot of the bed, feeling increasingly at ease. Tangji leaned back in his chair, speaking earnestly. We've meticulously checked the places with purple curtains: emergency surgery, infusion room, operating room, and wards, but found no information about an exit. However, the fact that both deaths occurred in rooms with purple curtains is an unusual connection. I continued, adding, on the first day, players were assigned 2 to a room, occupying 6 rooms in total. 3 of these had purple curtains, and the other 3 blue. Candy and I are staying in a room with purple curtains, and nothing has happened to us so far. I rocked the chair onto its back legs, whispering to Tangji, want to switch rooms tonight? I feel like our place might have bad feng shui. Tangji pondered for a moment, seemingly with a plan in mind, and patted my shoulder casually. Let's wait one more night. I seized his hand on my shoulder with a grin, refusing to let go no matter how he tried to pull away, laughing wildly. I slightly widened my bright eyes, silently warning Boyi beside us. Gumang watched with interest, her smile broadening as she deftly peeled another apple, the delicate sound of the knife cutting through the fruit filling the room. What are your thoughts now? Boyi asked seriously, taking a bite of his apple. It's been 3 days. We haven't found the exit or even a vent. If this keeps up, the sane might go mad, and the mad will die in the consultation room. I kept my head down, focusing on peeling my apple, offering no opinion. Suddenly, Jean spoke up. There's one place we haven't checked yet. Where? I asked. The director's office, Jean replied, sounding quite resolute. Director Jean, Boyi mused thoughtfully, a man shrouded in legend. The 4 of us took the elevator to the 5th floor. As we exited, Boyi pulled a 30-centimeter wrench from his waistband, holding it weightily in his hand, giving it a shake. We're all civilized people. I don't want it to come to this. The door to the director's office ahead was wide open, sending a chill down my spine. I exchanged silent glances with my companions, feeling a bit tense. Quietly slipping the wrench back into my waistband, I wondered what awaited us this time. As we approached, we realized it was just old Chen, the temporary worker, cleaning inside. He was diligently polishing the various trophies in the cabinet. Hearing our approach, he turned, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Before I could speak, he moved to close the door, his demeanor unfriendly and firm. Mr. Chen, might we take a look inside? I said, extending a leg to prop the door open, trying to maintain a polite smile. Or perhaps we could help you clean up? What do you think? Old Chen ignored me, acting as if he hadn't heard. I felt a bit disheartened but kept smiling, my hand instinctively reaching behind my back, ready to take further action, when Tangji stopped me with a firm grip. As the office door closed unceremoniously, I felt a twinge of frustration. Tangji gathered us in a low voice. Maybe the key to opening the office door isn't a key at all but rather getting through to that temporary worker. And Jean seemed to catch on, a faint smile playing at his lips as he rolled up his sleeves confidently and said, let's go. I blinked, puzzled, as Tangji hadn't yet laid out his plan, yet Jean seemed to have grasped his intention. Where to? I asked uncertainly. To deal with him. And Jin's tone was so resolute. I was left speechless. Gumeng appeared stunned as well, while Boyi handed over the wrench she'd prepared, as if awaiting instructions. Asterisk. As I was finishing up my duties in the office, a gentle knock suddenly came at the door. Old Chen's expression turned somber as he quietly wiped his hands and moved toward the door. The moment it opened, the corridor was empty. He frowned, leaning out to inspect the hallway, and I saw his face suddenly freeze with terror, as if he'd seen something horrifying. A pale girl sat silently in a wheelchair, her sparse, dry hair draped around her. Her decayed skin revealed bone, her mouth half open, and her white eyes stared vacantly at the end of the hallway. Sia? Sia! Old Chen exclaimed in panic, rushing to her side, kneeling to gently clasp the hand exposed from under the blanket, his voice trembling. How did you come here? Perhaps it felt too oppressive below, I thought, deciding not to move carelessly until fully recovered. Watching the hunched temporary worker tremble as he pushed the girl toward the elevator, I couldn't help but sigh, silently thinking, Dad will take you back, just be good. As the elevator doors closed at the hallway's end, my gaze fell on Tangji and Gumeng. Let's go, I murmured. In his haste, the temporary worker had left the door open, allowing the 4 of us to slip into the director's office. Surveying the modest room, the decor was simple. One wall was lined with bookshelves, the opposite with a trophy cabinet. Near the door were a sofa and a coffee table, while an office desk stood by the window. I closed the door behind us with a click, locking it, and proposed my plan. Let's look for resumes or diaries to find out who Director Jean is. Tangji approached the trophy cabinet, his eyes scanning the crystal cups and medals. Words like Outstanding Medical Technology Worker, Clinical Medicine Research Award, and Lifetime Achievement Award caught our attention. And Jean was already seated at the desk, swiftly rifling through each drawer for what he sought. Most of the contents were medical notes and special patient cases. He pulled out several letters, tearing them open and skimming the contents. Though they were greetings between Director Jean and his research colleagues, they were merely pleasantries, offering no substantial information. On the other side, Gumeng tilted her head to admire the books on the shelf, then casually drifted over to Tang Ji, asking, "Have you found anything?" I shook my head, pondering Director Jin's reputation in the industry. "He must be quite a remarkable doctor," I said. Gumeng folded her arms and let her gaze wander over the trophies, a slight, almost teasing smile playing on her lips. "Perhaps," she replied, her tone carrying a hint of something mysterious that made me turn to scrutinize her more closely. I noticed beads of sweat dotting her bangs, and concern tugged at me. "Teacher Gu, are you feeling hot?" The gentle rain outside contrasted with the cool 20 degrees Celsius temperature inside, which should have felt quite refreshing. "Just a bit nervous," she chuckled, wiping her forehead before carefully using a tissue to dry it. I wanted her to relax, so I moved to explore the other corners of the room, searching for clues. Bo Yi, upon entering, was immediately drawn to the vibrant purple floor-length curtains by the window, tinged with a faint pink hue. Eagerly, I approached and lifted the curtain, examining the wall from top to bottom. My fingers tapped lightly, and as I crouched down, the sound became more pronounced in a certain spot. I paused, uncertain, and tapped twice more. A smile crept onto my face as I sensed something awry. Bo Yi pulled out the wrench he intended for the door, now finding an even more intriguing use. The sudden sound of a heavy object striking the wall startled the rest of us, causing us to look towards the window. Bo Yi was vigorously pounding the wall, eventually breaking through. "What are you doing?" Gumeng frowned, her voice tinged with confusion. Tang Ji hurried over, crouching down to peer inside, a glint of surprise in his eyes. "It looks like a safe." I noticed the wall was more fragile than elsewhere. Bo Yi continued pounding with the wrench until the safe was fully revealed, then tossed the wrench aside, clapping his hands confidently. "Any ideas on the code?" And Jean, rather bluntly, blurted out, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. I couldn't help but roll my eyes as Bo Yi crouched down and tried the suggested code. But after entering 6 digits, it refused anymore. Pressing confirm, it coldly displayed incorrect password. Abandoning Jin's guess, Bo Yi looked to Gumeng and me for a more reliable suggestion. Gumeng shook her head, wiping her forehead with a tissue, indicating she was just as stumped. The tension in the room mirrored the enigma of the hidden safe, shrouded in uncertainty. I stared at the floor, my brows knitted in thought. Jean suddenly suggested, 654321. "Just be quiet," I retorted, as the elevator's arrival chime sounded, thickening the air with tension. The temporary worker was back. Our once calm demeanor crumbled instantly. Old Shen wasn't someone to cross lightly. Getting caught trespassing and damaging property wouldn't end with just awkward smiles. Gumeng quickly suggested, "Hide?" "Where?" Tang Ji stood, his voice taut with anxiety. I felt a pang of frustration, having just found a lead. I couldn't leave so easily. I tried inputting 654321, only to be met with another error. Cursing under my breath, my fingers flew over the keypad, trying different combinations. Heavy footsteps echoed in the hallway, growing closer. Taking a deep breath, I steadied myself and scanned the room. My gaze settled on a display cabinet filled with trophies. My heart skipped. 3 rows of gleaming trophies, with 6 identical crystal ones standing out, their differing angles suggesting some hidden meaning. 4, 6. I signaled Bo Yi to try, 3, 5, 1, 2. Bo Yi's voice cut through my thoughts, incorrect password. Undeterred, I continued, 463,518. Still no luck. 463,572. Another wrong attempt. The footsteps neared the door, and Gumeng urged, "Clean up and let's go." Desperation clawed at me. I made one final attempt, 436,572. As hope waned, a sharp beep sounded, the lock clicked open. The sound of a key turning in the door outside made my heart leap. Inside the safe lay only a newspaper, which I quickly grabbed, scanning the headline, "Pandora's Box Opened." At that moment, the temporary worker pushed the door open. And Jean stood by the bookcase, hastily stuffing books back into place. I was dusting the top of the curtains with a feather duster, while Tang Ji and Gumeng diligently wiped the desk. Hearing the door, we all stopped, turning to face the entrance. I was the first to react, smiling as if I were the most helpful young person, attempting to lighten the mood. "Mr. Chen, you're back. We noticed you left with work unfinished, so..." The implication was clear, we were just helpful youths. But old Shen's face darkened as he glared at us, his voice booming, out. We exited swiftly, as if under a spell. As night fell, the hospital was eerily quiet, rain tapping gently against the windows, soaking the darkened world. In room 403, I sat with Bo Yi, browsing the newspaper, feeling slightly bored. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the bathroom door, which then swung open. Out stepped a nurse in a white dress, her silhouette graceful, especially her long legs exposed to the cool air, drawing involuntary attention. Her legs, like polished jade, were works of art under the white dress, silently captivating my gaze. Dr. Bo, I checked the faucet, it's fine now, so I'll be heading out. Her voice was soft and warm, like a spring breeze. Outwardly, I remained composed, still holding the newspaper, but my eyes lingered on her legs, my gaze growing intense. She moved to the cabinet, picking up a tray with syringes, gauze, and medication, readying for rounds. Wait a moment, I said quietly, a mix of reluctance and curiosity in my voice. I sat up, reaching out to grasp her wrist. The young nurse frowned slightly, a hint of wariness in her tone. Dr. Bo, what are you doing? Lowering my head, I traced a circle on her pale wrist with a finger, my voice low, echoing in the stillness. My wife isn't home tonight. You can stay as long as you want. She froze, comprehension dawning, her face flushing with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Dr. Bo, please have some respect. I'm not that kind of person. I stood, gripping her shoulders, a roguish smile playing on my lips. What kind of person? Be specific. She struggled fiercely, the steel tray clattering to the floor, scattering syringes. Yes, we'll apologize later for the body-snatching incident. All four of us hold a deep respect for the departed, it's just that the distortion of reality makes everything so absurd. Past 10 at night, I had just finished a shower, drying my hair in front of the mirror, when a sudden commotion erupted next door. Something heavy thudded to the floor, and I heard Tangji's voice, though muffled by the wall, carrying a hint of anger. I frowned slightly, glancing at the wall beside me. After pondering for a moment, I left the bathroom. In the room, Gumang lay on the hospital bed, turned away from me, her breathing steady. Her silhouette rose and fell in the dim light, her back slightly damp with sweat, the cotton hospital gown clinging to her skin, revealing a small patch of moisture. Seeing she was already asleep, I quietly approached and gently pulled the thin blanket up over her shoulders, thinking that if the sweaty area was chilled by a draft, she might catch a cold. Standing by the bed, my gaze lingered on her serene profile. The fine sweat beads on her forehead puzzled me. Why was she so warm? Was she running a fever? Just as I was about to reach out and feel her forehead, another commotion from next door interrupted me. I lowered my hand, tossed the towel onto the rack at the foot of the bed, and left the room. In the dimly lit corridor of the fourth floor, only half of the lights were on, casting a veil of darkness over everything. Next door was Boye's room, light seeping through the small window in the door, indicating they were still awake. Standing in front of the door, I peered through the glass into the room, surprised to hear soft laughter. Boye was standing casually at the foot of the bed, hands tucked in his pockets, a playful smirk beneath his lab coat that made the word rogue spring to mind. I glanced over at Tangji across from Boye, his attire bewildering me, causing me to slightly tilt my head, staring at him intently. Why did Candy have to wear women's clothes in every world? I couldn't understand it. Tangji wore a nurse's cap perched loosely on the back of his head, his outfit a traditional white angelic dress. The short sleeves gave him an unusually proper appearance, while his dignified, aloof face exuded an aura of untouchable sanctity. But as my gaze moved down the dress, I was momentarily stunned. The tight dress barely covered anything, his long legs strikingly visible under the light, with a band of pink lace wrapped around his right thigh, creating a strong visual impact. Even so, I remained uninterested, my eyes drifting back to Boye, wondering why the two of them were awake in the middle of the night, one dressed as a doctor, the other as a nurse. Playing house? I snickered, pulling my hand from my pocket to rest on the footboard, inadvertently blocking Tangji's path. Nurse Tang, have you ever considered it? I teased. He slightly lifted the hem of his dress, trying to shield himself from my intense gaze, his face a mix of embarrassment and anger, his voice tense. Dr. Bo, I've always respected you, I didn't expect you to. He trailed off, unable to finish. Seeing his flustered expression, I couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to myself how amusing his reaction was. I scratched my nose to hide my amusement, worried that I might burst out laughing. Alright, we're all adults here, no need to play innocent. I coughed lightly, slowly approaching him, trying to tone down my teasing, but inwardly feeling rather smug. Isn't it you who was staring at me in the morning meeting? He stammered. Wasn't it you gossiping about me with colleagues? Seeing him bristle defensively like a little hedgehog amused me even more. Playing hard to get? I moved closer, curious to see him more flustered, only to find him cornered, hands braced on a cabinet behind him, his face turned away, with a blush spreading like a tide towards his eyes, leaving him tongue-tied. I gazed at Boye's delicate profile, feeling a flutter in my heart, and couldn't help but step closer. He coaxed softly, "We should wrap this up, who knows when my wife will be back." Dr. Bo, please don't. I recoiled in panic, my voice a blend of genuine fear, my eyes growing moist. "We can't do something that would betray your wife." He held my restless hand, our fingers interlocking, both of our ring fingers glinting with wedding bands, the forbidden atmosphere between us suddenly intensifying. Boye frowned slightly, seemingly troubled. "If neither of us says anything, who will know? Nurse Tang, where's that wild streak of yours? Let me see, between you and my wife, who's the little tiger?" His smile was laced with a hint of mischief. Just then, Jean, standing outside, blinked at the absurd scene, seemingly bored, and quietly turned back to his room. Meanwhile, Boye and I were caught up in this ridiculous game, testing each other. Suddenly, the bathroom mirror shuddered, startling me, and I seized the chance to glance towards the bathroom. The lights remained bright, everything appeared normal, except the mirror was reflecting everything on the bed, giving a disquieting sense of being watched. "Boye," I said softly, trying to get him to stop for a moment. "Close the bathroom door first." I glanced towards the bathroom, through the mirror, seeing the room scene, my heart settling. I smiled slightly, tugging at the doctor's tie with one hand, teasing, "Nurse Tang, are you hinting at something? I didn't expect you to have such a quirk. If you like, we can try in front of the mirror later." Tangji frowned, suppressing his annoyance. "I'm serious, stop it. Nurse Tang, if you keep refusing me, I might have to take some measures." Clearly, I wasn't taking his words to heart, fully immersed in the role of the flirtatious doctor. Tangji sighed, pushing my face away, taking a deep breath. I didn't have a choice before. I paused, silent for a moment, then reluctantly propped myself up, scratching my head. Now I just want to be a successor of communism. This was our code, like a safe word, signaling an immediate halt to the game. I looked at him with dissatisfaction, my tone accusatory. "I finally got into character, and now you call it off. How is that fair?" He tilted his head, his eyes gleaming with amusement, gently caressing my cheek, comforting me. There, you did great, always in character." I clicked my tongue, feeling resigned, and pinched him lightly under the nurse's dress. He blinked open his eyes, murmuring, "Call for me later." Tangji smiled, curling up, urging me to shut the door. Frustrated with the bathroom door, I walked over and closed it without giving it another glance, missing the unusual shiver in the mirror. Asterisk. Returning to my room, I found Gu Mang was no longer on the bed, the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. Approaching the door, I peeked through the gap, seeing Gu Mang facing the mirror, wiping herself with a damp towel, the front of her gown completely open. She heard me and glanced through the mirror, smiling softly. "You're back? I woke up and didn't see you." "I was outside," I replied, thinking quickly, unwilling to mention what I'd been up to. Gu Mang looked back at the mirror, tilting her face slightly, wiping the sweat from her neck and shoulders with the towel, explaining, "I had a bad dream, woke up drenched in sweat, just cleaning up before going back to sleep." I caught her eye in the mirror, my heart skipping a beat, and I quickly looked away. Memories of last night in the mort flashed through my mind, Gu Mang lying beside me, unsettling my thoughts. Gu Mang seemed to notice my distraction. She raised an eyebrow, her gaze lively, casually tossing the towel into the basin and slowly pulling open her gown. Under the dim light, her torso glistened with fine beads of sweat, like jade emerging from water, captivating my gaze, a strange feeling stirring within, my ears burning red. "Jean?" Her voice brought me back, surprised as she draped the gown back over her shoulders. "What's wrong? Your face is so red." I touched my cheek, finding it hot, like I was feverish, feeling a bit panicked. Leaning against the doorframe, I looked to her for help, my eyes filled with confusion and trust. "I don't know, it feels like the room's temperature is high." This sensation left me stunned. Usually, her changing clothes was quick and natural, never unsettling me, but her slow movements just now sparked different thoughts in my mind. The image of Boye pinning down Tangji flashed through my mind, intensifying my unease. Gu Mang approached me, brushing the back of her hand gently against my cheek, her eyes fixed on mine for a moment before she suddenly burst into a soft laugh, her expression carrying a unique sparkle. "Jean, be honest, are you?" She trailed off deliberately, her voice teasing, yet my heart was already racing. In front of me, her face was gentle, and I stared nervously at her. Gu Mang was looking at me with an unfamiliar gaze, one that was slightly mocking and confusing. "Are you?" she whispered, her hands lightly encircling my neck, lowering her head as her eyes swept over my lips, her voice soft. "In love with me?" My heart skipped a beat, the truth now unhidden, fully reflected on my face. She chuckled softly, "You're so cute," rising slightly on her toes, her face drawing closer, almost touching mine. But I stood frozen, waves of emotion surging within me, unable to move. Just as our lips were about to meet, a sudden hand clamped down on Gu Meng's neck, slamming her against the doorframe. She groaned, her brow furrowing in apparent pain, as though her spine had been shattered. I stared coldly at the indistinct figure, the heat within me dissipating, my voice soft like falling snow yet sharp. "Who are you? Where is Gu Meng?" I asked quietly. The silence from the next room fueled my suspicions. Bo Yi still seemed restless, perhaps not yet over what had happened. Tang Ji recalled the mirror in the bathroom, sensing something amiss. He pondered for a moment, feeling uneasy, as though something crucial might be missed, and decisively pushed Bo Yi aside, sitting up to adjust his dress, preparing to investigate. Bo Yi seemed reluctant to let him leave. Eager to uncover the truth, my urgency was evident, and I said to Bo Yi, "You go play, I'm checking that mirror." Facing Bo Yi's confusion and unease, I made up my mind, pushing the bathroom door open and stepping in. But upon entering, I was stunned. On the mirror facing me, 2 rows of bloody characters appeared, their crooked script trailing with blood, horrifying to behold. TBIGM. In that moment, it felt as if my heart had plunged into endless darkness. "Bo Yi, come here," Tang Ji's voice trembled slightly. I immediately sensed something was wrong, sliding off the bed with my coat, moving to his side. The letters on the mirror seemed to appear from nowhere. I dropped the playful demeanor, squinting slightly, my gaze focused on the mirror, thinking, someone has been here. Tang Ji's back chilled, he unconsciously gripped my hand for comfort. "I think there's something in the mirror. From the first day, I felt like something inside has been watching our every move." I looked down at him, feeling the cold in his palm, unease stirring within me. "Should we switch rooms now?" I suggested. He hesitated, his eyes on the flickering letters. "First, let's figure out what these letters mean and how they got here. Just now, no one came in, right?" I fell silent, my mind racing through possibilities, a rare trace of fear surfacing. At that moment, the door was kicked open, and in our fright, we turned to look. Gu Meng was being manhandled by Jin, her hands bound behind her, soaked and disheveled. Tang Ji and I were dumbfounded, forgetting our own disheveled states. "What are you doing?" I asked in surprise. His reaction was somewhat fiery. "She's not Gu Meng." Confused, I looked at Jin, deeper doubts forming. If she's not Gu Meng, then who is she? I searched Gu Meng's lowered face for answers but found her expression unnaturally calm, shadowed with gloom, unlike the way she had been that morning. My heart sank slowly, unable to help but ask, "Where is Teacher Gu?" Jin responded coldly, "She won't say." Gu Meng lifted her head to look at us, a cold smile on her lips, her voice decidedly feminine as she slowly said, "Gu Meng is already dead." Tang Ji and I froze, Jin's brow furrowing deeply. He turned the woman impersonating Gu Meng around, instinctively prepared to use force in his anger, but then she raised her head. I was shocked, it was a face identical to Gu Meng's. Jin clenched his fist tightly, clearly suppressing the impulse within. Gu Meng laughed nonchalantly, "Don't bother, he's long gone. Don't you dare speak." Jin's voice trembled, his eyes slightly red. This scene unsettled me, the situation spiraling beyond my expectations. An idea suddenly struck me, and I shouted excitedly, "Gu Meng was here." Before anyone else could react, I dashed to the bathroom, standing before the mirror, my fingers lightly tracing the bloody letters. Turning my palm over, I saw it was clean, untouched by blood. "This is left by Gu Meng, he was in the mirror, the letters written from the other side." I heard Bo Yi ask, "How do you know?" I focused on the letters on the mirror, pondering internally. TBIGM. Pointing at each, I pronounced clearly, "Tang Ji, Bo Yi, Gu Meng." Bo Yi's eyes gleamed with realization, turning to the one posing as Gu Meng. "So there's a mirror world? You came from the other side of the mirror?" But Gu Meng only smiled at me, saying nothing. I rubbed my forehead, telling Jin, "I don't blame you for wanting to hit her." Even within myself, I felt that urge rising. "What do we do now?" Tang Ji frowned, pulling a lab coat from the rack and draping it over his shoulders, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "How can we rescue Teacher Gu?" Jin grabbed Gu Meng by the collar, dragging her into the bathroom, his face serious as he pressed her face against the mirror, leaning close to her. "You go back into the mirror now and bring Gu Meng back." Gu Meng laughed joyfully, her voice carrying a sinister edge. "He's dead. No one who goes down ever comes back alive." "Down?" I was taken aback, a foreboding feeling rising. Jin was silent for a long time, emotions churning in his eyes like waves, eventually calming. He gently brushed the sweat from Gu Meng's forehead, his voice soft. "I thought you sweat easily." His fingers moved slightly. "They say women are made of water," I believe it now. Gu Meng's smile faded, the air growing heavy. Just then, the bathroom erupted with the sound of splashing water, as if heralding an imminent conflict. I stood at the door, worry filling my heart, Tangji's voice beside me, Enjin, she'll die like this. Enjin remained expressionless, his hand firmly holding Gu Meng's head submerged in the water-filled tub, unyielding despite her struggles. I glanced at the clock on the wall, time ticking away second by second. She had been underwater for nearly 2 minutes, her struggles weakening, the silent fear spreading through the air. Enjin, if she dies, we might never find Gu Meng, my voice trembled, yet Enjin's gaze remained calm, seemingly indifferent to everything. Gradually, Gu Meng ceased her violent movements, her body convulsing slightly, her arms hanging limply over the edge of the bathtub. Tangji couldn't bear to watch anymore and turned away, leaning against the wall outside the bathroom. At that moment, my heart felt as if it were being torn apart. The person before us looked so much like her, and as she lay silently in the tub, I almost believed that Gu Meng had died right in front of us. The room was enveloped in silence, the air thick as if frozen. Enjin slowly released his grip, standing up with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Can he come back? I didn't know how to comfort him, so I just stared at the bathtub, murmuring, I'm sorry. Whoosh! Water splashed everywhere, shattering my world in an instant. In that moment, a hand emerged like a ghost, grabbing my hair and dragging me mercilessly into the water. Before long, my body was submerged in the depths of the tub, unable to resurface. I vaguely felt a force pulling me from the water, a man's voice filled with familiar mockery ringing in my ears. I'm back. He leapt from the water, his wet face showing exhaustion. At that moment, I had no time to admire his appearance. I weakly leaned into Enjin's embrace, seeing the two smiling faces at the door, Bo Yi and Tang Ji, and could only sigh helplessly, you two, really? Thinking to myself that some scores would have to be settled later. I pointed towards the bathtub, trying to tell them, there's something, but Enjin gently interrupted, shoo. He held me close, seemingly unwilling to let me say more, his eyes showing deep concern. But I wiped my face, stubbornly insisting, there's something in the bathtub. Shoo, he interrupted again. Listen to me, the bathtub. I was eager to explain, but his shoo forced me into silence. Shoo, your father. Gu Meng suddenly snapped, slapping me on the head, there's an exit in the bathtub. I was at a loss for words, feeling utterly confused. Reflecting on that time, it was already 1 in the afternoon on the third day. At that moment, I just wanted to pull the plug at the bottom of the tub. I bent down, close to the water's surface, reaching into the blood-scented water. Just as I was about to pull the plug, I suddenly felt a sharp gaze fixed upon me. It felt like being watched from the darkness, a chilling sensation creeping into my heart. I couldn't help but shift my attention from the plug to the rippling water. My reflection wavered and distorted in the water, and through the undulating surface, I saw the tension on my face, unable to hide. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking there was something terrible lurking at the bottom of the tub, inevitably imagining things in this terrifying environment. Just then, the reflection on the water smiled. Damn! My face froze, startled into an exclamation, speaking to myself without laughter. The unease swirling in my heart made me instantly aware that something was wrong. Just as I prepared to rise, it was too late. A hand reached out from the water, hooking my neck with immense strength. Caught off guard, I was pulled into the tub, splashing water everywhere. The hand held firm on my nape, and though the tub was shallow, it suddenly became unfathomably deep. I struggled desperately in the water, eyes shut tight, unable to see anything, gurgling as I choked on water several times. Suddenly, the hand on my nape released. Following my instincts, I flailed upwards, sitting up abruptly, coughing from the water, clutching the edge of the tub, wiping water from my eyes, and looking around. Still in the bathroom, everything appeared normal, except for the water spilled on the floor. Scrambling out of the tub, I immediately realized the room's strangeness. Just now, there had indeed been a hand pulling me into the water. Clutching the sink, I bent over, coughing a few times, then lifted my head to look in the mirror. At that moment, I was drenched, my eyes red from choking, utterly disheveled. I wiped the water from my face, tried to tidy my bangs, and turned to leave. Xiao Liang, you can't stay in this room, there's... I pulled open the ajar bathroom door, only to halt suddenly. The room was empty. Xiao Liang? I cautiously stepped out, peering around. I distinctly remembered he had been sitting on the bed just moments ago. The feeling of being watched returned, this time from behind. Hesitating, I turned back, seeing my reflection still standing at the sink, untouched, gazing my way with a slight smile, while the bathroom door in the mirror was tightly closed. That wasn't me. Shock spread through me, fear swiftly following. Facing the mirror, I saw someone identical to myself, yet with such an unfamiliar expression. I had never seen such an infuriating face. "Who are you?" I mustered the courage, approaching the mirror, trying to keep my voice steady. The me in the mirror looked away, avoiding my gaze, raising a hand to casually tidy its hair, an air of ease making me suddenly uneasy, as if the person in the mirror was the real one, and I, just the shadow from behind the mirror. This feeling was terrible, as if my identity was being stolen. Panic surged within me, a part of me understanding, yet unwilling to accept this terrifying reality. Forgetting fear, I slapped the mirror with a loud smack, my voice high-pitched. "Who the hell are you?" "Gu Mang." The me in the mirror finally spoke, lifting its chin to adjust its appearance, glancing at me sidelong. Her voice was that of a woman. Taking a deep breath, I couldn't help but curse in anger. "Damn. Freak. If you're Gu Mang, then who am I?" "You?" The mirror reflected a familiar and handsome face, wearing a mocking smile. "You're dead." My heart sank. Gu Mang understood that arguing was pointless. That face's mockery felt like a heavy blow, hinting at a desire to replace me using my appearance. Fury burned within me, and I pointed firmly at the mirror. "Just wait, I'll come find you." The person in the mirror smiled slightly, coldly reminding, "Look behind you." "What?" I froze, but instinctively turned around. Behind me stood a man wearing a mask, silent and still. My heart jolted in shock. Luckily, he wasn't an ordinary threat. The terrifying part was that beneath the mask was a complete face, lacking eyes. As soon as we locked eyes, he swiftly drew a rod from somewhere, swinging it to knock me out cold. My body went limp, collapsing heavily to the floor, unable to rise again. From behind the mirror, I saw Gu Meng smile, turning to walk towards the slightly open bathroom door. The door creaked open gently, revealing Xiao Liang sitting outside, expressionless. Outside, raindrops pattered softly, purple curtains swaying gently with the breeze, bringing a hint of dampness. I groaned quietly, gradually waking from unconsciousness, a dull pain at my temple. In the haze, I struggled to open my eyes. Now, as twilight barely seeped in, the room was enveloped in a gloomy atmosphere, accompanied by the relentless sound of rain, leaving me feeling oppressed. Lying on a hospital bed, staring at the ceiling, I raised a hand to rub my temple, trying to recall what happened before I fainted. Right, it was that strange man who attacked me. I attempted to sit up, but a wave of dizziness immediately overwhelmed me. After a moment, I leaned back against the headboard, beginning to survey the room. If I wasn't mistaken, I was still in room 408. My gaze fell on the bathroom door, where the wooden rod lay, making my teeth clench in anger. That was the weapon used to attack me. The mirror across from my bed caught my eye, and a chill ran through me. The bathroom door was wide open, yet the mirror reflected a tightly closed door, as if separating me from reality. My heart tightened, as if the mirror wasn't a simple reflection but a window into another world. I struggled to piece together the events, finally realizing that I had been dragged into that eerie underwater world, and this mirror was connecting the reality of room 408. Just as I was about to throw off the covers, the room door opened from the outside. A male nurse entered with a tray, and as he closed the door and looked up, my heart sank. His eyes were covered by smooth skin. A surge of anxiety hit me, and I instinctively tried to get out of bed, but he was faster, reaching me in a few strides and pushing me back onto the bed. He then picked up a bundle of white rope from the tray and skillfully tied my left hand to the bed's headboard, followed by the other hand. "Damn it, I'm not into bondage." I struggled frantically, fear swelling within me. "Come on, let's talk this out, no need to get handsy." He simply gave me a silent look. Despite having no eyes, I felt as though he could see right through me at that moment. No matter how I struggled, he easily overpowered me, binding me tightly to the bed. Watching him pick up a syringe from the tray, holding it upright, a trickle of liquid emerged from the needle's tip, and panic surged within me. "What are you injecting me with?" I demanded loudly, even though I knew he wouldn't answer. With practiced ease, he swabbed my arm with an alcohol pad, circled it twice, then inserted the needle into my skin, slowly pushing the plunger. I turned my head away, helplessly watching the small amount of liquid in the syringe decrease, fear spreading through me, the rough rope chafing my wrists, nearly distracting me with pain. The injection finally complete, the nurse stood up, tossing the syringe back into the metal tray, then pulled down his mask. To my horror, his face had no features, only uneven skin marking where his brow, nose, and mouth should be. However, this terror was something I wouldn't witness before losing consciousness. Later, it turned out to be just an ordinary sedative. The male nurse quietly observed my peaceful sleeping face, then reached out, gently stroking my brow and cheek. "What a beautiful piece of jade," he murmured, his voice muffled and weak. "Such fine material, Director Jean will love it." I felt the skin around my eyes crease slightly, as if suppressing laughter. At 10 o'clock that night, the ward was eerily silent. I slowly opened my eyes, finding myself still in room 408, my hands weakly resting beside my cheeks, wrists securely tied to the bed's headboard with white knots. Unease rose within me, and just as I prepared to move, the door opened again, and the male nurse re-entered. He switched on the lights, the harsh incandescent bulbs buzzing with an audible hiss. The man approached my bed, set down the tray, picked up a syringe, flicked it twice in the air, and leaned over to inject me with more anesthetic. The slender needle pierced my skin, accompanied by the pressure of his thumb against the plunger. "Nurse, see that rod?" I forced myself to speak, voice faint. As he looked up abruptly, my heart raced. Seizing the moment of his distraction, my right hand stealthily reached for the rod hidden under my pillow, gathering all my strength to strike him. I stood there, dazed, then slumped forward, as if everything around me faded into insignificance. I heard Gu Mang's low murmur, "The rod is for hitting you." Her wrist flicked slightly, as if the rope binding me was loosening. After biting through the rope for over an hour, my jaw ached unbearably. Fighting dizziness, I finally managed to sit up, pulling the needle from my arm and tossing it back onto the tray haphazardly. Ignoring the chaos around me, I staggered out of the room, my mind foggy, a weight bearing down on me that made movement nearly impossible. The sedative's effects from earlier in the evening hadn't fully worn off, and my body felt so heavy that I longed to collapse into bed. However, I knew that if I fell now, I might never wake again. The fourth-floor corridor was deserted, and leaning against the wall, I scanned my surroundings. The anesthesia dulled my thoughts, leaving me unsure of where to go. Raising my eyes, I saw the door to room 407 across the hall, the number clearly marked. I tilted my head, recognition stirring within me, that was Jin's room. My steps were unsteady, yet I moved toward it, hoping to find him and seek his help. At this moment, Jin should be in his room, and as long as the bathroom door in the mirror world's room 407 wasn't closed, I could glimpse his actions through the mirror. Perhaps I could even see that imposter, the thought of which made me grit my teeth. I flicked on the bathroom light, startling at the sight of my reflection, momentarily unsure if it was me or the imposter. Standing at the sink, I examined myself for a while before realizing it was just an ordinary mirror, filling me with despair. Could it be that only Xiao Liang's room connected the underwater and above-water worlds? I turned on the faucet, splashing cold water onto my face, forcing myself to stay alert. Hands braced on the sink, lips clenched, I remained silent for a long time, the water still flowing. Suddenly, a clue struck like lightning. Those soft, dim, rustling purple curtains filled me with unprecedented terror, sending shivers down my spine. Of course. A spark of realization lit my eyes, and I pounded the sink in excitement. The purple curtains were the key. This was the game's hint. The curtain color determined whether a room could connect the underwater and above-water worlds. I suddenly remembered room 405 next door. Yes, it had purple curtains. With renewed determination, I headed to the adjacent room's bathroom, peering through the mirror to see two figures entwined. Overjoyed, I rushed forward, ready to call for help. Just then, Bo Yi, with his back to me, spoke, "Hurry up, who knows when my wife will return." His words struck me like a thunderclap, instantly calming me as I realized I might have stumbled upon something significant. Hesitating, I slowly approached the mirror to observe the room scene. Bo Yi seemed to be coercing someone? The tall man's back shielded the person in front of him completely. At first, I thought it was Tang Ji, but on closer inspection, my heart skipped a beat. Among the two entwined figures, a bare leg peeked out from beneath Bo Yi's white coat, its round thigh adorned with a pink lace band. A single leg, scandalously revealing, not to mention the provocative nurse's uniform. That day, Tangji wasn't there, yet I was with another woman, and being caught by him left me utterly embarrassed. Gu Meng's expression was complex. Faced with this unexpected scene, she seemed at a loss. Watching her, with her hand raised and biting her nail, she momentarily forgot the current crisis, beginning to concern herself with our marital affairs. As Bo Yi and Tangji's mutual friend, I was caught in a dilemma. Should I remain silent or speak out courageously? Just as I was lost in this chaotic thought, a clear male voice reached my ears, anxious, "Dr. Bo, don't do this. I can't betray your wife." My heart skipped a beat, and Gu Meng froze. It could only be Tangji, couldn't it? Damn. At this moment, I held my head, frustrated beyond belief. Up until now, I hadn't seen through this couple's act, foolishly following along with the plot, becoming an innocent backdrop to this play. What are you performing at this hour? A soap opera about temptation? Through the mirror, I saw Bo Yi with a smug smile. If you don't tell and I don't tell, who would know? Nurse Tang, where's your usual sass? Let me see who resembles a little tiger more, you or my wife. Gu Mang couldn't hold back any longer, rubbing her messy hair and cursing internally. Bo Yi, you're more melodramatic than the most melodramatic character. In the blink of an eye, Bo Yi and Tang Ji tumbled onto the bed together. Gumeng couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at the mirror, "Bo Yi! Candy!" But they ignored her, lost in their own world. I frowned, a sense of unease rising. Perhaps they couldn't hear me at all. As I pondered, a question flashed through my mind: can players see the world beyond the mirror? The mirror's design seemed more like a one-way mirror. I could see them from this side, but they might not see me. Realizing this, my heart sank. I leaned forward, pounding on the cold mirror, hoping to attract Bo Yi and Tang Ji's attention. Suddenly, I felt Tang Ji's gaze shift toward me, as if he sensed something. Hope flared up within me, and I continued to pound on the mirror, shouting, "Candy! It's me, Gumeng!" Bo Yi, like a bear possessed by a mischievous spirit, continued to nuzzle Tang Ji. Tang Ji moaned softly. Bo Yi closed the bathroom door first. I couldn't help but shake my head, anxiously shouting, "No, calm down, take a good look at me." After a while, Bo Yi got out of bed and indeed closed the door. Watching the door shut tightly in the mirror, my hand slid down the mirror's surface, a sense of helplessness washing over me as hope for survival closed before my eyes. Unwilling to give up, I gritted my teeth. Since they couldn't hear or see me, could I write a message on the mirror to communicate? Perhaps it could reflect the world on the other side. In this desperate situation, I decided to take a gamble. Looking around the bathroom, I found a box of disposable razor blades on the shelf. Using a blade to cut my index finger, I prepared to write on the mirror, but footsteps suddenly echoed in the hallway outside. "Search each room, nearby." The muffled male voice sounded as if it were trapped in a drum, indistinct. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead, my heartbeat accelerating rapidly. Gumeng's instincts kicked in, and I quickly scrawled some cryptic symbols on the mirror. After hurriedly writing the initials, I turned off the light, slipping out of the bathroom under cover of darkness. I intended to write Tang Ji, "Bo Yi, it's me, Gumeng," to establish trust, but time was short, and I could only leave a hurried signal, hoping they could decode it quickly. I crept to the back of the door, hearing the constant opening and closing of doors in the hallway, understanding that those people were checking each room. Breathing heavily, I peeked through the edge of the door window, just in time to see a male nurse entering the room next door. The corridor was momentarily empty. Seizing the opportunity, I gently opened the door, slipped out sideways, and steadily made my way towards the elevator at the end of the hall. As I lowered my head to put on a mask, I silently prayed that no one would suddenly exit a room. "Hey! Nurse in front, wait a minute." The indistinct male voice sliced through the air like a blade, causing me to halt abruptly, closing my eyes in frustration, fearing exactly what had come to pass. "Which department are you from?" The footsteps approached, and my heart raced wildly. Gumeng's face broke out in a cold sweat, eyes fixed on the distant elevator doors, the red one flickering there. Even if I ran, the elevator's ascent would take long enough for him to catch me. "Why aren't you answering?" His impatience was evident, his voice more muffled, footsteps drawing nearer. Despair surged within me. I knew I couldn't outrun them, and even if I fought, in my current state, I stood no chance. In this dire moment, I caught sight of a sign ahead, clearly marked exit, with an arrow pointing to the right. I froze. In the original world, an exit was like a mirage, elusive. Turning to follow the arrow, I indeed spotted a faint emergency door 10 meters ahead. A vague notion formed in my mind. "Answer me. Which department are you from?" He was almost upon me. Locking my gaze on the pale green emergency door, I took a deep breath and whispered, "Zhangjike." The male nurse behind me was still trying to figure out which department Zhangjike belonged to. My heart tightened, and I suddenly sprinted, bursting through the emergency door. He froze momentarily, realizing he'd been tricked, and urgently called for reinforcements, chasing after me. Dodging pursuit, I finally found temporary refuge in an operating room on the 3rd floor. Hidden behind the door, I watched through a crack as 5 men ran past, panting heavily and leaning against the wall, giving me a moment's relief, at least temporarily safe. However, just as I let my guard down, the sound of rushing water reached my ears, and my heart tightened. Looking down, I saw water beginning to flood the operating room floor like a rising tide. Surveying my surroundings, I noticed water seeping not only under the door but also from the walls, the entire operating room resembling a leaking ship's hold. The water on the floor was rising quickly, soon reaching my ankles. Puzzled, I watched as the men pursuing me retreated, splashing through the water as they passed the door. The leader's voice was low and muddled, as if from a distant place. "Time's up. If he doesn't want to drown, he can only go upstairs, wait on the 5th floor." My gaze drifted to the clock on the wall, 10:45. A sense of urgency weighed heavily on me, survival instincts urging me to make a decision. Hearing the man's words, I realized the hospital would soon be flooded, and the 5th floor might be the only safe haven. But as I mulled this over, the water had already risen to my knees. So fast? I marveled at the walls, small waterfalls now visible before my eyes. This place was clearly unsuitable for lingering. Estimating that the male nurses had already fled upstairs, I forcefully pushed open the operating room's double doors, wading through the deep water towards the emergency exit. The water rose at an abnormal pace. I'd only made it halfway when it reached my chest. The water's resistance slowed my progress, forcing me to take a deep breath and dive beneath the surface. I swam upwards through the flooded emergency stairwell. When I resurfaced, I was on the 4th floor landing, coughing as I clung to the door handle, water nearly reaching my waist. In less than a minute, the 4th floor would be submerged, and if I continued upwards, I might be walking into a trap. I struggled for a moment, then opened the emergency door, making up my mind to gamble one last time. If this passage didn't lead anywhere, the 4th floor would become my trap. Fortunately, I made the right bet. When I saw Jean pinning someone in the bathtub through the mirror in room 405, the water had already risen above my head. A flash of insight hit me. I suddenly understood that this might be a game of exchange. When someone from the above-water world was dragged down, someone from the underwater world could surface. So, I decisively emerged. Asterisk. By the time Jean carried me back to the room, I was utterly exhausted, longing for nothing but sleep, yet feeling uncomfortable due to my drenched state. Dragging my weary body, I moved into the bathroom, intending to take a quick shower and change into clean clothes before resting. As I turned on the shower, a mist like a thin veil began to fill the small bathroom. I stripped off my clothes, ready to enjoy the warmth, when there was a gentle knock on the door. "Gumang, are you in there?" Jin's voice was soft and concerned, and even through the door, I could sense his unease. "I'm here," I replied, my voice trailing off weakly. Just as I wet my hair with the hot water, another knock sounded from outside. "Gumang, are you in there?" Jin's voice came again, uncertain. I raked my fingers through my hair, facing the cold tiles, and blinked helplessly, responding, "I'm here." 20 seconds later, the knocking came again. "Gumang, are you still there?" I took a deep breath, pursed my lips, and replied with patience, "I'm here." The knocking sounded a 4th time, nearly driving me crazy. I hurriedly wrapped a towel around my waist and quickly stepped out of the bathtub. I just wanted to shower in peace and go to bed, but Jean kept knocking for reasons unknown, interrupting my tranquility. I opened the door, unable to suppress my irritation, and snapped, "What's your problem? How old are you? Do I need to?" I was about to scold him, but the words wouldn't come. Outside the bathroom, nearly 6'3" Jean was crouched by the door, hugging his knees, looking up at me with eyes clear as water, seemingly a bit aggrieved, like a little puppy. My heart softened. I couldn't delay any longer. If I didn't come out, this kid might really become introverted. "Gumang." His voice carried worry. "Are you there?" My heart melted instantly, realizing he was genuinely concerned, afraid that when he opened the door, he wouldn't see me. With a sigh, I wiped the water drops from my eyelids and squatted in front of Jean. "Do you want to come in?" I asked him. He nodded immediately, eyes full of anticipation. I flipped down the toilet lid, placed a clean towel on it, and motioned for him to sit. "All right, if you're worried, just sit here and watch, I'll be done soon." In the bathroom, 2 grown men, one showering, the other watching, made for an odd scene, yet the atmosphere wasn't awkward. Jin's gaze was fixed on me, reminding me of the farm cat I once had. Every time I showered, that cat would hide behind the shower curtain, its big round eyes never leaving me, as if afraid I'd drown. I shook my head lightly and couldn't help but chuckle. Jean, no matter how high his IQ was, seemed to lean more towards animal instincts and emotional matters, sometimes acting adorably silly. As I thought about these things, someone suddenly hugged me from behind, causing my heart to jolt. I turned my head to ask, "What's wrong?" Jean buried his face in my shoulder, his voice low and tender, "Please don't get into trouble again." In the misty bathroom, tiny water droplets rolled off my eyelashes, and Jin's sudden tenderness caught me off guard. "I'm fine." I cleared my throat, gently rubbing the head buried in my shoulder. "Don't cry, it's embarrassing if word gets out." He paused slightly, then insisted, "You better not tell anyone." "I won't say a word." Jean sniffled, as if emphasizing, "I have my pride too." I responded softly, "Okay." I never expected to see a hint of stubbornness in his childish actions. On the 4th morning, I woke up later than usual. Jean sat quietly at the bedside, almost never leaving my side. Hugging the blanket, I rolled over and, upon opening my eyes, was greeted by his handsome face, resting on the bed rail, seemingly bored from waiting. He puffed his cheeks, pouting his lips to blow his bangs upwards, looking so childishly silly that I couldn't help but laugh. When he noticed me, he tilted his head slightly, his face pressed against the rail, eyes sparkling with light, asking, "Did you sleep well?" Yeah. I was still groggy, half squinting at him, smiling lazily. What time is it? Have you had breakfast? Not yet. He sat up straight, glancing at the clock on the wall. It's 9 o'clock now, waiting to go downstairs with you. His voice was still gentle, like soft snowflakes, warming my heart. Teacher Gu, are you awake? A voice outside broke the silence, and before I could respond, the person walked in. At that moment, I saw In Jin's demeanor change instantly, from a tail-wagging puppy to a serious, cold Siberian wolf. His transformation was so smooth that I couldn't help but shake my head. He was indeed concerned about his image. It seemed I'd have to talk to him about his overwhelming idol baggage. Bo Yi entered, carrying breakfast, followed closely by Tang Ji. As they came in, Bo Yi said casually, "The cafeteria is closed at this hour, so we brought you some breakfast. Don't be polite, it's nothing." Hearing this, I felt a bit guilty, hurriedly sitting up and rubbing my eyes, pointing to the cabinet. Just put it there, I wasn't planning to be polite. After a quick wash, I returned to bed, sitting cross-legged, and accepted the egg pancake In Jin handed me, pondering, did you change rooms later? I opened the bag, licking the sweet sauce off my fingers, continuing to inquire Bo Yi and Tang Ji. All the rooms with purple curtains are gateways between the two worlds. From the morgue to the 5th floor, there are quite a few rooms leading to another world. And as for the people from that world, I can only call them water ghosts for now. Saying this, my throat tightened a bit. They can observe our actions through mirrors, and perhaps you've already been watched. Tang Ji's expression changed as well, discomforted by the thought of hidden eyes behind mirrors, finally asking, you said there's an exit to the other world, does that mean we must go through that world to leave the game? It seems so, I replied, biting into the egg pancake, feeling a tingle on my scalp. The layout of that world is identical to this one, the only difference being the additional safety exits and pathways, making it resemble a normal hospital. I didn't have time to check the 1st floor, but I guess there's a main door there, and the escape route is likely there. The method to open the door is still uncertain, to be safe. I set down my breakfast, aware that going down once meant there was little chance of returning. Yesterday's narrow escape was thanks to capable teammates, plus a bit of luck. What's the method to go down? Bo Yi casually tossed a lemon up and down in his hand, sounding almost playful. Do you just dive into a water-filled bathtub? I didn't even get into a bathtub, so how was I pulled down? I responded, puzzled and incredulous. Maybe it's because you're cute, he half-teased. I held my egg pancake, expressionless. Do you think that's supposed to comfort me? Couldn't say you look easy to bully, right? Bo Yi chuckled, tossing the lemon back into the fruit basket. Humph, I snorted, ignoring him to continue my breakfast. Tang Ji suddenly brought up a question. Are the ghosts from the other world prone to sweating? The water ghost pretending to be Gu Meng seemed that way. I remember seeing Xiao Liang yesterday, and he was sweating non-stop. Does this mean Xiao Liang is already in trouble? Not just Xiao Liang, but Kai Xiaoqi too. I interjected, a piece of sausage hanging from my mouth, nodding vigorously. Kai Xiaoqi was pulled down a day before Xiao Liang. That's not sweat. I finished my breakfast, wiped my hands with a napkin, and corrected them. It's water, I checked last night. After all, they're from the water. Bo Yi nodded, suddenly proposing a hypothesis. Gu Meng, Xiao Liang, and Kai Xiaoqi are all nurses. Could it be that the water ghosts specifically target nurses? Moreover, Huang Min and Kai Xiaoqi were roommates, and Zhao Herong and Xiao Liang too. Both doctors dying in succession suggests that the replaced nurses might be the murderers? Tang Ji picked up the thread with clear logic. There's a possibility. Gu Meng frowned, pondering deeply, then turned to me, her tone softening as she asked, Jin, did that water ghost do anything to you last night? Did you feel she had ulterior motives? Yes, I replied seriously, almost accusingly. She tried to seduce me. My friends were stunned. She took off her clothes, asked if I liked her, and even hugged me, trying to kiss me. I continued. The others were left speechless. Being an honest person, my simple words painted quite a vivid picture. The room fell into a brief silence. I swallowed the last bit of egg pancake with difficulty, only one question on my mind, my voice trembling. Was she doing these shameless things with my face? Bo Yi's expression turned absent, his face tilting slightly upward, seemingly envisioning something. Teacher Gu's passionate gay roommate scenario, stripping, offering a kiss, thrilling. I can't believe I missed it. In the midst of his imagination, he caught the apple one threw at him with one hand. I glanced surreptitiously at Jin's calm demeanor, then at Gu Meng, who was flustered to the point of steaming. He leaned over to my shoulder, whispering in my ear, there's definitely something off. I turned my face, leaning close to his ear with a hint of amusement in my voice. I bet Jin was secretly enjoying it. While Tang Ji and I whispered, Jin lowered his head, sighing, last night, I endured too much. I couldn't help but laugh, responding, right, you face temptations you shouldn't have at your age. Gu Meng wore an expression of embarrassment mixed with guilt. Even though it wasn't her doing, she felt somewhat implicated. Leaning against the headboard, she asked, did it end with a kiss? And Jean calmly replied, no, I realized she wasn't you. My heart skipped a beat. There was something off about how that sounded. Gu Meng, after a brief moment of confusion, sighed in relief. Good, otherwise my image would have been ruined. Just thinking about the scene of herself actively seducing Jean made her cheeks flush with heat. Utterly shameless, really, utterly shameless. I caught onto something, raising an eyebrow at Jean, asking bluntly, what? If it was Gu Meng, you'd go through with it? Jean fell silent, seemingly at a loss for words. At that moment, Gu Meng erupted, grabbing fruits from the basket and rapidly throwing them at me. In the midst of the playful chaos, an announcement echoed from outside, attention, attention, will doctors Chang Jiao, Tang Ji, and Su Jai please proceed to the surgical consultation room on the second floor, the patient is in the waiting area. The voice repeated over and over in the background. Gu Meng paused, putting the banana back into the basket with a worried expression. Only 3 doctors are left on the schedule, I wonder who will be chosen this time. I looked at her, noticing Bo Yi fiddling with Tang Ji's hand, his face growing more somber. Asterisk. On the 4th day, the first doctor selected for consultation was Su Jai. She stood by the doorframe, looking disheveled, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed, I'm scared, I'm really scared. Sister Jiao, could you go first? I'm terrified I won't make it out, can someone save me? Don't leave me to go in alone. The wave of fear washed over me, and my mental state crumbled, sensing the outcome wouldn't be favorable. Cheng Jiao turned her back, coldly kicking the floor, clearly pretending not to hear. Though I and Su Jai entered this game together and shared a room, our relationship was only so deep. In critical moments, risking one's life for a teammate wasn't worth it, and I understood her rationality. I heard the piercing screams ahead, furrowing my brow, thinking to myself, if a girl enters an illusion in an unstable emotional state, she's unlikely to come out. Sending her in is just a pointless sacrifice. If it were me. As I pondered, a sharp pain struck my left hand, and I turned to see Bo Yi staring ahead with an unreadable expression. Don't even think about it. He gripped my left hand with such force it nearly dislocated my fingers. I bowed my head, saying nothing more. As expected, Su Jai was likely dead, her body quickly dragged out by temps, eyes wide open and expression stiff, resembling sudden death. Yu Chunjiao's face was flush, her smile broad, expressing faux sympathy. Oh dear, now only 2 doctors are left, but it won't be troublesome, one by one, in order. I glanced at the roster board, then exaggeratedly waved towards the door. Dr. Chang, please proceed to the consultation room. Cheng Jiao's face tensed, a flicker of unwillingness in her eyes, but her pride and independence kept her from complaining. She held her head high, striding confidently in her high heels into the waiting area. However, as time ticked by, Cheng Jiao's figure remained unseen, the wait outside growing ever longer. 20 minutes later, Chen Jiahao finally yawned, excusing himself for an early departure. Left were me, Xiao Liang, Kai Xiaoqi, Bo Yi, Tang Ji, and Jean, still quietly waiting outside. Unintentionally, my gaze fell on the male and female nurses sitting together up front. The backs of their uniforms were soaked, the wet patches on their necks particularly noticeable. At first glance, it seemed like they were sweating heavily from the heat, but I knew it was just water. Perhaps sensing my gaze, Kai Xiaoqi suddenly turned around, offering me a pale smile. In that instant, my heart skipped a beat, reflexively leaning back, pressing against the seat back, awkwardly smiling before quickly averting my eyes. Time flew by, and 2 hours slipped away in silent waiting. I still hadn't recovered from last night's shock and, in my drowsiness, I ended up dozing off on Jin's shoulder. Half asleep, I was startled awake by the sound of soft sobbing. I opened my eyes and looked ahead. The door to the consultation room was open, and Cheng Jiao was sitting in the front row, hunched over with her face in her hands, crying as if in great pain. She came out? I mumbled to myself as I groggily sat up. Beside me, Jean gently rotated his numb left shoulder and gave me a faint mmm. I stood up and walked forward, seeing Kai Xiaoqi squatting beside Cheng Jiao, looking at her with concern, though her face was wet with what could have been either sweat or tears. Jiao Jia, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I couldn't help but ask. Cheng Jiao choked out in a low voice, I stayed in there for so long. After coming home, it took almost a week for me to feel something was wrong, and then I pushed my son down. Her words gripped my heart. Kai Xiaoqi gently patted her on the shoulder, comforting her, it's all fake, just illusions, don't think too much. I leaned against the counter, looking at Cheng Jiao, a wave of understanding washing over me. Even in illusions, doing harm to one's loved ones is unbearable, no wonder she was so devastated. After a period of silence, Cheng Jiao finally calmed down a bit, dried her tears, and took out an envelope. Jiao Jia, what's the clue this time? Kai Xiaoqi's curiosity caught my attention. Without waiting for Cheng Jiao, I opened the card and stared at it blankly, full of confusion. Scanning the room, my gaze landed on Njin, so I handed the card to him. Dr. N, what does this mean? Clearly, Njin's scholarly image had been well established. He took the card and examined it closely. This time the clue was brief and mysterious, nevermore. Njin began a textbook-style analysis. Like the previous two clues, this phrase is from The Raven, a line that encapsulates the poem's essence, revealing themes of death, disillusionment, and mourning in Poe's literature. I couldn't help but internally recite. Nevermore appears 11 times throughout the poem, serving as the Raven's sole response to the poet. Regardless of the questions or pleas, the Raven consistently repeats nevermore, conveying an irreversible message. In this absurd dialogue, the poet experiences surprise, awakening, fear, and self-torment, gradually leading to a contemplation of the value of existence. As the Raven implies, everything humanity holds dear, once lost, is gone forever. Tangji flipped through the card, muttering softly, Njin, the walking encyclopedia. I didn't hesitate to chime in, you deserve to have one. Beside us, Gumeng grumbled, just ask Njin, and you'll know. I held my forehead in frustration, fingers brushing my bangs, feeling both annoyed and helpless. What's the use of knowing all this? This damn clue I risked my life for still feels like it's shrouded in mystery. It's the 4th day already, and I haven't even seen the door to escape. Boyi slipped his hands into his pockets, looking unfazed. It must be useful. If you risked your life for it, then it's bound to save you. Feeling stifled, I said nothing more. At that moment, Kai Xiaoqi wiped the sweat from her brow, enthusiastically saying, Jiao Jia, you don't look well, let me take you back to your room to rest, and I'll bring up some food for you. I was about to leave with her when Boyi interjected, Dr. Chang, there's something I'd like to ask you about the 2 self-harming doctors. Is now a convenient time to talk? His expression was serious. I glanced at him, a vague sense of unease stirring within me, so I asked, now? Boyi nodded, let's step aside to talk. Kai Xiaoqi, full of energy, immediately stood up. Let's go, Jiao Jia, I'll go with you. But Boyi coldly said, you can't join. Why? Kai Xiaoqi froze, then looked hurt, clinging to my arm. You're not excluding newcomers, are you? What did I do to deserve this kind of treatment? I smiled slightly and spoke bluntly, don't you have any self-awareness? Kai Xiaoqi's face turned stiff, anger flashing in her eyes as tears began to pool at her chin. In the meeting room, my heart was trembling slightly too. Cheng Jiao sat at the long table, disbelief written all over her face as she looked at the 4 of us across from her. What? Kai Xiaoqi and Xiao Liang are no longer human. I spoke quietly, just keep your distance from them. We suspect that Huang Min and Zhao Hairong's deaths are related to them too. Cheng Jiao's face grew increasingly pale, stammering, there were 12 people when we first arrived, now I don't even know how many players are still alive. That's not the key issue. I lightly tapped the table with my fingers, trying to clear my thoughts. Let's organize the clues. Njin spread a newspaper across the table, his expression serious. This was taken from the director's office yesterday afternoon. Gumeng, Cheng Jiao, and I leaned in, our eyes fixed on the yellowed newspaper. On the front page, the bold red letters stood out, Pandora. A sense of unease spread through my heart, vaguely foreshadowing the crisis ahead. I looked at Njin, growing more puzzled. What's it about? The background story, Njin explained slowly. Director Jean was dismissed from the research institute and then came here to establish the hospital. Dismissed? Cheng Jiao keenly caught the keyword and questioned him. Why? Because he edited the genes of a human embryo. Njin's voice was low and powerful. I followed up, not only that, he implanted the embryo into a womb, creating a baby. So sci-fi? Gumeng asked in surprise. I had read similar news before, knowing the theory behind designer babies. I explained that if gene editing is done at the embryo stage, the parent's preferences could manifest in the child's appearance and abilities, potentially even removing hereditary diseases, but this technology has yet to breach the ethical barriers. Director Jin's initial intention was to develop a cure for cancer. Tangji turned the newspaper to a photo of a baby with a pixelated face, adding, but he blurred the line between basic research and clinical research, recklessly opening the Pandora's box of human genes, facing widespread condemnation. What's worse, the child's mother was HIV positive, and the father had a severe genetic disorder. Director Jean combined their egg and sperm, edited the genes, and thus the baby was born. He was investigated by the committee and soon left the research institute to settle here. I looked at the baby in the photo, feeling a deep, heavy pain. If the experiment had failed, this baby would have suffered from birth. What happened afterward? I couldn't help asking, did the baby survive? And Jin's eyes held a hint of relief. He stayed in a special institution until he was 5. After being deemed healthy and mentally normal, Director Jin took him home. I sighed in relief, my eyes drifting to the date on the newspaper's header, puzzled. It's from over 30 years ago. The child would be in his 30s now. Is he Director Jin's son? Jin Fon's father? Bo Yi shook his head, his tone calm. These are all the clues we have, the rest is just guesswork. The room fell silent. I suddenly remembered what happened yesterday afternoon in the director's office and asked Tang Ji, how did you know the password to the safe in the director's office? The game provided a clue, those trophies in the display case, Tang Ji recalled, pulling out a pen and placing it horizontally on the table to demonstrate, spinning it along its axis as he spoke, 6 identical crystal trophies, perfectly corresponding to a 6-digit password. Their bases are rectangular but angled differently. Some face us directly, while others are turned 90 degrees. Imagine them as clock hands, different angles correspond to different numbers. I listened quietly, inwardly admiring his meticulous thinking. If the base is positioned from 12 to 6, then the password is definitely 6. The same logic applies to 4 and 5. But if it's from 1 to 7, that digit has 2 possibilities, and 2 to 8 as well. With permutations, trying it 8 times should crack it, and I was lucky to get it on the 4th try. I couldn't help but kiss him on the forehead, smiling. How is my partner so smart? Enough of you two, Gu Mang interjected impatiently. And Jin rested his chin on his hand, with an innocent curiosity. Why didn't I see the clue hidden in the display case? You can forget it. Boya's expression was slightly awkward. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Maybe learn from your partner more. I tapped the table, interrupting the banter among the 4 men opposite, asking seriously, what do we do next? Continue waiting for clues? And Jin laid out a white card, gazing at the word nevermore written on it, and said softly, this is the last clue. How do you know? I asked, somewhat skeptical. It's the last word of the entire poem, he explained. It's time to elevate the theme. As night fell, the rain beat against the windows more furiously than on previous nights, as if urging something. In the middle of the night, I heard 2 soft knocks on the door and immediately opened my eyes. In front of me, Bo Yi was still lost in dreamland, unaffected. Bo Yi, someone's at the door, I called softly, but he didn't respond. Frustrated, I patted his face. Bo Yi? Still no reaction. Just then, the door was knocked again, the clear sound piercing the silence. I couldn't help but shrink back, trying hard to peer through the darkness towards the door. My bright eyes fluttered, but I hesitated to get up. Knock, knock, the sound came again. After a while, I finally saw the light from room 405 flickering through the small window on the door, as if signaling something. Before long, the door slowly opened. A little boy in a red hoodie stood at the entrance, holding a sketchbook, his expression calm. I only dared to open the door halfway, timidly asking, can I help you? His dark, bright eyes pulled me in like black holes, emotions elusive. Then he opened the sketchbook to show me. I was taken aback, my mind rippling. Are you sure you want me to let you sleep here? The boy nodded. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to open the door fully and invited him in. I settled him on another bed, trying to speak gently. You can sleep on this bed. If anything happens during the night, feel free to wake me up. I nodded lightly, opened the sketchbook, and wrote a line. Your face is really nice. So what? Tang Ji glanced over, suddenly unafraid, coldly asking, do you want to tear it up? I was slightly stunned, not having reacted yet when the bathroom door suddenly opened, and 2 men stepped out. Kid, wandering around with a little notebook every night, do your family know? Gu Mang leaned casually against the bathroom door, looking at me leisurely, while I sat on the bed, feet lifted off the ground. And Jean stood beside her, face calm, as if nothing had happened. I slightly retracted my chin, my black and white eyes glancing over their faces, filled with precaution. Just as I was about to jump off the bed, Tangji stopped me. You've come this far, no rush to leave. Just when I thought the sleeping boy would continue to be engrossed in his dreams, he suddenly sat up, smiling faintly, and seemingly casually pulled out a syringe from somewhere, tossing it towards the opposite bed. Your assistant is sloppy. I pressed my lips tight, watching the 4 men gradually closing in, feeling cornered like a school child trapped by older kids. I could only lower my head, continuing to write in the notebook. Uncles, what do you want from me? Hearing this term, I couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Clearly, he looked just slightly younger than me, yet calling me uncle was quite peculiar. I glanced at the other 3, receiving their implied signals, then crouched down, trying to speak gently to Jean Fong. Can you tell me when your family will come to pick you up? Jean Fong shook his head, evidently clueless about this question. I continued, can you talk about your father? What's his name? He used those big, round black eyes to think for a moment, and finally shook his head again. I sighed, straightened up, looked down at him, and asked the last question, Jin Fong, can you tell me your real age? Jin Fong looked puzzled, tilting his head slightly, though he seemed somewhat withdrawn. At this moment he appeared exceptionally compliant. He held his pencil, drawing 2 curves in the sketchbook. Isn't it better to be real? I couldn't help but think. I didn't bother to say much, just pinched my fingers, muttering to myself, let me calculate, brother, you should be about 32 years old this year, right? Jin Fong's big eyes looked innocent, showing no reaction. Just as I and the others were wondering if we were off track, the little boy sitting on the bed suddenly curved his eyes, grinning widely, revealing a set of chilling teeth. Those teeth, sharp and yellowish-black in color, were definitely not supposed to belong to an 8-year-old child. Jin Fong finally spoke, his voice raspy like it was leaking air. Oh dear, I've been caught. His milky white skin, paired with his super cute eyes, showing those incongruous adult teeth, his voice rough and unpleasant, the visual clash was extremely jarring, even a bit terrifying. I felt a bit helpless, and said to him, big brother, maybe you should just stay quiet and write instead. Jin Fong instantly retracted his smile. After a while, he raised a small middle finger towards me. The others watched with a face full of helplessness. All right then. I stared at Jin Fong, asking without hesitation, did you kill Huang Min and Zhao Herong? He snorted, tossing the paper and pen aside, coldly saying, I merely took parts of their bodies, they mentally collapsed and committed suicide. The raspy voice starkly contrasted with his handsome appearance. Besides, I'm just doing someone's bidding, their deaths can't be pinned on me. I frowned, thinking silently, for whom? Subsequently, I leaned against the railing, pondering for a moment before finally asking, Director Jin? Jin Fong's lips curled up, revealing that chilling smile again. When silent, he resembled a cute, obedient little animal. Now, however, he was so grotesque that I couldn't move an inch. Besides, I'm just doing someone else's bidding, their deaths can't be pinned on me. His tone remained cold, like an insurmountable barrier. I vaguely understood that Jin Fong might just be an NPC pushing the plot forward, so his words were cryptic and reserved, never revealing all the secrets to us. Tang Ji went straight to the point, asking the question I was most concerned about, is the exit in the Mirror World Hospital? Jin Fong didn't hide it, nodding lightly to confirm my suspicion. Then how do we open the door? Gu Meng pressed further, we'd need a key or something like a fingerprint. Where should we look? You've asked the right person. I noticed Jin Fong's smile becoming more sinister, his mouth revealing those terrifying teeth. His hand delved into the pocket of his red hoodie, mysterious and unreadable, and when he moved again, he pulled out a keycard. Conveniently, my access can open all the doors in the hospital. Jin Fong flaunted the card before us, a mad gleam in his eyes, his voice raspy and unpleasant, carrying a hint of provocation. Do you want it? Beg me. Beg me. I inadvertently glanced at the card, unable to hold back a smirk as I coughed lightly. Do you? Like SpongeBob, by any chance? Boyi couldn't help but burst out laughing, lowering his head to hide his face, his shoulders shaking. Jin Fong's expression instantly darkened, glaring at me with fury as he fiercely flipped the yellow SpongeBob plastic card holder, angrily tucking it back into his pocket. Is that what you should be focusing on? Sorry, please continue. I raised my hands, indicating no offense. Clearly, Jin Fong lost interest, skipping a lot of villain-style monologue, and bluntly said, do me a favor, succeed, and the card is yours. Tang Ji asked, puzzled, what favor? We all knew, whether we liked it or not, to clear this game, we had to complete Jin Fong's task. In the mirror world, there's a computer in the basement lab. I need you to upload some data into it. Jin Fong waved the card, showing his yellow-toothed smile, slightly eerie, like a ghostly child. He said coldly, also, find the file numbered 7100 and bring it back to me. I suddenly felt overwhelmed by the information and couldn't help but ask, wait, are we supposed to go to the mirror world again? Jin Fong nodded, expressionless, adding, yes, and you need to come back alive. Besides that, we need to find the computer and upload the data. What data is it? I continued to ask. At this, Jin Fong smiled mysteriously, opening his mouth in front of us. His childlike hand reached into his mouth, seemingly searching for something. After a moment, he yanked hard and spat out some blood, opening his palm. A bloody tooth lay there. Don't be fooled by appearances, it's actually a hidden USB drive. All the data is inside. As for what data, what does it matter to you? You just need to find the computer host and plug it in. As he finished speaking, I stared at the yellow, saliva and blood-covered tooth, feeling a sense of frustration. Seriously? Dude, did you have to hide the USB in such a disgusting place? I couldn't help but complain. Jin Fang's little neck stiffened, staring at me with his big eyes. You got a problem? It's my tooth, hold on to it. I turned to my companions for support, only to see them silently averting their gaze, clearly indicating, we're definitely not touching that ugly tooth. With no choice, I grabbed the slimy, slippery tooth and quickly headed to the bathroom, turning on the faucet to wash it. Amidst the sound of running water, I cursed, Jin Fang. If you were in my class, I'd make sure you never earn a gold star. Jin Fang was speechless, his silence prompting Boyi, Tangji, Njin, and I to exchange a tacit glance, thinking, Teacher Gu, that's a bit too harsh. I washed the tooth clean, examining it carefully. Pulling gently on either side, the tooth split open, revealing a thin, intricate black chip embedded inside, secretive enough to be alarming. Emerging from the bathroom, I leaned against the doorframe, closing the tooth back up, asking, how do we get to the mirror world? Recalling how I was dragged down without understanding yesterday, I knew there had to be a method. Jin Fang inserted a finger into his mouth, gently pressing on his injured gums, his voice raspy and muffled. Make eye contact with your reflection in the water. Once your gaze aligns, they'll seize the chance to pull you under, but don't make it too obvious, or the water ghosts might grow suspicious. I pondered this, calmly asking, who's going down? All four of us together? No. Jin Fang withdrew his blood-streaked finger, a cunning smile on his lips. The card stays with you, who knows if you'll escape through the hospital doors once down there? 2 people go down, 2 stay here as hostages. Once the task is done and I have the file, we're even. 4 pairs of eyes scanned the room, and finally, Jin Fang pointed at Tang Ji, then at me, you 2 stay. I handed the card to Njin, who walked over to Gu Meng and gave it to her. Gu Meng examined the white card carefully, then looked curiously at Jin Fang. Aren't you afraid that Njin and I will abandon the 2 hostages and just leave with this card? Jin Fang stiffened slightly, seemingly realizing the gravity of the situation, displeasure showing in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, another male voice chimed in, Gu Meng, swear by our friendship right now that you won't do something so low. I glanced at Bo Yi, pondering internally, then turned my face, confused, asking Njin, do I have something like friendship with him? Njin remained silent, and Tangji also appeared puzzled. Bo Yi, however, scoffed coldly, issuing a disdainful sound, humph. Asterisk. In the bathroom, I stood at the sink, holding a bar of soap, lathering foam in my hands. However, by accident, the soap slipped, bounced off the edge of the bathtub, and slid to the bottom filled with water. As I bent down to retrieve the slippery soap, my gaze inadvertently met Njin's, our eyes locking, the atmosphere instantly turning eerie and silent. The soap wobbled uneasily in the water. I spread my hands awkwardly, saying, slipped out of my hand. With that, I bent down, trying to reach closer to the water, one hand plunging in. Unfortunately, the soap slipped again, untimely darting to the other side of the tub. I'll get it. Njin was beside me. At that moment, we both felt a gaze from beneath the water. Njin seemed unfazed, casually shifting his gaze to the water's surface. The water rippled gently, the reflection gradually becoming clearer. Upon careful observation, one could see the eyes in the reflection moving up and down, seemingly scrutinizing our faces. In the next instant, something unexpected happened. 2 hands suddenly shot out from the water, grabbing us quickly and pulling us into the depths below. After a brief but intense struggle, Njin and I emerged from the water, sitting across from each other. We wiped the water from our faces and exchanged a subtle smile. Njin found the white soap under his hand and, upon picking it up, smiled smugly, 2 birds with 1 stone. I glanced at the reflection in the water, tilting my head as if trying to see better, and sighed theatrically, looks like last night's escapee. We gave him a chance, but alas, he's just another short-lived ghost. Inside the bathroom, Njin and I tidied up and leisurely pushed the door open, only to freeze at the scene outside. Boyi stood there, smiling as he tossed a bundle of rope at our feet, speaking softly, friends, do you want to do it yourselves, or should we? Beside him, Tangji expertly juggled a scalpel, the blade flashing in the air, seeming ready to fly out at any moment, sending a shiver down one's spine. Gu Meng and Njin had entered this mirror world and successfully dealt with the waiting nurse outside the bathroom. We stuffed the unconscious nurse into a closet and administered a sedative. Then, Njin and I searched the room for dry clothes to avoid drawing attention with our wet ones. Before leaving, I put on a mask and peered through the small window on the door, scanning both sides of the corridor. Seeing no one, Njin and I cautiously stepped out. For safety, we avoided taking the elevator, fearing that a nurse or doctor might enter midway, and instead chose to descend via the emergency stairwell. Why did that nurse have no face? Njin casually asked as we hurried downstairs, are all the ghosts here like that? I haven't seen the doctors, but the nurses certainly are. I looked up at the numbers closely packed on the wall opposite, indicating we had reached the first floor. I guess they might need to reference the player's appearance to form features, they have none of their own. As we passed the first floor emergency door, Jean paused, gently pulling it open to peer outside. "The main entrance is in the lobby," he said calmly. Hearing his words, I couldn't help but step back a few paces, standing beside him to look outside. Sure enough, the double glass doors of the main entrance were directly opposite the emergency passage, the vast lobby unfolding before us. Feeling a sense of reassurance, I encouraged myself, "Let's go, finish the task, then go up and call the others down. Maybe we can escape this game tonight." We turned a corner, our footsteps heavy as we descended the stairs to the basement level. Beside the pale blue emergency door on the basement floor, the card reader's weak blue light flickered against the wall spattered with bloodstains, casting an ominous aura. Everything beyond the door was unknown, and the unknown was always frightening. I drew out the white keycard, taking a deep breath before placing it on the machine. I turned to Jean, asking, "Are you scared?" Jean seemed devoid of fear, shaking his head nonchalantly. "There's nothing to fear, as long as you're okay, I'm not afraid." His words came from the heart, genuine and unpretentious. Jean, who had never shown fear in the game, only truly felt terror last night when he saw Gu Meng in trouble. Gu Meng's reaction filled me with relief, showing that the care given had not been in vain. I slid the card through the reader, and with a mechanical click, the emergency door swung open. What lay before us was a long corridor, lined with individual cells, surrounded by iron bars, resembling a prison. The moment I opened the door, a chorus of wails and cries filled the air, echoing eerily, as if countless restless spirits roamed this cold, damp space. The sound alone made my scalp tingle. Jean and I exchanged glances, nodding to each other before stepping forward. Passing the first cell, I glanced inside. It was dark and damp. A mobile hospital bed stood at the center, with nothing else. Being underground, there wasn't even a window. In the corner, a woman with disheveled hair faced the wall, crouched there in a blood-stained white hospital gown, rocking slightly like a weeble. Perhaps she sensed our gaze from outside, and she slowly turned her head. My heart skipped a beat, my steps halting, instinctively moving back a step and bumping into Jean. I once again felt that chilling terror creep over me. Her face was devoid of color, her eyes uniquely shaped, her nose sharp, her lips graceful, and her chin pointed. Individually, they were attractive. However, combined, they appeared disturbingly eerie and unsettling. More disturbingly, her eye corners, the sides of her nose, and the corners of her lips were stitched with dense black threads, like a repaired rag doll or a collage of the most beautiful features from different fashion magazine models. Did she have cosmetic surgery? Jean lightly frowned, evidently also struck by that face. I furrowed my brow, feeling conflicted. Who would want surgery to look like that? Clearly, the woman didn't choose such a visage willingly. As our gaze met hers, she slightly opened her mouth, revealing a crimson oral cavity, veins bulging at her temples, seemingly struggling to make a sound, yet only a faint, strange noise emerged from her throat, akin to crying or wailing. Jean hooked my shoulder, leading me onward. "Who do you think runs this hospital?" As we passed another cell, a man sat listlessly on the bed. His upper body was wrapped in bandages, particularly his strong, muscular arms. Oddly, his body was pale and emaciated, almost skeletal, making it clear that those arms were grafted from someone else. I dared not look too long, quickly averting my eyes forward, my steps unceasing, pondering internally. "Director Jean? Have you considered the possibility," Jean spoke slowly, "that after being forbidden from editing genes, he started editing bodies?" I was struck, suddenly recalling the woman we saw upon entering, a disquieting thought flashing through my mind. He's gone mad. To splice perfect features together, creating such a horrifying monster. Suddenly, I felt intense pressure. A pale, emaciated hand reached through the iron bars, tightly gripping my wrist with vice-like strength. My heart raced, and I turned in shock, blurting out, "Xiao Liang." But on closer inspection, I couldn't confirm if he was truly Xiao Liang. Though a man, his stature was petite, evoking fear. His eyes were mismatched, the right eye appearing deeper and larger, silently conveying something. Below the nose, a black seam stretched from behind the left ear to the right, an invisible scar. Looking at his lips and jaw, a chill ran down my spine, and I asked with difficulty, "Who are you? Zhao Herong?" Regardless, he only nodded repeatedly, the pleading in his eyes suffocating me. The hand gripping mine tightened further, like a drowning man clutching his last straw. Huang Min's eyes, Zhao Hairong's jaw, Kai Xiaoqi's body, Jean reminded quietly, pulling my hand away. "Let's go. They're already dead." I took a few steps forward but couldn't help glancing back. The man was pressed against the iron bars, extending his hand toward me with all his might, his eyes full of heart-piercing despair. Turning away, a sense of reluctance tugged at my heart, but Jin's perspective was hard to deny. A body pieced together from 4 individuals was no longer truly human. A shiver ran through me at the thought that if I hadn't escaped yesterday, I might now be part of this amalgam. Jin and I navigated the narrow corridors, turning corners and passing countless cells, until we finally reached the laboratory at the end. A glass door separated the lab. I stood outside, scanning the area for any signs of life. Seeing none, I swiped the card on the reader at the side and entered. Inside, an entire wall was lined with glass display cases filled with various jars containing human organs, eyes, hands, lungs, and other indistinguishable, mangled tissues. I paused in front of a jar containing a heart. Jin, look at this. Jin was searching for the computer Jin Fong had mentioned. Hearing my call, he walked over. On the jar was a label that read, Xia, the purest heart, the daughter of the hospital's temporary worker? Jin remarked. I pondered briefly, turning the jar in my hands. A clear storyline began to form in my mind. Director Jin had been conducting human experiments all along, which was why so many patients disappeared in the hospital. Regardless of life or death, they became his subjects. He sought to create the perfect human body, perfect not only in appearance but also in internal organs. Sadly, Xia became one of his targets, her heart harvested. The temporary worker likely knew and, mimicking Director Jin's methods, attempted the bizarre idea of reviving Xia using others' hearts. With a sigh, I returned the jar to the shelf, murmuring, "What a strange world." Turning back, I asked Jin, "Have you found the computer?" The laboratory was scattered with over a dozen computers, some on desks, others on lab benches, but Jin Fong didn't specify which one it was. No, and Jin shook his head. Let's look for Director Jin's desk, the computer might be there. We split up to search. In a corner, I found a framed photo on a desk and couldn't help picking it up for a closer look. It was a black and white photo of a middle-aged man with round glasses, smiling at the camera while holding a baby. The image stirred memories of Jin Fong's appearance in my mind. I called Jin over and pointed to the computer on the desk. This should be the one. I'll upload the data first. You look around for the 7100 file. Scanning the room, I was drawn to a neatly arranged row of cabinets. Through the glass doors, I saw orderly stacks of file folders. I approached, opened a cabinet door, and saw folders of varying thicknesses arranged vertically in storage boxes. Each layer of the shelves was labeled with numbers from 1 to 12, indicating months, and the labels on the shelves showed the years. Inspiration struck, I realized each shelf represented a year, and the boxes were months. I just needed to find the box for December 32 years ago. With that thought, I opened cabinet after cabinet until I located the box marked 12. Quickly rifling through it, I pulled out a brown manila folder with 7100 written on the cover in marker. Got it. I whispered to myself, carefully placing the file in a transparent bag to keep it dry when we surfaced. Just then, the room filled with the sound of alarms. I looked up at the ceiling, then turned toward Gu Meng at the computer. What's happening? Her expression was panicked, and she was typing frantically on the keyboard. The system is under a virus attack. I moved closer, confirming that the screen was flashing red warning signs repeatedly. Seeing the USB drive plugged into the main unit, a realization struck me, and I said decisively, "Let's go, the task is complete." This is the data Jin Fong wanted uploaded. I froze momentarily, understanding that the virus Jin Fong had us upload was his revenge against Director Jin, possibly containing the culmination of his life's work. Without further hesitation, I followed Jin toward the door. However, midway there, an unsettling noise reached my ears. I asked warily, "What is that sound?" In addition to the blaring alarm, an incessant clicking echoed through the corridor outside, a chilling cycle that sent shivers down my spine. The locks are disengaged, and Jin turned to look at the computer, his tone serious. The main unit controls the security system, and after uploading the virus, the system crashed. A foreboding sense of dread spread through me. Does that mean? Before I could finish, the scene before me sent cold sweat trickling down my back. In the corridor, several grotesque figures shuffled toward the laboratory. They moved at different speeds, their eyes blazing with violent intent, faces pallid and devoid of color, as if shrouded in shadows. The sheer number of them resembled an impending zombie wave. I mentally screamed, "This is bad." With the security system down, the lab doors could no longer hold back the creatures outside. If they surged in, Jin and I wouldn't stand a chance. I rushed to the door, pushing a desk against the glass entrance, then nervously reinforced it with a chair. Is there another exit? I anxiously scanned the room, desperately seeking a way out. Jin, holding the file bag, leaned against the desk, spreading his hands nonchalantly. The exit is the one you just blocked. The lab, though spacious, was simple in layout, with no other exits besides the barricaded door. Frustration boiled within me as I looked at his indifferent demeanor. Unable to contain myself, I stepped forward, cradling his face, my tone sharp. Kid, be serious. If we don't find a way out, we're done for. At that moment, the sound of shattering glass came from outside. I flinched, seeing a burly man wielding a fire extinguisher, ferociously smashing a hole in the glass, his gaze fierce and fixed on us. It's over, we're done for, I panicked, clinging to In-jin's neck as if seeking a semblance of safety. He glanced down at me, his mouth curling into a pleased smile, gently stroking my hair. Don't worry, Gu-meng. I'll get you out. In that instant, the creature outside slammed the fire extinguisher into the glass door again, creating a fist-sized hole surrounded by snowflake-like cracks. The massive noise reverberated through the space, causing Gu-meng to tremble slightly in my arms. Quickly covering his ears, I looked up at the ceiling, spotting a red ribbon hanging from the central vent. Let's go through the ventilation duct, I said, pinching his ear. With my long legs, I easily stepped onto the half-height desk, swiftly removing the vent cover. Tossing the cover aside, I peered into the ventilation duct, then turned and extended my hand to Gu-meng. Crawl forward, and descend when you see the emergency exit. At that moment, the glass on the door collapsed, teetering precariously. A petite woman twisted her limbs, crawling through the hole. Half her body climbed onto the desk, her hair disheveled, her gaze sinister, like Sadako reborn. Gu-meng was nearly in tears, urgently gripping my hand to leap onto the desk. Just as we were about to enter the ventilation duct, a thought struck me. I hesitated for a few seconds, then quickly crouched down and said, "You go first, I need to grab the heart." I knew he understood what I was referring to, so I held him back, turned, and jumped down from the desk, heading for the display cabinet. The room was filled with the low, ghostly whines of countless voices, and the alarms blared incessantly, creating a scene of chaos akin to a purgatory. The woman at the door finally crawled in, falling off the desk and struggling to get up. Behind her, a burly man mercilessly shattered the remaining glass, twisted his neck, and with a powerful kick, toppled the desk blocking the door. My heart sank. I quickly patted the duct opening and shouted back, "En-jin." En-jin clutched the jar containing Shia's heart and swiftly ran to my side, handing it to me. Without hesitation, I gripped the edge of the vent, holding the jar in both hands, and crawled forward on all fours. Following closely, En-jin had just entered the duct when a woman with a twisted smile screamed, thrusting her head into the vent, her face horrifying as she clawed wildly. My heart skipped, and En-jin's ankle was almost caught by her. I paused, anxiously asking, "En-jin?" "I'm fine," he replied with unruffled calmness, continuing to crawl forward. After a while, he suddenly commented out of nowhere, "Your butt is really perky." I froze, my cheeks flushing instantly. Feeling a rush of embarrassment, I hurriedly crawled even faster than before. In the underground lab, bizarrely shaped men and women swarmed in, wreaking havoc. Papers flew in the air, lab equipment lay smashed, and the bottles and jars on the display shelves were overturned in chaos. Amidst the extreme disorder, I saw someone madly crash into a table corner, causing a photo frame to fall, the glass shattering. The man in the black and white photo, in that fleeting moment, seemed to retract his smile, his face darkening, and his eye sockets becoming two charred black holes, sending a chill through me. I struggled to reach the lid area, elbowing open the louvered vent cover, and jumped down from the edge, landing on the ground. Yet my heart remained unsettled. Moments later, En-jin also jumped down, and we found ourselves in the underground emergency exit. Noticing some dust on En-jin's face, I reached out to wipe it off, sighing, "Before we go up, I want to visit the morgue." Without hesitation, he agreed, accompanying me down another level to the morgue's entrance. Pushing the door open, I was struck by the sight of a purple curtain hanging on the opposite wall and voiced my plan. This is also one of the passageways between the two worlds. Theoretically, as long as there's water, the heart can be sent to the other side. It was already past 10, and in the other world, players were restricted by curfews and couldn't reach the morgue, so I had to try in the mirror world. En-jin found a half-full bottle of mineral water from somewhere and handed it to me. I poured the water onto the ground, forming a small puddle. Squatting down, I held the jar with the heart suspended above the water. At first, there was no reflection on the water's surface, which was somewhat eerie. However, as time passed, the reflection of the jar gradually appeared. I focused intently, my heartbeat accelerating. When I saw the right moment, I let go without hesitation, and the jar containing the heart plunged into the water, vanishing without a trace. With the task accomplished, Gu-meng's smile was like morning light, and I couldn't help but feel a softness within. The longer I spent with her, the more her gentle nature deeply moved me. I like Gumeng the most, I told her, my heart full of warmth. Good, Gumeng stood up, seemingly accustomed to such declarations, casually heading for the door and softly saying, Gumeng likes Enjin the most too. In room 405, Tangji and I leaned against the bathroom door, idly playing a hand-clapping game. I held my palms up, while Tangji's hands hovered above mine, trying to swiftly dodge when I flipped my hands to slap downward. Yet, I couldn't bring myself to use force, my touches gentle, as if tenderly caressing. The game gradually lost its appeal, and I found it rather dull. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, two water ghosts resembling Enjin and Gumeng knelt by the bathtub, their faces ghastly pale, hands bound behind their backs, clearly to aid them in surfacing in the mirror world. Jin Feng paced the room on his short legs, glancing at us with a hoarse, displeased voice. Are your two friends going to make it? They're still not back yet. We're not worried, why are you? I replied with a smile, holding Tangji's hand and casting my gaze toward Jin Feng. Why? What happens if they fail the task? Jin Feng's eyes were bright and sharp, and despite the apparent flaws in his speech and his real age, they didn't detract from his handsome appearance. Nothing will happen to me, he said candidly, but for you, there's only one chance. Just as he finished speaking, the bathroom mirror trembled slightly. Tangji and I both noticed the subtle movement, feeling a tightening in our chests. Exchanging a glance, we quickly entered the bathroom, pressing down on the heads of the water ghosts and unhesitatingly pulling them into the water. Before long, Gumeng and Enjin's figures surfaced. I saw Gumeng leaning against the edge of the bathtub, taking a deep breath. The exit is underwater. We need to leave quickly. We had found the hospital's main entrance, and the keycard was in hand, but the monsters in the basement were a cause for concern. I recalled that going upstairs with Enjin was relatively smooth, as the creatures seemed still confined in the lab, but uncertainty lingered, urging us to escape before they spread throughout the hospital. Just then, a red figure burst into the bathroom, bluntly asking, "Did you bring back the file? Without it, you won't be able to leave." Enjin held a file wrapped in a plastic bag, handing it over to Jin Feng. Jin Feng's eyes lit up instantly, eagerly snatching it and patting the water droplets off the plastic bag. The undisguised joy on his face made me believe that perhaps our chance had truly arrived. I said calmly, "We'll leave now. Candy and I will check other rooms for a passage and call the others." Jin Feng, however, responded coolly, "No need." He carefully opened the plastic bag, extracting the file, as if these things were of utmost importance, and I could sense his aversion to the water droplets. "What do you mean, no need?" A wave of unease rose within me, prompting me to ask. As soon as I uttered the question, the surrounding water began to bubble with tiny air pockets, as if it were about to boil. My heart sank instantly. "What's happening?" I raised my hand, looking around in panic. "Come out first," Tangji's voice called faintly, having sensed the anomaly too. At that moment, several hands emerged from the water out of nowhere. Before I could react, I was mercilessly dragged into the bathtub, vanishing into the shadows beneath the water. Enjin, without any hesitation, leaped into the water after me, disappearing as well. To him, life and death seemed to be just a fleeting thought. My heart tightened as Boyi pulled Tangji away from the edge of the bathtub. His furrowed brow made me even more anxious, casting my gaze toward Jin Feng. "Didn't you say we had to make eye contact with the water ghosts too?" "Director Jin is very angry right now," Jin Feng grinned, the terrifying curve of his mouth sending a chill down my spine. "The passage between the two worlds is already open, unrestricted. You can go directly to the mirror world from here without seeking out the water ghosts." His voice echoed in my ears like a sinister call. Just then, screams from a man and a woman echoed down the hallway, followed by the door being flung open. Cheng Jiaojiao rushed in, panic-stricken, followed by a bewildered Chen Jiahao. "What happened?" Cheng Jiaojiao shouted. The fear on her face was evident. "Someone crawled out of the bathroom in my room. He's coming after me. What do we do now?" "We can't stay here, follow me," I said succinctly, a sense of determination in my voice that I hadn't even realized. With that, I decisively led Tangji into the bathtub, submerging into the icy water. "Wah! They just disappeared?" Chen Jiahao rubbed his eyes, clearly unable to believe the scene before him. "Where'd they go? Is this bathtub bottomless?" Cheng Jiaojiao, not wasting any time, mimicked our actions and jumped into the bathtub. Though Chen Jiahao was afraid, he knew staying behind would be more terrifying. He glanced at Jin Feng, muttering curses under his breath to muster courage, shakily bracing against the edge of the tub, and finally jumped in. Ah! His footing slipped, his body plummeting with a loud splash, disappearing into the bottomless abyss. In less than half a minute, the water in the bathtub began to churn violently, bubbles rising furiously, accompanied by roars as I witnessed the emergence of the first water ghost, followed by the second, third. The chaotic, noisy room was filled with disarray, footsteps overlapping, shadows flickering, and my heart pounded in my ears. The scattering debris seemed to mock me as Tang Ji and I struggled to climb out of the bathtub, while 3 male nurses lay fallen at En Jin's feet. Not far away, Jin Fong sat alone in a corner, focused on opening the manila file. An invisible barrier seemed to separate him from the surrounding chaos. Time flowed slowly around him. He pulled out a document from the file, flipping to the middle, and a photo unexpectedly came into view. It was a woman without hair, her pale and haggard face beneath a pink woolen hat, surrounded by tubes, holding a peaceful infant in her arms, smiling at the camera. Jin Fong's lips curled into a genuine smile, though his sharp, terrifying teeth made it look ugly. It was heartfelt. He pressed the photo to his chest, closing his eyes, and murmured softly, "Mother." At that moment, Gu Meng joined the fray, explaining urgently yet concisely, "Everything locked in the basement are Director Jin's experiments, long since inhuman, turned into monsters. They harbor deep resentment toward the hospital's doctors and nurses. If caught, it won't end well. We need to head to the first floor, take the emergency exit down, and be careful on the way." I took a deep breath. Despite the unknown ahead, I knew we had to stick together to escape alive. The remaining 6 of us exited the room, the 4th-floor corridor eerily quiet, as if no one had passed through. As I pushed open the emergency door, I was met with a mass of oddly shaped figures, startling me into cursing and quickly pulling the door shut again. These figures had apparently just come up the stairs, ready to advance to the 4th floor, creating an instant tense atmosphere. "Friends," I felt the door shake violently in my hands, struggling to hold it. "There are at least 20 of them outside. We might not be able to fight them off." Chen Jiahao cowered at the back of the group, his voice trembling. "Take the elevator," he suggested. Cheng Jiao, now showing impatience, retorted, "If we get stuck in the elevator, it'll be trouble." Her voice carried a note of determination. The stairwell at least offered some room to maneuver. Gu Mang looked around, steeling herself, 6 people, 3 each. Her courage inspired me. However, Chen Jiahao was the first to back down, shrinking behind Cheng Jiao, stammering, I can't fight even one." Cheng Jiao took off her high heels, holding them in her hand, glaring at him fiercely. "Damn it, useless, always whining and never doing anything. Are you even a man? If you weren't a teammate, I'd bash your head in." Her roar echoed in the narrow stairwell, the tension escalating further. It was the first time I'd seen such a fierce woman, and I couldn't help but feel a tinge of respect. "Each of you hold off one." Amid the rising fear, a cold male voice cut through, "Leave the rest to me." I turned to see Tang Ji had left the group at some point, emerging from a ward, dragging a 40-centimeter-long iron rod. He tapped the rod against the wall, tilting his head at me, "Open the door." His graceful composure, devoid of panic, left us all stunned. I even felt an urge to kneel and rely on such a leader. The door opened, and the twisted creatures squeezed in. Tang Ji gripped the long rod with both hands, assuming a ready stance, and boldly faced the first creature. With a swift strike, the large man fell without a sound. Without hesitation, Tang Ji sidestepped and struck the second one's vital point. His movements were fluid and swift, each action deliberate and precise. In a short span, he had taken down 2, the rod in his hands as sharp as a blade, each move lethal. I was left in awe, stammering, "Candy? Trained?" "A man who won the National Kendo Championship in Japan at 16, I replied, removing my jacket and shaking my hands, stepping forward with pride, eager to make a good impression. Amazingly, when it came to dealing with physical threats, Tang Ji did not disappoint. The enemies were like paper tigers, easily beaten back. After the skirmish ended, Tang Ji casually discarded the rod, dusting off his hands with a relaxed expression. He lightly opened the emergency door, leading the way out. The rest of us exchanged glances and quickly followed. As we reached the first floor, Tang Ji suddenly stopped, frowning. "Why is there water everywhere?" I hurried ahead and turned around, seeing the hallway already flooded, water level rising past half the door, a jolt of realization hitting me. 10:45, the time has come. Time slipped quietly by as we played the game in the mirror world, and this scenario was one I knew all too well. Every night at 10:45, the hospital would flood, water rising from the second basement level all the way to the 5th floor. No one knew when the waters would recede. The water had risen to just below my neck. The 5 of us pushed open the door with all our might, struggling through the water towards the central lobby on the 1st floor, aiming for the hospital's main entrance. Cheng Jiao, being short, wore high heels but found it hard to make progress in the water. She swept her long hair away from her face, which was full of frustration. "Are we sure we can get out? Can the keycard really open that door? If that kid NPC lied, we'll all drown here. Don't jinx it." Chen Jiahao's voice was panicked. He slipped, nearly plunging into the water before flailing to steady himself. We're almost at the door, what could go wrong now? While they argued, the water level continued to rise. I tilted my head back, realizing my feet no longer touched the ground. Gu Meng, who stood at 1.8 meters tall, was also struggling. Swim over, quickly. Chen Jiahao, who couldn't swim, panicked, someone help me. With no other choice, I hooked his arm, begrudgingly dragging him towards the door, feeling as if I were hauling a waterlogged sack of pork. As we neared the door, disaster struck. Gu Meng was towing Chen Jiahao, moving slowly, and the water had risen to 3 meters high by then. In that instant, I heard Chen Jiahao's terrified scream, followed by the splash of water. I turned to see him thrashing wildly, his voice cutting through like icy shards. Where's Gu Meng? I asked, my heart clenching. Chen Jiahao coughed violently, water blurring his eyes, pointing shakily towards the depths. There's someone underwater, just knocked her away. I didn't wait for him to finish, decisively letting go and diving straight down. Chen Jiahao's cries echoed in my ears, his arms flailing wildly as he sank again. I hurriedly swam back to the door, but had to turn back, pulling him to the surface and handing him off to Tang Ji. Then, I dove into the water without hesitation, searching for Gu Meng. What about the keycard? Cheng Jiao's voice came through the water. Find a safe place first, I replied briefly, diving into the deep water without looking back. In the dim underwater world, I caught sight of 2 white figures locked in fierce struggle. Upon closer inspection, one was tightly gripping the other's neck with such force it sent chills down my spine. I swam closer, grabbing the neck-gripping person's collar and pulling him away. Behind me, Bo Yi swam swiftly, rescuing the sinking Gu Meng. She surfaced, spitting out a mouthful of water, her dazed expression making my heart clench, aware that our time was running out. I clung to a pillar, pulling out the white keycard from my pocket, my voice faint but determined. Open the door. And Jean quickly dealt with the water ghost, swimming over to me. Seeing my weakened state, he gently touched my face, brow furrowed in concern. Do you need CPR? Ha! I was still in a daze, clinging to the pillar, unable to react. And Jean leaned closer, repeating, CPR. The words jolted me awake, and I shook my head hurriedly, refusing. No, I'm fine, perfectly healthy. And Jean sighed, resting his forehead gently against the pillar, his lashes lowering slightly. Seeing him like this, I couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Just then, the water level surged rapidly, pressing against our chests, and everyone felt the strain on their breathing. I gripped the horizontal bar above the door, my voice almost hysterical. Someone open the door, quickly. We're about to be flooded. Cheng Jiao, hearing my cries, snapped irritably, shut up. The water had submerged the card reader. I took a deep breath, diving beneath the surface to follow Bo Yi. Underwater, the world was a serene blue, the water gently flowing past my ears, the outlines of columns and furniture magnified in the water. I grasped the door handle, waiting for Bo Yi to swipe the card in the slot, then pushed the door together. After 2 attempts, I felt an unusual resistance. Bo Yi tugged and pulled beside me, but the door wouldn't budge. A sense of foreboding surged within me, prompting me to swim over and join my efforts with him. Above, the water level was 20 centimeters from the ceiling. Chen Jiahao floated on his back, desperately inhaling the remaining air, anxiously asking, why isn't the door open yet? Cheng Jiao, unable to bear it, occasionally dipped her head to check on Bo Yi and me. Seeing our persistent struggle with the door, she had her doubts. She lifted her face, coughed a few times, and said dejectedly, if the door won't open, we should head upstairs now while we can. Back to the 4th floor, at least we won't drown. Just then, Gu Meng approached, overhearing her, and asked in surprise, can't open? Above the water, Bo Yi wiped the water from his face, looking serious. The card was swiped, but the door won't open. I looked at him incredulously, but Jean Fong said his card could open all the doors in the hospital. Cheng Jiao clicked her tongue dismissively, NPCs can lie too. Her words made my heart sink. Indeed, in the previous game, the truth was riddled with lies, and several key NPCs hadn't told the truth. Tang Ji surveyed the surroundings, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. There's another possibility. The hospital's main entrance isn't an escape route. His words struck like a thunderclap, hitting me directly. However, just as we realized this, the water surged, filling the remaining 20 centimeters of space, and the 1st floor of the hospital was completely submerged. Everything happened too suddenly. Cheng Jiao and Chen Jiahao looked dazed, panic and fear washing over their faces. Fortunately, they had enough air to sustain them for a while. Tang Ji pressed his lips tightly, a peculiar expression on his face as if enduring something. He blinked slightly, then lowered his head, a tense look on his usually composed face. We had nowhere to run, time slipping by quietly, fear gradually spreading. I noticed Gu Meng's unease, ready to signal a question when I suddenly saw Bo Yi clutching Tang Ji, turning his face, their lips meeting. The others averted their gaze, understanding that the two were sharing air. Cheng Jiao pointed towards the direction of the emergency exit, signaling her intention to head there, then started making her way upstairs. Though I was reluctant to give up, it became clear that the door wouldn't open. We were temporarily trapped here, with no other ideas. Just then, a mechanical sound echoed from above, accompanied by rhythmic vibrations. I looked up to see the ventilation duct's louvered cover on the ceiling slowly sliding open, revealing a square hatch with a combination lock hanging beside it. Everyone's spirits lifted instantly, gathering around the keypad to find it was a combination of letters, not numbers. Almost immediately upon seeing the lock, Tang Ji reacted, "Nevermore." Though we couldn't speak underwater, we could all read his lips. Cheng Jiao nodded excitedly, recalling this clue she had received earlier in the morning. And Jean had mentioned it as the last clue, so it was likely the password to clear the level. I stared intently at the lock, my fingers moving rapidly over the keyboard. However, when I reached the 7th position, the 6-letter password couldn't be entered. My emotions surged like waves, and the suffocating environment made me feel breathless. Chen Jiahao's emotions had already collapsed. He exhaled and then sank like a stone, clutching his throat, his pained expression unbearable to watch. I was about to dive to help him when I caught sight of something out of the corner of my eye. My gaze shifted instantly, and I clung to Jean with all my might. Below the hall, a mass of creatures surged in from all directions, easily numbering 100. They seemed unafraid of water, leisurely walking on the submerged ground, gathering at the door, their eyes filled with malice as they fixated on us. A chill ran through me. Chen Jiahao had sunk to the floor, just emerging from the throes of suffocation, only to be seized by another creature, grabbing his arm and leg, tearing him apart with a cruel grin. Watching him thrash like a dying fish, bubbles rising around him, the gathering creatures made my skin crawl, clearly preventing us from rescuing him. Soon, a dark stream of blood spurted from among the creatures, slowly transforming in the water, rising towards the ceiling, a chilling sight. I recoiled from the blood, heart pounding. Cheng Jiao seemed terrified by the sight below, suddenly pushing Tang Ji away from the keypad, pounding on the iron gate. Before I could react, she knocked me aside. I looked down to see a woman with stitched scars grinning sinisterly at me, pulling me down into the throng of creatures. Gu Meng witnessed this, her heart feeling like it had been struck. As I was surrounded by creatures, she turned and swam down without hesitation, knowing her strength was limited but unwilling to watch me and Tang Ji get torn apart. Amidst the chaos, Jean didn't follow but instead focused on the locked gate, leaning against it. His fingers danced rapidly over the keypad, one hand braced against the ceiling as he alternated between keys. I watched as he accurately typed in the 6-letter word, pressed the confirmation button, and the gate began to turn, finally opening. At that moment, the oppressive weight seemed to lift with the opening of the door. Despite the unsettling late-night atmosphere of the hospital, the opening gate let in a flood of sunlight, warmly spilling over the water surface. Yet my heart remained heavy with unease. Following Jean, he quickly activated the lock and turned to dive below. I looked down, the cluster of creatures like a small mountain tightened my chest. As I neared the freakish crowd, a hand dragged me in, hands reaching out from all sides, entangling me in a swamp-like grip. Those twisted faces were like a patchwork nightmare, sending shivers down my spine. Through the gaps, I saw them heavily surrounded. Bo Yi held Tang Ji tightly, as if no number of hands could pry them apart. His back was torn, creatures lunging at them, biting. Tang Ji's wrist hung limply in Bo Yi's embrace, unconscious. I struggled with all my might towards the center, but my breath dwindled, the feeling of suffocation washing over like a tide. In my despair, a black mist emerged from Bo Yi's lips, drawing all the creatures' attention. I widened my eyes in shock, ripples stirring in my heart. What the heck? Is Bo Yi turning into a squid? The black mist drifted underwater, gradually forming a human shape, growing more defined. Her petite frame, long black hair flowing, blood-soaked school uniform glaring under the sunlight. It's Junko! I muttered, Gu Meng's reaction tightening my heart. Junko hovered above the creatures, raising her left hand high, fingers curling tightly. Tang Ji and I felt an invisible force pulling us upward, the swirling water disorienting us. In an instant, as Junko's hand clenched, the creatures crumpled like paper, smashing and shredding, scattered heads and limbs floating, their wails like muffled thunder echoing in my ears. With a sudden lightness, hope rekindled in my heart. Using my last breath, I pulled Tang Ji toward the surface, the sunlight filtering through the deep water, beckoning us back to life's warmth. Amid the chaos, I struggled to escape the grasp of a woman beside me, trying to break free from the crowd. Yet the oxygen in my lungs felt drained, my movements sluggish and clumsy. In my despair, a hand reached in from the periphery, gripping me firmly, pulling me free. I struggled to the surface, rolling aside, gasping heavily, coughing up water. Soon after, Jean emerged. We climbed onto the shore together, finding ourselves on a large rock, surrounded by lush mountains, the roar of a waterfall in our ears, sunlight shining brightly on every corner, a beacon of life's hope. I walked to the edge of the rock, looking down at the waterfall, the water cascading like a silver ribbon, disappearing into the depths. "Gumang, it's time to go," I called back to her. She waved weakly, exhausted, "Can't move." Having nearly suffocated underwater, her body hadn't recovered. I couldn't help but tease, bending down, my gaze clear and fervent, asking her, "Need CPR?" Seeing my upside-down face, she chuckled, lightly patting my cheek. "Kid, you're really into CPR, huh?" I cheekily stuck out my tongue, lightly licking my lips, thoughts lingering on her water-slicked lips. Unaware of my gaze, Gumang dragged herself up, reaching the edge of the waterfall, her whole body seemingly on the verge of a breakdown. This game is so unfriendly to those with acrophobia. Every escape felt like a leap of faith. I approached from behind, wrapping my arm around her waist, whispering, "Don't worry, I've got you." "Aha!" and Jean, her startled cry echoed in the air. "Your dad's, I'm not ready." Gumang's scream plunged into the dark vortex, swallowed by the roar of the waterfall. In the morgue on the second basement level, I saw a hunched figure slowly pushing a cleaning cart. He flicked on the wall light, casting brightness over the cold space. The temp worker parked the cart by the wall, pulling out a black plastic bag, his voice a whisper. "Xia, Daddy brought you a fresh heart, this time it's from a little lamb, just born, let's try." "Let's try," he murmured, shuffling towards the body drawers. But as he looked up, the plastic bag slipped from his hands to the ground. Through his gaze, I saw a glass jar resting quietly on the floor in front of us, containing a human heart. The temp worker rushed forward, kneeling down, his trembling hands cradling the jar. The words on the label came into view. "Xia, the purest heart." Seeing those words, his emotions erupted, his voice ringing out, "Xia, Xia, Daddy found your heart. My daughter, your heart is back. This time it will work." I hurriedly opened the body drawer, eager to return the heart to the dark void of the girl's chest. Just as I was about to lift her cold, rigid body, a white card caught my eye. That gold-edged white card lay quietly in her hand. Taken aback, I scanned the empty, cold morgue, my instincts on alert, wondering if anyone else had been here. But the silence held no trace of disturbance. Hesitating, I gently extracted the card from the girl's hand, the delicate script clearly etched. "Never more. Never to return." I frowned, thinking someone was playing a prank, feeling annoyed. I casually flipped the card to see the powerful handwriting on the back. A strange light flickered in my once lifeless eyes. "Dad, thank you for all these years with me. I've been happy, but it's time. I must go. Goodbye, Dad, Xia loves you." I pondered the words repeatedly, tears welling uncontrollably within, yet a smile gradually spread across my face. But the smile was quickly consumed by sorrow, and I crouched, clutching the jar closely, burying my head, and sobbing. In a 100-square-meter luxury-themed room, the living room floor suddenly softened, like rippling water. Moments later, water splashed around, and Bo Yi and I appeared out of nowhere, drenched clothes clinging to us. "Candy?" Tangji's voice was faint and unclear in my ear. The peril he had just faced filled my heart with worry. I cupped the side of his face, lifting slightly to examine his closed eyes, silently hoping he would wake. As I softly called his name, Tangji suddenly inhaled sharply, his chest rising and falling steadily. He finally opened his eyes slowly, taking in the environment around him, and asked in confusion, "Did we escape?" "Yeah, we escaped." My heart ached, fingers gently brushing his wet hair from his forehead, revealing his delicate face. "Do you feel better now?" He seemed to recall the moments before he passed out, feeling the protection I provided and realizing he hadn't been attacked by the creatures. Considering his condition, Tangji reached out to check me for injuries. Through the tattered clothes, his hands found no trace of wounds, and he sighed in relief. It seemed that returning to the Ji house had automatically healed our bodies. "Thank you." He spoke softly, his hesitant tone tinged with gratitude. Time seemed to stretch in that moment, and for some reason, I noticed a faint glow in his eyes, the tear mole under his left eye glistening like a crystal. I buried my face in Boya's neck, my heart still tumbling with the fear of what we had just faced, whispering, "Thank goodness, it's okay, it's okay." At that moment, I truly believed we'd never leave that hospital, the terror of being surrounded by monsters haunting me. Boyi turned his face slightly, kissing my forehead, his eyes flickering with complex emotions, seemingly silent. We embraced quietly on the floor, the relief of surviving bringing unparalleled solace. Gumang had just returned to the Ji house, her head spinning, only to stumble upon the two of us entangled. Feeling a bit dizzy, I steadied my head, suppressing the turmoil within, partly from the leap off the towering waterfall, and partly from Bo Yi and Tangji's intimacy. Nearby, Njin watched intently, his gaze following from Bo Yi's gentle touch on Tangji's nape, up to their shifting lips. At this moment, the two seemed completely absorbed, oblivious to their surroundings once safety was assured. I watched secretly, finding it amusing, when suddenly, a slender hand dropped down, covering my view entirely. "This isn't for you to see," Gu teacher's voice was firmly gentle. "Why?" Njin sidestepped my hand, his soft voice tinged with confusion and a hint of defiance. "They can do it, why can't I watch? Can't I even look?" Facing this awkward situation, I couldn't help but feel like explaining to a child why they couldn't watch adult films. I hesitated briefly before getting up from the floor, deciding to lead Njin away. "Come on, let's find something more suitable for you." Thus that night, Njin was introduced to the world of Peppa Pig and her friends for the first time. The four of us escaped the hospital level, and as we returned to the Ji house, the electronic clock's time shifted from Tuesday/23:59 to Wednesday/00:00 in an instant. I realized clearly that no matter how much time we spent in the game, we were only gone for 24 hours to the Ji house. The Ji house served as a rest stop for players, offering a 7-day respite before our next game. Back at the Ji house, I naturally took on the role of preparing meals for everyone, practically a half nanny. After the hospital food in the last game, Tangji was so appreciative of my cooking that he ate 3 bowls of rice. I watched Tangji's rounded belly with concern, lightly resting a hand on it, worried. "Careful not to overeat, babe." Unconcerned, he picked up a piece of sweet and sour rib, savoring it in his mouth before spitting out a clean bone. The meat was tender, the sauce perfectly balanced with sweetness and tanginess, as if in that one bite, he devoured all restraint. "Oishi." He smiled with a rare youthful innocence, the leftover dark sauce at the corner of his mouth tempting me to tease him. "I'm the one who can feed candy." I smiled lightly, but before I could finish, Gumang was already laughing at my comment. In the banter between Gumang and me, Tangji turned around, his face reddening, and suddenly stomped on my foot, muttering, "Can't the food shut you up?" The stomp surprised me, and I quickly lowered my head, gripping my chopsticks tightly, afraid he might really be upset. Tangji seemed to realize his outburst, his cheeks flushed, scooping a spoonful of rice and bringing it to my mouth. Facing his almost fervent gaze, I stubbornly bit down on the spoon, refusing to let go. Tangji, flustered, felt the warmth in his palm, and with a hint of helplessness and teasing in his eyes, he finally let go of the spoon. "Boyi, I really want to open up your head and see if there's anything in there besides yellow waste," Gumang's teasing voice mixed with the sweetness in my heart, making the meal all the more warm. "There's candy," I replied without hesitation, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Gumang frowned slightly. "Just stop talking." I knew the woman before me was utterly bewildered by my antics. At the dining table, I suddenly asked Njin, "Was it you who opened the exit yesterday? How did you figure out the password?" "Morse code," he answered effortlessly. Tangji, Gumang, and I exchanged glances and shared a smile, as if understanding everything, thinking to ourselves, we might not get the explanation, but we escaped, and that's enough. In writing, Morse code is composed of dots, dashes, and spaces. A dot is 1 unit long, a dash is 3 units long, and rhythm and pauses are crucial when tapping it out, Njin patiently explained. He continued, "Nevermore was indeed the final password, but the length was off. I skipped the pauses for spaces, tapped it out again, and got a 6-letter password, which turned out to be Defoki." As his fingers rhythmically tapped on the wooden table, I began to grasp the subtlety of it. He demonstrated for us, this is the tapping rhythm of Nevermore without the spaces. His fingers moved swiftly, tapping again, and this is the tapping rhythm for Defoki. Finally, he asked us, "See it? The rhythms are the same." My heart skipped a beat, finding hope for escape in the subtle rhythm. Tangji, Gumang, and I exchanged knowing glances and said in unison, "So that's it." Seemingly enlightened, yet none of us truly grasped the concept. The codes Njin tapped were complex, and having never dealt with Morse code, I found it challenging to discern the differences. There was a Morse code chart in the hospital, tucked inside a medical book, Njin reflected. I glanced at it and thought it wasn't too difficult, so I didn't pay much attention. Who knew it would be crucial in the end? Had I known, I would have shown it to everyone sooner. Maybe you could have cracked the code earlier. I exchanged looks with the other two, silently thinking, Ken, you're too modest. Even with the chart, we might not have cracked it so quickly. That day, I stumbled upon a gaming console and a bunch of classic game cartridges while rummaging through the study. Excitedly, I brought them to the living room. After fiddling for a while, I finally got them hooked up to the large LCD TV. Just then, Boyi passed by with a cup of water. I tossed him a controller and invited, "Come on, play around." Boyi glanced at the TV screen, which was displaying KOF 98, a game that was a cherished part of my childhood. He had played it back in 3rd grade and felt quite nostalgic. If I win, it seems unfair. If I lose. Boyi pondered for a moment, a hint of confidence in his eyes. "Are you sure you want to play against me? Come on." I patted the floor beside me, pretending to be modest. "I'll give you the first 2 rounds to find your footing. Remember, back in our village, I never met my match. I filled an entire tin box with coins from winning." I pursed my lips, unable to suppress a smile, sitting next to Gumeng, facing the flickering LCD screen, and said, "You really should come to the city and see." At first, I was full of confidence, thinking I could easily beat Boyi. However, the subsequent events made me realize the harshness of reality. Oh, already? My voice was filled with disbelief. "Wait. Let me get up first." "Damn. That doesn't count, it was a misstep," Boyi retorted mercilessly, as if my struggles were insignificant. "You're a monster." I shouted at him in frustration, secretly gritting my teeth. At that moment, Tang Ji, holding a box of milk, passed by and heard my cries. He turned into the living room, sitting down to watch the excitement. He initially observed quietly but later leaned over Boye's back, eyes gleaming, occasionally offering advice, making Boye's dominance over me even smoother. "I'm not playing anymore," I declared, throwing down the controller, sprawled backward in defeat, accusing, "You two ganged up on me, especially Boye. What do I owe you to be pummeled like this?" Boye merely smiled, shaking his head, completely unfazed by my protest. "Did they bully you?" Anjin asked, glancing at Gumeng with concern. Nearby, I was quietly flipping through a book, just finishing one and placing it on the coffee table. Gumeng nodded tearfully, responding, "They play games like they're not even human, pummeling me to the ground." Her words puzzled me, prompting me to turn to Boye and Tang Ji, asking, "Do you have a grudge against me? Do you have to be so serious about a game?" But instead of sympathizing, they high-fived right in front of me. Watching the delighted couple, I felt a bit disgruntled and immediately joined in. "I'll help you." Thus, the 4 of us each picked up a game controller and found a suitable competitive game. The graphics were realistic, the immersion intense, and we all squeezed onto the floor, starting the match. In the first round, Boye and Tangji's combination won decisively. Watching their subtle smiles, I thought to myself, they had anticipated all this. Boye ruffled Tangji's hair, smiling, "Candy is still the best." Meanwhile, I silently cheered for Gumeng, hoping she could turn the tide. "It's okay, kid," I looked at Njin, noticing his expressionless face, and gently assured him, "Losing in a competition is something you get used to, just keep a level head." Njin didn't respond, remaining focused on the TV screen as the second round began. Mid-game, the air seemed to tighten. Boye suddenly sat up straight, his expression becoming serious. The frown on Tangji's face indicated he was facing a tough challenge. Our relaxed atmosphere seemed to vanish quietly at that moment. Finally, when the match ended, I raised my hands in triumph, cheering, "We won." Grabbing Njin's hand, I proudly raised an eyebrow. "My kid is awesome." Tangji pressed his lips tightly, clearly unsatisfied, again. In the following rounds, thanks to Njin's impeccable performance, I basked in victory, feeling a sense of redemption. With his control and awareness, I felt I had avenged my earlier losses, defeating Boye and Tangji. Until finally, feeling a bit guilty about the time nearing dinner, I suggested, "Let's call it a day, take a break, and eat later." "No." I frowned, raising my proud little face, glancing at Njin. "One more round." I looked at Boye, who lowered his head, rubbing his temples, appearing a bit exasperated. After years together, I naturally understood his dilemma. Tangji's proud and demanding nature made it clear that if he didn't beat Njin once, he would keep playing till dawn. The game continued, and I gently nudged Njin's side. He turned, still deftly maneuvering the controller, his eyes questioning what I wanted. I glanced at Tangji beside me, signaling with my eyes to let him have a chance. Njin blinked innocently, as if asking why. Boye's hissed warning reached his ears, his gaze fixed intently on him. "Do you want to skip dinner?" After a moment's silence, Njin finally turned to the game screen, showing an unnatural opening, which allowed Tangji's character to land a solid hit. The game ended, and though I was somewhat dissatisfied, at least he wasn't dragging us to play more. I tossed the controller aside and walked over to Gumeng, following her into the kitchen to help out. Njin and I stayed behind to tidy up the living room, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. Njin stated earnestly, "Candy won't admit defeat, it's quite unreasonable." I looked at him puzzled. How can you reason with someone as adorable as Candy? Why should I feel embarrassed? He replied confidently, wrapping up the cables and putting them in the box. Gumeng said we should stick to principles, losing is losing. I pondered for a few seconds, patting his shoulder, advising him like someone who's been through it all. I understand how you feel about Candy being unreasonable. But when you meet someone you like, don't try to reason with them, just spoil them instead. For my sake, next time don't beat Candy in a game, got it? NG nodded thoughtfully. That evening, on the 7th night at the G house, the four of us sat in the living room. Having experienced the last ordeal, we knew another game was on the horizon. Everyone seemed a bit weary, except for Engine. I silently prayed, hope this time the setting is normal, and we don't end up in another eerie place. Tangji curled up on the sofa, resting his head on my lap, muttering, hope the food is normal. I gently stroked his soft black hair, responding lightly, hope the game provides uniforms. He buried his face into the pillow, revealing just the tip of his reddened ear. Gumeng wished she could go deaf. Engine, still young, seemed not to fully understand what we were saying. As we were chatting, the familiar ding-dong sounded again. This time, we all remained unusually calm, silently waiting. Dear players, hello, I am your intelligent assistant, Adam. Soon, a cheerful and gentle male voice reached my ears. First, congratulations on completing the second game, it's a pleasure to see you all. The third game is fully loaded and will begin at midnight on Wednesday. Please stay in optimal condition for the game. Do you have any questions? I waved dismissively, already disillusioned with him. Just go, you don't have permission to answer most questions anyway. Adam smiled slightly, true enough. Beep. The intelligent assistant was online for half a minute, then neatly logged off again. I was momentarily speechless, filled with mixed emotions. As 10 o'clock approached, the four of us exchanged farewells and went our separate ways. The last door closed softly behind me, and the lights in the living room gradually dimmed until it was completely dark. Asterisk. Bo Yi. A gentle and fleeting female whisper startled me awake. The scene before me rippled like water, alarms and screams intertwining, causing my heart to race. An oxygen mask fell from above, swinging precariously in the air. At that moment, a flight attendant with disheveled hair and a navy uniform stumbled out from behind a curtain. Her high heels twisted awkwardly as she barely managed to hold onto the seatback, standing in the swaying aisle with a look of terror, shouting, "Passengers! Our flight is making an emergency landing on the snowy mountain. Please secure your safety items." For a moment, I was stunned, my mind a whirlwind of confusion. What the hell with safety items? Clicking my seatbelt into place, I felt the weight of the situation. On the vast snowy mountain peak, a medium-sized passenger plane dove down. The right wing tilted as it touched the ground, carving through high piles of snow, creating a wave of snow. The fuselage jolted violently, skidding a few times, the snow ahead piling higher and higher until it formed a massive snow wall. The plane finally stopped, as if it were a perilous emergency landing. The cabin door on the side slowly opened. I saw a woman in a flight attendant uniform poke her head out, white vapor trailing her breath before quickly retreating inside. Soon, more than 20 people filed out from the plane, gathering together, looking around bewildered like lost sheep. The effects here are so realistic, it's real snow, I heard a naive-sounding girl say, stomping her foot into the snow that came up to her calf. What kind of game are we playing? Will they let us go home if we play well? A boy nearby seemed particularly timid, his voice trembling. Is all this real? Were you guys kidnapped by the G2? In this atmosphere full of questions and fear, my heart tightened as well, pondering what would happen next. I glanced lightly at the surrounding players, understanding they were all newcomers. No one answered the questions because everyone knew that what needed to be understood would come in time. Those who couldn't accept it would get used to it while playing, no need to waste words guiding them. I followed at the end of the group, jumping down from the cabin door, surveying the surroundings. The crowd was like a tourist group, making it hard to spot familiar faces for a moment. The temperature was freezing, so I pulled up the zipper of my jacket, holding the zipper head with my teeth, trying to assess the environment. The plane landed on a flat snowfield, the weather clear but covered in thick snow. The cliff in front was over 100 meters away, and beyond it, the sky's blue held a surreal white purity, vast and high. To the east was a dense fir forest, the terrain rising, the layers of snowy peaks sketching a delicate and enchanting icy blue silhouette. The view was expansive, the surroundings divided sharply into pure white and deep green. Suddenly, a hand tapped my shoulder, and I turned to see Engine supporting a pale Gumeng, with Tangji following closely. "Where have you guys been? I couldn't find you just now." I waved to Tangji, checking if they were injured, then turned to Gumeng with concern, asking, "Gumeng, are you okay?" Gumeng leaned on Engine, letting out a weak hum, air sick. The emergency landing reminded her of that harrowing moment, as if her stomach had been turned inside out. As soon as she got off the plane, Gumeng found a spot to vomit, with Tangji and Injin by her side. I zipped up Tangji's jacket, gently scraping his slightly reddened nose, asking, "Cold?" He shook his head, but his hands eagerly sought the warmth of my pockets. On the plane, suddenly, a middle-aged man with a head injury stumbled down, wearing a navy uniform typical of flight attendants. The 4 stripes on his arm indicated his identity, the captain. "Attention passengers, may I have a moment?" He covered his bloody forehead, staggering to us. The sight immediately elicited screams from several young girls among the newcomers. The plane's engine encountered some issues, and we had no choice but to make an emergency landing. Although we've landed safely, the communication system has malfunctioned, preventing us from contacting headquarters. He clutched his captain's hat tightly to his chest, nervously stating, "If we wait for airport staff to rescue us, we might be here for 10 days to 2 weeks. By then, we'll either starve or be buried by the snowstorm." The crowd erupted in panic. "There's a blizzard coming too. What should we do? Is there any hope? Does anyone here know how to fix a radio?" I listened to the frightened whispers around me, feeling a tight knot form in my chest. I leaned against the side, with Gumeng's head lightly resting on my shoulder. She stared ahead, muttering with a mix of seriousness and disinterest, "This NPC is really committed." The captain wiped his bloody hand across his forehead, his face a mix of helplessness and urgency. "Everyone, please remain calm. There's one way, and it's the only way. We, the crew, will forge a path down the mountain to seek help. I can promise you, we'll return by 8 o'clock in the evening, 7 days from now." 7 days? A girl immediately followed up, her voice fraught with anxiety. "Why exactly 7 days? Your mouth just goes on, doesn't it?" A medium-built man suddenly yelled, scaring the girl into silence. With a buzz-cut and dark skin, he exuded a menacing aura that discouraged any approach. 7 days is 7 days. This guy looks proper, but he's just a puppet issuing orders, and you take him seriously? You newcomers are so annoying. Stop asking pointless questions, anyone who talks too much gets it. A wave of oppression washed over me. The girl bit her lip, seemingly unwilling but too frightened to say more, resigning herself to quiet submission. The flight attendant beside the captain busied herself with tidying her disheveled hair, speaking urgently, "By then, please light a fire here as a rescue signal, the more noticeable the better, so the rescue team can find you all. We will definitely pass over this area by 8 o'clock in the evening, 7 days from now. Make sure to have a fire burning then, or we won't be able to conduct a rescue. There's no time to lose, we crew members will set off now," she said with determination. The captain, clutching his forehead, bypassed the crowd, heading forward. His words echoed wistfully in the snowstorm, "Please hold on here, we'll definitely return with the rescue team in 7 days. Suddenly, a fierce wind whipped up on the snowy plain, snowflakes swirling and obscuring our vision. I instinctively raised a hand to shield my face, feeling the biting cold. "You can continue up the mountain, see if there are any cabins or rest stops nearby." The flight attendant struggled through the wind, tightening her coat, her voice swallowed by the blizzard. I barely caught her repeated reminder, "And protect the plane, protect the plane." I watched as she and the captain, one tall and one short, gradually disappeared into the vast snow. The captain's voice seemed like a distant echo, drifting away, "Protect the plane." The wind finally ceased, fine snowflakes quietly fell, and my view cleared once more, though there was no sign of the captain and the flight attendant. Where did they go? I wondered inwardly. Just seconds and they vanished into thin air, someone murmured, panic lacing their voice. "My God, it's so eerie, a little terrifying." The crowd began to stir uneasily, people glancing at each other, instinctively forming small groups. Boyi, Enjin, Gumeng, and I gathered, discussing the information given by the NPCs. Gumeng's feet sank into the snow, and she glanced down, relieved that the game provided waterproof boots, otherwise, the melting snow would surely soak her shoes in warmer conditions. I didn't dwell on such details, instead, I looked up at the plane tilted in the snow. Externally, it showed no damage. I said, "The captain and flight attendant emphasized protecting the plane, this must be a task, the key to escaping might be tied to this aircraft." Tangji moved closer, his hands nestled in my coat pockets, sniffling from the cold, speaking softly, "And another task, lighting a signal fire here at 8 o'clock in the evening, 7 days from now." "That shouldn't be too hard." Gumeng turned her gaze to the dense fir forest to the east, her eyes bright with ideas. "There's plenty of wood, we can chop some down to make a fire." And Jean surveyed the surroundings silently, and I noticed his contemplative expression, asking, "What do you think?" He tilted his head slightly, pondering for a moment before responding, "I don't think it's that simple. Protecting the plane, starting a fire, if these tasks were truly that straightforward, the game would be too lenient. Just sitting on the plane for 7 days, even without food or drink, we might survive. Hearing his words, the others also fell into thought. Gumeng suddenly remembered something, speaking urgently. Do you all recall what the captain said initially? If stuck here for 10 days to 2 weeks, we'd either starve or be buried by the blizzard. Her words sent a chill through me, thoughts becoming clearer. It shows the harsh conditions here. Food is extremely scarce. As we pondered gravely, a commotion arose near the plane's exit. Hey! What's in your bag? I was stopped by a young guy, grabbing onto my large backpack with disdain etched on his face. I saw you sneaking around, open the bag and let us see. What's it to you? I gritted my teeth, my buzzcut adding to my intimidating appearance, gripping the shoulder straps tightly. I'm warning you, back off, or I'll knock you out. You're such a brute. Try it. Just because you think you have strong fists doesn't mean you're right. We could beat you to a pulp, the others retorted, not backing down. Exactly. The girl I earlier scared also stepped forward, angrily clenching her fists. What's in your bag? Is it personal stash? Look at your sneaky face, you're definitely up to no good. At this point, I was surrounded, not only enduring verbal attacks but also feeling my momentum wane. More onlookers gathered, whispering, their eyes fixated on me. The snow was deep, and Gumeng carefully supported Enjin, pushing forward to see what was happening. Brother Chushue, look at this lunatic. The girl suddenly turned to a corner of the crowd, accusing sharply. He must have something good in his bag he wants to hog. Do something. I took a deep breath, preparing to defuse the situation. I looked up, and everyone was watching that direction. A man with moderate looks and a gentle demeanor stepped forward, introducing himself. I'm Ruan Chushue. Trust me, just take off the bag and show everyone. If it's not something important, you can keep it. Everything on the plane is communal property now. There's no finders keepers here. The buzzcut man gritted his teeth, neck stiffening. Why should I? Just because you reacted slowly? We're in this godforsaken place, it's survival of the fittest, don't expect to take my stuff. Ruan Chushue's gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by a stern and intimidating presence. We're all in this together. Cooperation is key to survival. If you refuse to cooperate, leave the stuff and go wherever you want, don't force us to get rough. The buzzcut man was stunned by his aura for a few seconds. Just then, the young guy grabbed his backpack, tossing it onto the snow, and yanked open the zipper, revealing the contents. In the back of the crowd, my feet sunken in the snow, I stood on tiptoe but couldn't see what was happening at the front, anxiety gnawing at me like a cat on a hot tin roof. I'll carry you, Enjin offered without hesitation, turning and crouching down, his voice soft and warm. No need. I quickly waved him off, feeling guilty. I'm quite heavy, and it's really not necessary. Although I'm 1.8 meters tall, I worried that if I climbed on, I'd crush him like a delicate flower. Enjin remained unfazed, keeping his position and beckoning me over with a hand. Come on up. Knowing he was stubborn, I hesitated briefly but carefully climbed onto his back. Strangely, Enjin lifted me with ease, his back straight, as if I weighed nothing at all. The strength in his arms made me feel secure, without any fear of falling. With one hand hooked over his shoulder, I squeezed his firm arm with the other, unable to resist saying, Enjin, you've got some real boyfriend strength. But I couldn't finish because Boyi made a teasing tisk-tisk sound, asking, want to marry him? Get lost. I responded promptly, without giving it much thought. As Enjin walked, my view gradually widened, taking in everything ahead. On the snow, I saw a torn open travel bag, revealing a dozen foil-wrapped meals, glinting in the sunlight. There were also scattered dried fruits and several packs of cream cakes, filling the bag to the brim. Beside the travel bag, the buzzcut man alternated between pale and flushed, blustering angrily, you're nothing but thieves. You still dare to talk. The girl, seeing his misdeeds exposed, showed a hint of satisfaction and pride on her face. She turned to the man in the center as if seeking approval. Brother Chushue, what do we do with him? Ruan Chushue ignored her, offering a slight smile to the crowd, speaking gently yet firmly, everyone, you understand the current situation, so I won't elaborate. Our goal is to survive these 7 days in this frozen wasteland, but our food and resources are limited, and conditions are harsh. Yet I firmly believe, as long as we unite, these challenges are not insurmountable. He slowly scanned the crowd, continuing, acting individually will only worsen the situation. We are not savages, the predicament is already challenging enough. If we continue to compete among ourselves, everyone will face dire straits. I propose we manage the distribution of resources collectively. If you trust me, Ruan Chushue, I am willing to take on this responsibility and ensure transparency. I agree. The girl beside me was the first to raise her hand, her eyes filled with admiration, clearly trusting this man with leadership qualities. In the crowd, a few others raised their hands, mostly newcomers. Others seemed indifferent, happy to let someone else handle the resource allocation, making things easier. I chuckled softly, thinking, a small nation of 20 has been born. Njin joked beside me, along with it comes a hierarchy. Gu Meng, still on Njin's back, seemed contemplative, realizing the logic. Ruanshu Shui had already won most people's trust, and by controlling the resources, he inevitably became the leader, holding absolute authority in the coming days. If he were autocratic, the situation would likely become dictatorial. Considering this, I subtly asked my companions, do we comply? Tangji replied calmly, enjoy the benefits of the system, without being bound by the hierarchy. Njin immediately agreed, then we need to take a stance now. Let's go, I smiled slightly, having made up my mind. Since we're all in agreement, let's make our position clear. Without further words, Tangji and I walked side by side, with Njin carrying Gu Meng, as the four of us headed towards the deep green fir forest. Hey! Where are you all going? Came the shout from the young guy behind us. I paused and turned to him with a smile, replying, the NPC mentioned there might be cabins and rest stops up the mountain, so we're heading over. The young guy, Wang Xiaoqi, hesitated, seemingly wanting to stop us but unable to find a reason, only managing to say, the flight attendant only said maybe, which means there might be, or there might not. We should send someone to scout first and then call everyone else, you're being too reckless. I smiled nonchalantly, then let us scout ahead, alright? I noticed Wang Xiaoqi's expression relax, his tone softening, fine, if you find any cabins or such, remember to come back and let us know. I smiled slightly, shaking my head, thinking, did he really think he could control me? If we're not back in an hour, it means we've settled up there, and you can come up yourselves. Surely you won't wait an hour in the snow, right? Wang Xiaoqi frowned, you. Oh, by the way, I took a few steps forward, then stopped, turning back to him with a faint smile, kid, it's not your place to tell me what to do, just mind your own business, got it? The words hit like a hammer, causing his face to change as he looked to Ruanshu Shui, brother Ruan, this guy. Ruanshu Shui raised a hand to stop him, saying faintly, let them go. He then fell into thought, eyes fixed on the direction we were leaving. At that moment, one of the guys turned his face, showing a delicate profile, with a blood-red tear mole under his left eye. My heart skipped a beat, secretly watching that figure, feeling as though some strange light flickered in my heart. Once inside the fir forest, I realized I was still clinging to Njin's back, and quickly patted his shoulder, indicating I wanted to get down. But he refused. You got airsick earlier, you need to rest. Carrying me, Njin walked steadily through the snow, though it made him sink deeper with each step. I felt a bit embarrassed, I'm not that weak, I can really walk, put me down. He earnestly held my legs, giving them a little bounce, nope, Boyi said I should spoil you until you can't walk. I was puzzled, raising an eyebrow? He continued, and, you don't need to reason with me, I want you to become unreasonable. I was still baffled but didn't want to say more. The four of us followed the terrain of the fir forest upwards, walking for nearly 10 minutes until we finally saw a 3-story wooden cabin on a clearing. The forest exuded a dark atmosphere, yet a golden ray of sunlight fell in front of the cabin, like a serene scene, the rich green background resembling an oil painting, thick and vivid. Reaching the cabin, Njin finally set me down. I straightened my coat and walked over to Boyi, whispering, what nonsense did you tell Njin? What does spoil you until you can't walk mean? He said that? I frowned slightly, trying to recall but couldn't remember saying such things to Njin. Innocently, I replied, I didn't tell him that. Gu Meng seemed skeptical, pouting stubbornly yet cutely, confess. You're the only one who'd teach him that. I couldn't help but glance at Njin not far away. The man was gazing at the 3-story wooden cabin, and upon catching my look, he met my gaze, his expression indifferent. But when he looked at Gu Meng, his eyes softened and warmed, as if trying to convey something. This difference in treatment was evident. I didn't teach him that, I mused, unable to resist giving Gu Meng a hint, but I know what spoil you until you can't walk means. What's that supposed to mean? She asked curiously. Njin isn't great with words, I whispered, relying on years of experience to interpret. He means he wants to love you so much that you can't get out of bed. Gu Meng was momentarily stunned, then silently looked around, picked up a large rock with a suddenly fierce expression. Boyi, today I'm going to crack open your head and see just how much junk is in there. The four of us, Boyi, Tangji, Njin, and I stepped inside the wooden cabin, where a woman came into view. Her hair was disheveled, her skin deathly pale, sitting silently behind the counter, staring blankly at the entrance like a wax figure. Occasionally, her rose-colored fly swatter moved slowly, sending a chill down our spines. This sudden apparition left me momentarily speechless, and the four of us exchanged glances, feeling a creeping sense of unease. Tangji surveyed the interior briefly, saying, "This is an inn." I looked around. Next to the counter was a wooden staircase leading upstairs. On the left was a long corridor with rooms on one side, mirrored on the right. Behind the counter hung 3 rows of brass keys, each labeled with a room number. The floor, ceiling, walls, and furniture were all made of rough-hewn wood, exuding a scent of wood shavings. Antique decorations like deer antlers and animal hides adorned the walls, giving the place a natural and rustic charm. If not for the desolate snowy landscape outside, it would have seemed a picturesque retreat from the modern city. The woman glanced at us but said nothing, her gaze once again empty as it fixed on the doorway, her fly swatter lazily swaying, showing no interest in attracting guests. "Madam, can we stay here overnight?" I asked nervously from across the counter. "How many?" she asked calmly. I looked at my 3 companions and answered firmly, 4. The woman's face remained cold, without turning back. She deftly reached a fly swatter handle behind her, as if she had eyes on the back of her head, easily hooking a set of keys. With a flick of the plastic rod, she retrieved the brass keys, which landed with a clink on the counter. "First room on the left," she said in a lifeless tone, 4 beds. I took the keys, sticky with oil and grime, feeling a slight heaviness in my heart. Glancing around, I asked, "All of us in one room?" The men nodded, offering no objections. Tangji then posed a question, "Do you provide meals here?" "If you need them," the woman's voice was devoid of emotion. I noticed a flicker of confusion in Tangji's eyes. He pondered that if this inn indeed provided regular meals, the survival pressure on players would be greatly reduced, and there would be no need for resource competition. It seemed our previous assumptions about the game's nature might be completely off. Boyi seemed to grasp his thoughts, gently squeezing his hand to signal patience. Then he turned to the woman and asked kindly, "How should we address you?" She looked out the window at the verdant fir trees, snow-capped, and said quietly, "People around here call me Aunt Shue. Are there others around here?" Gumang asked curiously, wiping the grime from the keys. Her question caught my attention, and I looked up inquiringly. Aunt Shue said nothing further. Her eyes were lifeless, unsettling, as she idly fiddled with the fly swatter. "Let's find time to check out the mountain," Boyi suggested casually, leaning against the wall as if undisturbed by Aunt Shue's silence. "Let's get back to our room and wait for the others." Our room was near the counter, close to the entrance. Gumang inserted the key into the lock, but it wouldn't turn. Watching her struggle at the door, the sound of metal clicking, I couldn't help but rub my forehead. "Miss Gu, having trouble?" "The key's too dull, not my fault," she grumbled, casting a glance at the counter. "Madam, this lock doesn't work, it won't budge." Aunt Shue gave her a sidelong glance, then reluctantly moved, standing up from her stool. She slowly shuffled around the counter, dragging her feet toward us. Gumang quickly stepped aside, making room. Aunt Shue grasped the key. Standing close, I couldn't help but watch her hands. In that moment, I shivered involuntarily. Her hands were eerily pale, devoid of veins or tendons, just 2 plump shapes resembling waxy false hands, exuding a cold, sinister vibe that sent chills down my spine. I stared at the NPC, Gu Meng's expression indescribable, beginning to question whether she was truly alive. I quickly averted my gaze, instinctively stepping back. Suddenly, Aunt Shue turned the key, and the door opened effortlessly. Something I'd struggled with for ages, she accomplished with ease. Then she pulled out the key, handing it to me. I cautiously took it, avoiding her touch, and managed a strained, "Thank you." She glanced at me coldly, chuckling lightly, her voice dripping with disdain. "You can steal a man but can't even open a door, huh?" I was momentarily speechless. As other players arrived, the snow-covered slope outside grew lively as they made their way to the cabin nestled in the fir forest. Seeing the inn, a sense of relief washed over me. People began assigning rooms and finding teammates, the entrance bustling with activity. Hearing the inn provided meals eased many worries. With a place to stay and meals provided, the weather being excellent, it felt like a mountain getaway, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Yet, a subtle sense of unease lingered, and those around me seemed to remain on high alert. "Brother Juan, what should we do with the food?" I dropped the large bag of food I was carrying onto the ground, patting my back as I asked Ruan Chushue. Behind me, another guy put down his suitcase of food, and only I could sense the subtle shift in the atmosphere. As the sunset cast its glow on the snowy field, light filtered through the fir trees, making the cabin's interior even dimmer. In the doorway's light, I pondered, "Let's find a room and store these." "Got it," I replied. In the first game, I had met Wan Chu Shui and another girl, Luo Ting. We successfully completed the challenge, and this time, joining forces again, we grew more familiar. Ruan Wei was cautious and smart, earning my admiration, which is why I deferred to him now. Brother Ruan, let's pick a room upstairs, I suggested. Ruan Wei nodded slightly, agreeing. Without hesitation, I hefted the travel bag and headed upstairs. By the counter, I glanced up at the man who was loudly complaining, "Madam, why aren't the lights on? It's so dark in here, I can hardly see anything." "No lights," Aunt Shue said calmly, fiddling with something with her fly swatter. The room fell silent. People crowded at the entrance exchanged looks, realizing indeed there wasn't a single light in sight. Is there a kerosene lamp?" someone asked cautiously, "or candles, maybe?" "No," Aunt Shue replied simply, her tone unwavering. The silence thickened, enveloping the room with an indescribable eeriness. Someone, unwilling to give up, persisted in asking, "Then what does this inn have?" She didn't respond, only tapping the counter lightly with the fly swatter. Everyone exchanged silent glances, took their keys, and quietly retreated to their rooms. By 6 in the evening, the cabin was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The corridor's darkness made my heart race, and as I stepped out of the room, I tripped over something, nearly falling if not for Jin's timely catch. "It's so dark, it's hard to move around." I clung tightly to Jin's coat sleeve, following closely behind him as we felt our way forward. "This cabin seems to have no electricity. Let's check the kitchen later to see if we can find a place to boil water." Tang Ji leaned against the wall, muttering to himself, "No electricity is one thing, but something seems off." His voice was calm, yet held a hint of contemplation. We bypassed the stairs and entered the dining room. A faint light caught my attention. As we approached, we found 4 flashlights laid out on the table. In the dining room, a long table with 20 seats awaited us, complete with 20 sets of tableware. "Where did these flashlights come from?" Bo Yi asked curiously as he sat down. "Brother Ruan found them when we searched the plane," Wang Xiaoqi replied with a hint of dissatisfaction, still holding a grudge against those who had wandered off earlier. "If everyone just ran off, who knows if we'd have found them." I noticed the sarcasm in Bo Yi's tone but didn't mind. To me, he seemed like a straightforward young man, so I just chuckled lightly and said nonchalantly, "Thanks for the hard work. If there's wine later, I'll toast you, as hard work is the most honorable." Wang Xiaoqi was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unaccustomed to such thick-skinned people, and didn't know how to respond. Just then, footsteps creaked on the wooden floor, adding an eerie undertone to the quiet night. Everyone's eyes turned to the dining room entrance. Aunt Shue appeared, each hand holding a large tray covered with a shining silver dome, her steps heavy as she entered. I heard someone impatiently tapping their bowl, their voice filled with excitement. "Thank you, madam, really appreciate the meal." Next to them, Fan Weiwei beamed with innocent delight, exclaiming, "Wow, I can't wait, I bet it's some authentic delicacy." Aunt Shue placed one stainless steel tray at the head of the long table, then slowly moved to the other end to repeat the gesture. "This is all we have, enjoy," she said coldly, seemingly oblivious to our presence, and then she left. Curiosity piqued, I wondered what kind of delicacy was being served. Layli, ever impatient, stood up first, cradling the silver dome, eager to reveal its contents. "Better not be just veggies and wild fruits, I'm not in the mood for those." As he lifted the lid, the dish was piled high with something. In the dim light, I could make out black, squishy shapes interspersed with bright yellow specks. "What is this?" Layli leaned in closer, his voice echoing in my ear, "It's all wiggly." A curious companion across the table shone a flashlight directly at the plate. Could it be mulberries? Their words sent our anticipation soaring. As the light hit the dish, the mound began to stir, its edges unsettlingly shedding a few pieces. My heart skipped a beat, and the lid in Layli's hand clattered to the floor with a jarring crash. "Ahawk!" Fan Weiwei's scream pierced the air, as she frantically pushed against the table's edge, trying to distance herself from the horrifying sight, knocking over her chair in the process. The dining room descended into chaos, everyone's faces pale. The screech of chairs against the floor filled the air. "Holy crap! Black caterpillars, and they're spiky, so gross," someone shouted in distress. I knew it was too good to be true. "There's always a catch," another cursed angrily. "Ugh! My trypophobia is acting up." The emotional wave swept through the group, with the strong-minded cursing while the more fragile ones were already in tears. I sat in the middle of the table, not too close to the terrifying insects, but seeing the hundreds of black caterpillars piled on the dish made my face turn white, almost nauseous. My natural fear of soft-bodied insects gripped me as if an invisible hand was squeezing tight. The caterpillars were shiny black, with yellow-spotted backs bristling with spikes, wriggling under the light with unsettling vigor. Some leaped as if trying to escape, while others squirmed desperately across the table, almost as fast as cockroaches. Seeing a few caterpillars inching towards the center of the table, I was so startled that I quickly tried to stand up, only to find several of them wriggling at my feet. Terrified, I nimbly crouched back onto my chair despite my tall frame. Shivering, I noticed that even though Eugene was unfazed, he wasn't fond of these creatures either. He stood up, trying to distance himself from the table, but caught sight of me frozen in place. "What's wrong?" he asked. Crouched on the chair, I clung tightly to the backrest, struggling to suppress my fear. Tears welled up in my eyes, my lips trembling slightly, as I appeared fragile and pitiable despite my usually composed demeanor. Jin's gaze lingered on me, falling silent. Those who seemed ordinary in everyday life could appear especially endearing when vulnerable. His eyes deepened, like a lurking shadow in the darkness. He stepped closer, bending down, and suddenly lifted me into his arms. "I've got you, it's okay." His voice was gentle, yet carried an air that made my heart race. His words were as pure and soft as snow, almost whispered into my ear. Gumeng's arms wrapped tightly around Jin's neck, and as I inadvertently glanced back, the sight of the black-spotted caterpillars swarming like a tide made my heart clench. "Hurry, let's get out of here," I urged, patting Jin's shoulder anxiously, my legs reflexively kicking in a bid to escape. By now, the dining room was in utter disarray. Boyi stood up, grabbing a flashlight and shining it directly onto the bugs. Instantly, the exposed caterpillars seemed to go berserk, writhing and jumping desperately towards the edges of the light. At that moment, Wang Xiaoqi flipped the lid off another tray, and before we could react, a cascade of multicolored worms spilled out, filling the room with an overwhelming chorus of screams. "Damn it!" I couldn't help but frown, aiming the flashlight beam at Wang Xiaoqi, and shouted, "Are you out of your mind?" I thought. He looked up naively, appearing somewhat innocent. I thought if one tray was a trap, the other must be food. I nodded, thinking this kid was hopeless, shaking my head. "High protein, all natural, enjoy yourself." Then, I pulled Tangji away, seizing the chaos to snatch a flashlight. Having missed dinner, we found Ruan Shui, learning that the plain snacks were stored in his room. By the time we gathered in the lounge on the second floor, it was already 7 o'clock. Outside, the wind howled, and rain pounded on the roof like a deep drumbeat. Hungry, the night chill quickly set in, and the constant rain made us inexplicably irritable. Ruan Shui, holding a piece of paper, stood in the center, speaking seriously. "We are now 20 players. On the plane, we found 30 snack packs, 40 packets of 26G nuts, and 10 boxes of cream cakes. If consumed normally, this food will last only 2 days, but we need it to last 7 days, so each meal must be strictly controlled." As soon as he finished, Wang Xiaoqi and Luo Ting began distributing small packets of nuts. Beside me, a man shook his small packet, looking incredulous. "Just this small packet of nuts for tonight?" "No." Ruan Shui shook his head, 1 packet for every 2 people. Sure enough, after 10 packets were distributed, there was no more food, and the crowd began to stir. "Is it really necessary to be this strict?" Layli's voice carried a hint of skepticism. I was slightly taken aback, then continued, "How about dividing all the food portions and distributing them in advance to everyone, so it won't be a hassle later?" I glanced around, feeling the tension in the air. "Even though we're in the wilderness, I don't think it's necessary to be so frugal," Tangji casually agreed. Suddenly, Layli's words cut through the air like a cold wind. "You won't sneak some food for yourself at night, will you?" The room fell silent. Most didn't speak, but suspicious glances were exchanged, the survival environment breeding a palpable sense of mutual distrust. "How can you say that?" Wang Xiaoqi was the first to stand up for me, but Ruan Shui stopped him. Ruan Shui, calm and composed, replied gently, "No." I could feel her resolve and calmness. "You chose the person, now you're suspicious. How hard is it to please you?" I leaned lazily on the wooden bench, handing the nuts to Tangji, crossing my long legs, and stood up, raising my voice slightly. "Centralized management is a good idea, at least it's fair. Everyone gets the same amount, avoiding any plunder. Show some basic respect and trust, save your strength for later." After speaking, I took out the flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness. "Who lives on the first floor? I can take you down." The inn's roof had a square skylight, letting in some dim moonlight, yet the world outside remained pitch black. Our team had 4 flashlights, 1 for every 5 people. I naturally held onto the flashlight since my 3 friends and I shared a room, and no one objected. Despite everyone's dissatisfaction with only eating a few nuts at night, I understood it wasn't Ruan Shui trying to make things difficult. From a long-term perspective, such rationing was indeed necessary. So, I muttered a few complaints, and my friends followed me downstairs. "Hey, didn't expect that person to be unruly, yet sensible," I heard Wang Xiaoqi joking behind me, referring to me. Ruan Shui frowned slightly, gently reprimanding, "Don't keep talking about control, no one can control anyone here." Wang Xiaoqi realized his mistake but remained nonchalant, grinning as he replied, "Brother Juan, I submit to your control." Then he returned to his room in the dark, leaving the flashlight for Juan Chu Shui. Moonlight filtered through the skylight, casting a hazy, enchanting glow on the stairs. Standing in the interplay of light and shadow, my thoughts drifted away. Sensible, I repeated quietly, the residue of yet unruly lingering as self-mockery. Back in the room, Jean and I shared a small packet of nuts. The room had 4 single beds, and my spot was by the window, the moonlight spilling over me. In the faint light, I glanced at the contents of the packet: 5 cashews, 2 walnut halves, 2 macadamia nuts, and another nut I couldn't name, with a few dried fruits that seemed excessively fancy. "Just hold on, it's only 7 days. I opened the bag, pouring most into Jin's palm, reassuring him, "Once we're out, I'll cook for you jade shrimp, squirrel fish, sweet and sour ribs, pepper beef." I was about to list more dishes when Tangji couldn't bear it, his clear voice laced with complaint, "Mr. Gu, please stop. Listing dishes at a time like this is too much." I stuck my tongue out playfully, quieting down. Jean glanced at me, hesitantly asking, "Aren't you eating?" Propping myself up on the bed, I replied nonchalantly, "After seeing all those caterpillars earlier, I'm still queasy, can't eat." Jean looked at the nuts in his hand, then unhesitatingly picked one up and quickly popped it into my mouth. Caught off guard, I stared at him with a cashew in my mouth, slightly taken aback. He seemed unfazed, eating one himself before offering me another. I realized he saw through me, feeling my face heat up, yet I didn't refuse his gesture. As I bit into the nut, its rich aroma spread through my mouth. My gaze casually drifted to the rainy night outside, savoring the moment. Despite the lack of food and warmth, it wasn't so bad. With no lights in the room, everyone went to bed early. Lying in the bed near the door, I waited about 15 minutes, estimating that Jean and Gu Meng had fallen asleep, before carefully turning to face Tangji's direction, whispering, "Candy." He always slept neatly alone, lying on his back with his hands crossed on his chest. Moonlight outlined his delicate features, like a character from a manga. I called again, "Candy?" Tangji intended to ignore me, but my persistence wore him down, making him reluctantly turn his head to glance at me. "What? Cold?" I asked, mischief in my mind. He saw through my ploy, answering, "No." I gently got up, climbed onto his bed, and feigned innocence. "What a coincidence, I'm cold too." He pressed his lips, pushing me symbolically, lowering his voice to avoid waking Jean and Gu Meng on the right. "Boyi, get down. It's a single bed." "It's fine." I effortlessly neutralized his resistance, pulling him into my arms, chuckling softly, "I can lie on you, or you can lie on me, we won't take up any space." Tangji, pinned in my embrace, couldn't resist my shamelessness, angrily tilting his head to nip at my Adam's apple. "Can't you behave?" I stifled my laughter, lowering my gaze, my eyes meeting his in the darkness with a burning intensity. "Who's not behaving now?" Tangji's cheeks instantly flushed, sensing the subtle tension, and he quickly shut his eyes, pretending to sleep. "Candy," I whispered in his ear, deliberately lowering my voice, making it deep and alluring. "Our middle school physics teacher said friction creates heat. Want to give it a try?" He snuggled further into my embrace, pretending not to hear. Under the covers, I took his slender, soft hand, guiding it downward, playfully pleading, "Candy Gidge, I'm really cold right now. Can you help warm me up?" He finally opened his eyes, shimmering with moisture, on the verge of tears from embarrassment. His voice choked. "Boyi, where's your sense of shame?" "I don't need it," I declared decisively, pulling the covers higher and shifting forward slightly to adjust my position. We kissed under the blanket, the atmosphere growing increasingly intimate, our heartbeats mingling with our breaths, as if the world only contained us. Suddenly, a soft voice came from the adjacent bed. "No driving, you two." Tangji and I froze, our eyes snapping open at the same time. The bed creaked with age as Jean turned over, his back to us, sighing softly. "With the recent lack of nutrition, no driving." I was momentarily speechless, intending to take a deep breath, but silently zipped up my pants. The next morning, I opened the door to face the inn's counter. The sight before me jolted my nerves awake instantly. Anshua leaned slightly forward, elbows resting on the counter, picking up one of the black, yellow-spotted, spiky caterpillars from the silver tray. She moved slowly, bringing it to her mouth, chewing with a sticky, juicy sound, as if savoring some delicacy. Swallowing hard, I glanced at the tray to my right as I passed the counter. The caterpillars, some black, some colorful, lazily curled and uncurled, just watching them made my skin crawl, and I couldn't imagine the sensation of them bursting in one's mouth. Anshua looked up at me, her lips a dark purple-black like mulberries, adding a strange allure and sensuality to her otherwise pale, lifeless face. On closer inspection, her features held a certain charm, her demeanor suddenly elevated to a new level. I marveled silently, thinking how a simple lipstick transformed the widow-like innkeeper into a bad girl smoking and drinking. "Morning, ma'am," I greeted her out of courtesy, making small talk. "What shade of lipstick is that? It suits you." Aunt Shue pushed the silver tray forward slightly, her voice carrying a lifeless undertone. "You deserve it." I froze, my gaze returning to the black caterpillars, realizing the color was indeed from what she ate. Outside, the sky remained clear, despite the night's heavy rain. The snow was thick and dry, but the air carried a chill, the climate shift unnaturally abrupt. When our group arrived at the restaurant where we gathered last night, the room had returned to its usual state. I glanced around, fearing a caterpillar might appear suddenly, but thankfully the floor was clean. Ruan Shushui, Luo Ting, and I were cutting 2 cakes. One cream cake, originally enough for 4, was now being divided into 10 pieces, each slice pathetically thin. Complaints filled the restaurant, yet there was nothing anyone could do. I took my piece and sat down, inadvertently noticing Ruan Shushui's knife pause, then angled to cut a noticeably larger slice for Tang Ji across from me. I raised my eyebrows, thinking Ruan Shushui was showing favoritism, surprised it was for Tang Ji. "Thank you," Tang Ji accepted the cake, smiling. Ruan Shushui watched him, eyes filled with warmth, responding gently, "You're welcome." Observing this, I couldn't help but feel puzzled, the subtle atmosphere unsettling me. Instinctively, I glanced at Bo Yi, who had taken his seat, seemingly oblivious. I wondered if I was overthinking, lowering my head to cut into the meager cake. Just then, Jin's soft voice came to my ear. "Is Candy putting a green hat on Bo Yi?" My heart tightened. Evidently, someone else's thoughts were even more complex. I hurriedly covered Jin's mouth, the sound of my fork clattering on the plate breaking the silence, drawing all eyes to us. Jin's innocent look, incongruent with his age, made me stifle a laugh. Across the table, Bo Yi looked up, asking calmly, "What are you doing?" "Nothing," I replied, flustered and blushing, forcing a smile, "just messing around with him." Clearly, Bo Yi was unconvinced but chose not to press further. I shot Jin a look, signaling him to stay quiet, and he nodded obediently. With so little food, everyone put down their utensils in under 2 minutes. Seeing this, Ruan Shushui called everyone together to discuss the next steps. "Since we need to signal for rescue on the 7th day, I suggest we start collecting firewood today, storing it inside to prevent it from getting soaked by rain at night." He paused, seemingly considering who should gather the wood, then continued, "The plane wasn't fully searched yesterday, there are still many unopened suitcases. If anyone's interested, you can look for other supplies. Besides that, does anyone have other information?" I suddenly remembered the innkeeper mentioning other people nearby yesterday. Other people? Wang Xiaoqi couldn't contain his curiosity, asking me, "What kind of people?" My heart skipped a beat, responding, "In the middle of nowhere, could they be wild people?" Zhang Jian interjected, worried, "I saw a documentary on Central TV about wild people found on a snowy mountain, with backward feet and hairy bodies. It sounded terrifying." Layli, however, casually joked, "Wild people aren't much, but a cannibal tribe would be exciting." As he spoke, he scraped his fork against a ceramic plate, the grating sound drawing annoyed looks from everyone. Fan Weiwei hunched her shoulders, timidly glancing around, her voice trembling, "Will they hurt us? I'm so scared, I don't dare go out." No, it's my fault for not explaining clearly." Seeing the group's imaginations running wild, I quickly clarified, "The innkeeper said people around here call her Aunt Shue. Since they can communicate, they should be regular people. My guess is there's a village or scattered households nearby. We should search near the forest, maybe we'll find others and get help." Ruan Shushui nodded, agreeing with my reasoning, and suggested, "Let's split into groups. Ladies, if you're scared, you can stay to gather firewood or search the plain." His gesture was notably gentlemanly, earning all the women's favor. He continued, "The men can take on more, forming a team to search deeper in the forest, while the rest help here." Layli was the first to respond, "Someone needs to stay to guard the food. Let me stay at the inn, with me here, no one would dare steal." "Yeah, right." I scoffed, unabashedly retorting, "With you, who knows what sneaky moves you'd pull, then cry thief to cover up." Layli glared, clutching his fork, face reddening, about to retort, but Ruan Shushui interrupted, "Fine, you and Luo Ting stay to guard the supplies." The tense atmosphere immediately eased with that remark, and Layli looked smug, while I, though dissatisfied, trusted in Ruan Shushui's decision. Asterisk. In the end, we split into groups. I, along with 5 other volunteers, ventured deeper into the woods. Ruan Shushui reminded us to prioritize safety and retreat immediately if anything seemed off. The rest of the group spread out over the snowfield and around the cabin. Stepping outside the cabin, the cold air bit at us, making us instinctively hunch our shoulders. The meager breakfast had left us with little energy, so we adjusted our clothes and headed out one by one. Behind us, Manhwa expressionlessly swatted at flies, her vacant gaze fixed on the endless snowy landscape outside the window. On the wooden porch, Tangji gently tugged at my sleeve, pulling me to a corner behind the group. "This is for you," he said, placing a pink fruit candy in my hand. It was the most ordinary strawberry flavor, wrapped in a clear wrapper that seemed to carry a hint of warmth. I looked down at the candy in my palm, unwrapped it, and popped it into my mouth. "Where did you get this candy?" I asked. Tangji raised his hand slightly, gently caressing my somewhat pale face, concern in his eyes. "I got it from the hospital, just left at the reception on the first floor. I only realized it was still in my pocket after returning to the inn. There are 6 pieces, just enough for one a day." Warmth spread through my heart, knowing my low blood sugar issue was acting up again. That piece of cake hadn't alleviated my weakness at all. At that moment, I lifted Tangji's chin, leaned in slightly, turned my face, and gently pressed my lips to his. My tongue pushed the sweet strawberry candy into his mouth, pausing for a moment before slowly parting. "It's not that severe," I smiled softly, my fingertips lightly grazing the side of his face. "Thank you, darling." Before finishing my words, I was already descending the wooden steps. Tangji stood on the porch, hands in his jacket pockets, head lowered, a blush highlighting his helpless expression as he watched me walk away. Entering the cedar forest, the soft snow reached my ankles, making each step heavy. Tall cedar trees stood around us, the white snow beneath seemingly endless, making it difficult to find dry kindling. Nearby, I saw Gumeng bending to break some dry branches from a low shrub, only to cut her palm on a thorn, crying out softly. Jean quickly approached me, grabbing my hand without hesitation. Seeing the bleeding cut, he frowned slightly, removed the thorn, and lowered his head to suck on my wound. My heart raced, feeling the warm wetness on my palm, my eyes widening involuntarily, heat rushing to my head, my face flushing. Jean? Compared to his cold hands, the warmth of his lips on my hand seemed to burn me. I tried to pull my hand back, but Jean held it tightly, his tongue occasionally brushing gently, the tender touch making my heart tremble. Just then, the sound of footsteps crunching on the snow approached from behind, and I realized someone was coming. Panicking, I quickly pulled my hand back. "That's enough, I'll take care of it myself." Fearing he'd try again, I pressed my hand to my mouth, sucking on the wound. Turning around, I saw it was Boyi, Tangji, and Wanshushui. Tangji's gaze swept over me, sensing something was amiss, and he asked, "What happened with you?" I lowered my hand, glancing at my palm, now just a faint trace of moisture. The bleeding stopped. "I got nicked by a thorn earlier, it's nothing," I said, feigning nonchalance, though my heart was still racing. Holding a bundle of twigs, the snow squeaked softly underfoot as I passed Gumeng and Jean. I couldn't help but glance at them sideways, whispering, "This place really feels like a scene of getting caught in the act." Jin's eyes lit up, seemingly intrigued by the provocative analogy. Gumeng, however, gritted her teeth, angrily retorting, "Get lost, as far away as possible, before I get physical." Jean and I continued on, while Gumeng lowered her head, picking up scattered branches. Unexpectedly, Jean quickly took over her task. "You're injured, don't do this." "Let me handle it," Jean said, his gaze gentle. Gumeng stammered, nodding, unable to control her evasive gaze. Watching his injured hand clench into a fist, Jean spoke softly, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Gumeng." Gumeng responded absent-mindedly. "We just had an indirect kiss," Jean smirked, a sincere expression in his handsome features. "That was my first kiss. Hope you liked it." With that, he carried the firewood, striding forward confidently, as if everything was under his control. I stood there, dumbfounded, until a slight breeze brushed by, the slick sensation on my palm reminding me of what had just happened. I licked the spot Jean had touched, feeling a wave of frustration. Then, with a thud, I dropped to my knees, face forward, feeling as if the world was collapsing. I pounded the ground with my fist, biting my lip, tears nearly spilling over regret, remorse, and a vague sense of embarrassment intertwining. How could that count as a first kiss? It wasn't even a kiss. Who on earth fed Jean such confusing ideas? This kid was so innocent, yet now his words were making my heart crumble. Not even 30 minutes later, I heard someone rushing up from the foot of the mountain, looking flustered, just as they encountered Wanshushui and Boyi gathering branches. Something happened. Brother Wan, something happened. The young man was out of breath, clutching his chest. "The plane's been vandalized, and the cabin is a complete mess." Wanshushui frowned. "So there really are others?" I and the others stopped what we were doing, quietly heading down the mountain. The sky was clear, sunlight spilling across the snowy plains, dazzling my eyes. The medium-sized aircraft still sat where it was yesterday, but its position was now completely upright, with the right wing that had tilted yesterday gone. 5 or 6 people stood by the plane, looking small against the vast expanse. As Gu Meng and I approached, what met our eyes was the second-to-last window transformed into a hole, providing a view through to the other side of the plane. The metal was bent outward, the wind whistling through the gap, and there were several obvious scratches on the fuselage. Bo Yi and In Jin had already boarded the plane, and after a while, Bo Yi jumped down, frowning slightly. "It's a mess inside, luggage scattered everywhere." Ruan Shushui spoke softly, "Good thing we took the food out, otherwise, it might have been gone overnight." Seeing Ruan Shushui, Fan Weiwei seemed reassured, moving closer and asking sweetly, "Brother Shushui, who did this? Will they harm us players next?" Her voice was tinged with anxiety. Ruan Shushui seemed at a loss as well, feeling vaguely uneasy, but he patiently reassured the girl, "Don't worry too much, nothing to be scared of yet. We need to investigate further." Before he could finish, a tall man emerged from the cabin, speaking calmly, "It wasn't done by people. The hole in the fuselage was made by some conical object, the edges smooth and rounded. The hole on the left side is about 0.5 meters in diameter, the right about 0.3 meters. Humans couldn't cause such damage without large machinery, but I doubt it was man-made." I glanced at Njin, standing in the snow. Zhang Jian asked in confusion, "If not humans, then what?" Njin shook his head, stating simply, "Don't know." I looked out over the vast white snowfield, arms crossed against the biting cold, shivering slightly. Could there be a monster here? The atmosphere became tense as soon as I mentioned a monster. I had thought this was merely a survival game, challenging but manageable under current conditions. However, if there truly was a monster, the difficulty level would escalate to the brink of despair. "Do you remember what the captain said?" Lu Yusen reminded us, her voice drawing my attention back to the large plane, the damaged fuselage making my heart clench. If there really is a monster, the game is forcing us to confront it head-on. A chilling question loomed in my mind: who would dare to risk their life to protect the plane and face such an unknown creature? Silence enveloped us. The unease on the snowfield prompted everyone to move some of the boxes back to the cabin, intending to sift through them carefully. By noon, I noticed the 6 who had gone deeper into the forest hadn't returned. 14 of us sat in the dining room, expressions varied, some worried, others anxiously glancing at the 4 foil-wrapped meal boxes on the table. As time ticked by, my anxiety grew more pronounced. I sighed, "Let's not wait any longer. Everyone's hungry from working all morning. Let's eat first." I watched as Luo Ting took one meal to save for those who hadn't returned. The remaining players divided the 3 meals, thinking that even this was better than the nuts and cake we'd had since last night. The meals were fried rice, mixed with diced carrots, greens, and meat. Without a way to heat it, the rice was cold, greasy, and stale. But right now, who cared about such things? Our hunger left no room for picky eating. At noon, each of us got 3 spoonfuls of fried rice, but it didn't feel satisfying. Instead, the taste only whetted our appetites more. Everyone's eyes drifted toward the remaining meal, longing evident in their gaze. Laley scraped his plate with a spoon, collecting only a thin layer of oil, but still licked it clean, then looked at me slyly, asking, "It's pretty late. Do you think they're not coming back?" Fan Weiwei, nibbling each grain of rice like a little bird, frowned at his words and retorted, "Don't jinx it. They probably just went far and are on their way back now." "Oh, little girl," Laley sneered, dismissively. Then, eyeing the leftover meal, he suggested, "Why don't we split that one too?" Ruan Shushui slammed the table, his voice stern, "Don't even think about it. They went far for the team. You're being too selfish." Fan Weiwei quietly added, "and ungrateful." I set my spoon down, forcing a sheepish smile. All right, everyone's against me. I'm done eating, I'll head out, you all enjoy." Just as I stood, Wang Xiaoqi's shout came from the door, "We're back." I paused, faintly hearing him mutter, "How come they didn't get stuck out there," before leaving the dining room, grumbling inwardly. Gathered at the entrance, players rushed towards the 6 panting individuals who had returned. Luo Ting sniffed the air curiously, asking, "What's that smell? It's so fragrant." I noticed it too, the sweet floral scent wafting through the air, quite pleasant. Wang Xiaoqi waved his hand, swallowed to moisten his throat. "Don't even start. We found something spectacular." He lowered his head, ruffling his hair, shaking off a thin layer of golden dust. We walked east for about 2 hours. The terrain rose at first, then flattened. Eventually, we saw a sea of flowers. The flowers were incredible, towering as high as a building. Pure black blooms covered the sky like a small forest. At first, there was light, but as we went further, the flowers thickened, almost pitch black. We didn't bring anything, fearing trouble, so we headed back. What's with the dust? Fan Weiwei pointed at the golden powder on the floor. The returning group began brushing their clothes, one explaining, "Oh, that. A wind blew as we left the flower sea, shaking off the pollen." Fan Weiwei and Lu Yusen eagerly helped brush off the pollen from their clothes. My gaze lingered on the delicate gold powder by the door, lost in thought. Ruan Shushui gently called us, "Glad you're back. Go eat, it's been a tough day." He turned to Luo Ting, his voice steady, "Get another meal, give them two." "What? Give them two?" Someone in the crowd objected, murmurs rising, "We had only 3 among 14, why do 6 of them get 2? Wang Xiaoqi looked grateful yet embarrassed, whispering to Ruan Shushui, "Brother Ruan, it's unnecessary. We were just late, didn't gain much, same as everyone else," but Ruan Shushui cut him off, meeting the dissenter's gaze, articulating each word clearly. They ventured farther, expended more energy. "Do you know what might be in that flower sea? If something deadly lurked, they might not have returned. They risked themselves for the team. Would you do the same? Effort and reward are proportional, and they deserve it." Fan Weiwei nodded in agreement. "I was worried they wouldn't come back. It's dangerous, and they worked all morning, certainly harder than us." Other women chimed in support, and the 6 who just returned naturally had no objections. Seeing the majority backing Ruan Shushui, those dissatisfied kept silent. At that moment, I quietly watched Ruan Shushui, understanding he was using rewards to win loyalty. With food as a scarce resource, fairness had subtly eroded. His actions were a departure from yesterday's promise of equality, hinting at more nuanced food distribution policies ahead. As the crowd dispersed, I was about to return to my room when a few caterpillars on the floor startled me. Nearly stepping on them was indeed unexpected. I sidestepped the caterpillars, heading to my room, and behind me, Tangji asked, "Where did these come from? Are they eating the pollen?" Following his gaze, I noticed the fine gold powder on the floor, with clean tracks left by the caterpillars crawling through it. Night fell quickly here, and by 6, the cabin was pitch black. We gathered in the dining room, stomachs growling, everyone fatigued, eager to sleep and forget the hunger. In the dim flashlight glow, Luo Jian reported on the items found in the luggage today, mostly cosmetics and clothes. Ladies can take what they need later. 10 raincoats are hanging by the door hooks, useful if it rains or snows. I also found 2 axes, which should be handy for chopping wood. Nothing else of note. There's another matter to discuss. Ruan Shushui addressed us. Layli yawned and stretched, urging, "Get on with it, we're starving. Let's drink some water and hit the sack." Ruan Shushui smiled slightly, his voice carrying an air of mystery in the dim light. "I'm sure you've all heard our plane was attacked last night. Whether it was by someone or something, we aren't sure yet. But one thing is clear." He paused deliberately, scanning our faces. "Tonight, we need someone to guard the plane." Hearing this, a stir spread through the dining room. Everyone exchanged glances, but no one was willing to step forward and take on this responsibility. Even if the culprit was human, we newcomers felt utterly foreign in this snowy expanse. The thought of encountering malicious beings filled us with dread, let alone facing something non-human. Guarding the plane seemed a perilous task, almost a death sentence. Who would gamble their life on a slim chance of survival? I initially thought of suggesting we all guard the plane together, as there is strength in numbers. However, I quickly realized we had no clear understanding of what had damaged the plane. Rashly deploying everyone might lead to total disaster. Sending scouts seemed the wiser course, and Ruan Shushui's approach was evidently more prudent, so I chose to remain silent. That thing may not appear every night. It's a matter of probability, Ruan Shushui said slowly. Oh, and those who guard the plane will receive an extra meal. The dining room fell silent, punctuated by a loud stomach growl. I exchanged glances with Gu Meng, Enjin, and Tang Ji, suddenly realizing the subtle hint Ruan Shushui had dropped at noon. He was quietly altering the game rules, enticing people to take on tasks. Still, nobody was willing to step forward. Life was more precious than a meal. Ruan Shushui tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pondering for a moment before finally saying, 2 meals. Deal. I stood up, picking up a flashlight, and said softly, "It's late, everyone should rest early." Everything happened so suddenly that even those around me hadn't reacted yet. Ruan Shushui looked surprised, asking, "You're going to guard the plane?" I responded calmly, "What? Do I need an interview?" He coughed lightly, trying to cover his lapse. "No, not at all. Since you're going to guard the plane, help yourself to whatever you need." "And me?" Tangji interjected calmly, his gaze fixed on Ruan Shushui. 2 meals? Ruan Shushui frowned, a hint of reluctance at the corners of his mouth, clearly wishing Tangji wouldn't take on such a task, worried he might not return the next day. He tried to dissuade him, "Since someone else is." But Tangji raised an eyebrow, his face appearing somewhat stern in the dim light, directly interrupting, "If I go, do I get 2 meals?" The surrounding players watched silently. Ruan Shushue, in the end, said nothing more, merely nodding gloomily. At this point, people began whispering, expressing dissatisfaction. "What? 2 people get 4 meals? Isn't that too much? Well, nobody dares to go. Plus, they might not come back. Whether they get the meals depends on skill and luck. I think it's really too much. Since it's 2 people, they should get 1 meal each at most," Gumeng said, nodding to Njin, "which we had agreed upon earlier. Going together at least provides backup." Initially, no one volunteered, but unexpectedly, 4 people stood up together, surprising everyone. Ruan Shushue pondered for a moment before saying, "All right, but you 4 will only receive 5 meals." The complaints gradually subsided. The 4 of us exchanged glances and agreed readily. After the meeting, Ruan Shushue called me aside. "If you really encounter something unknown, prioritize your safety. The plane doesn't matter for now, as its purpose remains unclear." His gaze shifted to Tangji not far away, speaking in a low voice, "Look after Tangji, take extra care of him tonight." I was startled, thinking, "This is my man, no need for your reminder." Back in the guest room, after closing the door, I mused, "Actually, we don't have to follow Ruan Shushue's rules. Many have issues with his methods, especially newcomers. We players chose him to manage food, but didn't give him the authority to make rules. He's acting unilaterally, and people have grounds to dismiss him. But I like his rules," I said casually, tossing items into my backpack. "He's a smart capitalist. Dangerous jobs are shunned by many, but someone has to do them. Those who work more should get more, it's only fair. If everyone could lie around and still get equal food, participation would dwindle. Were I in Ruan Shushue's shoes, I might be even more stringent, though I'd surely offend many. Since he's willing to be the scapegoat, I'll support him, encourage him to keep fighting." And Jean chimed in, "Without a reward system, everything would rely on drawing lots, too passive. Even if chosen, there's no guarantee of benefits. Being proactive is always better. Besides..." I zipped up my backpack, walked to the window, and smiled at the bright moonlight outside. At this time yesterday, it was already raining. Tonight, it's so peaceful. Tangji remarked, "There are variables, nothing is certain." At 8 in the evening, the 4 of us packed up, shouldered our backpacks, and headed down to the plane. I held the flashlight, leading the way, stepping through the snow with varying depths. When Tangji slipped, I quickly caught him, teasing, "Hold on to your boyfriend's hand, young man." Behind us, Njin watched us holding hands, then turned his gaze to Gumeng, cautiously leaning on a branch. Suddenly decisive, he snatched the branch from her hand, tossed it aside, and boldly took her hand. "What's up?" Gumeng looked at him, puzzled. "Leaning on a cane is no match for leaning on me, young man," Njin said with a playful grin. I couldn't help but laugh at the scene, as the term young man made my cheeks flush with warmth. Once aboard the plane, we used the plastic sheeting we brought to block the wind at the cabin entrance. After finishing, I stepped over overturned luggage, finding a comfortable seat. Gumeng bent down, pulled 2 blankets from her backpack, and spread them over herself. Boyi wished everyone good night, receiving responses in turn. Just as I was about to lie down, movement in the cedar forest caught my eye through the window, and I called out, "Come look at this." We gathered at the right window, and under the cold, bright moonlight, I noticed the cedars swing, as if something was moving through them, the rustling growing louder. Suddenly, a massive cylindrical shape emerged from the trees, swaying slowly. Though the light was dim, its sheer size made my heart race. I involuntarily lowered my voice. "What is that?" As I stared at the huge cylinder, lost in thought, I blurted out a strange question, "Does it look like a chicken?" Before I could finish, Tangji hurriedly covered my mouth, fearing I might say something embarrassing. Gumeng rolled her eyes, resigned to my hopelessness. Yet, my remark had everyone seeing the shape in a familiar light. The cylinder slowly descended, vanishing into the dark cedar forest, swallowed by the night. "What do you think it looks like?" Gumeng asked again. And Jean continued to gaze out the window, his clear, gentle voice resounding with conviction. "It looks just like love." We all froze. Gumeng wore an incredulous expression, Tangji seemed at a loss, and I was somewhat bewildered. In the moonlight, Njin appeared akin to a poet as he continued, "It looks just like love, elusive and unfathomable." At that moment, we found ourselves at a loss for words, struck by his depth and subtlety, unable to refute. The night sky over the snowy plains was serene and eerie, with the moonlight cold and the stars sparse, wispy clouds curling gently. The 3-story enshrouded beneath the slanting moon, with its black wooden walls and eaves, resembled an enigmatic painting, as if we were caught in a dream. The surrounding snow seemed to ripple like waves, the tiny snow grains rustling briefly before the silence resumed, making everything feel like an illusion. I sat on the bed on the third floor, weak moonlight spilling through the window onto my palm, where a damp towel rubbed continuously, trying to wipe away the silver powder clinging there, its presence unnoticed until now. Fan Weiwei turned over in the adjacent bed, murmuring sweetly, "Yusin, why aren't you asleep yet?" Frowning, I rubbed my palm harder, turning to show her, "When did this silver powder get here? I just noticed it, and it's really hard to remove." Fan Weiwei peered out from under her covers, looking at the delicate silver sheen on my palm, which appeared exceptionally beautiful under the moonlight. "Ha!" she exclaimed, extending the back of her hand, "I found some on my hand last night while washing up, couldn't figure out where it came from. It's tough to wash off, but it can be done. I've tried." She pulled her hand back, snugging under the blankets, suggesting, "Let's sleep first and wash it off in the morning." In the tranquility, I knew we all sensed the secrets lurking in the night sky. Sighing, I put down the towel. "All right, let's sleep." Fan Weiwei turned in the opposite direction, and just as I was about to do the same, a black, cone-shaped object zipped past the window, startling me. In the second-floor guest room, men's snores rose and fell. I quietly watched a man on the inner bed, snoring on his back. Suddenly, he choked, smacked his lips a few times, and slowly turned over. Moonlight fell, revealing half his face in the light, his skin now glaringly bright with a fine silver powder. At that moment, a black, yellow-spotted caterpillar crawled out from the shadows, clinging to the wooden wall. Its soft body fell onto his face, inching toward the exposed ear. As it moved, the silver sheen vanished, finally slipping into the man's ear canal. Asterisk. On the third morning in the snow mountains, I gathered with the other players in the dining room. The lack of sufficient food left us all feeling dizzy and weak. Sitting down, everyone's eyes fixated on Chef Ruan Chu Shui and Luo Ting, eagerly awaiting the cake cutting. I glanced around, quietly asking my companions, "Did those four return last night?" "Not sure, I just got here too." Laley leaned back lazily in his chair, rubbing his buzz cut with a smirk. "If they all bit the dust, today's cake slices would be bigger for everyone, right?" The table fell silent, eyes turning to me, filled with disdain. "Just kidding, can't take a joke?" Laley shrugged it off, tapping his fork on the plate. "Leader Ruan, hurry up, we're starving." Ruan Chu Shui didn't spare him a glance, repeatedly looking toward the dining room entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. Just then, a young man named Chi Fei walked in, constantly fiddling with his ear, tilting his head to the right, occasionally slapping his left ear. "What's wrong? Got water in your ear?" Zhang Jian asked curiously. "No," Chi Fei muttered as he pulled out a chair and sat down. "Feels like something's in there, it's swollen." Before long, Gu Meng entered looking refreshed, followed by En Jin, Bo Yi, and Tang Ji in succession. Seeing them, Ruan Chu Shui's eyes lit up, asking me, "Was everything smooth last night?" I nodded, answering honestly, "Spent the night on the plane, nothing happened." The players around us began to whisper among themselves, a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment brewing within them, while I felt a sense of quiet satisfaction. TSK, if I'd known, I would have gone to guard the plane last night, gotten 5 free meals," a voice murmured in my ear, followed by a chuckle. Next to me, Bo Yi chimed in, "This job's a breeze, I'll go tonight too." A tension tightened in my chest, recalling that mysterious night. But not wanting to be swayed by their boasting, I turned to Ruan Chu Shui, asking, "Can a meal be exchanged for 3/4 of a cake?" Ruan Chu Shui hesitated briefly before nodding decisively. The 4 men immediately shared the cake among themselves, the creamy dessert drawing envious glances from other players. Wang Xiaoqi, who I remembered always feigning disinterest in food, scraped the cream from his plate, saying wistfully, "Maybe you should eat in your rooms, you're making me hungry." Bo Yi playfully licked the cream from his finger, teasing, "Then don't look." Wang Xiaoqi resignedly put down his fork, gulping down some cold water to quell his frustration. The richness of the cream lingered in my mouth as I grabbed the bottled water beside me, unscrewing the cap. In that moment, the cold water made me hesitate, raising the bottle as if scrutinizing something. The inn always had bottled water, whether in the dining room or guest rooms, the transparent plastic bottles filled with water, devoid of labels. The water tasted cool and sweet, though after 2 days of drinking it, a nagging doubt lingered in my mind. In this freezing weather, why isn't there hot water? Gu Meng's voice broke the silence, everyone turning to her, realizing with bewilderment that we had been eating cold meals and drinking cold water for 2 days, without a single warm thing. Perhaps it was the initial discomfort, or a subconscious acceptance of the game's setting, that made us indifferent to the idea of heat. "We could start a fire to boil water," Gu Meng suggested. "Yeah, heating up lunch would be much better," Luo Ting agreed. I instinctively patted my pocket, asking, "Does anyone have a lighter or matches?" None in our room, Zhang Jian replied first. I searched the room on the first day, hoping to find some candles, but found nothing. I asked the landlady for matches, but she just didn't respond. Fan Weiwei pouted, puzzled. She's really strange. Tang Ji paused his fork, frowning in thought. Feels like something's missing here, maybe. Warmth. His words made us all ponder, a chill creeping into our hearts. There are no fire sources here, I heard Jin say softly, finishing the last bite of cake and wiping his mouth, his voice carrying a hint of calm. We found ourselves momentarily stunned in the dining room, silently reflecting. Fire, an element we took for granted, suddenly felt so distant. Realizing the lack of fire, my heart sank. Without fire, we can't send out distress signals. We either find fire or make fire. That's our first step to escape. I twisted open a water bottle, voicing this thought, a quiet anxiety brewing within me. It's already the third day, and we haven't grasped the essence of this game. The revolution is not yet successful. Comrades still need to work hard. I felt the weight of responsibility. All morning, we divided tasks, turning over luggage in the inn and on the plane. Wang Xiaoqi and two men tried to start a fire by friction outdoors, but the damp climate thwarted their efforts. The twigs and leaves were nowhere near dry enough, and after half a day's work, they achieved nothing. By noon, we gathered in the clearing in front of the inn, exchanging information, our faces growing more solemn. We had to admit a fact: this game hadn't provided us with tools to make fire. Hands on my hips, I felt the sweat soaking my clothes from a morning's rush. Surveying the surroundings, I said, there has to be a fire source. If we see this game as a map, there must be areas we've yet to discover. Bo Yi, leaning against the porch railing, suddenly interjected. Aunt Shui hinted there are other residents around here. We might need to revisit the flower grove Wang Xiaoqi mentioned yesterday. Chi Fei, beads of cold sweat on his face, reminded us if we plan to go in, it'd be best to bring flashlights and axes. The deeper you go, the denser the flowers, the darker the surroundings. We might need to chop a path through. Noticing Chi Fei's pallor, I asked with concern, are you alright? He waved slightly, responding weakly, just swollen. His tone hinted at exhaustion. Ruan Chushui glanced at the sun's position, suggesting, let's rest inside first. We can plan the flower grove visit this afternoon. Most people trudged dejectedly toward the cabin. Boyi lingered by the porch, and as Chi Fei passed by, I couldn't help but notice the skin from his right ear to his cheek was faintly cracked, turning a bruised black, his breathing heavy, footsteps burdened as if carrying 1,000-pound weight. Flower scent. Tangji whispered suddenly in my ear, breaking my heavy thoughts. I nodded, indeed catching a whiff of sweet fragrance from the flower pollen brought back yesterday, fresh and natural. Since the journey to the flower grove was long, we decided to postpone the expedition until early tomorrow, aiming to return before dark. In the afternoon, Wang Xiaoqi suggested chopping down a cedar tree. Since we had an axe, it would save us the trouble of gathering twigs and leaves. After some discussion, others agreed. Chi Fei, not in the best shape, worked briefly outside the cabin before feeling overexerted, retreating indoors for water. I understood silently, encouraging him to rest well. The 6 female players nearby stayed close, scattered in the cedar woods not far from the cabin, collecting branches, feeling reassured by the rhythmic sound of chopping. Tired from walking, I brushed snow off a large rock and sat to massage my legs, suddenly spotting a purple flower in the snow, a fragile yet resilient life in the icy landscape. Delighted, I smiled, gently touching its petals without plucking it. Honestly, if survival conditions weren't so harsh, living here wouldn't be too bad, I said naively, rising with the sun, resting with its set, away from social networks, it's quite idyllic. And I playfully winked, continuing in a low voice, the guys here are quite the catch. Brother Chushui's handsome, but those 4 guys on the first floor are stunning, all different types of handsome. I think the tall, quiet one is especially nice, his aloof demeanor like a domineering CEO. If we were really stuck here, I'd want to have his children. The women around understood I was joking, laughing kindly, the atmosphere lightening. One chimed in, I like Tangji's type, though he's cold, he's extremely handsome, like a Japanese prince out of a magazine. And Gumang isn't bad either, she seems gentle and patient, with a great smile, very diligent, practically the perfect husband. A friend nearby paused her wood gathering, leaned against a tree, and commented leisurely. But Bo Yi. Few women could resist his charm, I chuckled, inwardly agreeing that Bo Yi was irresistibly charming. Bo Yi, count me in, someone echoed. I sat quietly, listening. The other women exchanged glances, clearly having some hopes for Ruan Chushui. Amid the chatter, I noticed Lu Yusen had been silent. Fan Weiwei curiously asked, Yusen, what's wrong? Lu Yusen frowned slightly, struggling to straighten her back, massaging her lower back, just feel really tired, heavy. Luoting suggested, maybe you should rest first, we've been eating less, working more, it's normal to feel drained. She looked at her stomach, placing her hand over it, puzzled, I can still work, but just feel. Yusin, what's with your stomach? I asked urgently, a vague unease rising in my heart. I heard Fan Weiwei's voice beside me. Though we were all dressed in thick coats, making it hard to discern figures, Lu Yusin stood out. Her belly was noticeably swollen, as if pregnant. Maybe. Just cold, bloated. She murmured, shaking her head, her gaze a bit dazed. Seeing this, we asked a few concerned questions, but she insisted she was fine, so we continued our tasks, searching for branches. By afternoon, we finally felled a not-too-tall cedar, leaving the clearing in front of the cabin noticeably open. We took turns chopping the tree into sections, splitting them into firewood. After chopping a batch of wood, I handed it off to the next person, my wrist slightly sore, intending to get some water from the cabin. Passing the front desk, I habitually greeted Aunt Shui. She continued swatting flies, her gaze cold and regal, not noticing me. I didn't linger, my steps not pausing, turning into the dining room. Just at the entrance, I spotted someone at the table, clutching a plastic bucket, gulping water. Looking closely, it was Chi Fei. Seeing him, a tightness gripped my heart. Gu Meng hesitated to approach further. His frantic demeanor filled me with an inexplicable fear. He seemed like a man parched for days, water spilling from his mouth, soaking his front. What unnerved me more was his ashen gray skin, the capillaries on his ear and neck resembling cracked earth, bruised black. After finishing a bucket of water, he slammed the empty container down, his gaze vacant, letting out a long, satisfied belch. Witnessing his alarming state, I instinctively stepped back, tentatively calling out, Chi Fei? He turned his head towards me, a heavy sound slowly escaping his lips, I feel so swollen. The ending seemed mixed with laughter, or perhaps it was weeping. I widened my eyes slightly, noticing that Chi Fei's mouth was stretched open to its limit, yet he hadn't stopped. The corners of his mouth were taut. In that instant, something horrifying occurred. Chi Fei's face split open from the corners of his mouth, and a black-red, soft-bodied creature shot out, accompanied by faint squeals, the enormous caterpillar writhing madly in midair, spraying mucus everywhere. I stood frozen at the dining room entrance, as if rooted to the spot, unable to avert my gaze. The creature, thicker than a man's waist, struggled to crawl out of Chi Fei's mouth. Its 3 pairs of spindly legs twitched in the air, and with a powerful thrash, it brought down the body and chair with a heavy thud. At that moment, the scene before me was more terrifying than any nightmare, making me deeply question whether any of this was real. A strong hand gently rested on my right shoulder from behind, turning me away, while another hand cradled the back of my head, pressing me into a warm embrace. I felt the crisp, cold scent like snow and instinctively closed my eyes, trying not to think about anything. The caterpillar on the floor thrashed beside the corpse, blood and mucus mingling, staining the scene with chaos. And Jean led me by the hand, retreating backward out of the dining room, finally closing the door. The sunset cast warm hues over the expansive snowy plains, painting layers of color. The large airplane stood backlit, a solitary black silhouette. I sat by the cabin door, holding a half-drunk bottle of mineral water, my head bowed slightly, feeling somewhat withdrawn. And Jean sat beside me, turning to look at me. The pink-tinged orange light softly illuminated my face, revealing a clear, jade-like expression, my lowered brows exuding a gentle warmth, while the other half of my face was shrouded in shadow. We sat quietly for an hour, not saying a word. My heartbeat was still gripped by the terrifying scene. Gu Meng's appearance was the deepest shadow in my heart. Caterpillars, truly fearsome beings. Today, that colossal creature emerged from a human body, leaving an indelible impression, its writhing tentacles haunting my mind. I thought, perhaps this fear would accompany me for the rest of my life. Gu Meng, I softly called his name, trying to dispel the shadow in his mind. He lifted his head, his gaze finally meeting mine. I crouched down, palms together, then began swaying my body side to side, attempting to stand in such a manner, mimicking the gesture. See, is that how the worm came out? At nearly 6 feet 3, my actions were indeed comical, yet I found myself doing it earnestly. Seeing the corners of his mouth twitch slightly, my mood lightened a bit, as if returning to the joy of teaching little kids about caterpillars in class. Is it like this? I asked again, raising my hands high above my head. Finally, Gu Meng couldn't help but laugh, his mouth curving upwards, nodding. If every caterpillar were as cute as I am, perhaps I wouldn't need to fear them anymore. I crouched again, starting to sway my body once more, this time even singing, trying to transform this fear into joy. A little caterpillar, leisurely crawling across the snowy plain. Kids, don't be alarmed when you see it. It lives in a little house, so please don't disturb it, let it grow quietly. Leaning against the cabin door, I giggled, watching the tall man twist humorously, unable to hold back my amusement. The cheerful melody of the children's song danced like ribbons, wafting over the orange-tinted snowy expanse. On Valentine's Day, the peppermint couple gave me a gift. When I opened it, it was a bunny girl costume. "What's this?" Jean asked, puzzled, upon finding it after returning home. I couldn't help but curse, secretly stashing it away. My cheeks flushed, nervously lying. "It's a costume for the kindergarten's large indoor play Little Bunny Obedient." Jean curiously asked, "Yours?" I stammered, "Maybe." He showed a somewhat pitiful expression. "Try it on, I want to see." "Can I not?" I resisted internally, thinking, "Can I not try it?" Jean shook his head, his voice carrying a hint of a plea. "Why can other kids see it, but I can't?" Reluctantly, I donned the pink backless outfit for my beloved child, with fluffy ears atop my head, a sparkling jeweled collar around my neck, and a fluffy tail at the back. As soon as I turned, Jin's eyes, abnormally bright, had already pushed me onto the bed. I hurriedly retreated. Jean, like a leopard, quickly crawled closer, his shoulders and back rising and falling, making my heart race. Until I could retreat no further. Little Bunny Obedient, Jean lightly caressed Gu Meng's knees, pushing them apart, teasing me with a playful tone. "Don't sing nursery rhymes at a time like this." Gu Meng's cry echoed sharply in the empty space. After 6, rain poured down from the sky. Arriving at the dining room, I looked around. The room had been meticulously cleaned, without a trace of blood, yet the table meant for 20 was missing one, and the quietness filled me with unease. Most players hadn't witnessed Chifei's gruesome end, but that nearly 2-meter-long black caterpillar haunted my vision like a ghost, its blood bright red, its mucus pitch black, leaving stark marks on the pure white snow. Everything beyond reason was suffocatingly terrifying. It seemed no one cared about the sudden giant caterpillar from Chifei's body, shrouded in silent fear, his companions bewildered. The past 2 days of calm were shattered, last night's normality seemed like a dream, only today's abnormalities surged like a tide. Ultimately, the truth turned into an unsolvable mystery. Yet I knew, the difficulty of survival lay not only in external threats but also in hidden traps. My vigilance heightened, unsure of what challenges awaited next. After dinner, Wan Shui posed a crucial question: who will guard the plane tonight? My heart tightened, and the next moment hunger pangs surged again. On this third day, my stomach seemed to burn, and with the safe return of the 4 last night, several people gradually raised their hands. Laley took a sip of water, rubbing his neck, turning his head, stubbornly saying, "I'm not going anyway, who knows what might happen, I just want to get through these 7 days honestly." I exchanged a look with Bo Yi and Tang Ji, reflecting our reluctance to return to the plane. Fan Weiwei glanced around, hesitating to raise her hand but ultimately retracting it into her sleeve. I felt sorry for her, wanting to ask her thoughts, but she turned to consult Lu Yusen. At that moment, Lu Yusen's expression was unpredictable, sending a chill through me. Despite the dim light, I could still see the cold sweat trickling down her forehead.